Running at Frankie Louvu. Four-man rush. He's got time. And in the middle, he's got Evan Ingram. He's got it left side. He's into the end zone for the touchdown. Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Bonito. And Denver has won 9 in a row.
Nick did a great job of making an athletic play, and I was just really hoping the ball hit the ground at that moment, and sure enough, it did. And when you realize the game's over, you can take a deep breath and enjoy it.
No, it was loud. It was loud. No. We don't escape. We won. We won, and so we won a close game in overtime. But it was loud, smoky because we have a smoke machine. Loud because we have a sound machine. All the above.
Turn it up, Steve. We have a smoke machine, you dumbass. Of course we're celebrating. Oh, yes! We're loud. We have a smoke machine.
Yeah!
We have a sound machine. Hell yeah. We got all of it. And we're using it. I didn't get that smoke and sound machine for friggin' nothing. That was my favorite part of the whole post game. Yeah, we're celebrating. We have a smoke machine.
And I like how Sean Payton caught himself. He goes, "It's smoky in the locker room because we have a smoke machine."
Because we have a smoke machine.
Sure. Okay, Sean, gotcha. It's the smoke machine.
What'd you think he was? We're from Colorado and we were firing up the Mary Jane?
I don't know. Maxix Crosby is always lighting up victory cigars in the locker room. Not that he gets many chances to do that these days, but there was a time when a member of the Raiders could light up a victory cigar.
Well, those were the good days with Antonio Pierce with Max X Crosby when they used to win games. But Sean Payton, we got a smoke machine. That's so funny. By the way, man, not to rip on my Luca got it too. Evan. My name is Luca. He got it at the very end. Did you hear it at the very, very end? It was hard.
Evan.
It was a little hard to hear. But it was something about are you still competing for first? Like the first overall seed. And it's like, that's the stupid. Oh, he said silliest. That's the silliest question if you can find it, Steve. It's the very last thing of the press conference. I'm glad then I was told he called it silly. It's the silliest thing I've heard. And then when he got off the podium, he wanted to let Luca know that he didn't want to use the word silly. He wanted to use another S word.
My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Yeah, see if you can find that at the very end, Steve. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I wanted to use a word that started with S and wasn't silly. I can only think of two other things. Stupid. And, rhymes with silly. Shh. Sean pointed out that if this was baseball, it would be the equivalent of winning 45 straight games. He pointed that out. I gotta admit, man, I love it. I'm here for all of it at this point. Now, this is Luke. You gotta listen really carefully. You got the question too, Steve? Okay, all right.
Sean, you talked about it this week, but at this point, is the one seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night. I mean, it's the silliest question of the night. We're competing for it, but certainly we respect the other teams in our conference, but certainly we're competing for it.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
All right, all good. I used silly. I could have used another
I used silly there. I could have used another adjective. That's what he was saying as he walked off the podium. Like he wanted to let Evan know. Luca, I'm sorry. I did it. I'm sorry.
My name's Luca.
Okay, perfect.
All right. What would a Rally House Victory Monday be where all the shows today will have a $150 gift card to give away? What would it be without some sort of weird confrontation between Luca Evans of the Denver Post and Sean Payton, our victorious leader? What was Luca's question? I might have Sean's back on this one.
What happened to get you like this?
No, we can get to Prime. Maybe a minute on Prime at the end of this hour, Steve. Maybe. Because we got to figure out what our metaphors and analogies really are. Prime's talking about Last Suppers. I mean, the day after the Last Supper didn't go great. Went better a few days later. Hope everybody enjoyed setting up their Christmas tree this weekend. I'm not sure Prime was using... Well, you know what? That's later.
That's a setup.
That was such a great game. Yeah, Rally House Victory Monday. That was such a great game. And I know there are people out there, and if you're brave enough to pop your head out of your little hole and be negative today, you can be. You're well within your rights. Everybody, everybody has a silly. I could use another word there, but, everybody has a silly. So you're more entitled to it, your opinion. And the most common refrain is it goes like something like, well, that just proves they'll be, eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. You lost to a garbage team, now a 3-9 team. And when I heard a bunch of stuff like that last night, it just proves to me you don't know crap about the Washington Commanders and what Dan Quinn was doing there. You don't know anything about what they're doing. And yeah, it's not been a great season for them. But if you had paid attention, even just a pinch, they had changed a bunch of things. They had changed who was calling their defensive plays. It went from Witt to Dan Quinn, okay? They had changed their entire operation for their special teams kicking unit. They just were like, this ain't working, and brought in Moody and a new snapper and a new holder because they were the worst in the league. So, I mean, they had some injuries there, too, with the long snapper, but, different. Terry McLaurin was back. He's one of the top receivers in the NFL. He had been missing, and I get it. They were missing Jaden Daniels. They have been, and I think he'll be okay for next week. But Marcus Mariota, if you had watched it, man, he has some dangerous elements, and they were all on display. And when Jonathan Cooper got sucked to the inside and gave up the edge a couple of times, you saw the damage Mariota can do. They're not going to face another quarterback like Mariota the rest of the year, thank goodness. Because that's what really kills you when you think you got a guy stopped and he wiggles out and he runs for that first down. And, Mariota didn't have a ton of rushing yards, 10 carries for 55 yards, so it doesn't sound that crazy. But every rush he had seemed to get them out of trouble, convert a third down. They were rolling on third down. They were 8 of 17 on the game, but I believe in the first half they were 6 of 7 on third down. Dude, they had an 18-play drive. Let me look up time of possession real quick here. It was relatively even, 35 for the Commanders, 32-13 for Broncos. A little overtime mix in there, obviously. Yeah, what was that drive? I mean, yeah, the last drive that resulted in a field goal to tie the game, 18 plays. 18 plays, 71 yards. It went quick. 18 plays in 3 minutes, which is somewhat remarkable. That was such a good win. And then to find out, like, according to Sean at least, that he calls a timeout at the 2-point conversion in overtime. And sure, it's disappointing. Sean said it's the first time in his career he's ever unplugged the headset to communicate with the quarterback because they thought the game was over. Flag. The flags and the Broncos and the flags. Oh, my God. That does drive you a bit nuts, doesn't it? Although it wasn't a ton, relative to their other games, it was 5 for 33 yards. Why? Because Riley Moss, although he did get mossed, ain't no doubt about that. Huh? What a catch. Oh, my God. I mean, what are you going to say, though? I mean, that was just, it was probably the best catch of the year. It might have been one of the greatest touchdown catches ever, frankly. That was crazy. Treylon Burks only had one catch on the night, but it was a doozy. And then Tirico's like, that's the greatest catch as Odell Beckham Jr. I mean, it's right up there. What do you think, Chris Collinsworth? Yeah, it's not so great.
Well, now here's a guy that can hang on to the ball when he's supposed to.
That's a pretty good Collinsworth.
Boy, I just killed my throat doing that. I don't know how Collinsworth does that for a full game.
Oh,
now, Darren, here's a guy who understands his role in the offense.
Treylon Burks had one catch, and that was it. Are you kidding me? One catch, and that's it? This was a freaking awesome win. Awesome win. Dude, you're 10-2. You have the best record in the NFL. 13 weeks in, your Denver Broncos are first in the East. And the reason is kind of quirky. They have the same record as the Patriots, and the Patriots are playing the Giants. So the Patriots can retake that lead if they win tonight. But, man, goofy things happen this weekend, guys. They are tied with the Patriots because wins tie break over New England based on best win percentage in common games. Yikes. So, who did the Patriots even lose to? So the Patriots must have lost. They lost to the Raiders. Look at that. They lost to the Raiders first game of the season. So that's it. Wow, the Raiders helped us out. So, great win. We're here to talk all about it. Love to get your reaction. 303-504-0925. Gosh, Steve, I wouldn't be against a call or two. I don't know if have you ever done calls this early in the morning, or is that a little tricky to pull off? I don't know.
We dabble in calls on the appetizer, especially on a Rally House Victory Monday.
Yeah.
Lot to talk about after a packed football weekend.
Yeah, I'm happy to take a call or two. If I just want to salute everybody who's listening right now. Got to understand something. Everybody who's listening right now and watched that entire game last night, you realize you're a little bit better than everybody else who's up at 7 a.m. So props to you. And maybe you did hit that 5 a.m. spin class. But you realize I'm here to tell you, you are a better human being than people that wake up in 45 minutes. You're even a better human being than people, if you're there, you're listening right now, like you're actively listening. You're not rolling over in your bed like, what are they going to say about the game? Broncos won. That's my impression of sleep.
Not sure what to do with that one there. Sounded like the Jim Carrey Grinch.
There is no Christmas. Yeah. 303-504-0925. Text. Call us if you want. You don't have to. We'll do the show fine without that. But you should be pumped up. And we're going to hear from Sean Payton and Bo Nix and a partridge in a pear tree, and be excited. Be excited for your Denver Broncos. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, you have to do a good job of staying right, in the middle. It's the game's going to swing. It's going to have really good. It's going to have really bad. You just kind of have to stay in the middle, and I've really learned, I think, as a player, I've been through all of it, so I know you're going to get back to both sides. So if you stay in the middle with your temperament and your mindset and your attitude, usually everything will work out, and you can stay calm so everybody else can stay calm, and it's just football at the end of the day.
I thought Bo did a great job. It's DMac in for Brett Kane. Brett, congratulations to Brett and his wife.
I can confirm, by the way, he sent a text to the Moser, Lombardi, and Kane group chat with a picture of his human child. She is real.
That is awesome.
He's
so
not
happy.
bluffing.
That is amazing. So happy for them. And so right on, Kaner. And, come back when you come back. I'm sure he's, paying attention to the game too. But, family first. That's awesome. So Matt Smith will be in. I'm just in like this week, and then, you're done with me on that. I might sporadically join you here and there, but Steve, my level of commitment is, low. But that being said, Bo Nix, man, dude's a stud. You realize Bo Nix is 20 and like, gosh, what is he, 20 and 9? Unbelievable. Unbelievable of a pretty talented quarterback class. And look what the Bears are doing. My goodness. So your top two teams are the Bears and the Broncos, both led by the draft class of Caleb Williams and Bo Nix, and tied with Bo Nix-ish. They are Drake May. I mean, we're just 2 years after that draft, and your top three teams, record-wise at least, are from that draft class? Wow. That's bonkers. And Jaden Daniels was there last year. So you're talking 4 of the 6 are already, like, crushing it? J.J. McCarthy's not quite crushing it, is he? And Penix is hurt, and, who knows with those guys. The probably least hopeful guy is J.J. McCarthy, I suppose. Broncos did a little okey-doke on that. I don't know if you really understand that did happen. Broncos definitely did a little okey-doke on the J.J. McCarthy thing. I'm thrilled for Bo. Bo's numbers, and Bo just said it right there. It's about having a level of calmness. There didn't seem, not everything went right. The interception he threw was terrible, obviously. But he stayed calm. He stayed collected. They didn't shy away from anything. The drives that mattered most were the drives before the end of the first half. Actually, there were 3 drives that mattered most, and they were successful on 2 out of those 3 drives. Before half, and that's when the knee's almost on the ground. He's hucking it sideways to Cortland Sutton, and just incredible play. Amazing throw. The other drive that it had been nice, because you would have saved yourself so much friggin' drama, is when you get the ball back and you just couldn't. And they have done a good job in general with those, like, the 4-minute drive, and instead they went 3 and out, which sucked. And that was with 3:31 left to go. 3 plays, 6 yards, 31 seconds. Like, yeesh. And Crawshaw was nails again. Crawshaw was incredible with the punting. So, if the Washington gets the ball at their own 15-yard line and proceeds to go 18 plays, 71 yards in 3 minutes to knot it up with a field goal, which is an incredible drive. And they're converting on, there's a 3rd and 10. Oh, we didn't quite get it. 4th and 1, we convert. What else? 3rd and 25. We get to 4th and 6. and we convert. Crazy, right? But through the whole thing, Bo Nix was incredible. He was incredible. He was calm. He is a clutch football player, everybody. He is clutch. And the consistency is better. 29 of 45 for 321 yards. And Sean Payton did explain they were in a heavy personnel. And I don't mean to go all X's and O's on you because, I didn't play the game. But basically what Sean's saying is, listen, man, they were showing us something that said, okay, well, we dare you to throw. It's kind of like I compare it to like Nikola Jokic. Like, you realize in 2 games over the weekend, he took 17 shots. Well, if the defenses are going to double, triple you, body you, it's going to leave Spencer Jones, like alone in the corner. Spencer Jones more lonely than Connor McGahee on a road trip. Thank you. So, what Bo was able to do this entire year, never mind yesterday, was exude confidence to the degree that not only does he really feel that about himself, the coaches feel that about him, but most importantly, his teammates do feel no matter what's going on, they can trust him. What was a bummer, of course, is your defense, your vaunted defense, gives up an 18-play drive with 3 minutes to go to give up a field goal, and then gives up a touchdown in overtime. And that touchdown drive in overtime by the Broncos, that was a thing of beauty. Every play was incredible. 12-yard pass to R.J. Harvey. Boom, here we go. 12-yard pass. We're going to go to Troutman. Boom, here we go. 41-yard pass. And, man, we're not huddling either. We're going. We're moving the ball. Evan Engram, who probably had his best day. Then we're going to get it to Cortland Sutton for a few more before we run it in with R.J. Harvey. Incredible drive in overtime. Absolutely, positively incredible.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Well, you got one in Engram, man. And he had 3 drops. And he had his best game of the year. And then you got to sit there with Washington, man, and you're just like, all right, that's it. Come on, man. We all thought the same thing. We all thought it's going to be an interception. It's going to be a sack. It's going to be a fumble. Or it's going to be, 4th and 15, incomplete, something like that. You got to tip your freaking hat to Washington, and it was not a bad call on Hufanga. I mean, that clearly was pass interference. What was incredible on that play is Mariota wasn't sacked, that he got away from it to fling it up in the air there. I mean, that was insane. That was absolutely insane. Game should have been over there. Sean Payton's unbuckling things. That's it. The game's over. Ball's knocked down. Almost got him, but he flipped it and knocked it. Game's over. Oh, wait, no, it's not. There's a flag. And then you looked at it and you're like, oh, yeah, that was pass interference. How did Mariota get away? Nick Bonito said he apologized to his teammates later for not getting the sack. He's wearing a big club on his hand because of a injury to his thumb. He's got a freaking club. He doesn't have a gripper there. And then you're like, all right, well, this, they're not going to score a touchdown. Oh yeah, we are. On 4th down. So the Commanders survived 2 4th downs in overtime to get it to the 2-point completion. Golly, man. And Sean Payton claimed, and I guess there was a little debate in a friendly way in the locker room afterwards if the play was changed, the call was changed or not. But he says, hey, we had a Kodak moment. We looked at it. We're like, all right, this is, we see what they're going to do. And Sean, his claim was they didn't want to give up like just a quarterback run. They thought they were setting them up for that. Instead, they were setting up for a little, kind of like a pick play, kind of like their touchdown, by the way, which could have been flagged. I'm fine it wasn't flagged, though, in all honesty. I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Could have been, though. And they were more or less, they were dragging the running back. He was wide open. They were just pushing everything basically to the right side. The running back was drifting out to the left in the flat, wide open. And Benito made one hell of a play. And all Mariota had to do, by the way, was a little pump fake. That's it. He does a little pump fake and maybe spins just a little bit. Or just, seriously, it's like a catcher with a ball. You don't throw the ball down to first base right down the line. You just go inside or outside the line. Then you can throw a dart down to first base either way, like on a drop third strike. And had Mariota more or less moved, I don't know, either way, probably outside a little bit, so Benito jumps up. You got him up in the air. It's where Jokic tries to draw the foul. Mahomes probably figures that out. Josh Allen probably figures that out. Aaron Rodgers probably figures it out. A lot of quarterbacks in that situation will know and understand there's going to be a man releasing. You want a man releasing. You want somebody to be taking a run at you. It's basically a screenplay, right? And Mariota just he's kicking himself because he's realizing, first of all, it was wide open and we win. And it wasn't really that hard of a play, just a little pump fake and just move. But, hey, whatever. It's a whatever moment. And you make the play, you're a hero. You don't make the play, you're a zero. And they went from a zone coverage into what Sean Payton called zero coverage, sort of bringing the house. They knew they were going to have a free man. They didn't know who it was going to be necessarily. But okay, it was Benito, and Benito made a great play. And Sean talked about it afterwards, that if you just go back and you look at championship teams, it's not all blowouts on that path to a Super Bowl championship. Go back and look at it. And he's right. And we know he's right because that's who we had in 2015. We know what it was like in 2015. The Broncos were hanging on by their fingernails to games 10 years ago around this time. In another big, when they had their relative big winning streak. Well, the big winning streak was really in, I want to say 2012. I don't know. This is remarkable, guys. This is absolutely incredible. So, yeah, you should be fired up. It's a Rally House Victory Monday. And, yes, what about Lyft Uber drivers driving drunk Broncos fans home all night long? I'm going for steak and eggs and then a lager. Absolutely, you guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. Did you see the illegal pick in the end zone on the last play? Yeah, I just talked about it, yeah. I feel if Benito didn't tip that, they would have thrown a flag regardless. 10-yard penalty on Washington. Oh, on the very last play of the game? Well, if they were going to throw a flag, they would have thrown a flag. And if you invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook. I mean, they didn't. They weren't going to. I mean, they had a pick play on the touchdown. So it doesn't surprise me they were, they're going to try to pull off a pick play. We dare you to call it. Let's see. The entire year so far, defensive tackling, if they could wrap up via hit, that'd be great. Listen, I gotcha. There are going to be people who are negative Nellies today. I gotcha. It shouldn't have been that close. I'm worried about the defense. Blah, blah, blah. They're not going to go that far in the playoffs. Hey, everybody, live in the Rally House victory moment, will you? That was a hard game to win.
Settle down just a little bit.
And I promise you this. Every single one of us had at Washington on a Sunday night when the schedule came out in April as a loss. Now, you're not going to hear this from me this week against the Raiders. Are you kidding me? And look at that Broncos crowd, how they traveled to Washington. Wow. I mean, that was awesome. You could hear it all night. That was awesome. What do you think it's going to be like at Allegiant in Vegas on Sunday? Are you kidding me? That is going to be a home game for the Broncos. We are going to be gambling, we are going to be drinking, and we are going to beat the living tar out of the Raiders on Sunday. It's going to be ugly for the Raiders on Sunday. And now Herbert's hurt and is going to have surgery. Okay, it's his left hand, not his right hand. How's that working out for Aaron Rodgers? He ain't the same guy. Dude, this is ridiculous. You know what team is actually bizarrely scary in a very weird way right now? Might be the Bengals. If they can get their act together. That's a little scary if they're on the come there with Joe Burrow. But right now, that's so funny. Luke Evans asked him, he's still considering that number one seed? That's probably a poor impression of Luca right there. He probably doesn't deserve that.
Nailed it.
Sean, do you think getting the number one seed is possible? Kind of runs out of energy, like at the end of the question. What do you think about the number one seed? Sean's like, I hate you. Like, this is such a glorious moment for me, but I really.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night.
You got to keep in there the question itself, too, Steve. Like, oh, my God.
But at this point, is the one seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night.
Is the number one seed still
All
really?
right, all good. I used silly. I could have used the
Yeah, that's hard to hear, but it's so funny. Like, I could use another word aside from silly. Is the number one seed still realistic? Still realistic, yes! Is it still realistic? Hey! Yes! Hey! Our defense didn't even play that great today. And they're awesome. I think Surtain was just little rusty. But are we worried about Pat Surtain? Greenlaw's getting interceptions. Bonito's got double-digit sacks. Riley Moss did not have a pass interference called against him. I mean, he got mossed by Treylon Burks. I mean, that did happen to Riley Moss. Moss got mossed. But I mean, okay. I mean, I actually, when that happened to Riley Moss, I was like, oh my God, this guy cannot catch a freaking break. What a game, guys. What an awesome game. Great day to get your reaction. We'll have $150 gift cards for Rally House and Matt Smith and Vic and Moj, and they'll be pumped up. I promise you they'll be pumped up. They'll be excited. So I think you're in the right place if you're excited about this game. I don't know where the negative Nancy's are going to come from today, but gosh, will Moser be a negative Nancy about this one? I don't think so. Vic definitely won't be. You're not going to hear it from Sanford. I don't know if there'll be a dollop of negativity from the tall fellas.
Big time win.
I'm pumped. I don't know if you can hear. I am pumped up. Pumped up. All right. Take a quick break. Get more of your reaction. I might need like a minute on Prime in the Last Supper. I might need some help on that, Steve. Like, what the hell was Prime talking about? Okay, coming up next on a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Big targets to the left. Nick's looking that way, not open, trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fire to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
I think from my perspective, it kind of feels like you're floating for a second, but I was obviously a little bit, close to being down, but stayed up just long enough, and he did a great job. He started on the other side of the field and ran all the way to the other side, so he just scrambled with me and got open, and in a game like that, we literally talk about game of inches, but it really is, it comes down to an inch or two every once in a while.
Yes! Yes! I think this is from the movie about witches and green people and goblins, part 2.
Come on, you Bostonian. What's this movie called? Say it. Say it.
Frozen and Wicked? Wicked Frozen. It's
it's Wicked.
Oh, it's just Wicked.
It's just Wicked Smart. Come on. That was a
Wicked.
softball. It's Wicked.
Boy, you know what's going to be wicked awesome? Wicked Pissa? A reunion. An ass-kicking reunion of when the Broncos, I wouldn't say they kicked their ass, but they beat the Patriots in an AFC championship game. You guys remember that? Remember that? Chris Harris could not stop Gronk. And then on the 2-point conversion, we're talking about 2-point conversions here. Gronk's like wide open in the corner of the end zone, and Tom Brady, remember him? Feeling the heat from Vaughn. Boy, Vaughn kind of a shadow of himself these days, huh? But I can't believe Vaughn's still playing in the league. That actually is amazing. But by the way, props to Jake Martin, who on the intros of the game shouted out Cherokee Trail High School. That was cool. Jake Martin is a star out there at Cherokee Trail back in the day. Went to Temple. Was actually on the Broncos in 2022. He's got bounced around a little bit, but finds himself starting there for the Commanders and was like, Jake Martin, Cherokee Trail High School. That's cool. Covering everything here today. What a win for the Broncos. And we'll get to, I'll try to interpret Prime here in just a couple of minutes. But I just want, please, on the text line, please explain the personal foul on Benito. It was a terrible call. And Tunzel certainly should have it should have been, if you're going to call a penalty on Benito, okay, you're not allowed to pull your opponent off a pile. It's a penalty. You got to let guys just unfurl themselves from whatever human mess is down there. You're not allowed to peel somebody off. To say that was a pile, there was nobody, I forget even who it was. And Benito just sort of, kind of pulled the guy away from what was going on, but it was hardly a pile. And then Tunsil, which, all right. I mean, like, hey, you're going to do this to my guy. I'm going to do this to you. It's one of them deals. Pushes him, and it just should have been offsetting penalties. All right. Neither one guy should have been touching the other guy. It's like, I'm sticking up for my guy. I'm sticking up for my guy. It's all good. We'll both get offsetting penalties and whatever. But like Benito, I mean, that was ridiculous. But I thought it was kind of ridiculous, the grounding on Mariota when he's throwing the ball like, I mean, I get it. He's in the pocket. He's between the tackles. The receivers are not outside the numbers. I mean, okay, I guess. But come on, man. So what's fair is fair, basically. That being said, I am not here to complain about a damn thing. I am pumped up, if you can't tell. I'm excited for a 9-game winning streak, which according to Sean Payne, if it was baseball, would be 45 wins in a row. I'm pumped up about it. And on a Rally House Victory Monday, I think that's going to be the vibe today. I think. We'll see how it plays out with Matt and Vic and Moser here in a second. All right, let me just turn to Prime for just a couple minutes. So they lose, and I thought they were going to get killed. And I think they kept Kansas State to like 200 rushing yards, which After they put 472 up on Utah, I think 200 is actually not bad. And you blew it because, you're not really that good of a team. Your coaches, So you lost because, of course, you're going to lose. Prime was all upset, like, oh, you seem to care. All right, but this is help me understand this at the very end of his press conference.
When I win, I don't mind a clap. When I lose, I don't mind a boo. I played this game. I know this game like the back of my hand, and I love this game, and I love all the ups and downs, the ins and outs about it. And I'm built for every last bit of it. But if anybody's built to reconcile and to get this back on course, it's me. And I will do it if it's the last thing I do on earth. Trust me when I tell you. This was the Last Supper. God bless.
What? This was the Last Supper? Huh? So who are you in this metaphor, in this analogy? Would this be an analogy or a metaphor? I think it's an analogy. Who are you comparing yourself to? This is the Last Supper. I don't know if you recall history, but things didn't go great after the Last Supper the next day. Now, things went better, a few days later. Hang up those Christmas lights. You know what I'm talking about, right? But what is Prime talking about? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and just assume he meant I'm done giving like free rides to people and letting people skate by. I'm going to hold people more accountable, I guess. The Last Supper is an interesting turn of phrase. So I'll just sort of let that go. But I'm just so glad that a tumultuous season could end on a ridiculous metaphor or analogy or whatever the hell it was. So all the drama you have with all the good vibes with the Broncos. Listen, Sean Payton, man, one thing about Prime, that dude is not a good game manager. He's not a good evaluator of personnel, and he's not a good organizer of whatever his philosophy is of getting it down to his coaches so they can expand it to the rest of the team. He's not good at identifying quarterbacks. It was, it's no stretch to identify your son as the quarterback. So he's weak on personnel, game management, distributing responsibility to coaches. Aside from that, let's go buy a Prime sweatshirt. Sean Payton is the exact opposite. When Sean Payton was clear, like, hey, when we got the lead in the third quarter, I didn't go for 2 because it was the third quarter. So I understand I could have, made it 21-14 instead of 20-14, but he said in a high-scoring game, I just thought there were more points to come, and you don't want to take that risk. Whether you agree with him or disagree with him, you can't say he hasn't thought it out. They should run the ball more. Listen to Sean Payton. They were in heavy personnel, which was a little bit different than they had been doing, and it just wasn't there. Sean Payton went out of his way. No, the running backs were fine as far as I can tell. Now, we'll look at it on tape, and should they have cut this way and cut that way? And I think you'll hear with Vic and Moser, we could use a heavier running back, that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, the reason Bo Nix threw it as much as he did is because that's what the defense was giving you. And that's the Nikola Jokic thing. What do you want? You want Nikola he took 17 shots in 2 games. Do you want him just to shoot when he's being double or triple teamed? If they're going to give you the pass, just take it. You shouldn't be pigeonholed into just a specific, we got to run the ball more. Just because, why? There's no reason. Just run it more. That's silly. You should take what the defense gives you and you go from there. Period, the end. And do you trust these guys or not? And I'll tell you this, I trust these guys. I really do trust the Broncos. And the whole concept of this is never going to work in the playoffs. Hey, lighten up, Francis. This was an unfriggin' believable win. And on a Rally House Victory Monday, we're here to enjoy it all day long. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith sitting in. Coming up next on Altitude.
I'm so tired of you assuming that games are going to be over before. It's such a ridiculous refrain that I want to put something serious on this now.
Let's do it.
Bottle of blue?
I don't drink whiskey anymore.
Oh, okay. Bottle of red?
Yeah.
All right.
Bottle of white?
I'm not doing it.
Wine. What the
Yeah,
hell?
by the way, everybody loves that song.
It was Billy Joel. It was Billy Joel.
Everybody loves that song. I think it's so corny and lame.
That's where you draw the line.
Scenes from an Italian restaurant.
That's where you draw the line.
My wife loves that song. I think it's corny.
I'm glad you got the
I
reference.
think it's dorky. Anyway, I think they win by double digits. That's my opinion. They should.
Stay hot, Mark Moser. Good morning. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. That's our Mark Moser, folks. Throwing darts, bullseyes all week last week. I
Big
am
time
Matt
win.
Smith, in for Brett Kane once again this week. And there was a little wager that took place as we welcome you from the Backus and Shanker studios where their passion is justice. This is Denver, Colorado, gentlemen, the home of the number 1 seed, Denver Broncos. How about that?
Yay! So fun.
It's surreal
Yay.
at this point.
Number 1 seed.
No, I mean it's crazy. Last night we did the post-game show on Altitude TV, and I'm sure we're going to get this today. We're going to have people listening to the show right now, drive carefully, who are like, well, you can't sustain this. You beat a bad team. When the playoffs come around, watch out. And my reaction is going to be, I don't care. This is ridiculous. It's so much fun. 10 wins this season. Listen to this stat. The Denver Broncos, in their 10 wins, are the only team in NFL history to have won 10 games and trailed in every single one of them. Did you hear what I just said?
Heard you, Vic. Got you loud and clear, partner.
I mean, do people realize what's happening right now? Do you know what's happening right now? They're on a 9-game win streak, and in all 9 of those games, they trailed at some point.
They're the cardiac kids, yeah. I mean, it's been ridiculous. Last night was just another chapter in this wild season. I mean, back and forth, and you're feeling good. You're up 20-14, and bam, Bo gets picked. You had a chance to just close the door on him. And yet again, you let another team off the hook, and you flirt with fire down the stretch, and it comes down to quite literally the very last play of overtime. It was a remarkable win. And you said something last week, Vic, that really rang true with me last night as we were kind of debating. You were like, well, look, just win. It doesn't matter how. Yeah. Just win this year. And that was another example of, a month or two down the line, we're not going to remember the fact that they almost lost. I mean, we'll remember it, but the fact is that they won, and that's what you learned a lesson. I thought last night should have served as a bit of a wake-up call.
Well, how many wake-up calls do they need? How many times, right? How many games?
See, if I see that, look, a win is a win is a win. Period, end of story. You're a 10-2 football team. You're the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Currently the number 1 seed in the NFL.
In the league.
Yeah, you're exactly right, in the entire league. I'm worried about our side of the bracket right now. That being said, if I come on these airwaves this morning at 7:05 in the morning and say, well, how many friggin' wake-up calls do you need?
Well, the difference
friggin' wake up against the Jets. Friggin' wake up against the Giants. Friggin' wake. If I do that, then I'm looked upon as a negative Nelly. You're just, I'm just saying, they are who they are. They are the number 1 seed in the entire league. But boy, is it coming scarily.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
Yeah,
you don't care. You know what, Vic? Because you don't care, that means I don't care.
The difference is you're haphazard when you come up with this stuff. You're the same guy who said they're going to blow them out. They're going to win easily.
They should have.
Don't worry about it.
Have you seen Marcus Mariota play the game of football lately?
You are the same guy.
Let me keep you up on some current events,
to
Jack.
Call for blowouts, and I'm the guy who has to pump the brakes and let you know it's a little bit of snow outside. The first snowfall is always scary. Take it easy.
Okay, well then here's the difference between you and I. It's that I guess I have more confidence I have a more
I'm sure
confident.
you were confident last night when they lined up for a
I have a more
two-point conversion.
confident feeling.
Yeah, I'm sure you were
feel more
confident
confident about this football team than you do, because you just seem to think that everything should be a nail biting down to the wire type of thing.
That's what this. Yeah, that's what this is. Your mentality is total BS.
And you know what you are, dude. I swear to God, I'm going to test your DNA, because you got a good old helping of DNA from the famous American Frady cat. I'm telling you, man, they should have gone there against that Washington defense, which
should have.
Crap.
Those are famous words that Moser uses every week when the Broncos barely win. Here's what we hear from Moser on Mondays. Well, they should have. Well, they should.
Why aren't they doing it?
They won.
Why aren't they doing it then? I mean, they did win.
I don't
care.
They
won the game. Why aren't they doing it?
I don't care how they win.
Okay.
See, the difference between you and I woke up on this Monday happy. I don't care how they win. I don't. They won. You know what? Ask the Rams if they care how they win.
Didn't win yesterday.
Yeah. Ask them how that win looked. Well, because they lost to a team that's inferior, correct?
Yeah,
absolutely.
They lost to a team that also is a winning football team.
But an inferior team in a game they were supposed to win, correct?
But a winning football team. Listen, I'm not getting off into the Rams, who I thought were the best team in football. Apparently, they're not now. The Denver Broncos are the best team in football.
How about that? Just take a second with that. Who cares? I mean, there's plenty of time to get nitpicky, guys. And Vic, I agree with you. Like, look, just win, but I also see Moser's side of it. It's like, hey, if this doesn't get cleaned up, you could be primed for a one and done.
Who cares about that?
Who cares?
Say it, Vic, I want you to say it. Say the Denver Broncos are the best team in football.
I know they are. They have the best record in football, but I don't look to January like you do. I look to every Sunday, every week. Every week is a roller coaster. Hop on, put the seatbelt on.
Yep.
Drive safely.
Yes.
It's fun.
That makes you a better person than me.
Well,
it does. You are a much better human being than I am. I congratulate you on your foresight and your just infinite knowledge of this football team. Do they feel like the best team in football to you?
It feels like we're living on a live wire here. Is what it feels like.
No, we're not. Hey, man, they're the best team in football.
Yeah.
They're gonna beat everybody. Now, it doesn't matter if they win by uno point or if they win by mucho point.
I am honestly puzzled by your mindset. I don't know if this like a big stage act. Were you in theater as a kid and are you writing a play?
Did you play Hamlet?
What is this exactly?
Little Macbeth?
I want to get into this game, and I want to get into certain aspects of this game. I want to get into the quarterback.
Of course.
I want to get into the defense. I want to get into Evan Ingram, who had a wonderful game.
Oh, what a breakout game for him.
And the fact that they started to exploit those matchups with Evan Ingram, I thought was great. When he shook off Walker, oh, my God. On that
jerk route?
Oh, my God. That was gorgeous.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Well, that's what a guy like him can do. And the poor linebacker, or Wagner, I should say, not Walker, Wagner. Poor Bobby Wagner couldn't do anything. He just had to turn and run, and then by the time he turned and ran, Ingram's all the way down the field and finding his home there at the 10-yard line. But I want to break down a little bit and get into how it happened, why it happened. I'm a little concerned that defense got poked and prodded by Marcus Mariota.
Oh, you mean Mariota.
Mariota. Is that a Collinsworth thing?
Mariota.
I was going, what's he saying? Mariota.
Did you pick up on that, Vic? I mean, it would be impossible not to pick up on that. I guess he said it differently in his pregame introductions, and so they started really hitting that T pretty hard. Yeah. I'm going to keep it with Mariota because it just sounds right. Like the whole night it bugged me. So whatever. Anyway, by the way, the play you referred to, the Evan Ingram completion, according to Chase Daniel, I saw him on social media last night. He posted that was all Bo. He said he saw the Commanders in quarters coverage, checked to an isolation route by Ingram on the middle linebacker, like you said, called the jerk route. That's another example of Sean Payton putting trust in his quarterback when it mattered. And that was one thing that Collinsworth was saying in that game. I thought he was a little bit, I don't know, maybe on the nose with it, but he was saying that Sean needed to put Bo in some of these situations because here are some great examples. As you move down the line, look at what the Avs are doing. We talked to the coach last week. We've heard from the coach talking about how we're finding different ways to win because when you get to the postseason, you may have to draw back on some of these experiences. And this is the spin we can put on it, okay? This is the spin we can put on having every one of these games. By the way, how about this? 8-2 in one-score games this year. They've won 6 one-score games in a row. You are living on the knife's edge here.
Yeah, that's true. But you're also, what's so interesting about this, Matt? You're coming through Bo Nix is coming through when they need him the most, whether it's at the end of a half or the end of a game, whatever. Overtime, I mean.
Did he come through in that fourth quarter last night?
Well, no.
It was like the reverse Knicks. He was pretty good for those first three, Vic, but that last quarter, when you needed him the most, needed him to make a play, they just couldn't make that play, and they had to rely on their defense. And thank goodness, folks, that it's a good defense.
Well, I don't know, dude. In overtime, I noticed a Bo Nix who went basically right down the field and just carved him up.
That was an overtime.
I'm with you. I
mean, it's not going to be perfect all the time.
I think we just need to acknowledge that.
You guys are looking for the Mona Lisa.
No.
And right now, you're just going to have to deal with Dr. Seuss.
Sorry, that one just tripped me.
He's talking about the artwork. Dr. Seuss wrote the books. I don't know who did the art. Somebody did the art. I have no idea.
Okay, yeah, that was almost as good of a metaphor as This Is the Last Supper,
which I'm sure we'll touch on.
Yes,
at some
we
point
will get into this weekend. Colorado wrapped up their season over the weekend. Tons to get into throughout the course of the morning. How about the first overtime win for the Broncos since 2015? The first time the Broncos have secured back-to-back 10-win seasons since 14-15. They've won their last 4 games by a combined 10 points, guys. They have the most wins by 4 or fewer points this year in a single season by a team in NFL history. They're tied with 6 other teams with 7 wins by 4 or fewer points. So I think they are learning. I do. But it does concern me because are you telling me, I'm just genuinely wondering, Vic. I mean, look, I am happy with whatever win. I'm not expecting this to be perfect. But let's say that's a playoff game on the road.
Yeah.
You're up 2014. Nix throws that interception. Do you think you win that football game?
I don't know. It's unpredictable right now. You could say the same exact thing about every other team in the league. Is there a team in the league that you could say you put them on the road and you win that game?
Vic, I don't think there is. Because
okay, then what are we doing?
I think everybody has warts that need to be burned off before you get to the postseason. But it doesn't mean the warts don't exist for your team and those other teams, okay? You're acting like it's, well, because everybody else has warts, my warts are okay. Well, no, I think...
I'm not... If you want me to come in on this Monday morning and spend 3 hours nitpicking what the Broncos need to fix, we'll talk about it. But this is the opening segment of a show in which they now have won 9 in a row.
Right.
And you guys sound like they've lost 9 in a row.
Not at all. See, that's what I think you're completely sideways on that.
I agree.
No, we don't sound like they've lost 9 in a row, Vic. But boy, I mean, do you truly believe in your heart of hearts, and I want you to look me dead in the eye and say they're the best team in football?
They've got the best record in football. I don't know who the best team in football is. Look at my heart. You want me to pull my heart out?
Do it.
I don't know who the best team in football.
Give you $5.
But I want you to look at me in your heart of hearts and say, what the hell's wrong with you people? Have you gotten that snotty? Have you gotten that elitist that we're sitting here at a 10-2 team and you're talking about, well, I don't know. I don't care. What is wrong with you? Enjoy this.
We are. But is this or is this not a town that knows its football and a town that knows good football?
I don't know, Matt. I mean, you thought that the CU Buffs are going to compete for a national title in 3 years. How's that going?
I did?
There's a lot of
don't put me in that category because that is not true, not even remotely. Like I think we're dealing with two ends of the extreme here. Like I'm with you 100%. 10-2, top of the league. Do you know how barren it's been around here? Absolutely, there's a time for celebration. Sean Payton has come in and look at what he's done in year 2 with his young quarterback. Look at what Vance Joseph. By the way, what a weird hire that was when it was made. But look at how great it looks now. Look at what he's done with this defense.
Hey, Matt. Moser, listen to me. Is this a high wire act? Yeah.
That's all we're saying.
Is the Kansas City Chiefs last season, the Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, if you look back at their season last year.
They didn't win. They lost to the Eagles, but they got
However, your point is made.
Okay, they're a multiple Super Bowl champion team, and they got to the game. Was that a high wire act all season last year?
Yeah,
pretty much.
But you know who else was? The Minnesota Vikings, who led the league last year in one-score wins and got knocked out before they got the check. So this thing has two sides to it here.
So, again, I'm having trouble here. No, Broncos fans, if you're out there driving, tell me I'm not alone. So you mean to tell me I'm working with two guys who are still not satisfied over the football team?
You're completely misconstruing my point of view. I'm feeling really good, Vic.
Exactly.
And I'm going to heap a whole lot of praise on some guys today, including Sean Payton, as we move along with this thing. But I'm like, golly, it should have been. It should have.
No. Quit saying that.
No.
Don't say should have. Quit saying that. It's the National Football League. Everything changed. It's not what you think it is anymore. Quit saying should have. I guarantee all week long you're going to say, all right, who's the next opponent? The Raiders?
Yeah.
Okay. Watch what's going to happen this week, man.
They're going to stomp the Raiders.
See what I'm saying?
It's just
a bottle of wine. They're going to beat the ever-living snot out of the Raiders.
By the way, you really do need to start researching what kind of a bottle you want. Or are you just going to have dealer's choice? Are you going to let Moj pick for you?
He'll get whatever he gets.
Okay, he'll get whatever he gets. Well, we've got tons to get into. I want to make sure all throughout the course of the morning, you are chiming in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We'll see you on Twitch. We'll see you on YouTube. However you're following and paying attention, it is a Rally House Victory Monday, folks. And on the other side, we'll continue breaking this down because we asked a question last week. Vic got it right, and Moj got it wrong again. We'll dive into that.
Big targets to the left. Nick's looking that way, not open, trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fired to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
I think from my perspective, it kind of feels like you're floating for a second, but I was obviously a little bit, close to being down, but stayed up just long enough, and he did a great job. He started on the other side of the field and ran all the way to the other side, so he just scrambled with me and got open. And in a game like that, we literally talk about game of inches, but it really is. It comes down to an inch or two every once in a while.
Oh, this threw me just for a second. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Good morning. Welcome to it. Welcome to it, Broncos country. Number 1 seed in the NFL, number 1 seed in the AFC, at least for today. We'll see what happens with the Patriots. If they win tonight, they will technically retake that crown. We were having a little bit of an argument, gentlemen. Vic is saying that for Moj and I to have any sort of qualm with Denver's performance last night is absurd.
No qualms. No qualms anymore. I am qualmless. I am not doing the qualm.
That's about right. Correct, Vic? That,
I'm an old man without a prostate.
I'm anti-qualm today is what I am, Vic. You talked me into it. I'm anti-qualm.
No. The thing that gets me is that the first segment of the show, it's the very first thing people hear us talk about. And we should be applauding and praising what the Broncos are and what they've done and how they find ways to win. And instead, you guys jump right into the negative, and I don't get it.
Oh, that's all you heard. See, that was all you heard. I think there was plenty of positive. How about the fact that the Broncos are the number 1 seed? The Broncos have won 8 one-score games this year. It's a live wire act, but it's sure as hell fun. How about this texter from the 2018? And I want to hear what you have to say. I agree with both sides. At the end of the day, they've got a 10-2 record, but I think it's fair to say that they seem more like an 8-4, 7-5 team. It's only because they have a 10-2 record that people are thinking the Broncos are overrated, or us Broncos are feeling concerned.
If you choose to live life in that manner, if you want to live life that way, I can't change it. I mean, I don't know, maybe I have a new perspective on life. I welcome and embrace what they are right now. Jake Coyne, our friend who's been on the show many times to break down Nuggets, did you see his stat about the city of Denver in the month of November? All right, the month of November, the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche have won or earned a point in 28 of their 31 combined games. That is the best combined percentage by NFL, NBA, and NHL teams from a metro area in a month in the history of all of those leagues.
Wow. How does Jake find a stat like that?
I don't know.
I will say this. I say that he is a geek in the kindest of ways, because he's smart and he likes to get into that minutia. But how do you find that stat? How do you go back in history? I guess you can, but it just takes a lot of time. But that's
a remarkable month of November.
That is a remarkable month.
And I guess you can look at that. And again, it's how you see things. And I understand where you guys are coming from. I look at that and I say, wow, we are blessed. The other way you could look at that is saying, darn it, the Nuggets should not have lost games to Sacktown, Chicago, and San Antonio. Otherwise, it'd be perfect. Think about it.
Yeah, but the win in Houston and the win in Phoenix was pretty damn good.
So I mean,
it balances out.
The Denver Broncos are leading the charge right now. And, we'll get into the Nuggets and Avs because plenty to talk about. But the Denver Broncos are leading a renaissance in this town, the likes of which I haven't felt in quite some time. And it's a wonderful place to be, because everybody's on board. Did you guys see the amount of Bronco fans in that stadium last night? Did you hear it?
In fact, I did, Vic. And on that, we were just listening to Bo talk about that pass where he's almost on the ground. And
you heard it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look at the camera behind Nick's toward the end zone, and as soon as Ingram is going to make the catch, you have this dude like he's an orange beacon in the night. And I'm like, look at that guy. I mean, and he's going, yeah. You could see him in slow motion go, yeah. I'm like, dudes are there. I mean, people were there. You've got Bronco fans turning out. And you know what, Vic? Let me not be facetious here. Let me be real. They should turn out. This is a 10-2 team with a kick-butt defense, an offense that makes plays, and maybe even now that I look at the Ingram explosion, They didn't run the football that effectively, but I'm going to go back to what DMac said too. Maybe they don't need to all the time, all right? We want to have balance. We want this, we want that. But look, man, as long as you're winning games and you're discovering an Evan Ingram and you're kind of using that way, I'm all good with it. It was a terrific performance on the road for sure.
All right, so
I just worry at times, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to save my worry, put it in my pocket, Matt. I'm going to hold on to my worry, and today I'm going to enjoy what I saw.
All I'm telling you, Moser, is that every team in the league has a worry or two. Every team. This is what the NFL is today. There's not a team out there, not one. And I don't care where you're from if you're listening to this show. Whoever your team may be, you have a worry. If that's the case, overall, what are you worried about? Every team has one of those. Every team. Hey, if you're an Avs fan right now, it's a different deal, right? Not much to worry about. Not much to worry about the way they're playing. But this is the National Football League. That doesn't exist, that mentality in this league. It doesn't.
All right, well, agree to disagree, because I think your weaknesses show up in the playoffs, and you've got to guard against that the best you can. Now, that being said, Vic, there are some things that this team is doing better. How about the fact that Bo targeted and completed passes to 9 different receivers last night? We talked about last week, penalties, turnovers. That's what Sean Payton wanted to focus on out of the bye. I mean, coming out of the bye, it felt like maybe not enough had been fine-tuned offensively, because there were some mistakes on both sides of the football. However, they were able to weather that adversity and win on the road and grow. And I think that is important. And to your point, you're never going to apologize for going on the road and winning a road game. This is the NFL. I mean, if we were going to talk about Shedeur doing that against the Raiders last week, it's the same thing. Like, you never stick your nose up at it, but you're trying to build a standard here. It's like last week when you guys were talking about, well, Kansas City's right there. Look at what Kansas City did on Thanksgiving. They went and lost to Dallas. I think we can stop being afraid of Kansas City and start realizing that there should be a new standard here. Sean Payton is trying to compete for championships. We have a 10-win team. Yeah, everything is good, but there's a high standard here, and you've got to live up to it. So while I do understand, and I completely respect what you're saying, I'm thrilled. The Broncos are 10-2. They've been so bad here since Peyton Manning, for the most part, has been gone. Okay, well, this is a huge revitalizing season.
What I'm finding out about this team is, and we've seen this every week now, the different plays they make in the heat of the battle, the big plays. Now, last night you could say, gosh, Washington just cut through that defense like a hot knife through butter, right? It was just too easy. But you know what? When it came down to that 2-point conversion, they switched up the defense and they trusted their big players. They trusted guys like Benito. And Benito made that play on his own. That was his choice. He could have gone with that running back to the flats. He could have, but he said, screw that.
Right. I know that you say, hey, look, anything can happen, right? Anything can happen. When they're lining up for that 2-point conversion, in my head, I'm like, there's no way they're going to do this. There's not a chance in hell that the Commanders are going to execute this 2-point conversion.
And how would you have felt a year ago?
I thought the game was over at that point.
How would you have felt a year ago?
Grateful to be in that position.
So a year ago,
pretty much, yeah.
And that's what I take pleasure in. That's where I'm like, guys, the corner that the Broncos have turned, because a year ago, when they're in a tight game, you're puckered up saying, how are they going to lose? Let's see, what way will they invent to lose this game? Now it's the total opposite.
Okay,
now it's like,
That being said, Vic, I'm not going to go on last year's expectations and last year's team and just be dead God on thankful.
Why?
That
It's the same team.
It's a better team.
Yeah,
it's a better football team.
But when I say it's the same team, the core of the team is the same team.
Understood.
They've
they're different
a corner.
Now. Well, the core of I'm not even going to get into it. I'm not going to get into cores and whatnot. My expectations have shifted to a higher level, okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm not going back to September of 2024 and putting what I saw last night on those expectations.
Yeah.
Because anything at that point was a positive. Bo Nix is a rookie. Anything you get is like, right on, baby. Now we see what they've got. We see how they've matured even over the course of this year. And so my expectations tend to change. That being said, Bo Nix came through, and the Broncos offense came through in overtime in a big-time way. But that fourth quarter had me reeling. When you're punting, and then you get the ball back, and then you punt, and then and then you get the ball back again, and then you punt after another 3 and out. I'm like, my God. And then those knuckleheads, and here's where I guess I got a little bit concerned. Those knuckleheads, you didn't realize that final drive for the field goal to tie it.
They had a 3rd and 25.
Oh, yeah.
They found a way to convert.
Yes.
They were 3 for 3 on
well.
4th downs in that game.
That was an 18-play drive.
Oh, yeah.
By Washington.
Oh, yeah.
18. When was the last time the Broncos gave up points on an 18-play drive? I'm like, oh, my God, Mariota.
Well, that's why it
or
was...
Mariota.
Mariota. That's why it was even more confusing that they gave the ball to Denver's offense. It was like you just had Denver's defense on an island for 18 straight plays. Right. Keep them out there. Sometimes math trips up some of these guys. Like, I get that, yeah, okay, it's statistically, it makes more sense to have the ball second so you know exactly what you need there if you need to go for a 2-point conversion. But at the same time, you just had that defense, breathing, bending over at the waist, sucking air. And then you let them off the hook. Denver drove right down. And to your point, Vic, how about shaking off a really bad 4th, understanding that you're probably a little bit fortunate, okay, to make it in that extra period because of how poorly you played offensively down the stretch, and then coming through, marching right down there and popping it in. You didn't have Dobbins. Again, we talked about this last week. The run game's a concern. Still a concern, by the way. Oh, by the way. And I know you mentioned that I didn't hear DMac make that comment on the way in this morning that, well, maybe you don't need to run the ball all the time. Yeah. You want to find different ways to win, but it doesn't make me feel any more comfortable about it. Here was Sean Payton talking about the complexities and the lessons they've learned from all these close calls.
I say it all the time. You have to. It has to come from doing it. And I think you go back to the Philly game. That was. There's always these marks in a season, so you can look at a few.
It's learning different ways to win. It's being able to draw upon these experiences later in the postseason, and hopefully you clean some of this up by the time you get there and guard against it, Vic. I think that's all I'm trying to say.
You know what? Every playoff game may be like this, and you may lose a couple. And I'm here to tell you, I don't care.
How do you lose a couple playoff games?
Yeah, you're out if you lose in the playoffs.
Along the way.
Okay. Gotcha.
Here's, again, it's this mentality.
When you lose that wild card game, and then the next week you play the second wild card game. I mean, look, you get a chance for redemption.
Well, the last 2 games, the last 3 games, there's going to be games that the Jacksonville game is going to have playoff. That's going to be a playoff game, all right, because both teams are lining up. It feels like it. The Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas night, think about that. They may be playing for their playoff lives. And how delicious would it be if you can deny them a playoff spot on Christmas night at Arrowhead? That is going to be a wild game for what's at stake. Then the finale is going to be wild.
When was the last time you used the word delicious to describe anything, including food?
Especially the Broncos.
I was going to say.
Well, it's been a long time.
I tell you.
I was going to say, dude, that's it. This 10-2 football team is making Vic pull out delicious.
I got this text from 0026. A win is a win, but without multiple fourth-quarter miracles, this team is 6-6. Sure. They could also be 12-0. Easily 12-0. I could do the same thing you're doing, dude. All of you, we could do it both ways. It's stupid to think about it that way. The Chiefs went through it last season, and now they're going through the opposite this season. Razor's edge. If you have that mentality, it's okay. You'll be able to sleep at night. This is the National Football League this year. Razor's edge. Every team lives that life. All of them. There's no team that's flawless. Not one.
That I would agree with. I think there's more parity, and I think it's been as wide open as ever. And when we talk to Adam Schefter here coming up about 9 a.m., we'll talk to him about it because I really do think it's as wide open as it's been in a long time. And by the way, this is the more important point. The Broncos have won 9 straight games. It's the longest winning streak in a single season by Denver since winning 11 straight from week 6 through 17 all the way back in 2012. There is something to celebrate. There is something to feel good about. But when you're here, that's when other expectations come with it. And I'm very excited because Denver has a defense. Just think about it like this. Alex Singleton, you pick that guy up off the trash heap from Philly and look at the play that he made last night. Yeah, okay, ultimately, Washington ends up making plays after that, but unbelievable. Like an unbelievable pass breakup there on Zach Ertz for a guy who had surgery, less than 30 days ago.
And you know what's interesting about that, too, is that I tried to go back in my own head, Vic, and maybe this is where I get weird. in real time, the turnaround punch in real time, I mean, it's happening like this. I mean, that fast, right? I mean, you can see it on the slow-mo, the super slow-mo, that hand gets in there and punches the football and Ertz and so on and so forth. But the headiness, the natural instinct. Now, it was over the top, and Ertz made a great play. He climbed the ladder, got the ball, so on and so forth. But for Singleton to pivot, twist, turn, and bang in one motion was pretty damn awesome. Pretty damn good.
You know, again, great players making big plays. I thought the play of the game, and I'll echo Nick Bonito, in that moment, his assignment was the running back coming out of the backfield. He chose in that moment, screw it. I'm not going to catch him anyway.
Yeah.
Forget it. Let him go. I'm going to take a chance here. He took a chance. But that's what this defense does. Vance Joseph puts his defense out there every game, and it's a feast or famine type of philosophy. That's how they operate. They play a lot of man coverage. And you saw them at the time. That's why the Commanders were 3 for 3 on 4th down. That's why they were 8 for 14 on 3rd downs. They won a lot of those battles. It's going to happen.
They did. Are you a geek, Matt? I guess I don't know. Are you a geek?
I guess it depends with certain things.
Do you like Harry Potter?
Sure.
I do.
Yeah.
I love Harry Potter, man.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Okay, there you go. You were thinking the same thing I was.
Okay, let's hear it.
Hey, Nelly, you like Potter?
Oh, yeah, I'm a pothead.
Okay,
Little HP. Oh, what was that?
Yeah, I'm a Harry Pothead, yeah.
So when they're going Mariota, all I could think, and maybe I'm the geek out there and other geeks, is when Hermione Granger
says Wingardium Leviosa.
And I'm like, hey, man, they're pulling a Hermione right now. And look at Vic, has no idea what I'm talking about, nor does he care. That's fine.
It's not Mariota, it's Mariota.
Right.
Same thing, Moj. That was bugging me all night.
Didn't that bug you too, man? I'm like, hey, man, I got a decade, more than a decade of knowing what this guy's name, and all of a sudden his name is different now.
Let me give you 10-year-olds some perspective, because you guys are acting like a 10-year-old. Let me give you some perspective. Okay. You're acting like you've never seen a football game before.
Boomer.
Or a season. 10 years ago marks the last time the Denver Broncos won an overtime road game. It's been 10 years.
Yeah.
They did it against the Cleveland Browns in October of that year. They had to rally to beat the Cleveland Browns. That year, every week felt like you were just barely holding on. They went on to win the Super Bowl that year. A lot of crap happened. The starting quarterback, a future Hall of Famer, went down. A lot of crap happened. You didn't know what you were going to get. And I'm not trying to say that this team is a Super Bowl team. I'm telling you, that ride was legendary.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
I'm trying to tell you, Vic, that this team right now, and I'm not kidding, this team is as much a Super Bowl team as anybody else in the National Football League. I completely agree with you. But maybe that's what scares me, because there are a lot of other teams that are in their exact same position, including the damn team they're tied with record-wise, but have the tiebreaker over. And as we go on here, Matt, as we roll on, Washington did something to that Broncos defense that may be a blueprint going forward that the Broncos are going to have to adjust to. Can I tell you what it is?
Love that tease.
Okay.
We'll hit it next.
You've heard me tell you for some time that low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and much more. A lot of guys go, you know what? I'm just getting older. What do I do about it? Well, you probably don't consider there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy. They can help. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm talking about you. If you're feeling like that at all, it's time to treat your low T and change your life for the better. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They got 5 locations here in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. And you go in, you have an appointment. They draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what is going on with your body and how to get back to feeling like you feel. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of the testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, I just don't feel like I used to feel. So do yourself a favor. If you think that you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Find out. and then give them a call. 720-440-7900. Or again, get online and check out everything they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Welcome back. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So before we went to break, Moj said Washington had done something to this Denver defense, and you teased us all. Please pay it off now.
You got it. The Broncos' pass rush is amazing. They get to the quarterback. They beat up the quarterback. They have multiple hits on the quarterback, and they did it a little bit last night. But it was pretty easy to see, Vic, going into that game that Dan Quinn said, we're going to get the quarterback, we're going to get the ball out of his hands quickly. And Marcus Mariota all night, in fact, I think even early on in the game, Collinsworth and Tirico talked about it. He was getting rid of that ball, even before guys had broken their pattern at times, right? Get rid of it, get rid of it, get rid of it. The Broncos only sacked him twice last night, but it was a mentality that the Commanders came in with that we are not going to be buried on repeated sacks. We're not going to be buried and have our quarterback beat to snot by this unbelievable defensive line. And it seemed to work at times. It's my opinion, Vic, and again, say what you will about Mariota. If you have a better quarterback for Washington last night, the Broncos lose that game or may lose that game because they got rid of the ball quickly. And I think that maybe you'll start to see more teams do that. That, look, Benito's awesome. Cooper's awesome. Allen's awesome. They're all awesome. Roach is awesome. Owazarike was a wrecking ball last night. Dude, he's blowing up the center and just pushing the entire pocket like a Mack truck. And they're going to say, enough of that. Let's get rid of this ball. If we have to matriculate down the field, an 18-play drive, an 11-play drive, a 9-play, whatever it may be, you're going to see more of that coming up. So it's going to be up to the Broncos to counteract that. Yes.
You know who did that? Indy did that, and then the Broncos should have won that game. Indy did exactly what you're saying.
You're right about that.
And the Broncos should have won. You know who else did that?
Well, you can talk about
the Chargers did that, and the Broncos should have won that game.
Well, you can talk about all the should-haves you want to.
Well, but you guys are talking about should-haves.
Well,
Why can't I?
That's my point. You just flamed my bacon for talking about should-haves. Let's not talk about should-haves. Let's talk about what is. Okay, they lost that game and they lost that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying that there is a formula out there now that can be tweaked by the better coaches and the better quarterbacks to try to get by what I think is, in my opinion, I know what Houston did yesterday to Indy, and it was awesome because I watched that game. I'm sure you guys did too. I think the Broncos have the best defense in the league. That's my opinion. I don't care what the stats say. I don't care how badass Houston is. This defense here, to me, is the best one.
How about this one? Teams with more than 50 sacks in their first 12 games of the season since 1986, the 89 Vikings, the 87 Bears, the 2000 Saints, and the 2025 Broncos. So, yeah, I'm with you. This is a dominant defensive unit, but that's the blueprint, right? Try to neutralize the pass rush with quick game, get the ball out fast, three-step drop type of stuff, and the most critical element to that working is having success running the football, which Washington did last night.
You know what? I'm holding my breath every time. I don't know about you guys. Late in the game, and I'm saying, "Wow, how is Washington going to get the ball down the field?" And they sustained drives. That was a problem. But every time they threw a ball deep, didn't you guys like, "Oh my gosh, it's going to be a PI"? I'm just looking for PIs now. That's all. I'm looking for laundry on the field.
Riley played a lot better last night.
He
made
did.
A couple of really big plays.
He did. And the touchdown he gave up to that, was it that Burks? Is that his name, Burks?
Correct.
Yeah, Treylon, what a catch.
I don't know what you do there defensively. That was not a cornerback problem. That was just an outstanding catch by the receiver. I don't know how you defend that much better than what he did, unless you're 7 foot tall.
You don't.
If a guy fires a puck, if the goalie's got the entire net covered, but it goes by his ear hole, top
Right.
corner here.
Right.
Top shelf, you're like, man, the guy just made a great shot. It's not like you did something wrong. It's just the guy made a great shot. The guy made a great catch. He made an absolutely unbelievable acrobatic catch, and give him credit.
Look, they've been flirting with fire, but they've been coming out on top of it. And hopefully there's a lot of learning that comes from that so that when you're faced with those moments in the postseason, it does go your direction. I do want to get back into the Broncos, and we will throughout the course of the morning. Chime in with your thoughts on the Shop Mazda text line. Hit us up on Twitch, YouTube. You know how to get a hold of us. But I do want to talk because we had a pair of Nuggets and Avs games that we have not discussed since all convening last week on Thanksgiving, which, by the way, hope everybody had a very happy Thanksgiving out there, safe and sound. But, Vic, the Nuggets had a chance to punch their ticket to the next stage of the NBA Cup, and they faltered at the end there against San Antonio, and they let Devin Vassell go off all over them.
The Denver Nuggets have proven to me two things. When they want to play, and listen to what I say, when they want to play on the defensive end, they play and they win. They've yet to lose consecutive games this year. They just don't. When they take that side of the court off, when they just sort of coast, they lose. I never thought I'd see the day where in December, the Denver Nuggets are a better road team right now than they are home team. They've lost 3 in a row at home. They're 6-3 at home. They've won 7 straight on the road. They're 8-2 on the road. Make it make sense for me.
Adelman flamed him after the game. He's like, I wonder when we're going to grow up on that side of the ball. I mean, they lost 139-136.
You see what I see, right? You guys see what's going on defense, right? You guys see what's happening.
Sure,
of course. Yeah.
All right, so what do you think is happening? Why do you think San Antonio came in here, Chicago came in here, Sacramento came? Like Sacramento one, I'll let that go because they got in at 3 in the morning. It was ridiculous. But what do you think is happening in those instances?
Well, it doesn't help that you're without your 2 best defensive players.
Yes, that hurts.
Big time. And everybody else has to step up and play different roles. And I think it's hard to get that type of consistency when you do have a bit of a disjointed rotation night in and night out, which is why they bounced back and beat the Suns, a couple nights later, and it was a very nice performance.
It was great.
I think, let me go back to what Adelman said, and I think that was a perfect term that he used. When are we going to grow up on that side of the ball? I don't want to say, it's not laziness, but it's somebody else will do it. I mean, when you play defense in the NBA, it takes a commitment. You've got to be disciplined. You've got to work. And sometimes they're so good, and they know they're so good, they don't feel like working.
Moj.
They don't feel like, I don't feel like it. How's that?
Moj, listen to this. And I can't fathom. If you score 136 points in regulation at home
and you lose,
you should win 100 out of 100 times.
Agreed.
100. If you're up by 18 in that same game in the second half, you should win 100 out of 100 times. The reason they lost is because they did get lazy on defense. They did have breakdowns on defense. They did get lethargic. You saw it in the final possessions. That game really chapped me. Of the 3 home losses this year, the Bulls game sucked. The Kings game sucked. But the loss to San Antonio is the one that really chaps me. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, but they come back against a Phoenix team that's been playing some pretty good ball,
Yes.
and they waxed them down in Phoenix.
And they proved when they want to play on that side of the ball, they win.
Yep.
By the way, they add games, correct me if I'm wrong here, Vic, at Sacramento and at Houston.
Yeah, can't get enough Sacramento already. It'll be a 4th time they play them.
Well, and the other thing we were complaining about last week was who are these colored courts for? Like, what is the demographic for these NBA Cup courts? The Lakers couldn't even use theirs last week because of a court order because it was unsafe.
I'm telling you, the court makes my TV funky. The court makes my TV not as high def. For some reason, I can't do it. The Nuggets court is abysmal. I mean, I
agree.
It looks like dudes are superimposed on a green screen. I can't do the floor.
Whenever I see those courts,
do it.
my only thought is, thank God I'm colorblind. Thank God. Because I don't know what the hell this, I don't know who they're appealing to. You're so right about that, Matt. Who is is there like a group of artists that are running around the universe saying, you know what, we really want to watch the NBA, but they haven't appealed to me. Oh, look, they're appealing to me now. They have the Crayola courts out. What? Who are you trying to earn? Whose money are you trying to make? Who cares what the court looks like? Are you listening to the show right now saying you're going to watch an NBA game because of the court? Really? Who came up with that? Who is the person behind that idea? Who?
I'm with you. I don't know. It doesn't make sense, and it's aesthetically very displeasing. I don't like the red. I know it's nostalgic for the Nuggets, but it's enough already, and I'm glad we don't have to.
It's not really nostalgic to me, man.
Well, isn't it like the late 90s?
The old
it's
dumb.
Maroon.
It's like
every court, not just theirs. The high profile, bright yellow one they put up in Minnesota. What are we doing?
Yeah, I can't do it. Can't do it.
Agreed.
Hey, real quick, before we get to the top here, on Friday, I don't believe the Minnesota Wild can play a better game than they played against the Avalanche.
Oh no, we got to dive into it because
you want to get into it
because we have the best team in hockey
and
here.
By the way, one of their guys got just a little bit mouthy after the game. A little bit mouthy.
I'm very intrigued to hear about that. We also have the best team in the NFL, the best team in the NHL. We are bursting at the seams with content. And make sure you're tuned in at 9 a.m. to Adam Schefter because a little bit later in the show, we will be giving away a big gift card to Rally House. You're not going to want to miss it. Get your Christmas shopping taken care of early. Avs the best, the Nuggets the best. Feels good. Why don't you sit back and sip a little champagne?
This early? We got snow, and there's more on the way. You been to the mountains? Did you go up there after Thanksgiving, maybe before Thanksgiving, thinking about a rental property, a second home, even your dream home up in the mountains? You're going to need somebody to help you with that deal, and somebody who is a professional and knows exactly what they're doing in that market. Her name is Anastasia Bell. It's Moser here. Listen, she's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge, and she's got that market expertise. She's got that experience. It's all impressive, and that matters when you're dealing with that kind of sale or purchase in Summit County or really any mountain property. You've got to know exactly what the situation is with all of these properties and how it works. She is the best. You can call her right now if you'd like to, 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. That mountain property is on your mind. You're thinking about it. Maybe just want to look into it a little bit. Give her a call, 970-968-7646. Remember that name. It's personalized guidance. It's exceptional service. It's Anastasia Bell.
Good morning. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. How's it feel, Denver? to be the talk of the professional sports world. The best team in the NFL, the best team in the NHL, one of the best teams in the NBA. I told you guys last week, you got to be thankful for these times because they won't last forever, and so let's bask in them while we have them. Is the number 1 seed still in play for the Denver Broncos? What? Of course it is. They're the best team in the league right now. Here's Sean Payton.
But at this point, is the 1 seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night. I mean, it's the silliest question of the night. We're competing for it, but certainly we respect the other teams in our conference, but certainly we're competing for it.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
All right, all good. I used silly. I could have used the number.
What did he say at the
end?
He
said that was silly. I could have used a number of other adjectives to describe that question. That was Luca Evans and Sean having another back and forth.
Was that Luke?
That was Luca.
Hey, Luca, my man.
That was Evan.
Yeah,
that was
Evan.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I don't know if it's I guess it is a silly question in the regards that they're on top of the heap right now. I mean, they're going to. Okay, I'm not even.
Well, I think the question was delivered with the intent. This isn't
real,
right? You don't think you can last, right? It was sort of that's how Sean Payton interpreted that question.
Backhanded, absolutely, yeah.
In that regard, I've gotten on Sean before. In that regard, I think he was correct.
100%.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think he was absolutely right in that regard. Look, they're a very good team. The Patriots have flaws. Obviously, the Jags are 8-4. They've got flaws. Ravens, believe it or not, the Ravens are the 4 seed right now, if you can believe that, from 1-5 to 6-6. That division stinks.
We'll get to that.
Chargers have
NFL.
flaws, and by the way, Herbert broke his left hand yesterday. He's having surgery on it today.
That's a shame.
You know what? I'm like Sean Payton a little bit. I'm going to carry some of that anger with me. I'm not going to apologize to you people for being 10-2 and winning 9 straight. There's no ifs. There's no hey. There's no oh. I'm not apologizing. If I'm Sean Payton, I act the same exact way. Screw off.
Oh, my God. Are you kidding? If I was Sean Payton and I had the best record in the league and that was the question I got asked, I definitely wouldn't have been as courteous as he was. He had every right to hammer him even a little bit more. That was a ridiculous question. It was. I mean, no offense. It was ridiculous. Is the number 1 seed still in play? What the hell do you think we're doing here? Of course it's still in play. We're the best team in the league right now. Check the standings. I would have hammered him for asking that question. However, that being said, there's tons to get into from last night. We didn't get into a lot of the minutia in this game. And look, we talked about this. It's the longest winning streak in a single season by Denver since winning 11 straight from weeks 6 through 17 in 2012. This is a stretch of success here from the Broncos that, quite frankly, gentlemen, we have not seen since Peyton Manning. And we've been through the desert. We've seen the Drew Lock, the Teddy Bridgewaters. We've been through, the Kendall Hintons, the game where Philip Lindsay started at quarterback. Like, we've been through the mud here in Denver. And now coming out on the other side, has Bo regressed in year 2? Sure, you can make an argument for it. But I think what matters here is more the overall, and you're going to like this word, Vic, trajectory of the Broncos here. Year over year, they're stacking them. First time with back-to-back 10-win seasons since 14-15. That's a huge sign of progress. You have to build off of seasons with positive momentum when you have a quarterback you drafted in the first round on a rookie deal.
Agreed. But I will tell you this, it's a lot easier to take a 5-12 team and make them a 10-7 team or 11-6 than it is to take an 11-6 team and make it a 14-2 or 14-3. It's once you get to the top, I mean, you're trying to squeeze every last bit of everything out of everybody, so that margin gets really thin. You can make leaps. Hey, we used to suck. Now we're pretty. Now we're in the middle of the pack. Hey, we used to suck. Now we're pretty decent or we're pretty good. But to go to the great, from pretty damn good to great, I mean, that's hard. So it's that the teams that can make that next squeeze of every ounce of whatever you want to call it, every little tiny play, every little disciplined action on the field, that's where you win.
Doesn't it feel great if you're a Broncos fan that you can walk around town and you can tune in every week, and if the game is tight, you're along for the ride, you're holding on tightly. But in the back of your head, when the game is close, you're not freaking out saying, oh, my God, how are we going to lose? In the back of the head, you're like, we'll find a way. They're going to find a way. They always do. It's such a wonderful confidence swell when you know that your team has done it before multiple times and continues to find ways. They've done it offensively. Last night they did it defensively. The big plays and the clutch moments, your team is that team now. That's a gift. That's a skill. That confidence is hard to come by. They got it.
One of the other things we talked about last week at length was just how lucky Broncos country is that the Walton Penner family ownership group was the group that won the bid and bought the team, because you'll see last night that new ownership group in Washington, they paid a bunch of money to resod that field, and how bad did the field look last night? I mean, everybody's slipping all around. That's not happening in Denver, and they've resodded Empower 2-3 times already.
What is the longest cleat you can get? I'm not even sure it would have mattered because guys.
A lot of that's weather related too, though, boys.
It is no doubt about it. But that sod was ripping, and McLaurin sliding and all this kind of thing. Actually, I think he fell down on the pass that became intentional grounding, if I'm not mistaken, right? Wasn't that the pass?
Yes, there was
the
many
intentional
times.
grounding one. But they're fortunate that the Walton Penner Group bought it for a number of different reasons. I mean, everything from the top is dripping down in a really, really good way.
And you saw them up in the box last night.
Sure.
They're there. We talked about that. It's not just resources, Vic. It's presence. It's showing that you care. It's showing that you're there. And I think if you're a Broncos fan, you got to feel great about that, because what they've done is they've come in, they've assessed the situation on the fly without knowing much about football. Yeah, okay, they took George Payton's advice and paid Russell Wilson all that money. Well, then they quickly realized that wasn't the path to go after they jettisoned Nathaniel Hackett, because they knew he wasn't the guy either. And now here we are. You bring in a guy who can run your operation from the top down in Sean Payton, and you give him the resources and you put the trust in him to do what he does best.
Well, yeah, for sure. But you also have the resources to get out from under bad decisions.
Absolutely.
So, hey, listen, every team is going to make some poor decisions at one point or another. But you have an exceptional situation where you can get out from underneath those bad decisions because, Vic, we're talking about the cap and we're talking about dead money and all this kind of stuff. Really what it is, and we've said this with Leggy a billion times, and signing players and so on, it's all about, do you have the cash on hand? Because if you have cash on hand, Matt, I'm telling you, you can hide a lot of crap in the National Football League. You really can. Go ahead, Vic.
Let me address this text, because I'm each and every one of you that come at me today with these, I've got a retort. This one is from 5180. Broncos are getting the calls, no calls that the Chiefs usually get. Let's be honest, they missed a tripping call late in the game that got Mariota sacked, and then called a phantom holding call on Washington. Yeah, phantom, all right. Intentional grounding should have been called as well. For being honest, Washington should have won that game. All right, so whatever's in your eyes, my friend, I got some Windex for you. Because every game has ridiculous calls that go either way. Did Pat Surtain get picked on the touchdown?
100%.
Did he get picked?
Totally.
Mo, did you see a pick there?
Should have been OPI.
Yep.
Okay. Did Benito get held on that previous play?
100%.
Okay. What are you watching?
Was it I thought it was a BS personal foul when he pulled.
Yeah.
If anything, it should have been who was it Tunsil that came over? Who buried
I think
Benito?
it was Tunsil. I think it was Tunsil.
If anything, it should have been matching personal fouls, offsetting.
Has those calls. Every game has those where you're the hometown fan. You're like, what was that? Obviously, Surtain got picked. Those happen. Big deal. They found a way to win. That's even a bigger deal. So to say, they should have lost the game or they could have gone either way, guess what? It went the Broncos' way. It went the Broncos' way for a 9th straight time and for the 10th time this season. After a while, it's not a coincidence anymore, is it?
Nope. Hey, Vic, you kind of fancy yourself as a Broncos historian from time to time, do you not? Let me ask you a question. What did the Broncos have that they had for a long time that was such a big factor for them? It was home field advantage. I'll answer it for you. Home field advantage. And you know what, Matt? The Denver Broncos decided, I don't think they, quote, decided, but after they won the Super Bowl with Peyton Manning, that home field advantage went right out the window. I mean, I couldn't believe how many home games they would lose, right? Because it was always a thing for the Broncos, always coming to Mile High. Well, they've got it back. They were 6-2 at home last year. They are 6-0 at home this year. When you talk about number one seed and the idea that everything has to run through Denver, Colorado, I'm telling you right now, Vic, you asked the question, do I think they're a Super Bowl team? Well, no, I don't know about that. They have as good a chance as anybody. And I know that they walked that tight wire, what do you call it?
Oh, I was
High
saying
wire,
knife's edge. They're living on a live wire right now.
Live wire. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever you want to say. Live, hot wire, knife wire, whatever. I know that, but if they have to come through, if these teams have to come through Denver, Vic, I'm loving it, man. I don't care how they got there. You're right. Bottom line is you're right. They're 10-2. If they can get home field advantage and everybody has to come through this joint, I feel really good about their opportunity to get there. Really good.
Moj, until you start to see it sort of, and I'm not trying to tell you to think like me, but until you look at the NFL in this manner, you will fall prey to major disappointment. And here's what I'm saying. The Denver Broncos can continue to win like this. They can be magical. And guess what can happen? They can lose in the first round of the playoffs. They can lose in the divisional round. They could lose to a lesser team. It can very well happen. That's just the way it is. It's happened many times before. Do we remember 96 Jacksonville? Do we remember what happened that year? It's happened before. It'll happen again. That's why I don't choose to look down the line and say, well, if you don't clean this up, I choose to look at now.
Well, we're glad you're living in the moment. I think there's many different ways and different perspectives to have that
good
are
for
okay.
you.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're acting like you're such a better person.
No, you're so salty about the playoffs. You're so worried. You're such a worry wart. Dude, guess what? They may lose a game they shouldn't lose.
But is it the reality of the playoffs that your weaknesses show up inevitably at some point? I mean, would we all agree at a baseline, no matter what sport we're talking about, when it really comes down to it, Moj, you see it with the Avs, Vic, you see it with the Nuggets, when it really comes down to it, your weaknesses get exposed, and it's how you overcome and circumvent those that will determine whether or not you can compete for a championship. Yes or no?
Of course.
Vic?
100%.
What's your question?
Do your weaknesses get exposed in the playoffs?
Every team's weaknesses get exposed in the playoffs.
Okay.
Hey, were the Broncos
problem?
better than the Ravens the year they came in here and beat the Broncos?
Yes.
Okay, what weakness got exposed? What, that it was cold?
It was freezing.
What? Well, hey, were the Broncos better than the Jaguars when Mark Brunell beat them?
Of course they were.
Sure.
Of course.
Okay, so what weakness got exposed? Things happen. This is sports. They could very well get exposed. Who cares?
Last night, Bo Nix was 29-45, and he made some great plays. The touchdown pass to Ingram falling down, I mean, the knee is 6 inches off the ground, makes the play. There were also a couple of passes, in fact, one to Ingram in the flat. He was wide open that hit the turf, and I'm going, what was that about?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
And there was another one where a guy's just basically sitting. He ran his route and just sat, waited for the football, and then it hits the turf in front of him. I'm like, that ball's got to get there.
The term is erratic.
He's erratic. Exactly right. The play where, was it Cortland Sutton? No, it wasn't Cortland Sutton. Who was it where he threw it down the left sideline and the guy just sat there and let the ball fly?
That was Sutton.
Was it Sutton? His knees are on. His knees are on the ground. He's like,
he waited for it.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, there's got to be a bit more flow than these particular passes because other guys are going to make these passes and things are going to happen like this. Listen, I love the kid, and I loved his game last night for the most part. The drives in the fourth quarter were super iffy, but he made the plays when he had to.
Moj, I can't make any sense of it either.
Vic, I just need more consistency out of that guy or out of that offense in general.
Everybody would love that. I can't make sense of it either. In the overtime, he looked like Joe Montana. At the end of the first half when they ran...
What is going on there?
I don't know.
Explain it to me.
But at the end of the first half when they ran a 2-minute drill, they ran 2 minute. He had 6 straight completions, including 3 of them to Ingram.
It was a
6 straight completions to finish the half.
Great.
You know what I think it was? It's you getting in tempo. You're getting in that 2 minute. You're going quickly. It's less of the horizontal screen game, and it's more of the quick slant. You're right. We're going to get 5, and then we're going to keep it moving. Like, I think they do a really nice job because that's what they did at Oregon really well. They just kept the offense moving. He had success with that in college, and they executed incredibly well at the end of the first half last night. That culminated in a fantastic pass to Cortland for a touchdown. So, yes, there's very good moments there. I think, Vic, my only point was, like, as a general manager, if Chris McFarland last year had just been like, well, you know, we got Miko, we got all this, we're going to have to pay Miko, but clearly we don't have the depth. If he did nothing, would you have felt better? Like, he went and addressed his weaknesses, and I think you point them out so that you're aware of them and you can address them. Like last night, you go up against a Commanders team who come into the game 28th in the NFL in rush defense. I mean, look at what they did. They held you to 23 carries for 87 yards. Is that a concern of yours? Like, am I allowed to just at least have concerns? Every team has them.
You can have concerns all you want.
Every team has them. I acknowledge that.
But those concerns should bubble up when you need them.
I just watched them rush for 87 yards against the 28th ranked rush defense.
Last night, the Denver Broncos won what I thought was the most exciting National Football League game of the weekend. Was that not the most exciting?
I agree. Absolutely.
They won a game on the road in overtime for the first time in 10 years. For the first time in 10 years, they won an overtime road game. And they did it in the most magical fashion. Yes, was it crazy? Of course. I want to talk about that. How they continue to find ways to win. That's what the story and theme of this team is today. How they find ways to win.
We'll do it throughout the course of the morning. Appreciate you for being here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith on the other side. We'll go around the rest of the NFL because it was a very busy week. Thanksgiving games, big Black Friday game, oh, by the way. All that and much, much more to come on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. My goodness, do these teams win. Just like Dan Caplis, they win in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, don't hesitate to call. Pick up the phone, 303-770-5551. Are you allowed to say pick up the phone anymore? The phone's on pretty much in your hands all the time anyway. Hit DanCaplisLaw.com online. 3 locations to choose from across the Front Range. Again, the phone number, 303-770-5551.
Happy Monday. Welcome. Moser, Lombardi, Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Let's go around the NFL from over the weekend because what a weekend it was. Thanksgiving weekend. Hope everybody out there had a safe, happy, and a healthy Thanksgiving. We start on Thanksgiving Day where the Green Bay Packers went into Detroit and 4 second and third quarter touchdown passes from Jordan Love got the job done. Moj, I think the Lions might be on life support.
Feels like they are. Nelly, you were so cruel after that game. Why would you do that, man? Why would you do that, Steve?
What do you do?
Because he sent out a tweet saying Baby Bo Val has been in this world for 3 days, and she's already experienced her first Thanksgiving Day loss by the Lions.
Lions suck.
They do suck, man. When you look at Ben McDonald now, what he's doing with the Bears, oh, baby.
Ben who?
Well, Ben Johnson, sorry. What did I say, Ben McDonald?
Don't worry, we'll get to him.
Oh, Ben Johnson had a farm. Hey, man.
Wasn't Ben McDonald the former Orioles pitcher?
Yes, you're exactly right. Ben Johnson. Dude, Lions are in serious trouble. They're not. It looks like they're not going to make it. They got. I'm saying they got to win out.
I just read they got a 30% chance to make the playoffs, according to the latest reports.
And that ain't good.
All right, moving on to Dallas. Last week, Vic and Mose were both, the Chiefs, they're sneaking up the Chiefs. They're right there. Well, how about an L with the side of turkey for Thanksgiving for Patrick Mahomes? Went into Dallas, took the loss. The Cowboys, are they starting to come on?
Well, at home, they're a different team. The Dallas Cowboys at home are one team. On the road, they're a completely different beast. So, hey, they're 6-5, 6-5-1. God, these ties freak me out. I thought the Broncos were headed for a tie last night, which really would have set me off. But that's a team that if they have a home game, they can beat anybody.
Yeah. By the way, the 49ers are 9-4. And I know we'll get to them. And man, and they're in the 7th spot. Like nothing is secure in the NFC right now, or in the AFC for crying out loud. But is Dallas coming on? They got to play on the road, like Vic said. We'll see.
Romo was waxing poetically about how Dallas may just run the table from here on out.
They run no tables.
Huge matchup with them and the Lions this week. Winner pretty much stays alive for the playoffs. Loser probably starts booking Cancun for this offseason. The nightcap, how about the return of one Joe Burrow?
The team is 3-8, slim chances of making the playoffs. Why was it so important for you to come back and play tonight?
We're getting paid a lot of money to play a kid's game. I love playing. I just want to put on a show for the fans, be out there with my guys, go out and play well.
Look, the Bengals, for all intents and purposes, are dead in the water unless the Steelers and the Ravens keep sliding, which is a possibility because, gentlemen, I don't know if you've looked, but the AFC North is really wide open at the top.
Can I ask you a question? First of all, my Thanksgiving was made watching KC lose. That was awesome, okay? Why do I enjoy watching Baltimore lose? I just do.
I don't know. Why do you?
I just don't like
You know what's so funny is I go back to the loss in the postseason.
Maybe it stems from there. Maybe it stems from that heartbreak.
I don't have any ill will toward the Baltimore Ravens.
I have
for
nothing but ill will.
That's so weird.
They come in here and they throw the Flacco posters all over downtown the year after. No, I can't stand Baltimore.
I probably should have some, but I don't.
Not a huge fan either, and something's wrong with Lamar. He doesn't look right. I don't know if it's all the injuries that are piling up or if something else is going on, but I don't know. Maybe it's nearing the end of Harbaugh's term there because I feel stale in Baltimore for whatever reason. Moving on to the Black Friday game, which if you weren't paying attention, didn't know it happened, a 1 o'clock here local kickoff on Friday. I told you last week, if Chicago walks into Philly off this winning streak and gets the job done, it's time to start talking about the Bears. Guess what happened?
Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. It's good gets better. It's good gets better. It better get better. It better get better.
What's he saying there?
You don't know what he's saying. Good, better, best. Never let it rest until your good gets better and your better gets best. Ben Johnson going shirtless in the locker room after a monster win. Chicago, the number 1 seed in the NFC. How about them apples?
Wait, what is that from? Should I know this saying?
It's just one of those hardo coach sayings. I think they said it in high school, at his high school, and he's brought it with him all throughout. It's a call and response.
Can I make this observation? Because I told you this last week when this game was scheduled. The fact that National Football League would schedule a game in the middle of the day on Black Friday, first of all, college football games are going on, people are running. That is the dumbest scheduled kickoff I've ever seen. That was so dumb. Do you know how many people missed that game? How many people didn't even know it existed?
I did. And it was
Well,
glorious.
obviously.
And it was glorious.
Hey, can I make another comment? Matt.
What's that?
We've only done this show together for a week.
What's that?
You got to know something about me.
Okay.
You're bringing that Chicago energy here.
Oh, yeah.
And I want no part of it.
Well, good. That's why
Moj,
we're working
tell them what
so
I
well
think about
together.
Chicago people bringing that energy here.
I live there too.
Doesn't Brett bring Detroit energy every day?
Let me tell you something.
Really.
Let me tell you something. We have enough Chicago transplants in this town with that Chicago energy. I don't need another one.
Well, if you don't like that, you're definitely not going to like this.
Sanders to the air. Gets a block. Hit as he throws. Caught wide open. Fannin 5. Touchdown. Cleveland.
Shedeur made his first home start. Played well in the first half, 8 of 11, 96 yards and a touchdown with 129 rating. Second half, not so much. Kevin Stefanski and the Browns, bad special teams mistakes, gave up 14 points in the second half. Browns couldn't recover. It's a bad football team, but he did announce after the game Shedeur's going to start next week against Cam Ward and the Titans.
Oh, good. I mean, that even get another win. Good for him. I mean, he didn't look great. He didn't look terrible. I think he earned a third start. That's totally fine. Dylan Gabriel had, one pass in that game? Something stupid.
Yeah, Shedeur got knocked down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But listen, Kyle Shanahan seems to find a way. It's what he does. It's pretty impressive, man. Brock Purdy's back doing his thing. I don't know. That game doesn't really concern me whatsoever.
Well, San Francisco's 9-4, and we were talking, Vic, about the best division in football last week. How about 3 9-win teams in the NFC West? Incredibly impressive stuff there. 49ers win on the road in Cleveland. From that NFC West matchup to this one.
2 for 2 today is Carolina. On this crucial fourth down, Young, McMillan, got it! Touchdown! Panthers lead!
We haven't been doing this show long, gentlemen, but at the very same time, I did hear both of you last week tell me unequivocally Rams best team in the NFL. Well, the best team in the NFL went into Carolina and lost. Bryce Young, incredibly impressive.
You win a road game in this league, I don't care who you play against, you savor it. And that's proof right there. That's why what the Broncos did last night, you savor it. You could lose to anybody in this league. In this modern league, look at what the Rams had that game, by the way. I'm watching that going, it's only a matter of time. They'll figure it out, right? It's only a matter of time. Hell, they're driving at the end of the game with a chance to take the lead, and the impossible happens. They give the ball up.
Youngest player to 11 game-winning drives in NFL history. Bryce Young, 24 years, 128 days. Josh Allen, 24 years, 164 days. Peyton Manning, 24 years, 212 days. Bryce Young, youngest in NFL history to 11 game-winning drives.
Do you remember when he was unplayable? Do you remember when they benched him?
Can we give him some credit, please?
I'm trying.
This kid, you talk about a reclamation project. And I think part of it was because C.J. Stroud had such a great rookie year and he didn't, obviously. That's where the comparison was. Hey, dude, Bryce Young is playing his butt off, and he deserves all the praise. His rating yesterday was over 147.
I agree.
Good for him, man. Good for the kid. Good for him.
Moving along in the NFC West, it was Seattle wiping Minnesota off the field yesterday. They blanked them 26-0. No J.J. McCarthy, so Max Brosmer started yesterday.
Who the hell is that?
Exactly.
He played at Minnesota. He
And
was a
Delaware.
Golden Gopher. Yeah, he dude, could you have had a worse debut ever?
Did you see that pass that was picked off the pick six where he was just about to take the sack and then he said, here, take it. I don't want it.
84 yards. It was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Seattle, I don't know what to make of them really because I think there are some deficiencies there as there are with everyone. But that defense is pretty good. And one thing I know is you don't want to have to go to Seattle. A lot to be decided yet in the NFC West. From the West, we move to the South. Baker Mayfield gets it done on a fat man TD.
Lawrence from the gun, protected, throws towards the end zone, wide open, Strange, touchdown.
Oh, had that mislabeled. Well, that was Jacksonville who got it done in the other South, where they took the division lead over the Colts yesterday with a win over the Titans.
I don't know what to make of the Jaguars. We're going to get a good look at them coming in here, right?
Supposed to.
I don't know what to make of them because I think they're pretty good, but I also think they can look pretty bad. I don't. Vic, help me out with Trevor Lawrence and company.
I think Trevor Lawrence can hurt you if you let him stay in the game. He can hurt you. I've watched enough of him. The Broncos' remaining schedule, dude. I'm telling you, this is a minefield. You've got games that are going to have playoff implications outside of the Raiders game, which we know doesn't. Right? Every other game has playoff implications. It's going to be a tough ride home.
This is what I meant.
Otten in motion. Look for Otten, not there. Goes the other direction, and it's Tristan Wirfs.
Baker Mayfield.
Pro.
What a gamer, man. What a gamer. Bucks 20-17 over the Cardinals yesterday. They're at 7-5. We talked about Carolina winning. They're at 7-6. All of a sudden, we've got a little bit of a competition going now in the NFC South. It's not particularly exciting, but it is a competition nonetheless.
Well, the Bucks had lost 3 in a row. I mean, they were hemorrhaging. They had to win. Wasn't impressive, wasn't pretty, but it's a dub. And again, if you got a division down like that division is, same with Baltimore and Pittsburgh and even Cincinnati at 4-8. If you got such a crap division that particular year, just win the division. Be 9-8, be 8-9. It doesn't matter.
Here's Vidal on third down, and he turns it upfield for a first down. Still going. Kamani Vidal down the sideline, and he has a touchdown. A 59-yard score.
Well, the Chargers, they stay alive. That's the third game with 100 more rushing yards for Kamani Vidal this season. The most for a Chargers player in a single season since Melvin Gordon, 2018.
You're kidding.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the guy last year, Vic, where we come in and I go,
Who's that?
Yeah, they were calling his name on TV, and I'm like, I'm not sure I know who that is.
Yeah.
Guys, who the hell is Kamani Vidal? Well, he's that guy who ran for $126 yesterday.
Meanwhile, Justin Herbert out there looking like Nick Cage from Moonstruck with a fake hand. I mean, I don't know how you can play with a broken hand. He's going to have surgery on the hand, and they say he'll be okay. I know it's his offhand. I get it. But how do you take a snap?
No, it looked like he had an oven mitt. It looked like he legitimately was wearing an oven mitt. There was padding on the underside of his hand.
He's just holding his hand like jazz hands.
Can I do it? Can I please do it? Just let me do it. Say, Vic, say yeah because you like that movie. Can I please do it?
Please do it.
I lost my hand. I lost my bride. Johnny has his hand. Johnny has his bride.
Oh, I was going to think of. I have another one, but probably not fit for the air.
Man, Cage was great in that movie, man. The whole movie was cute as hell, man.
Gotta love.
Is it bad for me to say that? Like a dude, I'm a dude saying I like
How
that
do
movie.
you remember the lines?
Because I've seen that movie a lot, man. I thought Cage was awesome. I thought that who's the guy who played Johnny?
Grab me the big knife.
What's his name?
Chrissy, grab me the big knife.
That's right.
But he's like, and then the ant comes in. It's Johnny Camilleri. Funny stuff, man. Good movie. Okay, go ahead.
That's going to bug me now. I'm trying to think of who that is.
He was a little portly guy.
Danny Aiello.
Yes.
No, Danny Aiello.
Yeah, Danny Aiello. Nice
great.
call.
Great.
Nice call. All right, moving along here. Buffalo rolls into Pittsburgh against one-handed Aaron Rodgers, who got hurt again yesterday, banged up the wrist, which apparently has 3 separate fractures in it, and also took a crossbar to the bridge of his nose and was bleeding yesterday. Buffalo stays alive at 8-4. And if they didn't win that game, gentlemen, I'm just here to tell you, there is a scenario where if things don't break right for them, we could be looking at a playoffs without Josh Allen, without Patrick Mahomes, without Lamar Jackson, and without Joe Burrow. How nuts is that?
Yeah, great. New NFL. Don't need him anymore. I found it funny. Was it Romo calling that game and he said, it looks like Aaron Gordon's got a cut on his nose.
Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers. I said, cut on his nose. He looks like Ian LePerriere out there. He looks like Adam Foote right now with that nose.
He got smoked pretty good.
He got absolutely smoked. So that is our lap around the league in the NFL for yesterday. Some interesting performances. This week, by the way, Bears at Packers for first place in the NFC North, Steelers at Ravens for first place in the AFC North, and Colts at Jags for first place in the AFC South. So some really, really big matchups coming up here down the line next week in the NFL.
And the Broncos are going to kill the Raiders.
Smoke them. They're going to walk right in there.
They're going to walk in like Snoop Dogg on a spleef, and they're just going to absolutely smoke them.
Is that a bold proclamation I'm hearing?
Well, I think is Snoop a joint guy or is Snoop like a bong guy?
No, he's a joint guy.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
okay.
roll him up.
So him and Willie Nelson, right? They're the same guy?
Sure.
Okay.
Or well, he's more of a blunt guy, really, is what I would say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, Wiz is more of a joint guy.
I don't know all the different stuff when it comes to
What the hell
weed.
are you
so.
guys talking about?
Well, look,
The Broncos are going to smoke the Raiders.
That's how they're going to do it. You were
Yeah,
just trying to figure
like
out
that.
in which method
Right,
they were going to
exactly
smoke.
right.
Okay. All right. What's your preferred method, Moj?
I don't do that, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Gravity bong.
By the way, I see
they're
you
gonna,
all.
They're gonna drink them. They're gonna drink them like a beer bong.
I see you all on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy deliveries or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. It is a Rally House Victory Monday. Make sure you're dialed in. Coming up at the top of the hour, we will have Adam Schefter on, and we're going to be playing a game of Listen Up Jack for a $150 Rally House gift card. We're giving away at 9:20. You do not want to miss that. On the other side, Moj told us that the Wild were chirping last weekend, and I want to hear what he has to say. That's next. Welcome to it. Moser, Lombardi, Kane with Matt Smith. By the way, if you haven't heard, Kane is out.
Is that kid driving yet, Vic?
Which kid? You mean
Kane's second.
Kane's second kid?
Yeah.
Well, by the time he gets back to work, probably so, yeah.
By the time he gets back, that kid will be on Social Security.
Yeah.
If he's lucky. Well, there's tons to get into. Moj, by the way, you spent Thanksgiving in a Ramada Inn, is that right?
Pretty much, yeah. No,
Yeah.
and a little bit better than
A little
the
nicer than Ramada?
Flew to Minnesota, had a day game, first game of the year against the Wild. Wild had been playing well. They won 6 in a row going into that game.
Tough fight, by the way.
Stop everything. I don't like that goalie doing what he did at the end of the game.
Jesper Wallstedt? Well, we talked about him last week and how he's come on in such a strong way.
And then after the game, on top of it, doubling down by...
Hang on, let me get to that. Hang on. The game itself, Riker and I had a blast calling that game. It was a really good game. Gabe Landeskog's tying goal in that game.
Monster.
Vic, you talk about
hard work.
The epitome of a captain shift. The epitome of that shift right there can sum up his entire career as a stud. What a flipping goal that was, dude!
And the scream afterwards.
Oh my! You could hear it through you could hear it through everything, all through the crowd, everything. Right? He comes up the boards, chasing that puck out of the zone, banging guys, blah blah. Turnover is forced. Chases the puck around through the red line, pokes it in, gives chase, gets tripped up, gets whacked in the face, slams into the end boards, gets up and goes, Jesus God. Goes to the post, Faber's on him, bang, 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 pew, top shelf. I mean, awesome goal. It was such a great game overall. I don't believe that Minnesota can play better than they played. And one of the goals went in. Kaprizov had 2. Mm-hmm. One of them went in off his skate. Obviously, he was being checked. It was a lucky goal. Second one is a beautiful shot by Kaprizov. That's why he's paid that money. Pew! Great shot. And then you lose in a shootout, which is, 50-50 anyway?
Sure.
Vic, do you realize what Minnesota did in the shootout, in overtime?
What do you mean?
What?
The Minnesota Wild in overtime.
They played the four-corner offense?
They did not attempt to shoot the puck.
I know.
Okay.
When they had the puck in the offensive zone, they didn't try to shoot the puck.
They didn't get a good look at all.
Good look. They don't want to look.
Is that
they were just playing the four-corner offense?
Absolutely. That's what they do. They do not want to shoot the puck in overtime.
I haven't watched them enough.
They want to get it to a shootout.
Don't they have 3 overtime wins just in the 3-on-3 period this year?
Yeah, but they don't. They're coming via broken down plays and 2-on-1s and breakaways. Okay. That when it's 3-on-3, they don't want to shoot the puck because they don't want to give up possession.
Their shooters in the shootout are all world class. That's why.
Yeah, they would rather go to the shootout. So that's exactly what happened. Once you lose possession of the puck, you've got to force them into a turnover or chase them all over the damn rink 3-on-3 to try to get the puck back because they won't shoot it.
Well, that's why the overtime rules, they got to fix them because now they become stupid and cartoonish.
No, okay. So I don't doubt it. I will say this about the kid. Yes, it's Jesper Wallstedt.
Whatever.
This kid's playing great.
Great hockey.
Riker and I walked out of that rink looking at each other going, they got a guy.
Yep.
Yeah, and listen, he's a former first-round pick, so he's supposed to be a good player, but he's a damn good goalie. Already, the kid is. But, Vic, tell me what you saw in his post after he won the shootout.
They win the shootout, and then he comes out and he does a Tiger Woods Augusta National fist pump like no other. And he does it on one knee. He goes down to a knee and he fist pumps. Listen, I don't care about stuff like that, but for some reason, that one just for him to do that and then to double down afterwards and asked about, how do you compare to the Avs?
I got it right here. Question: what does a win against a hot team like this mean? Wallstedt, quote, it kind of says we're a better team than them. We beat them, so that felt good.
Now I want to put 8 on him. I want to chase him. I want to put 8 on him.
You don't think they're going to put 8 on his ass? You're dang right they are.
Yeah.
And you know what? Keep going and going and going and going.
Yep. And then not only put 8 on him, after every goal, what do I want to see?
A little bit of lanyap, a little extra on there.
Yes. Yeah. I want to see them do that exact move that he did.
Look,
after every goal.
This is me. I'm not as scared of anybody. But I sure would love to see Minnesota and Dallas get each other in the first round.
Be great. It would be wonderful.
I would love to see, just much like everybody else wanted to see, the Avs in Dallas in the first round last year, right? You want to see those two teams beat the living snot out of each other, and then you'll take your chances, with whatever's left over, I guess is the way I look at it. And nothing will come easy in the postseason. But Minnesota's playing good hockey, and they play hard. I don't think they have enough to win.
No, they don't.
That's just me.
Don't.
But could they, muster enough, and could you get goalied? I guess you probably could.
Maybe.
Okay, but you've got some great goalies too. Wedgwood played great over the weekend. The Avs come right back home, and they smoke Montreal. I mean, you saw what Celebrini said last week. Man, we got waxed by the best team in the league.
Absolutely.
Montreal found out the same thing. You got waxed by the best team in the league.
And by the way, that was a great win over the Sharks. Sorry, not to cut you off, Vic, but that was a game where they were waiting at home a couple of days. We talked to Jared Bednar that morning, and they absolutely blew their doors off.
The cool thing about that Montreal win, all right, you come home, you put 7 on them. That scene upstairs in the Colorado Social when Gabe Landeskog was the guest on the postgame show, and it was a packed house up there, that was so cool. That was so cool.
Super cool. Avs have one regulation loss. It's pretty amazing. They've played 25 games. They've lost 1 game in regulation. The next closest team has 5. That's Dallas, right?
Well, I wanted to talk just for a second.
It's amazing.
About the goal you mentioned Landeskog scored to tie it up to keep that streak alive in Minnesota and the scream. Did you see Nate's face?
Oh, yeah, he loved it. Beaming.
I haven't seen Nate smile as much during a regular season as he has this year, and it's because his buddy's back.
Because he knows he's back, exactly right. He knows he's back.
He's totally back.
He went through all of the emotions on that goal. He got popped in the face. He's on the ice. He slams into the boards. He scurries back up. He finds the puck. He works for the puck. I mean, there's so many things that had to happen to score that goal. That's a hockey goal. I guarantee you this, and I know we won't talk to Bedsy until Wednesday. What is Bedsy's favorite goal? That one. That kind of goal.
Probably. Just a grinder.
I mean, for what it does for the entire bench, for the room, for the team. And then just go to Montreal real quick.
Yeah.
So he gets credit on what was going to be the second Nelson goal when the net got knocked off. But did you see him get upended on that play, right?
100%.
I mean, the slew footer from behind, and he's up in the air, and the puck goes off his toe, and so on. But he just gets right up, right? He's right up, and then, of course, the great deflection. It went behind his back. That deflection on the last goal of the game the other day, you're like, oh, my God, he's definitely back. But people are asking me, well, how's he feel? I'm like, dude, he's in the mix with everything. He's a, quote, normal human being. I described during the broadcast, Vic, they took his leg apart, scraped it out, put a dead guy in there, and then put the whole thing back together. And he's doing this. There's no blueprint for this. There's no, this is where he should be. There's no, this is what he should be able to do. There's nothing. This is completely unprecedented what he's doing right now.
I can't wait to get more into the Avs throughout the course of the week and the morning, but the Nuggets are back in action tonight hosting the Mavericks, and it's time for the keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Vic, Mavericks in town tonight. Anthony Davis and Cooper Flagg. Nuggets coming off a big win over the Suns. What is the key to tonight's game?
Play a lick of defense and you win. Play a lick of defense and you snap your 3-game home losing streak. You want to hear something crazy? In the last 3 home games, all 3 in which they've lost, the Nuggets have averaged close to 130 points per game. It's 129. They're scoring 129 a game, and they lost all 3. What does that tell you? It tells you all you need to know. A lick of defense, and you beat the Mavs tonight. By the way, a Mavericks team, you saw the kid break out in L.A. against the Clippers.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys watch the kid?
Yeah, I went for 35.
Did you see that dunk over Zubats?
Sure did.
Holy moly. That dunk over Zubats was unreal. So I think the Nuggets tonight have a lot to prove to themselves.
We're going to see the human mop tonight, are we?
Anthony Davis is slated to play in this game. Yes, he is slated to play because I don't think they play him in back-to-backs. Cooper Flagg without Anthony Davis seems to have more room on the court. But I'm very anxious to see what the Nuggets do defensively. Will they give us a professional product defensively tonight? I don't care if they win this game 20-18. Show me some defense. You show me a win.
Well, the way Anthony Davis is utilized in Dallas's offense doesn't make much sense anyway. He's out at the perimeter. He doesn't want to play the 5. He's jacking up threes. It's by far his least efficient
He's
utilization.
never wanted to play the 5.
I know.
He's never, even in L.A., remember when he was a Laker, he said, we need more size?
Exactly. Well, the one question I do have, though, is I'm watching that Spurs game, and they lose without Wemby playing in that one. But Jokic, that unbelievable, maybe one of the best post-entry feeds I've ever seen, where he's squared up to the basket, literally goes behind the back, around his body from a squared-up position to Spencer Jones for a layup, tweaked the wrist, and then Jamal Murray rolled the ankle, but they both played against Phoenix. We're good there, yeah? We don't, I mean, that's the last thing we need right now.
Yeah, it's just a left wrist issue, and I don't know how bad it is, but it didn't seem to bother him in the last game. Okay. I can't wait to see Cooper Flagg tonight. Honestly, I'm looking forward to it. I thought he started the career slowly his first month, but now he's catching on. And that dunk over Zubac, we're not talking about it enough. We're not. It was legendary already.
Keys to the Game are brought to you by...
Oh, I got you. Powered, of course, by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
All right, OKC is checked out. They're 20-1 now.
Yeah, they go.
Vic, the way they're playing the game right now, I can't subscribe to it. I'm sorry. I know we got Schefter coming up here. We'll do that. At some point this week, not today. I can't do OKC anymore. I'm sorry. Can't do it. Can't do Shea.
I can't
Won't do
even.
It. Won't do
can't
it.
Even.
Can't won't.
So did Devin Booker remind you a little bit of Shea as how he goads people into fouls? I don't know if you noticed that.
I just hate it. The way that the game is not officiated, I hate it. Drives me insane.
I'm glad we got that in there.
Good.
I'm glad we did. Important to get that out of the way. Coming up next, by the way, we're going to play a game of Listen Up, Jack. You're not going to want to miss Adam Schefter, who comes up next because we've got a $150 Rally House gift card coming up on the other side, but you got to pay attention.
You've heard me tell you for some time that low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and much more. A lot of guys go, you know what? I'm just getting older. You know, what do I do about it? Well, you probably don't consider there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy. They can help. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I'm talking about you. If you're feeling like that at all, it's time to treat your low T and change your life for the better. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They got 5 locations here in Colorado, from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. And you go in, you have an appointment. They draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what is going on with your body and how to get back to feeling like you feel. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of the testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually. Before you know it, you're like, I just don't feel like I used to feel. So do yourself a favor. If you think that you may have low T, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Find out. And then give them a call. 720-440-7900. Or again, get online and check out everything they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Adam Schefter, our ESPN NFL insider, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Before we get to Adam real briefly, we did have to address with red wine. There was a bottle of red wine that was wagered on Wednesday of last week, which was our last show. Oh, it was a box?
Box
now
of
it's
red
a box.
wine.
A little sunset blush, maybe.
Can't hear you, Vic. I'm sorry.
A little sunset blush. Crit? Just dialing things up. So a little Franzia, you're saying?
Sure.
Vic's going to slap the bag.
I don't slap the bag.
Yeah, you do.
I could see you having slapped the bag once or twice in your time.
Who's the ultimate bag slapper?
Who's that?
Kyle Keefe.
Kiefer likes to slap the bag.
100%. Yep. 100%. 100%.
Now we go to the Ramos Law Hotline where we bring in Adam Schefter. Good morning, Adam. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Jim. How we doing?
We're doing well. I mean, we're sitting here, tops of the league. Adam, I just have one simple question for you. Who's the best team in the NFL?
That's a very hard question to answer today. I would have absolutely thought it was the Los Angeles Rams, but they lost in Carolina yesterday. I still think more than anything it was probably a blip on the radar. Every team has a game like that where they're off, and Matthew Stafford threw some interceptions that he hadn't thrown recently. I still would say the Rams, but obviously it feels like it's as wide open as it's been in a long time.
Is that good news for the league, or does the league like front runners? Does the league like the Chiefs and the Patriots, or is this parity really what they want?
You know, it's funny you asked that, because we were at breakfast this morning, and Rex Ryan was saying how that when he used to be a coach in the league at the owners' meetings, the league always took great pride every year at the beginning of the owners' meetings, pointing out how many new teams there were that made it to the playoffs. They always show a video to each of the teams, all the coaches and front office members at the start of the league meetings, and that the league loves to trumpet hope. The league sells hope. And so when there are new teams like this, when there's a season like this that's unfolding in front of us, where you have Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes on the outside looking in, I think the league loves that. And if you look at the quarterbacks that would be in the playoffs today, as of right now, Daniel Jones barely, Bo Nix, Drake May, Caleb Williams, Sam Darnold. It's almost like the ushering in of a new time that the league is having right now.
Adam, is this as wide open as you can remember seeing it?
Well, it's as wide open as I can remember seeing in a little while. I mean, the league changes year to year. The issue is, for the last, the Chiefs have won 9 straight AFC West titles, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and so, Patrick Mahomes has been there for 9 years. And Lamar Jackson's been there winning MVPs and winning divisions, and Josh Allen. And you're always looking at those quarterbacks, and usually they have their teams at the top of their divisions, in contention in their conference. And not to say that they won't make it this year, because all of them still can, but they're all on the outside looking in today. And so when the heavyweights, the favorites, the high-profile names are on the outside looking in, that creates opportunities for the types of guys that we just talked about, the quarterbacks whose names I just mentioned to you.
When you look at the game last night, Bo Nix had a bad fourth quarter. The Broncos themselves overall kind of did offensively. But, Adam, he came through when it mattered. Again, that drive in overtime, you get the ball 5 plays right down the field, and boom. I guess we're just looking for consistency out of the young man. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for wins. Right now, depending on what happens tonight, they could have the best record in the NFL. So you keep looking all you want. The fact of the matter is they've won 9 straight games. The Chiefs have won 9 straight divisions. Broncos have won 9 straight games. I know they've won the last 4 games by a combined 10 points. Combined 10 points the last 4 games. I say, so what? The idea is to put yourself in a position to win the division, which they can. The idea is to put yourself in a position to have home playoff games, which they can. The idea is to put yourself in a position to where maybe, just maybe, you're going to have to win 2 home playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. You know, it's a team that is giving itself a chance. That's all you could ask right now.
I'm right there with you, my friend. I just think you savor these opportunities because it's very, very reminiscent. 2015 was the last time, Adam, that the Denver Broncos won a road overtime game. And we remember how 2015 ended. I'm not saying that this is the same team. That was a Hall of Fame quarterback who figured it out late in that season. But they won games in the same manner. They won ugly games. You never know what you're going to get.
Well, Vic, I think that's the whole thing. And by the way, just think about all the lean years there have been recently. How many lean years have there been, right? A lot, correct?
Yeah, it's been a decade of lean.
Okay, so when you have all that lean, and now you're in a spot that I don't care if they're winning close games. Doesn't matter to me. They're winning. They're in the spot you want to be.
Yeah, Adam, I mean, that's what Vic's been arguing all morning, and I definitely think there is something to that, but I also think, Adam, there's something to raising the standard year over year, right? The first year where you've stacked back-to-back 10-win seasons since 14-15, you've got to continue to build and get better. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. What I'm curious, Adam, is just clearly this is shaping up to be a special season. It's been a heck of a ride. But even if we take a little bit of a step back and look 30,000-foot view, the Broncos are set up here for a couple of years with Bo Nix in his rookie deal, with this defense, with Russell Wilson's money coming off the books. Are they arguably in maybe the best spot, like 3-year outlook-wise, of anybody in the league?
No, I would not say that. I think that's getting carried away because this league changes so much. You would have said the Philadelphia Eagles were in a great spot, and look where they are. I just think this year's the evidence that all you can do is put yourself in a spot, and that's why, to go back to Vic's point, it's right. Like, I don't care how much cap room they have. Or the year after, right? It just, you just don't know. It requires talent, skill, luck, health.
Yeah,
a lot of things. And so, like, a few of these games could have gone the other way, and you'd say, boy, they're in trouble right now. So I'm not going to say that they're in the best shape of any team next to it. They're in a good spot. They've cleaned up some of the mistakes they've made. They've put the organization back on track, and that's about as far as I'm willing to go right now, other than they're in a great spot for this season right now, and it would be great if they could try to take advantage of it.
You know what's freaking Bronco fans out, and I think, Mose, you might fall in this category, is they can't wrap their mind around luck, the fortune part of winning. In any league, in any sport, in any championship run, every team gets fortunate at some point. The Broncos just happen to have gotten fortunate multiple times already, but fortune it just happens, and you can't win without it. You have to be lucky to win in today's game. It's part of it, Mose.
Right. You need the karma, the sports gods smiling on you. You need to be good. You need to put yourself in this. You just don't know what happens. That's the whole thing. You take your chances. They're going to get a swing. They're going to playoffs this year. Okay, they should win the division this year. So they should have, at the very least, one home playoff game. If it goes right, they should have 2 home playoffs before this trip to the Super Bowl. I mean, what else can you ask for? And by the way, just go through every year. Every year, there are upsets in the playoffs. There are teams that get rolling. You don't know how it's going to go. Just got to put yourself in a spot that they're in right now, which is great.
2 things for me before I'm done here. Number one, I saw you on TV this morning. Smart suit, looked really good. I think you got a haircut. It looks high and tight, looks really good.
I get my haircut every Friday in football season, but thank you.
Yeah, it looked really good.
Every Friday?
You got to stay sharp.
Every Friday. It's not that I get a cut. I just go get cleaned up because the sideburns get bushy. You just want to go into the weekend, into the Sunday and Monday shows feeling clean. That's all. It's not that I need a haircut, but I like to feel clean.
I totally respect that. Number two, Adam, when you get to this time of the season, and I'm watching this closely, and I was talking with the guys last night on our text thread, when you see teams, you see poor decisions that cost them games, right? I mean, and a team could do this, and this, but the coach makes that one decision or that one player makes that. The decisions are so magnified at this time of year. It's just amazing to me that, golly, that one thing swung, 10 other things down the line. It's just crazy because it's just such a tight league.
But that goes back to Vic's point about luck playing a part in all of this too. You have to be good. You have to be talented. You have to put yourself in the right spot. But then you need a little bit of luck because it could just be one play where, by the way, yesterday, as an example, they ruled that the Texans' extra point was good. Now, if you saw the replays, it looked like it might not have been. I don't know. Very tough. The refs are under the goalpost. But if they had ruled it wide left, which they could have done, then it's a 3-point game. Then the Colts are driving down. Maybe they kick a field goal, and it goes to overtime, and who knows what happens. By the way, like Nick Benito taps that pass in the flat. The running back, I think it was Jeremy McNichol, was wide open. And I thought to myself, I haven't played the quarterback position at the NFL level. I never will, obviously. But Marcus Mariota is a 32-year-old seasoned veteran, and he played a great game last night. Great game. But couldn't he have just, lofted that pass in the air now? Really high pass to the guy, and then it's a 2-point conversion, and the Broncos lose. But Nick Benito made a great play. He deflected the 2-point conversion that won the game. If he didn't do that, they lose the game. So all the work, all the time, all the energy, all the focus, all the manpower, all the everything that went into that one game was decided because Nick Benito got high enough to deflect that Marcus Mariota pass. Think about that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, one point of clarity before we let you go, Adam. The injury to Justin Herbert with the left hand, the moonstruck hand, he's going to have surgery. How do you possibly play with a surgically repaired hand?
How do you do that? How does Aaron Rodgers go out and play with a fractured wrist? How does Amon-Ra try to play through a sprained ankle? How does Alex Singleton do what he does? These guys sometimes are that's so much respect for what they do. Justin Herbert said yesterday he's treating it as if he's going to be playing on Monday night. I don't know that he will be able to, but he's certainly determined on trying to do that. They're going to repair that hand. I don't know. I think it's probably I'm sure it's going to come down to the fact that that hand's going to be in a brace or a cast or however they treat it. And how does he handle it from there? And how does it work from there? So we'll see if he can get that done. But he's going to certainly try.
Adam, we're right up against it here. So unfortunately, in 30 seconds or less, how many teams are we looking at potentially right now on your radar making head coaching changes?
Well, it's 5 to 7 every year, and I think it'll be the same thing. We've already gotten 2. I'm sure we'll get at least 3, 4 more.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate it, Adam. Thanks so much for your time this morning, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Hey, speaking of the Chargers, they're not going to catch the Broncos anyway. But with a broken hand, and again, he's got a broken bone, so they got to surgically repair it. I don't know what they do.
But you got to catch the ball.
Well, you do. I mean, you've got to be able to catch it on a shotgun. You got to be able to.
You can't go under center. Under center's done. I mean, he will not go under center again with a broken left hand. You can't. It's not possible.
That being said, their schedule is brutal.
Oh yeah. I'm not worried about them. I told you
Eagles
this last week.
At the Chiefs, at the Cowboys, Texans at home, and then at the Broncos. That is a brutal finish for the Los Angeles Chargers of Anaheim.
Exactly.
Brutal.
Exactly. Avs are a wagon. Nuggets are rolling. They've got the Mavs tonight, and more of your Broncos reaction. But on the other side, listen up, Jack. I hope you're paying close attention to Adam Schefter, even though I know he was definitely driving to his other job. His other job is
his big job.
Yeah, is a big job as dropping off UPS packages everywhere around town. All right, we'll be back on the other side with your chance to win a $150 Rally House gift card. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Brett is out another week while they get settled with their newborn, which we wish them the best of luck. Hope everybody it was a very happy Thanksgiving at the Kane household with a
Absolutely.
new member.
New little baby Bo Val. And
it wasn't happy. The Lions lost on Thanksgiving. They were miserable.
But you got a new little one in the mix, dude, and take all the time you need. Kaner, it's awesome.
Can you feed a 3-day-old baby turkey? Is that possible?
Try.
You know what? I'm over the turkey thing. My wife and I had this discussion yesterday. We ain't doing turkey anymore. It's always dry.
Disgusting.
Nah, man. I'm just nah.
How about ham?
I'm going steak.
Crab legs, ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, why? Why do we have to force feed ourselves this dry bird? Don't be so dry.
I had a steak on Thanksgiving.
Did you?
It's
At
totally
McDonald's?
good. No.
I thought you said you were going to McDonald's.
I tried, but I got talked into going to a restaurant with the crew. It was great. I had a steak. It was fantastic.
Oh, nice. Did everybody go out?
Our group did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, our group did.
I'd rather have squirrel at this point.
You and Xavier Leggett.
I had Thai food on Thanksgiving. Did you guys blow it out? You had the whole family over, right, Vic?
Yeah. I mean, again, and all the typicals, and I love all the other stuff, the mashed potatoes, the corn, all that crap. But the turkey, sorry, man. I don't know when that started. I don't know why it started. I don't know why people are fascinated by turkey. I don't like it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm with him there. I'm absolutely with him.
I'll do ham all day, though. I like me some good ham.
All right. I hope you were paying attention. I know the Schefter spot was just a little bit choppy, but I do hope you were paying attention because it's important. We're really testing your listening skills here because I've got a $150 Rally House gift card to give away. We're going to play a little game of Listen Up, Jack, where one word will be censored from one of the answers that Adam gave us. And if you are listening, you should know what word it is. And to be entered to win the $150 gift card to Rally House, which how great would that be right now? Christmas shopping coming up. Knock out one of the sports fans on your list. And with $150, you could even take care of a couple of people. So without further ado, listen up, Jack. What did Adam Schefter say here? There you go. Listen up, Jack. We're going to play it for you one more time. We're going to play it for you one more time.
That's the question?
That's the question. That's the question.
Who came up with that?
I don't make the rules. I just read them.
Chris, is that you?
One more time for everybody out there. If you know what Adam said while it was bleeped, 303-504-0925. Text it in on the Shop Mazda text line. One more time.
I saw you on TV this morning. Smart suit, looked really good. I think you got a haircut. It looks high and tight, looks really good.
I get my haircut every in football season, but thank you.
Wait, every?
Okay, there you go. So if you know what he said there, write in 303-504-0925.
Oh, wait, call in or write in?
Text in.
Oh, text in.
Sean Mazda text line.
Okay, 303-504-0925. So don't call. Text in what that missing word is.
Yeah, I said text. You missed it earlier.
Oh, I guess I did.
Yeah,
because the phone lines are lit up. I mean, we had 100 billion people call.
Well,
I'm drowning over here.
I can't fix stupid.
I mean, but it's just so simple. This is such a simple question.
Listen up, Jack. All right, text that in, whatever Schefter said there, to be entered to win a $150 Rally House gift card. We will draw a winner by the end of the show.
Can we get back to where we were at 7:01 in the morning?
Where was that?
Do we have to dive right back into that?
No, not that. But, I mean, just the perception of where we are. Listen, we're 2.5 hours into this program now, right?
Yeah.
Just the perception of what the Denver Broncos are overall as a 10-2 football team, because don't look now, but they're the number one team in the NFL because they have the tiebreaker over New England with the best win percentage in common games. Whatever the hell that is, I guess you play the same opponents. Is that it?
Yeah, mutual opponents.
So I'm not sure who the Patriots lost to. I don't know. I guess I'd have to go back and look, but I mean, is it the best team in football? Do we have to behave and pretend like it's the best team in football? The Avs are clearly the best team in hockey right now. Clearly. Okay? The Nuggets are one of the best teams in basketball, but I think you got to give that up to the Oklahoma City Thunder. But the Nuggets might be the best team in basketball. We don't know yet. Are the Broncos the best team in football?
You are what your record says you are.
The record says yes, they are.
They have won 9 in a row. It's the longest winning streak in a single season since weeks 6 through 17 of the 2012 season. So over 13 years, longest winning streak. How about this one?
And
Yeah, go
all
ahead.
9 games in which they've trailed at some point.
Well, they've trailed in every game this year.
Yep.
That's the stat, right? They're the first team in NFL history to win 10 games, having trailed in every game this season, which is incredibly impressive. Here's another number. Don't want to inundate you too much with numbers, but this one, I think it speaks a lot to what Moser's saying. Since 1997, the Broncos have started 10-2 or better just 5 times, including this year. 3 of those times, they went on to win the Super Bowl, 97, 98, 2015. The 4th time, they had the best offense in the NFL history with Peyton Manning in 2013. That's how special this year's 10-2 start was. Okay, just 5 times, including this year, and 3 of those times, so 3 of the 4 previously, they won the Super Bowl. That's Zach Stevens of DMVR.
So what they're doing is fairly unprecedented.
I mean, it's just
we should treat this football team right now like a Super Bowl favorite.
You tell me.
Well, if Zach Stevens is to be believed, is he to be believed?
Of course, because that's just a fact.
Okay, so then he's laying out the facts. This is a Super Bowl. This is a Super Bowl favorite.
Oh, buddy, they're a contender.
No, not contender. Buffalo's a contender.
Are they?
Jacksonville's well, if you get in, you're a contender, I think.
Okay.
Jacksonville's a contender. I guess the Colts, if they rectify their ills, they're a contender. Tampa Bay's a contender. I mean, whatever.
What about
they are a they are a favorite. Favorite. They are the favorite. Let's treat them like that from now on. Vic, my standard from now on, from this point in the season on, playing the Raiders this coming week and everything else, is the Broncos are the Super Bowl favorites, and they need to behave like Super Bowl favorites. Period. End of story.
I'm not sure what behaving means because there have been Super Bowl favorites that have stumbled down the stretch and still won the Super Bowl, so that's fine. I'm telling you, though, that the schedule is set up perfectly. Bronco fans, listen to me.
Perfect.
You cannot ask for a better platform for which to stand, a better springboard to jump off of than this. Here you are. You're sitting here with the best record in the league, and I know a lot of people still doubt you. Hell, they doubt you here on this show. But consider what you're up against to close the season. 4 games, 4 of these opponents are playoff. These are playoff implication games. So you're going to have to work your butt off just to win those games. There's no better way to go into the postseason than to have to play postseason type games. You know that Christmas game, Kansas City? That's a playoff game for KC.
It
that
might
final
not be
game for the Chargers?
It might not be, dude. It might. By the time we get there, it might not be.
That last game against the Chargers, that could be a playoff game. That could be a make or break for the Chargers.
Could
be.
The
Green Bay game, that could be a playoff game. The fact that you have to play games that have playoff implications before the playoffs, what better test? It's great.
But you're just looking at it from the other side. There's also the Broncos side where we're talking about seeding now because that's in play. And Sean Payton actually will hit this again, was asked about, hey, is the number 1 seed still in play? And quite frankly, I'm surprised Sean didn't tell Evan to shove it.
But at this point, is the 1 seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night. I mean, it's the silliest question of the night. We're competing for it, but certainly we respect the other teams in our conference, but certainly we're competing for it.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
All right, all good. Are you silly? I could have used the number.
What? On his way out, I obviously didn't see it. Wasn't there. Did he say it in jest to Luka, or did he like, hey man, shut your blanky blank?
I think he was just trying to tell Luka that question was really dumb, and he said there's a lot of other adjectives outside of silly I could have used for what kind of question that was, which I'm with.
Never a dull moment, man. Never a dull moment.
So the number 1 seed, Vic, it's down to Denver versus New England. Here are the remaining schedules.
Mm-hmm.
Patriots have the Giants tonight on Monday Night Football at home. Jackson Dart is back.
Win.
Next week is a bye.
Win.
Then they're at home to Buffalo.
Loss.
At home to Baltimore.
Win.
At the Jets.
Win.
Versus the Dolphins.
Win.
So you had them 2-1.
So I have them at total. They'll be 14-3. They'll be 14-3 is what I have.
Can the Broncos match? Here's their remaining schedule.
Oh, all they have. The Broncos can go 14-3.
Here's the remaining
because they have
schedule.
a tiebreaker.
At the Raiders.
Win.
Versus the Packers at home.
Win.
Versus the Jags at home.
Big win.
At the Chiefs.
Blow them out.
And then the regular season finale against the Chargers in Denver.
Big time dub.
So where does that leave us?
Been doing this
15-2.
all season. Been doing this all season, and your little games
15
that you
and
play,
2, baby.
Yeah, the beauty of these games is I think
They're never losing again, man.
our listeners
Hey,
and our viewers now know the
Let me make
joke.
the proclamation. Is today December 1st, by the way?
It is. The calendar flipped.
Crap. All right, December 1, 2025.
If I had told
The
you as a
Broncos
Bronco fan,
won't lose again, period.
if I had told you as a Bronco fan back in August that December would come around and the Broncos would have the best record in the National Football League, you'd do what?
I would be, dude, I wouldn't believe you. I would say that you're out of your mind, but here we are. This is where we sit. Here we are, dude.
Is there a moment in the game, okay, not to get, again, I don't want to get nitpicky after just a wonderful, wonderful, dramatic victory on the road. Is there one of those moments in the game you're like, gosh, all right, I'm over it. I don't need to see this anymore. Enough. Is there something that the Broncos do, a tendency, something like, okay, stop doing that?
What do
I
you
got
mean?
one for you.
What do you mean?
I got one for you. I'm over those dumb trick plays that net 4 yards.
Yeah, it was an interesting call to double up and then try to go with the double reverse pass that netted you, what was it, -1 yard?
Yeah, I'm just...
It was a little cute, I thought, at the wrong time, although I don't hate it from just a play calling perspective, only because, I mean, who thinks you're going to double up trick plays like that? Washington happened to be ready for it, but I'm with you with how tough things have been for Denver's offense. You just kind of got to find a way to take the path of least resistance.
It's like
sometimes.
a wasted play in my book.
Yeah, I'm with you. But here's the other problem. They rushed for 87 yards last night on 23 carries. They feel like, especially when we're talking about short yardage situations and on the plus side of the field, they're going to struggle a little bit to run the ball. We saw last night, R.J. Harvey, I thought he ran well down near the goal line, made some nice plays out of the backfield. But outside of that, I mean, guys, they are thin in that running back room.
Well, it's not going to get easier either.
No.
It's just not. That's what you have now. And maybe that opens up other things. Like last night, it opened up Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram had a breakout game.
Evan Ingram got opened up like a can of soup.
He did. He played really well.
He played really well. But again, that shake move in OT, man, it was terrific. And if that's the byproduct of not being able to run the football, I think I'm going to be okay with it. Vic, I said this to Matt a little bit earlier. Okay? You come out of the bye week, you do that. You put up 27, but you needed overtime to do it against Washington, the second worst defense in the entire National Football League. I'm going to make this proclamation right now. Stop trying to fix the Broncos offense. Stop trying to fix this. Stop trying to fix that. Stop trying to fix the throws, that the wide open throws that Bo's throwing it low into the dirt or just a little bit off target or whatever the case may be. Forget about all that crap. This Broncos offense is what it is, and this is what it's going to be the rest of this year. My question to you then would be this. That's what I believe. Maybe they'll get better. Maybe they'll get worse. I don't know. Can the Broncos win with this offense? Can the Broncos win? Vic, you admitted it earlier that the Bo Nix inconsistencies drove you a little bit crazy.
But see,
the little erratic nature of it at times drives you nuts. Can they win with all of this?
I've seen enough out of Bo Nix and the offense. There have been moments, again, at the end of the first half, 6 for 6, just boom, boom, boom,
awesome.
boom. 3 of those.
OT.
And in overtime, boom, boom, boom. I've seen enough of that surgical carve up the opposition to say, it's in there. It's there.
Yeah, it's just not consistent. That's a really good question that you just posed, Moj. Do you think the Broncos can win with this offense right now? Can they win? They're going to have to win if they finish with the 1 or 2 seed. They're going to have to win, 3 games? 4 games in the playoffs?
Well, yeah, they're going to have to. So theoretically, if my proclamations come true, they've won 9 in a row, and that's 14 in a row. They'll win 17 games in a row and take home the Super Bowl championship.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we're not getting ahead of ourselves.
17 games in a row, baby.
Have you figured out which bottle you're buying, Vic, yet?
So what did the Patriots do that year? They went, they lost
18-1.
18-1.
Yeah.
So they had won 18 in a row.
Yep.
If the Broncos are going to do what I think they're going to do, what I say they're going to do, it'll be 17 wins in a row for the Denver Broncos.
Moj, you know what I found out in
and Bill says, for the love of God, Moser, please stop.
No, doing all these shows with you, what I found out is that what you don't take into account in sports, and I think a lot of people are guilty of this, you guys don't take fortune and luck into account and how important it is. In every sport, in every series, in every team, in everywhere you look, luck is very much a part of success. And sometimes it shines on you, and sometimes it opens doors, and other times it shuts them. I'll give you a classic example. Last year when the Avs lost to the Dallas Stars in 7 games, we talked about it then, Moj. You got to be a little lucky if you're the Stars, right? How that puck stays on Rantanen's stick when he goes around the cage for that goal. Remember how lucky that was?
It went off Gerard's skate. I mean, he just was falling down. He just threw the puck.
But there's fortune
he
there.
just threw
There's
the puck.
fortune.
They're beyond fortune.
So you can't say, oh, well, they got lucky on one end, and then say the Broncos are lucky. Because it's part of sports. All of you who continue to say the Broncos can't keep doing this, sure they can. Sure they can. Why not?
I don't know that anybody said they can't keep doing this, but it's just it's a hard way to live sustainably. I'll just say that. Because it's hard. Because
let me tell you why it's not hard.
The NFL play can change in one game.
I get it, but let me tell you what you have that most teams don't. What you have, Matt, is in the back of your head, if a game is close, you have in the back of your head, I'm calm, I'm good, I've been here before. I've won here before.
Sure.
I've done this before. There are a lot of teams. What's better, that or the opposite? Oh, crap. Oh, my God. How are we going to lose this one? What are we going to? Don't you guys remember just a few years ago, a couple years ago, that's what they were? It was, how are they going to give this away? Now the total opposite is here. How are they going to win?
I don't disagree, Vic. I think when you bottle up that kind of knowledge, and in the most crucial times, it comes out in the way you want it to, it's great. I think that the mind game is a definite part of all of that. I don't discount that. My question would be this: not the brain game. Physically, are they good enough to do it?
Let me answer your.
Are they fast enough? Do they tackle good enough? Do they block good enough? Do they run routes good enough? Do they throw the ball good enough? Do they run the ball good? It's the physical nature of it.
Let me answer your question by thinking it out, and it's going to be pretty simple once I do. Is the Broncos offense good enough to win? Who do they have to beat, Vic? Who would they have to beat? Potentially.
In the playoffs?
Yeah.
Well, Buffalo, New England,
you might see Kansas City again.
City, Indy. I mean, who knows?
New England.
Are those offenses going to throw 35 on you?
No.
Then you can win in the playoffs.
Yes. Especially at home. Especially at home.
That's the answer. And that's the end of the argument, for that matter. So to what you and Schefter were saying a little bit earlier, cherish it while you got it. You're 10-2 right now. I mean, there have been so many lean years. Guess what, Vic? You got me. You are right. You are right.
You're right, Vic.
It took this long?
You
it took,
right,
what,
Vic?
2 hours and 39 minutes? You know, you guys opened the show with this gloom and doom and how are they doing it, smoke and mirrors. I tell you how they've been doing it, the way they've been doing it all year long. The reason they're 10-2 is because they know.
Hey, Vic, you want me? You got me.
Make sure you're texting in for that keyword we played a little bit earlier. One more time, listen up, Jack. If you listen to our interview with Schefter, what did he say here?
I saw you on TV this morning. Smart suit, looked really good. I think you got a haircut. It looks high and tight, looks really good.
I get my haircut every in football season, but thank you.
Wait, every?
So if you know what answer was bleeped out there, text it in 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925 to win a Rally House gift card, $150. Yes, Moj.
Well, you closing your eyes to concentrate?
Yeah, because I just want to make sure I got that out.
Okay, because you close your eyes to concentrate. I've been looking at the text line. It's been packed. A lot of people have sent in the F word. It is not the F word.
Could be one of them.
But the F word. Like a lot of people have texted that in. It's not it. And a lot of people have texted in the completely wrong thing totally.
Well, neither of those are my concern. My only concern is with the ones who got it right.
Well, what's with the F word, people?
We'll announce it next.
Good.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Matt Smith in.
It ain't the way you move.
By the way,
it ain't the way that you move me.
How was Minnesota when you got there? It looked chilly.
Oh, no. It just snowed the night before.
Yeah, it looked chilly.
Yeah, it was a little chilly. Then I come home and it snowed here, obviously, right?
Well, let me tell you. Yesterday, I woke up at 3:15 after having driven back from Wichita from Manhattan, where we got the most chilling Midwest wind ever. And I woke up at 3:15. I was freezing. I'm just talking about you had any part of your skin exposed. The cold seeps in and gets into the bones.
Yeah.
When I got back, it was colder here. Didn't feel that way. I was like, this
it's
16
a humid
degrees.
cold, man. The Midwest cold is different cold. I experienced that in college. You go outside, it's only it's 35. It's fine. But nope, you feel it differently.
Oh, it's brutal. I mean, it's just not playing around whatsoever.
So wait, you woke up at 3:15 in the a.m.?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I had to catch a flight out of Wichita, and the only direct flight out of
I thought you were
Wichita.
driving.
I pulled Omaha.
Wait, how do you fly? Wichita's got like planes?
I know,
that
right?
go in the air?
It's impressive, and not just crop dusters. So I flew.
Hey. The people train don't run out of Wichita. People train runs out of Stubbville.
No idea what you're talking about.
I mean, neither. I don't know which
Planes,
reference.
trains, and automobiles.
Oh, okay. Now I get
The
you.
people train don't run out of Wichita.
Yeah, no, I
it
get
runs out of Stubbville.
That's a bit of a deep cut, but I'm
Come
hanging
on,
with
man.
you.
You know
No
what?
idea.
It's a deep cut.
You guys are idiots.
Great film, though.
You guys are idiots.
Love that movie. Anyway, I flew into Wichita.
Her first baby come out sideways.
Okay, Moj.
Drove to Salina, drove to Manhattan, about an hour each way, and then yesterday had to fly home first thing in the morning. Okay, who cares? Nobody cares. So Buffs fall to 3-9. Obviously, the worst record in Coach Prime's tenure here. 3 years. Went 4-8 the first season, 9-4 last year, and now 3-9. And the program coming off a Heisman season and a 9-win season, guys, for all intents and purposes, they've lost all their momentum. And the last couple of weeks has really been asking him to take stock in what he's seen with very little divulgence of actual details and information. So that was more or less the tenor of the press conference afterwards. And he dropped one on us, a little mic drop to take us into the offseason.
When I win, I don't mind a clap. When I lose, I don't mind a boo. I played this game. I know this game like the back of my hand, and I love this game, and I love all the ups and downs, the ins and outs about it. And I'm built for every last bit of it. But if anybody's built to reconcile and to get this back on course, it's me. And I will do it if it's the last thing I do on earth. Trust me when I tell you. This was the Last Supper. God bless.
Wait a minute. Now listen. Yeah. I'm going to be interviewing Prime a week from today in a men's health thing for UC Health, and I can't wait. It's going to be a one-on-one. We're going to talk just about men's health. And I might have to ask him then, when he referenced the Last Supper, do you know what happened after the Last Supper?
Yeah, Judas gave up Jesus, man. Yeah, I know what happened.
I didn't.
You're talking about a kid who went to catechism, okay? You're talking about a kid who knows about Bartholomew and Peter and Judas and John and Thomas and James the Greater and all these dudes.
So 30 seconds, sum up the Last Supper.
The Last Supper was like, goodbye. I'm out.
I'm out.
Yeah, like, hey, man, take care of this place.
So there's a couple of different ways to take it. Number one, the reason why he brought it up is because the previous question I had asked him, he always says
it's just that Judas knew Jesus knew that somebody was going to betray him, somebody at the table. Okay? Turned out it was Judas.
Okay.
So basically all the apostles are around and it's like, okay, this is it. I'm going down because one of you guys is going to betray me, and it was Judas. And but I don't know. Did somebody betray him? Is he Jesus in this thing? What is he, Vic?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Jesus. I don't want to get too biblical here because he hung around in the afterlife. Is that what he's referring to?
So just the fact that we're having this conversation is hilarious because this is what we did behind the scenes after he said it because we kind of looked at each other, the three of us that were there, the Last Supper. Personally, I had just asked him a question that had a religious undertone to it because, of course, he puts faith front and center. And sometimes I think that's a good way to get more real answers out of him. So I think it was on his mind, number one. I don't think that's where he was going, number two. And then there's two different ways you can take it, okay? At least this is how I see it. One, in a very literal sense, that it was the Last Supper that Pat Shurmur and half the players on this team, the catered box lunch, are ever going to get out of CU, and that tomorrow, which would have been yesterday, Sunday, was going to be Reds Bloody Sunday up at CU with all the staff changes. And because they don't announce them, we'll see who shows up in the spring. I know for a fact that they were getting underway. That's one way, is that quite literally it was the Last Supper. And the other way is that this program is about to be reborn, which I think that was what he meant to say and just screwed it up, because that wouldn't be the first time that he's reached for something and then found the wrong thing to say. Sometimes
well,
it just
maybe the
happens
proper
like that.
analogy is when you go into that cave and you take away that stone, you're going to find a different program. Is that maybe the better?
Which chapter and verse is that?
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is this. All I know is you said they don't announce any changes, so they could fire an OC or a DC and we wouldn't know about it?
They never officially hired Pat Shurmur. It was up until spring ball that we were like, well, you never brought anybody else in, so are we to take it that Pat is your OC? And he was like, yeah. So we'll find out. Like Marshall Faulk just accepted the head coaching job at Southern, so the one position we do know that they need to fill is running backs coach for certain. We assume Pat Shurmur's out the door. He's out the door. So they have to fill OC.
And not to get all like geeky,
okay,
and hall monitors. These are state employees.
I know, buddy. It's the way Prime does it.
These assistant coaches work for the state of Colorado, technically.
Well, it's really easy because we don't have an opportunity to speak to Prime from Saturday until the start of spring ball. You're going to be you've got a chance to talk to him before I will again. And I've been around him for 3 years.
Why don't you come with me?
I would love to. Invite me. I'll go.
I will invite you.
Do I have to wear a suit?
I have no idea what the...
You figure out the dress code. I'll be there. You know what? It might
Do you
earn
have
you
a
some
suit?
brownie points. I do. Yeah.
You're kidding.
Real Matt Smith on YouTube. You can see it. Nice ties, too.
Yes.
You like a Jerry Garcia tie?
I used to have some. They get a little passe for me.
A little what?
A little passe.
Oh. By the way, I never asked you, did you get a chance to catch up with the guys in your group at all over the weekend?
What, my rock band?
No, you were posting online last week that you had a really cool group. I didn't know if you got a chance to catch up with them over Thanksgiving.
What do you mean group?
You don't remember the community that he was posted about last week?
No, help me out.
I'm totally lost, too.
On X?
What'd I say?
The support group on X, Vic? Okay, it went right over your head.
my head.
Right
Yeah,
over
it's
both
a
of your
gone.
heads.
I think I
That was
have
like
a
5
feeling
days
I
ago.
know what you're talking about,
Yeah,
but
you
it
know
just
what
doesn't.
I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. The support
Oh,
group.
the porn guy? That guy?
Oh my God, that was the funniest thing ever. That was, what's
Hysterical.
sad is that we can't tell people, but
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Totally.
I was trying to get there. So you didn't have a chance to check in with your boys,
I did not.
huh?
I did not check in with those guys. I apologize for that. I'm sure they were busy doing other things. I am not really sure. That's funny. Hey, listen,
I was in literal tears.
Yeah, it was.
That was so
didn't even
funny.
notice.
Oh
It's
my
hysterical.
God, I was crying.
Hey,
Be careful who you retweet on X.
Or
Make sure
actually
you
respond to,
read who they. Make sure you read.
it was a legit dude, but now it's
Actual tears.
because dude's part of that. It's like, oh my God.
It was as fun. It was as hard as I've laughed in a little while. I got to tell you, it was pretty good. So no ear to the ground.
Yeah, no ear to the ground. It's
No
all
ear
good.
to the ground. All right, so Nuggets tonight. Looking forward to that. Okay, got a big one at home against the Mavericks. Got to stack another one. 3-game losing streak at home, huh, Vic?
Yeah, it's not good because the Denver Nuggets right now are a better team on the road. I just think for whatever reason, they figure it out on the road. They don't mess around. They're more professional on the road. They won 7 straight road games, guys.
But it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that CB and AG are out until the new year.
Well, that's, CB's still in that walking boot. So it's a
not
reminder
even, not
every
even
time
the
you
new
see
year.
him.
Not even the new year. Maybe beyond the new year. That
Well,
kind
you
of
tell
thing.
me.
I mean, it's
December
a month.
1st, guy's in a walking boot.
Well, how long? Well, I had a walking boot for a month.
It could be precautionary. It could not be. I guess we'll figure it out. But I'm kind of along the lines of Vic's thinking here that we probably won't see him until at least the first of the year. By the way, don't miss another Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio. Keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to see the Avs as they host the reigning champion Florida Panthers. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and Matthews Fine Watches
By the way, Scott Matthew does an unbelievable job. Those guys are great.
Be great. He spells his name differently than I do. It's a little more fancy.
It's Matthew. Yeah. Well, that's his last name.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah.
But it's a little more fancy. It's a little French.
Matthew's Fine Watches is awesome.
I love it. They're great. I mean, wish I could be shopping there. By the way, we do have a winner for Listen Up, Jack. Aaron Crownover. $150 Rally House gift card.
Crownover?
Aaron Crownover.
See that.
Aaron Crownover.
How do you spell that?
It's Crown Over.
Crownover.
That sounds fair.
Aaron Crownover, congratulations. I don't know.
Right.
On your hunt.
Why don't you go see
Congratulations.
some Rally House, right?
Although I got to tell you, Rally House got some great stuff. So
They
he'll
do.
be loaded up
Pretty
for the
awesome.
holidays there, assuredly. Tons more to get to as the week rolls on, digging into this Broncos win. Of course, the Buffs postmortem. And head coach Jim Mora Jr. and family arrived yesterday.
What a
family.
hire.
Yeah,
what a hire.
And family.
And family.
And family.
$2.4 million, highest paid coach in CSU history.
But, dude, this is really good, man. This is great for the program.
We'll talk to you about all that and more tomorrow on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
The Cardiac Broncos against a 3-win Washington Commanders team on Sunday night find a way. 27-26 is the final as Nick Bonito swats down a 2-point conversion attempt. The Broncos have won 9 straight. Not only do they have the number 1 spot in the AFC West, they have the number 1 spot in the entire AFC and the entirety of the National Football League. Your number 1 seed as it stands on today, December 1st, 2025. The 10-2 Denver Broncos, as we welcome you into a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm your host today on the Morning Sprint, Alex Ryan-Emmy. You guys know me better as Raj, alongside the coach, dressed to the nines for Channel 9, Mike Sanford.
I see what you did there. And you know what's pretty incredible is what the Denver Broncos have done since the month of September. Went through a festive October prepping for Halloween, all of us getting our Halloween decor ready, and all the Denver Broncos did was go undefeated in the month of October. November. Let's see. Do we get ready for Christmas like my wife did, October 31st at 10 p.m.? Or do we get ready for Thanksgiving, or we just do nothing? Doesn't matter because the Denver Broncos decided to celebrate the Thanksgiving month with 0 losses. And here we are, December 1st, baby. Why not continue it? Why not continue the trend and have a beautiful, beautiful end to all of these festive months with an incredible victory to round out a run that I see happening on Christmas Day against the Chiefs to end the terror. I'm excited, man. This team knows how to win football games. And anybody who says, they're doing it against bad teams, who are all the good teams? Where are all the good teams? Is it the Rams, the juggernaut, the wagon of the Rams, Raj? What'd they do against the Panthers?
They didn't do so hot this weekend, Coach.
Yep.
Matt Stafford finally threw not 1, but 2 interceptions, and one of them was a pick 6.
Yep. And he is going to have to pray those away like Jameis Winston tried to, but it doesn't work all the time. Although Jameis Winston, I'm praying away all pick sixes tonight. Big one tonight. Got to keep your eyes and ears peeled.
Wasn't Jackson Dart healthy?
Oh, is he back?
I think Jackson Dart is healthy and ready to play tonight. Okay. I'm almost positive that's going to be the case this season. But yeah,
he's back. He's back.
That was a cardiac game. And I wasn't anticipating that. I think my prediction was 31-9 Denver over Washington. I was not anticipating Oregon Duck version of Marcus Mariota. Also, I love my guy Mike Tirico. Maybe the best in the business, Syracuse guy. I am over the Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
Mariota.
Yeah. You can tell that Tirico spent some time in Japan. He wanted to get it right. Mariota.
It was a little annoying the entire time. Yep. But I was not anticipating the Chip Kelly version of Marcus Mariota.
Yeah, he looked good until he didn't. And that's the thing about Marcus Mariota, that he ended up having 2 boneheaded plays that happened essentially going in, one in a red zone situation, and just chucked one up to Dre Greenlaw. And then really what I think is the cover 0 answer on the 2-point play. The modern NFL starting quarterback, because of the way that Patrick Mahomes has completely transformed it, pump fakes a free rusher, changes arm slot. You know we all hate the off-platform arm slot change?
Well, we saw a beautiful off-platform arm slot change from Bo Nix in this game.
You sure did, but
that was sweet.
You didn't from version 1.0 of Oregon Duck quarterback Marcus Mariota, did you? And what did Nick Bonito do? He went straight to Dikembe Mutombo.
Not today.
Not today. It was not a today situation. The Commanders were, of course, going to go for 2 there. Of course.
Yeah, why would you kick the field goal and possibly tie a game? That's a hey, we're okay for next year type of win that you're going for as Dan Quinn. That you should go for 2 every time. If Denver's in that situation, I probably kick the field goal because the tie hurts less than the loss does. But Washington was always going to do that.
Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm a football guy, but the rules are obviously changing, and they're different at every level. Overtime's changed because of, what was it, the Chiefs 49ers 2 years ago changed the overtime rules. I think last year was the first year of this new overtime. First of all, 10 minutes isn't very long.
No, it's not at all. Especially when multiple drives of 5 minutes plus happened in this game.
Yes.
Right, 4 or 5 long-ish drives.
Why would a team, this is going to sound completely unhinged, I think I'm right in saying this, why would a team not just invest for regular season overtime some semblance of a Navy, Army, or Air Force attack.
A 9-minute and 57-yard overtime
and kick a field goal
drive.
because it's over, right?
Yes, it is.
That is the craziest thing. Like a
It would be
10-minute
over.
drive in the National Football League. Like I know it doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. Like to me, it should be 15 minutes if you truly want to make it about both teams having the
Right.
opportunity to get a chance to score it.
Because at that point, right, if it's a 15-minute overtime, there's a chance Washington, again, it's probably different because they're a 3-win football team, and the win, or rather the loss, more importantly, doesn't matter to Dan Quinn at this point. They probably still go for 2 to try and win the game. But if there's 7 minutes left on the clock, and you know that there hasn't been a consistent drive after drive after drive Sean Payton offense in that game, what the Broncos were elite at doing yesterday was what? They responded. Anytime that Washington scored, you came down and you had a great drive.
Is it shocking that that's the word you use for the Broncos franchise when we know that that's what you brought in? The number 1 trade of the 12th pick overall in last year's draft, in Bo Nix. He is the master responder in all of sport right now. He just never lets anything snowball. He might let like some incompletions or inaccuracies snowball early on in a contest, but he doesn't allow the bad play to lead to another significantly bad play.
Right. Like the worst play that we saw the whole game was not the Mariota interception to Greenlaw. It was the Nix interception to Bobby Wagner, which was, can you walk me through what happened there?
He just didn't see him. Didn't see him. Like his eye, like the thing about quarterback position is in your reads and safety recognition, there are times where you can over-fixate and you get so you're either confused by a field safety. What are they doing? Are they a single high safety? Is he kind of in between a 2 high look, 1 high, and your eyes just get fixated there. And then you look for maybe your come down throw, which is a check down, or sometimes I call it a landmark outlet, like a dig route across the middle. And sometimes you just assume that you periffed what you needed to periff, and it's the backside linebacker that ends up getting there. And that's what Bobby Wagner was. He was the backside linebacker who was opposite of where the eyes of Bo Nix was. Now, does it excuse that? You bet no way. You've got to be able to see that. You got to see all throws. But I think Bo Nix got a little caught up in some shiny objects down the field and didn't see the backside.
That was like the one play that I looked at Bo yesterday and went, I was expecting way more. I know the fourth quarter wasn't awesome. Like you punted a bunch in the fourth. You didn't really get anything done there where you kind of could have choked the game out at that point. But it wasn't the same as the Raider game. It didn't feel like the offense was worthless. I know they beat a 3-win team yesterday. I thought they looked pretty good.
I thought that was Sean Payton's best game as a play caller and game manager.
Outside of the 2nd and 1 double reverse.
Yeah, I don't.
That was a little.
Well, that was a double reverse flea flicker, right?
It was a double reverse. I guess you can call it a flea flicker because it went back to the quarterback.
Didn't he throw it as a check down?
Yeah, threw it to the flat.
It was for like nothing. Cool, Carl.
I think they actually lost a yard on the play.
Here's the deal with that, though, right? Guys, we've got to understand in football, please, fans, in Raj, you got to understand that play wasn't designed to get a double reverse and then check it down to somebody behind the line of scrimmage.
No, that's a home run shot.
Yeah, you're looking for a safety reaction, and guess what? Sometimes safeties are actually smart, and they stay top down, and they don't respond and come downhill. But you watch film, and you see how they respond to particular run calls or maybe a reverse call, and if they don't, you just live to see another down.
It's a 3-0 pitch where you're expecting fastball down the middle and you're already swinging, and now you see the spin on the seams and it's a curve, and you have to go, I have to foul this thing into the dirt.
You turn into the Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval, or Vlad Guerrero, and you just Dominican free swing that bad boy and swing out of your shoes and bust your belt.
The Dominican free swing.
I love a Dominican free swinger. Nothing better. Oh, hey, how about this? Shot Mazda text line 303-504-0925. One price, one person, 1 hour. Great text here from our guy Kyle. The usage of Evan Ingram yesterday was pivotal.
It's exactly what you expected it to be at the beginning of the year.
It was awesome. You know what else was awesome? Wasn't just Evan Ingram in the tight end room. Dude, Adam Troutman was great. That's what you need him to be. And guess who's actually going to be added back to the fray is a guy that I think is a really good jack of all trades, fullback, tight end, move player. And that's Nate Adkins. You're going to have potentially like a kind of a cool tight end group that's being utilized. That was awesome to see. The tight end position as a whole had a renaissance last night, did it not? because Zach Ertz had 10 catches. James Bates, Boise State alum, had 2 catches.
Your tight ends yesterday, Zach Ertz, 10 receptions, 106 yards. He did have a couple of big-time drops, and one of them was obviously aided by Alex Singleton, and we'll hear that play coming up in a couple of minutes on our Broncos big play replay. Ertz, 106 yards. John Bates, 2 receptions on 2 targets for 9 yards. I think one of those was a first down, maybe both. I know one of them was a first down.
There was
Evan
one
Ingram,
other I think commander tight end that had one catch for.
Oh, my favorite name, Colson Yankoff.
Yankoff, yes,
the best name in the game.
You know where he's from?
Yankoff?
Great state of Idaho, man. He was a high school quarterback. I watched Yankoff's highlight. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? I'm just gonna go in my office real quick,
Yankoff?
and I'm gonna watch some Yankoff. So I did. I actually watched his highlight tape.
Make sure you stay off the company Wi-Fi when you're
Nope,
searching
I
that
watched
one on
Colton.
Google.
I watched his huddle film, and it was okay.
Evan Ingram, 6 receptions, 75 or 79 yards, no touchdowns. Obviously, the big 41-yard reception on that little shake and bake move in overtime gets away from Bobby Wagner, who Bobby Wagner's still elite. Seattle Seahawks Bobby Wagner doesn't get beat that bad.
No, he's still good though, man. The Commanders might have the greatest 2018 roster in the history of the world. You imagine this team in 2018? Mariota, Wagner, Zach Ertz. I mean, if you had all these guys in their heyday, would have been an incredible team.
Adam Troutman added 3 receptions for 47 yards in this one, averaging 15.7, had a long of 22, 3 balls caught and 4 targets for the backup tight end for your Broncos. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. We are going to give away $150 to Rally House on every single show today, and all you have to do is go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Just open up the mobile app, go to the bottom, hit that little microphone, and yell into it. I want your biggest reactions from your favorite play in the game.
Let's get weird, right?
Let's get a little bit weird. The best reaction wins $150 to Rally House, coming up at 11:50 today. That's the coach. KJ's behind the glass. Before we get out of here, Coach, and we get into our Broncos big play replay, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations and also condolences. A battle between your Valor Eagles and the Cherry Creek Bruins over the weekend. Cherry Creek ends up getting the best of you. They move on to the state final, but a good first season out there at Valor, Coach.
Yes, sir. It was a lot of fun. It was a great day for high school football across CHSA and the state of Colorado. Congratulations to Coach Dave Logan. He was first class in all areas. And 11 Division I seniors on that class. Really impressive football team, and congrats to Ralston Valley. Will be taking them on in 5A championship.
The Broncos big play replay is on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Favorite part of the week, the Broncos' big play, replay, and for the 9th straight week, it's coming off of a Broncos win. The Broncos, according to Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Did you know this, Coach? The Broncos have won 4 games this season on the final play of the game. Their last 4 wins combined are 10 points or less combined in those wins. But as we do every single Monday here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest plays in the game. Now, the first quarter, I understand there were scores on the board. I understand they walked down. You get a couple of field goals in the first and the second quarter, coming off of 24 combined plays. You're moving the ball well, but nothing of like big time note. So we go all the way to the second quarter on defense. You mentioned it, Marcus Mariota flushed out to the left-hand side, forces a ball in the red zone, and is the newcomer, Dre Greenlaw, coming up big.
It is hard to come up with a scheme that's going to protect the quarterback against all of that.
Jump pass, Mariota intercepted. Down the sideline, Greenlaw's got it. Greenlaw to the 34-yard line.
Mariota had converted on 2 separate third downs on that drive alone. It was 2nd and 6, didn't need to force it into triple coverage, and Greenlaw takes the ball back to the Denver 34.
Yeah, and it was just Dre Greenlaw just lurking back in the shadows. A little bit like the Wagner interception later, but I liked Greenlaw, even the burst that he showed, the movement. Dre Greenlaw is coming into form at the right time for this Denver Broncos defense. However, I do think Justin Strnad, and this is kind of unrelated to the big play, but Justin Strnad's coverage ability, I think, is needed for this team and certain team when you're playing against a tight end heavy offense.
Denver would walk down 13 plays, 56 yards, and 6 minutes and 30 seconds off of the clock to take a 6-0 lead. The Washington Commanders respond with an 11-play, 71-yard drive, 5:30 off the clock as they punch in an 8-yard touchdown run from C-Rod, just goes straight up the middle. Moody gets the extra point, and they take a 7-6 lead. But as time is expiring in that second quarter, we mentioned the Broncos just continue to respond. The touchdown drive from Washington, answered by a touchdown drive of their own, aided by Cortland Sutton on third down.
Big targets to the left. Nick's looking that way, not open, trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fire to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
Actually, a second down, 2nd and 10 on the Washington 11, not third down. But if that play is Patrick Mahomes, it's played nonstop on Fox, on CBS, on ESPN today. I didn't think he got enough fanfare.
Yeah, I agree. But you know what? I don't really care anymore because the Chiefs are basically just trying to scrape the bottom of the barrel to even find a way into the playoffs. And so they can continue to weep and we'll keep sipping from their bucket of tears as Bo Nix does something that needs to be hung in the Louvre. Put that sucker in Paris, in the Louvre, because that picture of him with about 1.5 inches of separation between his knee and the field. Is it called FedEx Field still there?
It's not FedEx Field anymore.
It's whatever. It's a terrible,
different.
It's an awful stadium. It's disgusting.
The turf was horrible.
It always is. That place is gross. But Bo Nix, 1.5 inches above that field surface there, whatever the heck the name of Commander's Field is, that eventually should be a statue when the Broncos win a dang championship, because that would be so cool to see him hovering 1.5 inches above the new stadium there. Bo Nix throwing sidearm and saying that, hey, we can have our quarterback do that as well, just like John Elway did back in the day.
It is called Northwest Stadium.
I've never heard that.
Northwest Stadium.
Northwest Airlines? I thought they were defunct. I thought they got absorbed by Delta.
Won't be the last we hear from Cortland Sutton. The 11-yard touchdown reception puts the Broncos back up 13-7. That ends the first half. But while it was a wonderful play from Bo Nix, the best play of the game, you got to admit, man, it's the Odell Beckham Burks catch.
No.
Mariota to the back. Oh, he caught it! Burks! Unbelievable touchdown! Insane stuff.
That's the greatest catch that we've seen in the NFL this season.
It was great, and it came from a first-round draft pick out of, guess what school? The University of Arkansas Razorbacks. In 2022, he was a first-round draft pick for the Tennessee Titans. You know what he did for the Titans?
Nothing.
Yep, he got cut 2 years later, and He even looked pretty bad. He looked like a guy that got cut after being a first-round pick when he was running down the field later in the game and looked overweight and out of shape and couldn't catch up to a Mariota throw. That was a tremendous catch, but I say Bo Nix's play was a better play because those gloves nowadays, they just...
A little bit of cheat codes.
Like, you can just be falling backwards and they just envelope the football. It's just it's a weird phenomena.
Better catch. That one yesterday from Treylon Burks or the Puka Nacua reach over catch that he had yesterday on the sideline.
I think the reach over is personally better.
Because you're going against the grain.
I'm going to be really honest. Even at the high school level, at practice or at 7-on-7 tournaments, that Treylon Burks catch happens fairly often.
All right.
The type of things where you just go wizard style and just swing your hand around somebody, that stuff is otherworldly.
All right, so not only not the best catch in the league this year, not even the best play in the football game.
I thought it was Bo Nix all day, every day. And guess what? If Mariota would have had the same ability to change platform, to change and modify arm slot, we're actually talking about a Broncos loss today because he should have been able to do that at the very end of the game. We'll get to that in a second.
Washington takes the lead by 1 yet again, 14-13. But as we said, Denver just continues to respond. An 11-play, 72-yard drive that takes 6 minutes off the clock. They go up 20-14. I mentioned that Cortland Sutton wasn't done yet. He comes up big on 3rd down and long.
5 in the pattern. Nix has some time. Going to take a shot. He's got an opening. And it's caught for the first down by Sutton. He's finally touched down there at the 29-yard line.
Multiple times we see Bo Nix extend the play outside the pocket, outside the numbers even, calling his receivers to come back to him. We saw it 2 times with Patrick Bryant in this game. This one, Sutton doesn't come back, but Bo does a great job throwing to the soft area, underthrows Sutton a little bit. He trips and falls on the terrible Northwest Stadium field, but finds a way to continue the drive.
Yeah, Bo Nix was really good off platform, off schedule. He was good on schedule. I liked a couple of the decisions that he made to not actually flush the pocket going to his right and actually say, you know what, I'm going to go vertical in the pocket. You could see him thinking, slow down, Bo. Slow down, Bo. And he did just enough to make some of these plays that ended up leading to a 321-yard passing day with the entire nation watching you.
You get 21 yards 2 plays later on 3rd and 5 from Nix to Patrick Bryant. Gets down to the Washington 3. R.J. Harvey on back-to-back runs. 2 yards gets to the goal line. Punches one in from 1. Will Lutz, extra point is good. Denver takes a 6-point lead and forces a punt going into the 4th quarter. But as we mentioned, while Bo Nix had a sensational touchdown throw to Cortland Sutton, he also had a big head scratcher.
After those DBs in for Quint, Nix double punch and he threw an interception of Bobby Wagner. The veterans got it at the 36-yard line. Interception number 2.
Bo Nix throws the pick to Bobby Wagner, and what should have been a drive that at least puts you up by 2 scores turns into, well, now we're in a football game, Coach.
It was a football game, unfortunately, and as a result of Bo Nix not seeing the entire picture. You got to see all throws, and that's the one thing that I thought the one mistake that Bo made on the day was not seeing Bobby Wagner just lurking like an old wily grizzly veteran underneath the peripheral opportunities to see down the field. That was a boneheaded play. Does it happen at the quarterback position, even with some of the best to ever play the game? It does. It does. And so you can't just say, oh, worst player that's ever played in the game because of that one awful boneheaded interception. I've seen some incredible quarterbacks make decisions like that before in their career.
The defense holds just 5 plays and 16 yards. They hold Washington to a field goal there. They maintain a 3-point lead. Then we have a battle of punts throughout basically the rest of the 4th quarter. That 3-point lead is held for another full 5 minutes. Alex Singleton coming back from testicular cancer surgery. He was the headline of the game.
Not always something that you say into a microphone on a Monday after a football game.
Not necessarily,
Pretty awesome.
But you were Googling Yankoff, so I'll take this one. Alex Singleton, stand up and take a bow, my friend.
Both backs, Rodriguez and McNichols in. Mariota buying time, throwing for Ertz down the middle. He got it, and it's out. Ertz had it, and as he came to the ground, he got punched out. Incomplete. Oh, big throw and play. And terrific back-end defense from Denver.
It would have been a massive completion on 3rd and 21 down the middle to he was the best receiver in the game for either one of the teams was Zach Ertz. He looked like he was Philadelphia Eagles Zach Ertz.
How wild is this, Raj? I was at Stanford coaching I'm old now. I was like 26 years old.
You're a child.
When Zach Ertz came on his official visit to Stanford in 2007.
He's still playing in the league and still putting up 100-yard games.
What are we doing? But Zach Ertz, the one thing that he just, in the time that I was with him at Stanford, 11 and 12, he doesn't drop passes often. And I think it was just a heroic effort of none other than Alex Singleton just to be there and be a bit of a physical and visual distraction to Zach Ertz in the back of the end zone.
Ends up knocking the ball away from Ertz in the middle of the field. Washington has to punt. Denver goes 3 and out. They get the ball back to Washington as time is starting to expire. 17-play drive for the Commanders ties the game up at 20. So, for the second game in a row for the Commanders, we go to overtime on Sunday night, and we've been waiting for the Joker to make a big-time appearance. Yeah, there's been little glimmers of hope that the Joker is real here in Denver.
Soft Joker. It was more of a yoker.
I agree. It's been more of a Joker. Put the hard J on it this time.
Pointing at Frankie Louvu. 4-man rush. He's got time. And in the middle, he's got Evan Ingram inside the 20 to the 10-yard line. Big play from Ingram.
A little shake, a little bake, and 41 yards later, the Broncos are in scoring position.
Give me a little gun triple right tight exit 3-jet scat Marlin wide juke. And that's exactly, in the West Coast vernacular, the juke route or jerk route, depending on who you're talking to in the West Coast tree. Perfectly executed. In fact, if you look on my socials, I posted the exact same concept run by the Chiefs. And this is a play that Bo Nix audibled to it. He saw too high quarters structure with an isolated inside linebacker, and he wanted to get to his perfect concept. And Evan Ingram not only executed the route with perfection, it was the catch and run after catch, splitting defenders that we've been wanting to see that from Evan Ingram. And oh, by the way, do we have a tight end group now in Denver, Colorado? Maybe.
Big play for Evan Ingram, 41 yards. You mentioned the Chiefs play that they wrote up. Mahomes also checks out, goes 5 wide. They have that little shake. It's a jerk route, right?
Yeah, jerk route, juke. Some call it juke. Some call
Both
it jerk.
guys number 1. Rashee Rice and Evan Ingram are vastly different players in terms of their ability to get away from defenders. That makes it even more impressive from Ingram.
You know what's funny is that the Kansas City Chiefs iteration of it, both inside slot receivers that were essentially just outside of the jerk route, they both ran like benders, so they were in breakers. Because of that, you brought the defense right into the vision to be able to tackle and not create a 41-yard gain. The Broncos wisely ran a deep post and a deep corner to really clear up that space for Ingram to be able to split defenders.
41 yards for Ingram gets the Broncos into scoring position, and R.J. Harvey, as he's led the team for many weeks now, adds to his team-leading touchdown total this time in the extra frame.
He's got it left side. He's into the end zone for the touchdown. They want to get there. They go left. R.J. Harvey.
R.J. Harvey continues to punch balls in. This one from the 1.
Pause.
I'll pause for that one.
Are we going Richard Punch this early? There were some good quotes about Richard Punches.
If your second-round running back leads the team in touchdowns, is it a thumbs up on the draft pick?
2.7 yards per carry against the Washington Commanders.
He leads your team in touchdowns. Is it a thumbs up on the draft pick?
No. I'm not there yet, man.
Wow.
Did you love what you saw just running the football throughout the course of the game from R.J. Harvey?
Not consistently. I thought there were spurts that I went, oh, that's exciting.
Can I say incomplete? Because we are in game 12 of a rookie that was not even tasked with being the starting running back, but he was a high draft pick in the second round, Raj. This is not somebody that was that you picked in the 5th round, and everything positive that our guy last year did. What was our guy's Ed from Notre Dame? I already forgot his name.
Audric Estime.
Audric Estime. Anything he did as a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick, you're like, oh, that's pretty good. At the running back position, a 2nd round pick is basically it's a top 10 pick. You've got to deliver the goods, man. 2.7 yards per carry wasn't great.
He has more touchdowns than anyone in his draft class. He has more touchdowns than anyone in the draft class.
I want the Denver Broncos to have a consistent run game. They can win a title if they have a consistent run game. And I want to see their rookie running back run with more patience and not continually run into piles when he runs inside zone and stop his feet. I want more, RJ. I believe in you. I love you. But if I'm coaching you, there's more meat on that bone that you didn't quite fully consume.
Broncos take a 7-point lead in overtime, but with the new rules, everyone is guaranteed a possession unless time runs out on the first possession or if there's a safety. Obviously, those two things don't happen, so Washington takes over possession. We thought it was over. We thought we had a Brandon Jones interception. Talanoa Hufanga hits a dude from behind just before the ball gets there. It is a penalty, so we have to continue playing.
It's a little boo-boo.
And right after that, 38 yards. Riley Moss was really good in this game, and he almost blew it.
Game decider. Mariota inside McLaurin. Touchdown. Going for 2 and the win. Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Bonino. And Denver has won 9 in a row.
All of that follows a 38-yard reception over the head of Riley Moss. While he gets beat by Deebo Samuel, somehow finds a way to get a shoestring tackle and put him down on the 1. The Broncos are hoping they can find a way to bend, not break. They give up the touchdown, as you heard. Terry McLaurin on the slant route.
That was an illegal pick.
Rub route.
That was an illegal pick.
On Patrick's
that was an
hand.
illegal pick.
No flag gets thrown.
Of course not.
Touchdown for Washington, but send the best edge rusher in the game, not named Myles Garrett, and what happens? You win football games.
And it's a beautiful thing.
As we do every single Tuesday here, or rather Monday here on the Morning Sprint after a Broncos game, and thankfully for the 9th game in a row after a Broncos win, your Broncos Big Play Replay. We'll take a quick timeout. Make sure you guys go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, hit that little microphone button, give us your best reactions to the Broncos' 9th straight win en route to the number 1 seed, not just in the AFC, but the NFL as a whole. Hit the microphone button, yell into it. If we like it the best, you're going to walk away with $150 to Rally House on a Rally House Football Monday.
Hey, Broncos country, Coach Mike Sanford here, and yes, it's time to book your travel with your 10-2 Denver Broncos to go down to Las Vegas, Nevada, and there's no better place to stay and hang out and get into that stadium swim pool than at Circa Resort and Casino. And also, you can start your football weekend off in style right off the airplane when you land at McCarran International Airport as you huddle up with other Broncos fans at the Overhang Bar at Circa Resort and Casino. They got giveaways, including tickets to the game and signed jerseys. And yes, it is this Friday, December 5th, from 7 to 8 p.m. on the 2nd floor at Overhang Bar, again, at Circa Resort and Casino. Make sure you check out this link, circalasvegas.com/huddle up for great opportunities and great discounts. So make sure we huddle up Broncos country at Circa for Las Vegas football.
Oh, it's Mariota, not Mariota.
Bo Nix breaking out to the right. Patrick Mahomes sling arm throw. Caught in the end zone, touchdown. Yeah! Yeah!
Can I get a woo 2 times for a Broncos victory Monday? Woo woo! Keegan here, super excited that we finally decided to use the tight end. Thank God for Evan Ingram.
Holy hot doggin' mama!
Oh, I love you guys so much. If you want to win $150 here on a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, just do what your friends did that you heard. Go to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, hit the little microphone button, and yell into it. I particularly love the Hermione Granger, it's Mariota, not Mariota.
Oh, it's Mariota, not Mariota.
Don't know if I love the moaning at the beginning of it, but I like the rest of it.
Yeah, he was listening to that whole section that we talked about, Colton Yankoff, too. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there.
This is dope.
RJ Harvey, 2 touchdowns in this game. I'm going to name the one player in his draft class that has more touchdowns than him. Jackson Dart. That's it. That's the entirety of the list, and Jackson Dart is a quarterback. And we're still saying that we don't like the draft pick?
So does Jackson Dart have more rushing touchdowns than RJ Harvey?
No, he has 10 passing touchdowns.
He's accounted for more touchdowns.
RJ Harvey has 8 total touchdowns. That is more than any other player in his draft class that isn't a quarterback, and it is tied for second with Cam Ward, who has 7 passing touchdowns and 1 rushing touchdown. He's doing as much as quarterbacks are doing, and we don't like the pick still?
I mean, if you like 2.7 yards per carry and you're sufficient with that against a team that's now 3-9, then
scoring.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, but I want a Denver Broncos run game that is a consistent run game where you can see the entirety of the blocking schemes. I loved the way the game started. You were in jumbo personnel. You had Frank Crum out there as an extra tight end wearing the jersey number 73, and you run under center I formation, power to RJ Harvey. That was borderline erotic. I loved it.
That was sexy, wasn't it?
It was really sexy. But the Commanders made some changes. They adjusted, they adapted. And that's why I think Sean Payton actually had his best game overall, adjusting and adapting. And I think Dan Quinn recently taken over the defense from Joe Witt Jr. Was ultimately, hey, we're going to make Bo Nix throw the football. And so, yeah, while 2.7 yards per carry, I can say on one end, well, it's because of what the Commanders did. I thought there were plenty of opportunities for RJ Harvey to show patience. And if the one thing that I would tattoo on his wrist every play, slow to, ... fast through. And at times when he's running between the tackles and he doesn't find that cutback lane that's there and available for him, oftentimes it feels like he is fast to, fast through. And you miss the opportunity for cutback, and you run into either a penetrating interior defensive lineman, or you run into your own guys, your own blockers. I love RJ Harvey, but I want more out of this run game. This offensive line's better than 2.7 yards per carry on a back that got 13 carries. If I'm not mistaken, it's better than that, and I think it's blocking better than that.
That overtime drive, 5 plays, only one of them is a rush, and it's the 5-yard touchdown run from RJ Harvey. The rest of it was, I'm going to go win this, and Sean Payton is speaking here. I'm going to go win this on the strength of my quarterback being a gamer, being a responder, and that's what he was. He responds off of the field goal that ties the game. Also, what we haven't talked about yet, Dan Quinn deciding to kick the ball away in overtime. After you just go through a monster 18-play, 71-yard drive, and you could see the Denver defense was like, they were huffing and puffing. I hadn't seen Talanoa Hufanga look that tired in a long time. I thought Pat Surtain coming back off of injury, I wouldn't say he looked bad, but it definitely looked like he was a little bit winded at the end of that game. Dan Quinn decides to kick the ball away, or I suppose he just tells Tress Way that's what he's going to do. His punter was the one who decided that they were going to kick the opposite direction. I think that was a coaching blunder.
So going into overtime?
Going into overtime, Washington wins the coin toss.
Yeah, but they get to know what they need to do. Do they need to go for 2 to win the game?
True, but you've got the Denver defense on their heels, man.
I mean, you ultimately got
They were huffing and puffing and tired, and there is not much time in between the end of the game and when that ball gets kicked off in overtime.
Would you agree that you ultimately got accomplished what you needed to get accomplished,
Yes,
which is
yes.
marching the ball down the field and putting it in the end zone?
You did.
And you ended up getting the right call, a cover 0 tailback exit screen, and Mariota just didn't execute it. I think that the fact that they even knew, as a team that's 3-8 at the time, that they knew exactly what they needed to accomplish on the final essential play of the game to win or lose. I think you have to. Was it Kyle Shanahan that made the blunder in the Super Bowl about what decided to take the ball first? Was Shanahan did that? And everybody's like, why in the world would he do that? You want to figure out exactly what the other team does and then respond to it.
I understand that you want the variables in front of you. I was just looking at how Denver's defense looked at the end of regulation. And they looked tired as hell. I understand that the result kind of was the same thing, but can you guarantee that we are talking about responding right now with Bo Nix? Can you guarantee a 5-play, 76-yard drive for Bo after they walk down?
Yes.
And,
you watch the Giants
against
game?
your defense.
You watch the Giants game?
Your number one defense.
You watched the Giants game?
Number 2.
Did you watch? Are you saying the Bo Nix has already proven to NFL talent evaluators, head coaches, defensive coordinators he's capable of playing his best in the fourth quarter, game on the line? Like 4th down and nuts, Bo Nix is the guy. He's proven it, man. And so you want to let them go down and do what they do. Your defense can find a stop, and they find a stop, and then you can either match or surpass whatever their output is. And you make that decision. I think that was completely the right decision by Dan Quinn. I think anything else is egregious.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, could you imagine if they go down and kick a field goal and then the Broncos go and score a touchdown? I mean, you make the decision. You never knew exactly what was going to happen. You hold the cards. You hold all the cards when you find out.
It's not a situation where you think you've got your boot on the neck of a defensive unit.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, man, I'll be honest with TV timeouts and how long the coin toss takes. I mean, we were waiting for the Altitude TV postgame show, Mile High postgame huddle with Vic and Rachel Vigil to start. I mean, it takes for dang ever. Everybody's got an opportunity to get their windpipes cleared out. The Broncos freaking play. They play at altitude, man. They're going to respond in a 2.5 to 5 minute break between regulation and overtime before you're playing again. I think it's more important to actually just know what you need to do to win or lose.
Little 12-yard pass to start off that overtime period on
check
a little
down,
check down to
check down
RJ
Charlie.
Harvey, and it was perfect. The checkdowns were there. The flat was open all game for both teams.
Yep,
That's where the tight ends ate, especially Zach Ertz early in the game.
It's funny. It's almost like the tight end position doesn't really have the same clout that it did like 2 years ago.
Vertical clout?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does it not feel like the tight ends are they're tough to come by right now on fantasy to get any production out of the position. It's like there's not a lot of dudes that are just out there doing it. And I think it's because there was such a decision to clog the middle of the field, to dare people to throw the ball across the middle of the field, and all the various Vic Fangio and the cover 4 systems were daring the tight ends. And now you're seeing a lot more middle field closed. But it's the chip. When the tight ends are chipping, like elite pass rushers, which really the Commanders don't really.
The Troutman play, which was right after the check down to Harvey.
It's a chip flat.
12 yards.
And just that quick delay allows the inside linebacker to get deep into his pass drop and create extra space. And Bo Nix just took what the defense gave him.
Head on over to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. Hit that little microphone button. Give us your biggest reactions to the game. Our favorite reaction will win $150 to Rally House here on Rally House Football Monday. As you guys already know, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for all sports in Denver. Tune in for the Nuggets as they host the Mavericks with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law tonight at 6:30. And don't forget about Monday Night Football. The 10-2 Patriots, who are tied with the Broncos atop the AFC, host Jackson Dart and the Giants. The only dude who has more touchdowns in his draft class than RJ Harvey. That starts at 6:15 on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950.
Remember, pain heals, chicks dig scars, and glory lasts forever.
This Broncos win only made me think of one thing. What you gonna do, dude, when Bo Nix and the Broncos run wild on you? Ha 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 ha!
Bo Nix, the Iceman, does it again. He comes from behind again. Goes to Sean Payton and says, "You can be my wingman anytime," as the Broncos win again. And the road to the Super Bowl is going to go through the Mile High City, baby!
If you guys want to win $150 to Rally House here on a Rally House Football Monday, shop every team in town. Hop onto the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Hit that little microphone button and give us your best reaction to a Broncos cardiac win in the nation's capital last night.
Raj, outside of our nearly faux English Mariota with a moan, everybody feels like you've got to lean all the way into it's Macho Man Randy Savage time. Is it not?
You kind of got to go the WWE.
And I'm here for all of it, man. I am here. Keep them coming. 303-504-0925 and also on the app there. The Shop Mazda. Or what is it? Our app is powered by?
App is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm, and you can use the voice of the people on the Will Hite Law Firm Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. We'll give away a winner coming up in about 45 minutes from right now. We've been breaking down everything Broncos win over the Commanders, 27-26. Right now, they hold the inside track on New England to the 1 seed. However, the Patriots do have a Monday Night Football game this evening. You can listen to that on AM 950 starting at 6:15 tonight. You can listen to both that and the Nuggets game as they take on the Mavericks at Ball Arena. Jackson Dart is back for this game.
I'm excited about tonight.
For New York.
I'm excited to watch this game, and I'm excited to see what the Patriots are really all about. Have they, certainly if you're from New England or if you're a true Eastern Seaboard resident or native, the Patriots have kind of been sneaking into this spot. Like I haven't felt like the Patriots have been front and center in National Football League story like you would expect for the franchise that had Tom Brady and Bill Belichick just, 7 years ago?
They're the only other team in the league that has a winning streak of 9 games. They have not lost since a touchdown loss against the Steelers in Week 3. They hammered the Panthers before the Panthers started to get right, or at least take their next step.
The Panthers have always been, this whole year, the Panthers have felt like a scary game, but they're not good.
Yeah, they're plucky. They're plucky.
A plucky outfit.
It's like playing the San Jose Sharks in the NHL.
Plucky.
Like, they're not a good team, but they can beat you.
Remember I told you before the break, before the Thanksgiving break, just can't allow those dang Sharks to Celebrini.
Sons of guns. They beat the Bills by 3. They skirted by the Saints by 6. They hammered the Titans because, well, they're the Titans. They beat the Browns by 19. They had a 1-point win against the Falcons at home, a 5-point victory on the road against Tampa Bay, a 13-point victory at home against the hapless Jets, and then they just beat the Bengals last weekend on the road by 6. Not the Joe Burrow Bengals, but, well, the Bengals.
Yeah, I mean, tonight you're playing against a team with a horrible record, but yet I actually think this is a benchmark game for Drake May and the Patriots because they're a different team when Jackson Dart's playing. And so I am going to watch tonight's game different than I watch out of market Monday Night Football games because I want to see what these Patriots are all about. I'm really interested to see it.
Patriots still have a tough schedule to come. The Bills, I wouldn't say they're not fixed after the win this weekend. I suppose it's just got to feel a little bit better that you come away with a win, even though it's not all clicking right now. The Bills game at home is difficult next weekend. The Ravens will be playing likely for either their playoff or their division lives in Week 15, and that's a road game for New England. You get to go to the road against the Jets, who you should absolutely kill, and then you finish up at home. And don't count them out yet, and I did very early on in the season. The Dolphins are 5-7 and very much alive.
Not crazy. It's just crazy how the NFL works, man. They looked like the most hapless team in the National Football League.
Brother, they were 1-6 coming off of a 31-6 loss to the Browns.
So 4-1
They
over the
are
last 5?
4-1 over their last 5 wins.
It's also been kind of sneaky. It's so weird. The AFC East just doesn't seem like it gets a lot of the attention in the post-Tom Brady era. Because it's the Jets. It's the Dolphins. It's the Patriots until this year. Who am I leaving out?
The Bills?
Bills, yeah. It's been dominant. It's just been Josh Allen and the Bills have been that's the story in the AFC East. Everybody else is they stink. It's kind of an interesting division right now, as is another division. And I told you, should have been all rooting for the Colts over the Chiefs.
No.
The AFC South, the Colts that we were worried about.
Yeah, but they
don't even lead their damn division now.
But you want that Colts team in the wild card conversation. Because not only do they have a better record than Kansas City, they also have the tiebreaker over them. That's why you have to think a little bit more outside the box here. That's why the loss was good, because you moved down a team that Kansas City is not going to catch and doesn't have the tiebreaker against into the wild card conversation. Right? If you're talking about division winners.
The Jaguars were going to be in that same conversation, though.
Sure, but they have one fewer win.
Now they're both 8-4.
I thought.
Dude, the Jaguars are leading the AFC South.
Oh, they are both 8-4. Okay, sorry.
No. Have you seen the head-to-head now? The Jaguars are now firm control their destiny right now in the AFC South.
Okay, it's fine. 2 8-win teams. One of them is going to get pushed into the wild card, and you want to ensure that happens.
And I think that's going to happen inevitably. Here's the thing that's very interesting about the remaining schedule for the Denver Broncos. Outside of a must-win game in Las Vegas this weekend, every remaining game on the schedule features a team that's either in a like a home field advantage postseason divisional race like the Packers are right now. They're neck and neck with the dang Chicago Bears, who can't find a way to lose anymore. You got them coming to town after you play the Raiders. And then you face a Jaguars team that's in a true battle for the AFC South to get back to the postseason in Duval's first year.
Yeah, your final 4 games are all playoff games. And playoff or playoff-like intensity, because the Packers are a playoff team, they're getting in. The Jaguars would have to fall apart. They're a playoff team.
But they want to win their division.
The Chargers would have to fall apart. They're a playoff team. They're likely getting in. And the Chiefs will be we have to win it or we're dead.
Do you think there's any world that exists that the Chiefs are already dead?
Yes.
And that's kind of what I was hoping for.
They play Houston this weekend.
It's kind of when I was rooting for the Colts over them. It would be great if that Christmas Day game was just
You still have a chance. I've been telling you for 2 weeks, someone's going to do your dirty work, and you already got help this past weekend.
Yeah.
Someone's going to do it for you.
Chargers.
They're not the same Chiefs.
What are your thoughts on the Chargers? Did you hear about Justin Herbert, man? He's got a broken left hand that's going to get surgically repaired.
Brother, it doesn't help when you don't have anyone on the offensive line.
He's got
I would love to see the Chargers in the playoffs.
Do you think they're even going to make it?
They're 8-4 right now, and I've said that the other 8-4 teams are getting in.
I think that Justin Herbert has to miss time with a surgically repaired left hand. What, are you just going to club it up at quarterback? And how do you take a snap under center? I mean, you broke your hand. Like, you have to miss some
Aaron
time.
Rodgers was playing with a gimpy left wrist.
You're right. Also, eviscerated his nose, and Tony Romo called it a scratch. Dude, Tony Romo.
There's 4 8-win teams in the AFC right now. Jacksonville, the Chargers, the Colts, and the Bills. If all of those teams make the playoffs, the Chiefs are dead. Is one of those teams going to miss? Jacksonville, Los Angeles, Indy, Buffalo. Are you kicking one of those teams out of the playoffs with just 4 weeks remaining?
I think it's all gonna play out. I don't think that anybody right now I'm saying is done.
Kansas City's got too far to go.
Who do you not want?
They have to climb over Pittsburgh.
As of today, who do you least want to see?
Houston.
I agree.
Dude, the Houston defense scares the living crap out of me.
Well, and also now all of a sudden, like CJ Stroud's been there, done that, won a playoff game.
And they're kind of figuring it out on offense right now.
Getting better.
Like you beat the Colts on the road, you beat the Bills at home. Now you struggled against the Titans, but you put up 36 against Jacksonville. Like, Houston's starting to figure it out, and that defense is really scary.
Yeah.
It's so funny. I would rather see Buffalo, Indy, Baltimore all before Houston.
That's so weird.
Because Baltimore, like, Lamar Jackson looks broken right
3
now.
weeks ago, we would have said the exact opposite until we get to
That's what I
sample
love about the NFL. Every week, my head flips and flops.
Yeah, I mean, we got a text here on the Shant Mazda text line from none other than Mark Davis, owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Actually, not just same name by chance.
You don't know that?
This is true though. Boys, notwithstanding, quote, on any given Sunday after games yesterday, including the Broncos squeaking it out against the 3-8 team, I'm just not going to get sucked into how easy all this might be and how tough it's going to be for all the other teams. I know it's talk radio, but nope. Thanks for the ride. I agree. Like, the NFL is truly the Broncos have had to earn every single victory in this 9-game win streak. Save the Cowboys game, but even then, it's like at any point in time, the Cowboys could go off and go nuclear offensively.
Hey, hold on. I have to give us our flowers. We were on that Cowboys game like a month ago. Both of us on that Cowboys game. Watch out at Jerry World. Dak's going to find a way to win the game.
Yeah.
Big time call. I don't really like pumping our own tires, but that one I'm going to feel like I want to pump.
Dude, they look like a team.
Yeah, they're not. 6-5-1.
They look like a team.
That's a team that could certainly make the playoffs. What's the NFC playoff picture look like right now?
Well, this is so interesting because, like, even the Green Bay Packers, they start to look like they're trending in a positive direction. And I keep saying that the Broncos have it has appeared to me that this current iteration of the Packers hates coming to play at 5,280 feet. They don't play great. They didn't practice great in the joint practice. They didn't play well in the preseason game. They didn't play well in the regular season game 2 seasons ago when Jordan Love just kind of had a stinker against Russell Wilson. But the Packers right now are, I mean, like I said, they are duking it out to win the dang NFC North. Because they want to keep Lambeau Field just as much as the Broncos want to keep home field advantage at all costs. So too do the dang Packers. That's an important home field to hold.
Well, if you look at the NFC playoff picture right now, Chicago's got the tiebreaker over LA. They're in the 1 seed at 9-3.
How crazy is that? That the 2 1 seeds right now
are Caleb Williams and Bo Nix?
Yes, and potentially if the Patriots win tonight, then it would actually be Drake May and Caleb Williams.
Well, because they have the one extra win.
Because they played one more game.
Right.
Wild. I mean, just the preseason bingo card. Were we all thinking that Caleb Williams himself would be fixed?
No.
Did we think Drake May would take this massive Herculean next right step?
There's a contingent of people that saw it. I did not.
I didn't either.
I did not. I'll admit that.
And the other thing too, Vrabel, and I know everybody loves and glazes Mike Vrabel. He's the greatest head coach. And I saw how it all played out at the very end of his time in Tennessee. I think he's got a little bit of that Urban Meyer effect where he's really good on the front end, but he kind of wears out his welcome by
Chip
years
Kelly.
3, 4, 5. Yep. Harbaugh.
Yep. You got to win early.
Yep.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Raj. Make sure you guys go over to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app on a Rally House Football Monday. We're giving away $150 in gift cards every single show, and all you have to do is hit the little microphone on our mobile app. Give us your best reactions to the Broncos' 27-26 victory on a Rally House Victory Monday. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League here on a Rally House Victory Football Monday. That's the coach Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. Broncos get a 27-26 victory. KJ, what is first?
Well, Sean Payton was happy, but yet serious in his postgame presser after another last-second win, as you just said, 27-26 over the Commanders.
Evan.
It was a lot. It was a lot of that yesterday, and we'll get to that here in just a second. So how
poor guy,
dude, he can't catch a break. How worried is Sean about these types of wins, knowing his team is in the hunt for a potential Super Bowl and that they are potentially Super Bowl contenders, depending on who you ask?
There's always listen. This is pick a Super Bowl team. And I say that respectfully, and then go look at that season. I mean, look at it honestly. And I can go back through, the 6 or 7 playoff teams or real good teams. You begin to build some momentum. Yeah, there's some things you want to clean up, but just take a peek at any one of them. And every once in a while you get one of those teams that just rolls right through it all. But this is a tough league.
Sean's Super Bowl team was kind of one of those teams that rolled through it all, although they lost their final 3 games of the season.
Yeah, never great.
If you remember, they were 13-3 in that regular season. They go on to win the Super Bowl over Indy that year. They were 13-0 going into 2 home games against Dallas, Tampa Bay, and then on the road against Carolina.
All right.
They lost all 3 of those games.
Okay, we might be onto something here. With it now being a 17-game season, Broncos just go absolutely big nuts, Lutz to the wall for the next 3-4 weeks, and then just call off the dogs once it's all
against Kansas City and LA. Do what KC did to you last year.
Sean's like, screw it.
We're all right. We're all right. Well, if you ask Moj, the Broncos are going to win 17 straight games and go win a Super Bowl. And
I think Sean Payton's going to tank a game or 2 at the end. I think like if you win these, you do what you need to do against the Raiders. And trust me, I'm not going to say it's a guarantee after what I've seen. We're going to be holding on to our ever-living balls on Sunday.
When Friday comes along, I'm sure I will pick the Broncos to win by 2 touchdowns against the Raiders.
And then once the game turns on, you're going to be like, yeah,
I was an idiot.
I'm going to be watching every single second of this game with my gonads in my throat.
Last night, I expected to be watching that game kind of distracted because I thought they were going to handle Washington with Mariota at quarterback and it was going to be ho-hum, go in, do your business, win by 10, and move on. And it certainly wasn't that. It was nice to be tested. I don't want them
to be tested. That's all you've been the whole year.
So they continue to show you that they can win when they're tested.
I agree. All good.
Moj, they're going to lose a game, buddy.
It's all good.
Settle down there.
It's all good.
What's next?
That's going to be Sean at the end of the year when he loses his last 3 games. All good.
Coach is stupid. Here, you know what? Before we move on to the next story, Raj, I want Coach's reaction to another moment of
Evan.
Here is Luka trying to ask about the number 1 seed, and is it still in play?
But at this point, is the 1 seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the silliest question of the night. I mean, it's the silliest question of the night. We're competing for it, but certainly we respect the other teams in our conference, but certainly we're competing for it.
Okay. Thank you, Coach.
All right, all good. I used silly. I could have used the number.
Yes. I love it. Part of this 9-game win streak, I think we can give a lot of credit to our guy, Evan, Luka Evans of the Denver Post. And just always asking a question that I don't even think that Luka himself is like truly deciding to try to go viral. I just think he's asking a question because he's a reporter that doesn't get scared about asking particular questions, which I respect about Evan. So I love the fact that we're getting this on a weekly basis, whether it be at the practice facility at Dove Valley and Luka Evans ask a question that Sean doesn't love, or post game after a huge victory. But then the other thing that we've been able to rely upon in the last 3 weeks of this 9-game winning streak that really carried us through the month of November is the patron saint of Narcissus, the St. Sean Candle, who our Shop Mazda text line just reminded us we need to continue to eliminate during the morning sprint.
Oh, yeah,
Raj,
we almost ruined it.
Raj, thank you for being a great steward of the patron saint of Narcissus, Sean Payton.
What would a steward of the patron saint of Narcissus be called? Am I like a friar?
You're a candle boy.
I don't like that.
You are. You are a candle boy.
I don't love that.
I could totally see you with your white robe on and your candle extenders that you walk around double fisting these brass candle
also
extinguishers.
Don't love the fact that you use double fisting.
Really?
Nope.
You don't like double fisting?
No.
Huh?
KJ, what's that?
No. Like I said, just happy that we can't. A win is a win.
I'm with you, RJ. A win is a win. And the Bo Nix show rolls on in Denver, and it appears he has a new partner in crime that he's falling head over heels for it. And this time it is not Cortland Sutton. Raj, this one's for you, buddy.
We were hoping to go on defense first, so when we got the football, it's just really important you score a touchdown because it puts the pressure on them. And I haven't played many overtime games in this league, so it's a little bit different. So, scoring first is obviously, it's a must. And then you got to score a touchdown because you can't really see what the other team does if you start on defense. So we did that in just a few plays. And, that last drive, RJ had a great first catch to get it going. He had a great pickup on the next play, block pickup, and then, he gets the ball in the end zone. And it was pretty impressive. Really good drive for a rookie. He had no, back down in his face. He looked really confident, looked really good, and it's good. It's fun to see a guy like that put in all the work, really try really hard in the week, put in a lot of effort, put in a lot of work, and it showed. I mean, he continues to play better and better, and happy he's on our team.
Bo Leave is right, Coach. As I read your socks, he's got the effigy of Bo Nix as we light the candle of St. Sean of Narcissus.
So with the St. Sean candle and now a
just
new
waiting
gift
to be smoked from above.
and a gift from my wife where she's like, because we can't find a proper St. Bo candle, we just need Bo Leave socks. I'm wearing these bad boys until they win the Super Bowl.
Woo!
Try to get nice
Those
and
things
ripe
are
with
ripe.
them.
This one from Maddie Bicknell on the Shop Mazda text line. I'm not a candle boy. I am an askesis. An askesis.
I see what you do there. I see there. I liked that.
I still think that Dan Quinn made a mistake. I know the overtime kind of played itself out and it didn't matter, but I saw Denver's defense on their heels and tired as hell. And I think that he gave the Denver defense a chance to regroup. Now, they gave up the touchdown, but that game could have been over. There could have been an interception. Hufanga was a little bit too early.
A little grabby.
Deebo Samuel was up and over Riley Moss. You know what? If there's one thing this defense lets up, it's a chunk play.
Yeah.
They find a way to give up the chunk play.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Most of the time, they hold those offenses to field goals.
Most of the time, the sword is in your favor. At times, that sword is pointed right back through your chest. Riley Moss was trying so hard. God bless his heart.
He didn't get flagged.
Yeah, he didn't give a penalty, but he was trying so hard to utilize his look for the football,
and then he stopped running
lean into the defender. Little did he know, Deebo was booking, and the ball was way over his head. He's still working into his man look and lean technique. He did it beautifully early in the game. I was going nuts. I was so excited when he early PBU in the first quarter on a downfield throw.
KJ, keep it going.
Like I said, just happy that we can't. A win is a win.
Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will get his third start next week, so no controversy as Kevin Stefanski gets out ahead of this after a 26-8 loss to the San Francisco 49ers. Next week, the Browns will face off against rookie quarterback Cam Ward of the Tennessee Titans. So that should be a fun one. As we all know, Shedeur and Cam are pretty good friends. Shedeur yesterday completed 16 of 25 passes for 149 yards and 1 touchdown. But the story of the game is Shedeur and Jerry Jeudy's, we'll call it a discussion on the sideline. What do you guys think of their little moment, and was it necessary for Jeudy to address him that way in the moment?
If Cleveland thinks that Shedeur has a chance to turn into their franchise quarterback, you have to get Jerry Jeudy as far away from him as possible. That's not a good look from Jeudy, man. And all it's doing, it is backing up kind of what we all thought here at the end of his tenure. I'm a me guy. I'm a me first guy. And what he was always talking about wasn't talking about the stats, wasn't talking about the wins. He was talking about being the highest paid wide receiver of all time. And he's never going to do that at this point in his career. But it was very clear he had one thing that he was motivated about, and it was, well, Jerry Jeudy. I hate that for Shedeur Sanders.
Does the relationship of Jerry Jeudy and Shedeur Sanders come down to the fact that they are truly mutually dependent upon each other?
Yep.
Because Jerry Jeudy does have physical attributes, which we saw a year ago when the Cleveland Browns came with Jameis Winston and he went nuclear against the Broncos. I do think that those are the two types of personalities that ultimately can find lightning in a bottle if it goes right. And obviously this illustration that we're watching, sometimes those types of discussions, they're actually happening in real time and it looks really demonstrative, it looks bad. That can actually lead to some good. So, I mean, I'm all for the Browns beating everybody they play from here on out. Like, why not? Help the Broncos case along the way.
Shedeur wasn't the reason why they lost that game. Like 26-8 feels like a butt kicking, and it is. He got sacked 3 times. He didn't turn the football over. He had 16 of 25 for 149 yards. Like, it's nothing to write home about, but he didn't lose them the football game. They fumbled 4 times, and he was not one of the guys that fumbled the football away 4 separate times. When you do that to San Francisco, you're going to lose.
It's one of Shedeur Sanders' most impressive traits. For as many sacks as he took in his time as a CU quarterback, he never fumbled the ball. He holds on to it. He's like iron mitts. It's the craziest thing ever.
I'm happy he's getting chances, and I'm happy he gets another start next week. He should continue until he falls apart. He should continue to get chances to win that job.
All right, so let's become Browns fans and Shedeur Sanders fans, even if you're a Ram fan, and we want the Browns to beat Buffalo, to beat Pittsburgh. Just because. I want them to.
You don't want them to beat Buffalo. You want Buffalo to win football games because you want Buffalo in the playoffs and not Kansas City, and Buffalo is the levy right now. And Kansas City it could be a Category 5 hurricane. It could also be a tropical storm that just like has the kids off of school on a Friday for no reason.
Can I have the Colts lose out?
Sure.
Is that okay?
No, because they need to win a game.
They actually might.
They need to win a game.
Because I don't know. Yeah, you're right. We don't. I don't want to see Josh Allen in the playoffs. Early.
Josh Allen?
You're going to have to see one of these quarterbacks that you don't want to. Right? You're almost guaranteed to find a way to run into Lamar, Josh, or Patrick Mahomes if the Chiefs get in.
In your building, it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
That's the path we're on right now.
Yep. Let's just get home field advantage.
Mr. Granderson.
Like I said, just happy that we can't win is a win.
Speaking of another guy that doesn't take accountability and was banned from this show, Aaron Rodgers got absolutely destroyed yesterday, 26-7 versus the Buffalo Bills. He and the Pittsburgh Steelers, should I say. And he's the greatest blame shifter of our league today. And he put on an absolute blame shifting performance last night as he absolutely destroyed his wide receivers for something that probably should have stayed in-house.
When there's film sessions, everybody shows up. And when I check to a route, you do the right route, you know? Like, John and I just weren't on the same page. I checked to his breaker and he ran off.
He's off forever. I don't want to hear that man's name, his voice on the morning sprint ever again. That is the most coward, worst ending to a career since I don't know who.
Maybe ever?
I'm tired of him. I don't want him on the show anymore. Like he's saying, show up to a film session so that you can know. You don't air that dirty laundry out in the media, brother. Everybody's tired of your shtick. Get off our airwaves. You're done. KJ?
Steelers fans are booing Renegade. They're chanting Fire Tomlin at this point. which I think is kind of
called the Aaron
crazy.
Rodgers experience.
Like the Steelers are very much in a race for the playoffs right now. And Mike Tomlin, even though he brings in a guy who probably shouldn't be in the league anymore, just because of like how he rubs everyone, you're 6-6 and tied at the top of the AFC North. Like you have a chance to host a playoff game. And you're asking people to fire Tomlin? Again, the best thing for the Steelers is that you are terrible for a year and then you get some big-time draft picks, but they'll never do that under Tomlin. And maybe that's the reason why the fan base wants him gone.
All I want, man, is I want 5 straight Bengals victories. Just because it'd be so wild.
It'd be the most Bengals Joe Burrow thing ever.
Although I don't really want Joe Burrow in the playoffs.
No, you don't want to see Joe Burrow. The Bengals currently have the Bills, the Ravens, the Dolphins, the Cards, and the Browns. They could win out. They could find a way to win out. Now, the game at the Bills is tough.
And they're finally going to have both T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow with the defense that's playing a lot better under Al Golden than they did a year ago.
Colorado's most complete local appliance store is Mountain High Appliance, and they give you guys every single day here on the Morning Sprint our NFL notes. They have locations in Denver, in Louisville, in Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, you guys have been using the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app to give your best reactions to the Broncos' 1-point overtime victory over the Washington Commanders. On the other side, we give away $150 on Rally House Football Monday.
With apologies to Jason Kosmiski, you can't get beat by Zach Ertz.
Benito for the win.
Evan Ingram. Perfect.
We'll give away $150 to Rally House coming up in about 10 minutes from right now before we hand things off to PhD and their reactions to a 1-point overtime victory. 9 straight wins for the Denver Broncos, currently holding the number 1 seed in the NFL. Make sure you guys don't miss another Avs Ticket Tuesday. That's tomorrow on Altitude 92.5. Keywords will be on the 20s all day long for your chance to see the Avs host the reigning 2-time Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. That is tomorrow in Avs Ticket Tuesday. That's a fun game to go to. Avs and Panthers, even though the Panthers are still injured. Fun game to go to. Avs continue to find a way to get points. We'll get into what they did over the weekend. We'll get into the Nuggets split over the weekend as well. Saw this from the Stat Squatch. 31 total games for Denver sports teams, professional sports teams, in the month of November. They either won or got points in 28 of them.
That's incredible.
The only 3 regulation losses were the Nuggets, and they're missing Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown.
That's stupid. So ultimately, between the Avs and the Broncos, you had a perfect November. I mean, perfect as it relates to what Raj says in hockey, which is just get points.
Just get points, baby.
Just get points. It doesn't matter. Nobody really cares about your stupid, fictitious NHL overtime shootout. Doesn't friggin' matter. Just get points. And they have. It's really fun to watch, man. It's really, really fun time to be a Denver sports fan.
We will get into the Nuggets and the Avs tomorrow, and we obviously have the Nuggets to react to as they host the Mavericks this evening at Ball Arena. If you're looking for the Monday Night Football game, as Altitude Sports Radio is your exclusive home for Westwood One and primetime NFL games, you can listen to that on AM 950 tonight, starting at 6:15. The Nuggets game at 6:30 on 92.5, hosting the Dallas Mavericks. The one little minute part of this game that we haven't talked about is I got to give flowers again. I've kind of been in RJ Harvey's corner more so than anyone this morning. And you know what? He's going to be my in the groove Broncos player. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway. Find them at groovetoyota.com. RJ Harvey for me is in the groove. Not because he scores 2 touchdowns, not because he has more touchdowns than any position player in his draft class and more touchdowns than anyone not named Jackson Dart. And yeah, that guy throws the football for a living. It's because of the block he makes on the Adam Troutman 12-yard reception in overtime right before the shake little jerk route that goes for 41 for Evan Ingram. That little blindside free blitzer that he picks up, Bo then steps up, side shimmies outside, Troutman finds the soft area in the middle of the hash marks. That block was sensational.
It was awesome. He identified the blitz look, and he made the first 2-3 steps with decisiveness that was able to get the defender that was blitzing off that field side edge to get on the turf. Bo Nix was able to find his check down. And yeah, you're there. When you showed me that clip, Raj, I said, okay, he's not just a fantasy football touchdown
He's
merchant.
not just a 2-yard TD. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's been positive signs. There's been positive signs of RJ Harvey. I'm hard on RJ Harvey right now. Because I love you. Because I love you, kid. Because I expect big things out of you, son. That's why I'm hard on you. That's why I'm disciplining you. That's how I feel about RJ. He can be really good, Raj. Let's not settle for 2.7 yards per carry because he got two touchdowns. We're good. Oh, we got to get this Broncos team where it needs to be and can be. The run game's got to come along. Did you hear a little bit about some of the semi optimism from Sean Payton about a J.K. Dobbins return potentially this season? That was kind of floating around a little bit on Sunday. Not sure exactly where it came from, but I would be welcomed.
What, it's Liz Frank surgery?
No, it's Liz Franc.
Liz Franc. Liz Franc.
A former French gynecologist named Liz Franc. Dr. Liz Franc.
So the thought is if the Broncos make it all the way to the Super Bowl or maybe the AFC title game, he could be back then. I think Harvey's good enough to get them where they need to be. This team's never going to rely upon a run game. They weren't going to
top 10
rely.
they were top 10 in the National Football League. That's part of what got you to this spot.
But they're not going to rely upon the run game to get them where they need to be.
I think they're going to rely on the threat and even the possible balance of it. I think Sean wants to run the rock, and
Is
I think
that
he wants
threat gone with J.K. Dobbins?
No, I think you were. Yeah, I don't think that all of us Broncos fans that are down on R.J. Harvey, myself included, should S-can the football player. Just like nobody should have S-canned Bo Nix when everybody was calling for Jarrett Stidham to be the starting quarterback a month ago, even though the Broncos had won 5 straight games. You had the stinkers in back-to-back weeks against the Texans and the Raiders.
Scoring matters. When you score matters. And I know half of his touchdowns this year, RJ Harvey, have been from 5 yards or fewer. However, half of his touchdowns have come in the fourth quarter. 5 of his touchdowns, of his 8 touchdowns this year, have come in the second half. And you were only leading in terms of those 4 fourth quarter touchdowns. You were only leading in one of those games at that time. When you score matters. So I know he's not rushing at a Derrick Henry clip, but he's effective.
Can I have my groove guy?
You can have your groove guy. Who's in the groove?
Bo Nix is in the groove. And I have Bo Leaf socks on to prove it.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bo Nix' career record as a starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. 20-9. By far the leader in the clubhouse for that 2024 loaded NFL draft class. 20 wins. Better than Jaden Daniels. 20 wins. Better than Drake May. 20 wins. A whole hell of a lot better than my guy, Michael Penix Jr., who I loved. I don't even know if he'll get another one.
He might not.
J.J. McCarthy. What, you got, 1 or 2?
Can you tell me without a shred of doubt that he's going to be the starter next year for Minnesota?
Can't tell you that.
Can't do that.
And then, of course, Caleb Williams. That's the upstart story right now, but he sure as heck isn't 20-9 as a starter. Bo Nix, 321 yards passing in a game where you needed to throw the football effectively to stay on the field, to move the sticks. You needed to deliver when you got the football in overtime, and you did it behind the tune of 4 for 4, including a 41-yard awesome route concept that Bo Nix checked to when he got the wide jerk out of empty to Evan Ingram. Threw a strike, looked off the mic, kept the boundary safety, not involved in the fit whatsoever. Bo Nix, you are in the groove, brother. And you are, without a question, the franchise quarterback for the Denver Broncos. That's why I have my Bo Nix socks that I'm not taking off for the next 3 months.
A common refrain when you're watching a game with friends and family is, well, why didn't they do that before? Why haven't they always done those things? And that's my question to you. What about yesterday's game opened up the Evan Ingram game plan that we haven't seen consistently this year? Because my question is, well, why don't you do that every time?
The Manders played a lot more zone, especially in got to have it situations before half and in the overtime situation. When you play too high structure, you play quarters or cover 6, which is quarter halves. You open up the middle of the field to be able to operate against inside linebackers. The Manders did it. I think it's a terrible plan against Bo Nix and the Broncos. I think to have success against Bo Nix in this offense, you do what you and I watched every single day at training camp, is what the Denver Broncos defense did to Bo Nix. Did they move the ball effectively?
Not really.
Really, there was typically a period where Bo Nix and the Broncos would matriculate the football down the field, and it was always at the end of practice. What was that period, Raj? It was the 2-minute drill. And what did the Broncos do in 2-minute drill? Play zone.
They succeed.
Yep. They played zone, and the Denver Broncos offense was able to, behind Bo Nix, a little sit in the zone here. That's where we saw Evan Ingram come alive. We'd see Cortland Sutton come alive. Pat Bryant come alive.
You see those little soft check downs to your running backs after you've got a chip. Like the Troutman reception in overtime there were 2 chips on that play. It wasn't just R.J. Harvey finding the weak side free rusher.
I hate prevent defenses. As somebody, if that's my team, Think back at that Colorado State game against CU. The glorious game between, the game that happened where Travis Hunter got cheap shotted by, I think it was Henry Blackburn. Got cheap shot and they ended up having a kumbaya moment. The CSU Rams played blitz, cover 1 the entire game, and then at the end of the game, hey, we're going to play soft cover 2, soft prevent, rush 3. And Shedeur Sanders took that ball 98 stinking yards.
Last thing before we get out of here and announce our winner of a $150 Rally House gift card. Did Marcus Mariota's, sorry, I'll say it the correct way, Mariota. Did his success rushing the football yesterday concern you about possible QBs you could see in the postseason?
Yeah, it did. A fully healthy Lamar, a fully healthy Josh Allen, and even, I hate to say this, man, but Joe Burrow's a lot more mobile than people give him credit for. His rushing stats when he's right are pretty dang good. I don't really want to see any of those guys, so can we just root for all of the best quarterbacks that are on teams that are kind of buns right now? Just to go away.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I'll take T-Law.
We'll take Trevor Lawrence any day.
Give me a little. I want the new and unimproved version of Indiana Jones here in the latter half. Give me all of that.
Congratulations as we get out of here on a Rally House Football Monday to Brendan Jordan. Congratulations. Brendan, your submission to the Voice of the People has won you $150 to Rally House. Shop every team in town. If you didn't win with us, you'll have chances to win with PhD coming up next. Broncos win 27-26. Nuggets tonight on 92.5. Monday Night Football on AM 950. PhD is next for Coach, for KJ.
Go Giants.
Go
Giants.
Brendan. I'm Raj. Have a great day.
I'm Coacher.
Oh, it's Mariota, not Mariota.
We got a smoke machine.
Party on, Wayne.
We got a sound machine. And we got the best record in the NFL.
Hey, boy, stay there.
Damn. How about that, huh?
Win.
I definitely want to dig into every element of the game, for sure. Of course. But believe it or not, we have a little bit of breaking news that's going on right now.
Okay.
Just a little bit. That, I don't know, I want to get your take on it. Adam Thielen's been released by the Vikings because he wants to go to a team in his last year that's got a shot at winning. This is just coming out in the past few minutes. He has been released by the Vikings. Do you think the Broncos should make a run at Adam Thielen?
Maybe. I kick the tires, I guess. He's 35 years old. He got 8 catches for 69 yards on the year. He got himself 69 yards.
I gotcha.
Maybe. I mean, shoot, a veteran that could come in and play a few key snaps here and there. When you're in a championship year, you're always looking for veterans that might be able to help you out.
Really hasn't been able to stay healthy since he had kind of that MVP kind of season. What was it, 4 years ago, something like that? 5 years ago, he had just a monster season.
Then it's been downhill. With Carolina, I couldn't do anything, and I mean,
it's okay. But listen, they added Mercedes Lewis. They said, see you later to what's his face there, who was great in camp, and put in little Jordan Humphrey. God, I'm even forgetting his name. That's terrible.
Now, J.J. McCarthy was trying to throw him the football, so that could be contributing. I mean, listen, 8 catches, 69 yards. I think he might be over
That's
the
a
hill
good
now.
game.
That's a good game. Great game, Scott.
Yeah, it's a good game.
I just want to throw it out there. That is breaking.
I'll say yes if you get rid of little Jordan Humphrey.
Well, sure. I mean, okay. I mean, you can do that. Yeah, I mean, God, what is that guy's name? I'm forgetting his name. Holy cow.
Bill.
The special teams guy who was great in training camp. Sherfield.
Oh, Trent.
They got rid of him.
Yeah.
They got rid of him. They got little Jordan. He played a handful of plays. Mercedes Lewis, I don't know. I mean, you're looking for little pieces here because when you're building.
What do we need anything for anything? We're doing great.
It's fine-tuning on the Super Bowl team. It's just fine. Back. Well, Sean did address that, my fine feathered friend. He did talk about that. But let me lay back here a little bit. What'd you guys think? Top to bottom, what'd you think?
Well, first off,
You trimmed your beard, by the way.
I did not trim my beard.
In the last week?
My beard has not been trimmed in a while. It's actually getting to the point, I put a little product in it.
Oh, okay. You did something.
Yeah, but it's actually getting to the point where I'm making a decision. Am I going to bring it back out or am I going to trim it down? Because
That's a good length right there, though.
Yeah, you like that? Appreciate it.
It's a good length.
Appreciate it. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, a nice product.
Yeah,
a little beard oil.
Thank you. Yeah, a little beard oil. Yeah. Little paste.
Well, it's amazing the difference beard oil makes.
Just a little brush, trim it out.
Comb.
Yeah. Another game. It was like the same story of the season. Here we go into halftime. Are we all trained to not get emotional about the first half of Denver Broncos games yet? I hope so. I kind of felt like I was getting trained like that. I had a weird feeling about this game all week long, and I was off last week for the majority of the week, but I had a weird feeling just because you had the bye week, you had the emotional win before that. This felt like just a game that could catch you by surprise. And Marcus Mariota was fantastic.
He was great.
Bo Nix was great too.
He was great.
Bo Nix was great. Had that one. What the hell happened on that interception?
That
was the most confusing looking interception I've ever seen in my life.
Mariota and Bo both had a dumb interception. Both, equally.
But it was so weird. Weird. I couldn't figure out for the life of me what he was trying to accomplish there. Anyways, he played great. And at the end of the day, I guess I'll walk away and I say great win. I'm not feeling like, okay, you snuck one out. Well, I do think they snuck it out. I think that's true. But it was just a great win.
Good teams win close games. Had my Kansas City boys that I'm in my thread with, said, boy, we won a lot of games that look like that one last night. That's what they said to me.
Yeah. So, a lot of games.
And really, they've done it the last couple of years, right?
That runs over, but thank you for the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. Appreciate it. But yes, your boys are toast. Your boys are toast.
But they make a great point, though.
Yeah,
yes. Where have they been the last 2 or 3 years at the end of the season?
That's right.
In the Super Bowl.
Correct.
So
the concept that, and I saw some of this criticism, you'll never win games in the playoffs playing like that. Baloney. You'll win a lot of games in the playoffs coming through when it matters, being clutch, and making big plays. And to think that, style points matter? Hell no. Sean Payton pointed out again, if you look at the journey of Super Bowl teams, Tyler, there's all sorts of ups and downs, and nobody would know that better than you guys in 2015. You know, you weren't blowing teams out, just the opposite. But you know what you were learning? How to win.
Yep.
And that matters.
Yeah, look, this one does feel like I disagree with Sean a little bit. Like, I think they escaped one here. I mean, Washington, golly, talk about how the heck did they throw two of those passes back to back? I mean, you got the one called back for the touchdown that's called back for the holding penalty, and then he hit Debo on the very next play. What the hell? Like, how does that even happen? Washington had every chance to win the game. They went for two, and it was freaking there, by the way. That was there for a walk-in 2-point conversion. If Nick Bonito doesn't get his hands up, thank God for Nick Bonito, because that was probably going to be a 2-point conversion walk-in, and Washington wins the game.
All right, let's do some X's and O's right off the top, because Sean said we had a zone coverage. We called the timeout and went into 0, which they believed, and he explained it, and we can play it later, but he explained it that when we took a look at their first setup, we were worried about Mariota running the ball.
Yeah.
But after we saw the setup, we weren't as worried about that, and so they brought more pressure. Now, when they brought more pressure, they knew they were going to get a man free. They didn't know what man it was going to be, but they knew somebody was free. I'm going to assume, like a full court press, when you press, you could get the turnover, but somebody's going to be open at some point. So that's the risk you make. So X and O it for me. Sean claims they made a change. They went from zone to 0, and that's what let Nick Bonito get free and made the deflection.
Well, so, yeah, what happens, Washington comes out with their 2-point play, and the Broncos call what you call a Polaroid timeout, right? So that's called a Polaroid.
Sean calls it Kodak, so it's a brand name, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, same thing. We called it Polaroid. So you want the offense or the defense to come out. You want to see what the look looks like. You're going to call timeout. You snap a picture. You go to the sideline. All right, here's what they're coming out with.
Yes.
Washington does change up the play slightly. They change up the formation. I think they were trying to accomplish the same thing in a different manner. And the Broncos apparently changed what they're going to do. Look, when you go cover 0, it's pretty simple. What does cover 0 mean? You got no deep safety help. That doesn't matter too much when you're down there on the goal line, like the deep safety help. But what does happen, what you just said, when you're going to bring an extra guy to blitz that quarterback, and you got a smart QB, there's going to be a hot guy that's going to be available. And that running back was freaking there. He was there.
Okay. How many quarterbacks in the league recognize that, pump fake, get a guy going, or move slightly, or loft the ball, or something, and adjust? When Bonito goes up to block it, they just throw it above or around or move or something.
I think that pick that he had and that deflection were based all on the game plan. And I think the game plan for them going in, don't get sacked, don't get sacked, don't get sacked. Because
so you're counting on Mariota making a quick decision no matter what.
Well, he was throughout the whole game.
He sure was.
That ball was out quick.
And don't forget,
sure
at the end of the regulation, they went for it with 7 seconds on the clock, and he got rid of that was in his head, getting rid of the ball quick.
Yeah. You see how fast he
7
did
seconds,
that
by the way, and I was watching the game. I was at a watch party, and I was telling everybody before they got to it, 7 seconds is the magic number. That's the magic number in the NFL that you say, okay, now we got to make a decision. You do have enough time to go for one more play if you want to go for it, but gosh dang, is it risky.
Yeah. But I think that was his game plan going in, and the interception, we'll start with that one. You go back, he's getting under pressure finally because he really didn't get a lot of pressure on him. All of a sudden, but he just turned him through it. And I think that whole game, don't get sacked, don't get sacked, don't get sacked. And then that deflection, same thing. And he was off balance, jumped in the air on the interception. This one, he's kind of going backwards and trying to heave it. And give Bonito credit, too, because if you watch him, he stops and then he starts to time it. I mean, that was a very athletic play. Now, they're lucky to even be going for a 2-point because, Surtain got the hell picked out of him and no call on that play right at the end zone, which is one of the easiest plays to call for a referee.
Well, let's go through the whole game. It'll be fun, and I'm feeling incredibly positive. I'm pumped up. And, Tyler, by the way, when you were off I had a bad feeling. Scott can attest to it. I was saying all week that it's like I've got the heebie-jeebies about this one. At the end, I thought, at the end of the day, I was like, I don't know, man. They're going to win this game. And at 20-17, I really did think they were going to come down, score a touchdown. They're going to win by 10, and, okay. But the Commanders had different plans. Dan Quinn, man, he made a lot of changes, and they worked. They are a much improved team from 3 weeks ago when they got the brakes beat off them by Detroit.
And you can't even say, hey, if Jaden Daniels play, they win that game.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if he could play any better.
Well, Marcus Mariota was fantastic.
If Mariota played.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. We'll have a $150 gift card to give you to Rally House. Keep listening to find out how. Thank you for listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. All right, hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the holiday season is here. Full of hustle, bustle, and packed with activity. But when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping well and your sex drive is... perhaps there's some coal in that stocking. Well, maybe it's tough to feel festive. All right, well, there could be signs of low T. And if that's what's going on, 'tis the season to take some action and get treated. Give yourself the present of health and feeling good and up to it and just everything that goes along with enjoying this time of year. So go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz on the website. Simple 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple minutes. You'll schedule a consult and you'll go from there. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need. Don't go another season with low T. Get to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations, easy to find. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I kind of knew what defense we were in, and I kind of figured out their play. And as it was happening, and I think the guy might have been open, but Nick did a great job of making an athletic play. And I was just really hoping the ball hit the ground at that moment, and sure enough, it did. And when you realize the game's over, you can take a deep breath and enjoy it.
We'll get to the Broncos and the running game, that piece of the puzzle here in just a second. Your reaction, we're all about it, 303-504-0925. All right, boys, here are some numbers. Let's just go over some staggering numbers here. There have been 202 instances in NFL history of a team trailing in each of its first 12 games. The Broncos this year are the only ones to win 10 of those games. Only one other team had 8 wins at that point. That's the Oilers. So this is territory that nobody has ever been in before. So yes, it's kind of like you make the reservation. Can you keep the reservation? We'll give you the lead, but can you keep the lead? And the answer is no. 9 in a row. Obviously, they're tied for the best record, but they have the tiebreaker over the Patriots because of common opponent wins. Can you guess what opponent the Broncos have beaten that the Patriots haven't? This is a fun one.
I don't know.
Oh, let me think.
It's a fun one.
Raiders.
That is correct.
Oh, wow.
That is correct.
First game of the year.
You got to be kidding me.
I
forgot all about that game.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
1 inch deep, 3 miles wide.
Excellent. That is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
The Patriots lost to the Raiders the first week of the season.
Wow.
Look at you.
Gosh, so looking back on that, Patriots lost to the Raiders?
I
Wow.
know. That's where I thought nobody would actually get that question. Scott, smarter than the average bear. They've trailed in all 9 straight games. They've won their last 4 by a combined 10 points. Okay. It's crazy. Most wins by 4 or fewer points by a team in NFL history. It actually ties 6 other teams. So they're the 7th team in NFL history to win 7 games in the season by 4 or less points. And this is a great one from Jake Coyne. In the month of November, the Broncos, Nuggets, and Avs won or earned a point in 28 of their 31 combined games. It's the best combined percentage by an NFL, NBA, and an NHL team from a metropolitan area in a month in the history of those leagues. So for big city sports cities like Denver is, that has all 4 teams and at least 3 that play in the fall, this was the best November literally ever.
Pretty good.
How about that, sports fans?
Well, sucks that December's here.
Yeah. We just had in Denver, Colorado, the best sports November ever. Now, we're not taking CU into account, and we can get to the Last Supper press conference and, as time goes on here. Yeah. It's a fascinating.
It's time to resurrect.
Is that what he was saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to die, and now it's time to resurrect. Yeah.
Okay. All right. But just framing things for everybody about how special this time is. I hope everybody does appreciate it. I wonder if they do, but it's kind of stunning.
You've got, 7 games where you 4 points or less, the final. Your 2 games were one that you lost were 1-score games, too.
That's true.
I mean,
you lost on field goals with 0 seconds on the clock.
That number would be 8 had you not called a support foul or whatever that leverage foul.
Leverage.
Otherwise, you win that game by 2, right? There's another one, and the Charger game, you hardly even remember that one, but that was close to the very end, right? Didn't they go down and score late?
Yep.
To take the lead. So, I mean, even if you got 7 wins like that, you got your 2 losses are like that too. I mean, they've done nothing but play close games this year.
Do I love it? No, I don't love it. I would prefer to see them win games in a different manner, but you're building callus and you're building experience for tough games. Playoffs are going to be tough. That's the way it's going to go. I do think that it's fair to still be concerned about the way they're winning games. It's not great in the big picture, but you're freaking winning games. You got 10 wins. Denver Broncos have 10 wins right now. It's nutso, man. So you got a lot of callus you're gonna have confidence when you're in strained situations.
It's a Rally House Football Monday. It's a Victory Monday. We love Rally House. Shop every team in town, loaded with Broncos gear, Nuggets, Avs, Buffs, whatever you like here in Colorado. They got it. Thank you, Rally House. What would you say to people who are out there and they're hemming and hawing like this is not going to work in the playoffs?
Is it not going to work? I don't know, but I think it's a fair concern. I think it can work.
Scott, are you
what
okay?
are you doing?
Scott, you all right?
Was that a deep breath I had in there?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're giving mouth to mouth to the microphone.
I did have
Is the microphone all right? Does it have a heartbeat? Yeah, well, we can hear that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did have my nostrils sitting on there.
Yeah,
I did go.
Yeah, we're all aware of
So
that.
was it loud?
Yes.
Yes, literally.
That's cool.
What were we talking about?
To say to people, this is not going to work in the playoffs.
They said the same thing in 2015. We've drawn parallels to it before. This is eerily similar. Fantastic, once in a lifetime defense that you guys had in 2015. Same thing right now. Kind of a once in a lifetime great defense. Quarterback back then, diminishing returns because of age and injury, but got enough and made plays when you needed to play, when needed to make them. And Bo Nix doing the same thing. Make him. Listen, I thought he was very average in the second half, and you know what? That drive in overtime didn't look average.
Oh, yeah, that was special.
That drive in overtime looked like a man right there. That was that right there. You're like, where's the first 60?
In training camp, was Bo better than average when the Broncos went into, and I know it's training camp, but a variation of a 2-minute drill?
That's the only time he looked good.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, I think it actually was pretty consistent. He would struggle all practice long, and then he would do something at the end of practice that you're like, all right, well, at least it looked good enough at the end of practice. So
how many times did you and I stay out there because we stayed back?
Yeah.
Right? Darren came here and was doing this, and you stayed back there and go, well, 2-minute drill. Bo's looking pretty good again.
Yeah.
And you said that 3-4 days in a row.
For sure. So it's been going on for a long time. Look, I don't think it's an unreasonable concern about the playoffs, but I know for a fact you can win. I know for a fact that great defenses are capable of winning one-off championships. I think it's really tough to have sustained legacy type of teams.
Ask
with
Baltimore, ask Tampa Bay. I mean, there has been. Ask Chicago, maybe.
Yeah, but even Baltimore, I mean, they didn't string it back to back. Like they didn't.
No, they stayed a good team, but they weren't dominant.
Yeah.
After that 1 year, they won it.
Oh, okay, you were in agreement. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was agreeing completely.
Yeah,
with you,
exactly. But I do know that you can win it in any given year.
2015.
Yeah.
2015, true, but there was a certain build-up to 2015. Although their team in 2013 was, oh my God, it was so good. And even 2012, if you remember. I mean, it was something else.
Yeah, they were Star Wars.
They didn't have the defense, though. They didn't have the defense they had in 2015. They certainly didn't have it in 2013 when they lost to New York in the Super Bowl. But there are so many elements of just coming through one way or the other and belief in yourself. I want to point out something about the run game because you brought it up earlier. And I want to compare it to Nikola Jokic this past weekend. Nikola Jokic took a combined 17 shots in 2 games. Now, one game was incredibly disappointing. Scoring 136 and losing at home to the Spurs there's no way to cut it. That sucked. All right? But you come back the next night and, hey, you do well. You win. You play better defense. And I know the Suns aren't lighting it up, but
they were like sick. They were one spot below you in the standings.
So they're decent.
Yeah.
They're decent. Jokic took 17 shots in 2 games.
Oh, in 2 games.
2 games. Yeah. 2 games combined 17 shots.
7 in the Phoenix game.
Correct.
7.
He made all of them.
Yeah. And it had 26 points.
Right. But my point being, the reason, and we've talked to Nicole about this. Do you have a plan before do you go into a game, or do you just react to whatever I don't know. I just react. I just, whatever. There's no thinking about it. If they do this, I do that. If they do that, I do this. I want to play you this clip about the running game and see if you guys roll with it.
Real fast, by the way. The 17 shots, he made 14 of them.
Yeah, I know. He's amazing, okay? But there was consternation about why isn't Nikola actually shooting a little bit more? What's going on? Blah, 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 blah. And Adelman and Jokic would just tell you, we take what they give you, and that's how we roll. Here is Sean about the running game for the Broncos.
It was one of those frustrating nights running the ball. They did a few things differently by staying in their heavy personnel. Teams have been able to run the ball in sub against them. And to Dan's credit, they didn't allow that. So, we then started checking to some, scattering out of some of our one-back runs to throw it against their base to try to counteract that. But our guys adjusted well. And to your question, I think, Evan, it was one of his better games. The play he made in overtime was huge. The jerk route he ran was outstanding.
The other night, Spencer Jones was so open, people were sending out, police cruisers to find his whereabouts. And he hit 4 out of 6 3-pointers. That's going to happen. If you're doing, Tyler, what the defense did against the Broncos, somebody's going to be open. There's always a countermeasure to every action, correct? Mm-hmm. And in this particular case, that's Evan Engram, who had 9 targets. 3 drops, by the way, but 6 catches and a long of 41, especially one in overtime. Can you help, explain what Sean's talking about? They were in heavy. They had been in sub and got torn to shreds, and they went heavy. Mm-hmm. Can you explain what he's talking about there?
Well, yeah, you're coming out in a sub package on offense, meaning you've got an extra wide receiver on the field, and you're expecting the defense to match you. So they're going to match you in nickel. They're going to match you with an extra defensive back on the field. So they're going to bring their sub package in. When you see on the sidelines when teams hold out 13 personnel or 12 or 11, whatever, that's telling the defense, hey, they've got sub personnel on the field, so we're putting our sub personnel on the field. Now, what Dan Quinn chose to do in this game is there's certain formations, it wasn't all the time, but there's certain formations that he felt like he understood some tells. And he said, okay, I'm going to come out in heavy personnel, my base package. I'm going to have all 3 linebackers on the field. I'm not going to have an extra defensive back. And I'm going to try to stop the run here. Now, I think it worked out great. I really didn't panic about the running game in this game because Bo Nix threw 45 passes. And I thought, cool. Why? Because Bo Nix was rolling. Bo Nix was playing great. And if you want to come out in base personnel when we're in our sub package and we got a quarterback who's on fire, cool. We should be able to throw the ball all over the field if you're going to come out in base personnel because now you got linebackers covering up on wide receivers.
I think the Commanders were actually reacting to what went really poorly for them over the past couple of games, where when they were doing whatever they were doing, and don't forget, they took the defensive play calling responsibilities away from their DC, and Dan Quinn took them over 2 weeks ago. They just didn't want to get slashed like they did by the Lions. So it might have worked to the Broncos' benefit, to your point. So, Scott, are you fine with that? I mean, I'm talking about the whole, you got to run the ball more. When you hear that explanation, are you like, all right, that makes sense?
I here's my whole issue with the whole thing. Win the game. I'm with Sean. Escape. No, you won. You don't say excuse me for winning the game. So, no, I'm fine. They missed Dobbins.
Okay.
Collinsworth was saying that last
night. Different conversation, but okay.
Yeah, mine's a whole different conversation. I thought R.J. Harvey, there was 2 or 3 times, and you'll break down the film, tomorrow or something like that. Mount Polumbus, what's it called?
Mount Polumbus Speaks, thank you.
Mount Polumbus Speaks podcast. Check it out wherever you can find podcasts. Just don't do it during the game tonight.
Oh, I like to do it during the game. I like to.
No, I'm talking about the Nuggets game.
Yeah. I like to.
I'm in the middle of one of the greatest comebacks by the Nuggets, and all of a sudden I see Mount Polumbus has started a podcast. Are you not watching the game?
I do both. I talk about it during it.
Oh, there you go. That's good then. But anyway, I just had to tell that. I'd be interested to see, because I thought there was 2 or 3 times R.J. Harvey is not he's still a rookie, so I got to give him that. He's not a seasoned running back. I love him, and I've said this for 3 or 4 weeks. I love him in the passing game. I think you get him outside in the flats and ain't no one guy just going to bring him down. He's going to run one guy over and pick you up 8, 9, 10, 11 yards like he did late in that last overtime drive. He had one. But his first inclination, there was a time that I remember that when I wrote you guys, I hate R.J. Harvey running the football. He goes in, there's a cutback lane right to the left that he's going to pick up 3 or 4 yards. And you know this as a lineman, 3 or 4 yards sometimes is a good run.
Sure.
That's a good run.
Sure.
But planting your left foot and going completely sideways and losing 2 yards, guess what that isn't? That isn't a good run. That's a 5 to 6 yard difference on a bad decision. And I just think whether he's too young, too unseasoned, or whatever it is, I think he makes bad decisions on the run game.
Well, you're right about that. You're missing J.K. Dobbins, and there's no getting around it. I thought RJ, look, first run of the game, first play of the game, good looking run,
8 yards, 9 yards,
good looking run,
but
right?
straight ahead,
straight
have to move,
ahead,
doesn't have to think.
Yeah, you're right.
Same thing as the touchdowns.
Got downhill. I thought the touchdowns were both good runs. I'm going to give him credit where credit is.
How well were they blocked though? Especially that last touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. It takes 11 guys.
I mean, when you're on 5 yard line, was it 5 yard line he ran in? He didn't get touched.
Yeah.
I mean, you had a seal by the tight end. You had a seal by your left tackle. I mean, he can run downhill, but don't let him make a decision in the hole. He can't make a decision. That's my take. So, no, I'm worried about the run game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But not how the run game was called, but who's running the ball.
I don't care how you win the game. Dude, he can throw it 65 times, you win the game.
I've never
throw it 65 times and lose the game, I got a problem.
I was going to go double negative. I'm always concerned about the run game when it's not there, because there's, even in a game like this, where I'm okay with both throwing the ball 45 times because it's cool and that's what they were asking you to do. That's what the defense, you have to respond. That's what good coaches do. You're going to come out in base when we're in sub, cool, we're going to throw the ball. I like it. But even in games like that, there's going to be 3 to 5 critical plays of the football game that when you got to run it, you just got to run it. So I'm not discounting that concern. That's real, and that's not going to go away. However, if Bo Nix is going to play great football, hey, there's lots of ways to win in football games. There's lots of ways.
All right, well, we'll get to who's in the groove, which essentially be our MVP or somebody that deserves a little recognition. That's coming up next, and you'll hear from Bo Nix and what it takes to win in the clutch. It's PhD on 92.5.
Big targets to the left. Nick's looking that way, not open, trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fire to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
Here is Bo Nix, and we'll get to the groove. Keep it here. Keep that music here. I like delay. Here's Nix on falling sideways, throwing a touchdown.
Not really. I think from my perspective, it kind of feels like you're floating for a second, but I was obviously a little bit, close to being down, but stayed up just long enough, and he did a great job. He started on the other side of the field and ran all the way to the other side, so he just scrambled with me and got open. And in a game like that, we literally talk about game of inches, but it really is. It comes down to an inch or two every once in a while.
I got the Bo Leave hat here, and it's time for In the Groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Scott, I'll let you go first. Who's in the groove? Do you want to put on the Bo Nix hats?
Not at all.
No?
Why?
We're not quite there?
Why would I do that? I don't ride surf. I'm not a surfer like you.
He's 20-9 in his starts.
That's great.
It's literally the best.
Yeah.
I've
got a new comparison. I think he's Brad Johnson. He's fantastic.
Oh, wow. Super Bowl champion Brad Johnson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still an insult.
Why?
But,
look
know why.
He had a 2-year run. He had a 2-year run that was fantastic.
Why? You know why. There's a couple of quarterbacks that are looked down on despite having Super Bowl championships.
Trent Dilfer.
And Brad Johnson. Two very specific ones. And you know that. Know that.
I've never looked down. See, here's another thing. Kim called me this week.
My wife.
Yeah. He said, "Can you work with Darren? He's critical and negative a lot. I wish he could work on that."
Yeah.
So
and what'd you tell her?
I said, "Well, I'll work on it with him. I'll talk to him. I'll bring it up." And there you are being negative.
You know when you should have called
Super
her
Bowl champion.
is when she was like 7 drinks in and getting shots at the bar at Colorado Social, ogling over Gabe Landeskog and his children, wishing she had that family watching the Avalanche win. I was a co-pilot on that journey. That's when you should have called her, because anything could have happened after that.
Well, maybe that's what she called me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It all adds up.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Now it's Anna. By the way, and I know you make fun of your wife, Love and Nate. You were up there at the Colorado Social then, right?
I was.
How good looking is he, though?
It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's the whole crew is him, Ross Colton, Cale Makar. Thank God for Mackenzie Blackwood. All right. Anyways,
Evan Ingram's in the group.
Scott Wedge was good.
Evan Ingram finally got his moment, man. Evan's actually been a quietly productive player for the Broncos. Not an explosive player for the Broncos. His stats haven't necessarily been screaming phenomenal year, but he's been a first down merchant, and he's been quietly very helpful for this team. But he finally had a signature moment of the season. That moment that you had in preseason, what was that preseason game number 2 when he was the only starter that played? That was phenomenal. I mean, Evan Ingram had 6 catches for 79 yards. He averaged 13.2 per catch, along 41, and it happened at the most important moment of the game. Evan Ingram was in the groove.
I love it. I am going to say Bo Nix was in the groove, too. I mean, it was an outstanding game, 29 of 45, 321. Yeah, the interceptions sucked, but to be able to drive the ball at the end of the first half and in overtime was absolutely spectacular. The interception was bad, and I was disappointed with 3.5 to go. They needed like 3 or 4 first downs, and they just win the game. And they've actually been good in that situation in games. You know, they actually, against the Raiders, which was not a great game, they did that actually well to win the game. It surprised me they couldn't polish it off. And then what a crazy drive by the Commanders. 18 plays in 3 minutes for a field goal. Just the logic and the numbers there is kind of weird, but that's what happened. But I'll give it to Bo Nix. Do you have somebody you want to throw out there?
I'll throw a couple guys that I thought played solid. Fonga missed a tackle late in the game that was kind of big. But
and he had the PI.
I still thought, and that was a good PI call.
It was.
But I still thought he played really, really good. And I thought Greenlaw, I mean, that was a big pick on the terrible throw, but I thought those two guys, there's two of your big-time names.
How about Riley Moss? No penalties, Riley Moss.
That?
Let's go, buddy.
Oh, he was so relieved in the locker room. Dude, how about Alex Singleton?
That punch-out was, that was stupid good. Yeah. Stupid good.
Great story with Alex Singleton, too, this week.
Yeah.
Great play. Incredible play by
Great
Singleton.
story and a great play.
Yeah.
Where was Strnad, though? Did he even play?
Strnad? I don't know even how many snaps he had.
That's normal.
I thought he played pretty good in the absence.
Yeah, but when do you take Greenlaw and Singleton off the field?
Singleton can't guard a tight end, though.
Hey, he had a hell of a punch out in this game.
Yeah, he was beat, and as the guy was bringing down, thank God he caught up.
Yeah.
I got a couple of other little side high fives, little in the grooves. I think Crawshaw has been unbelievable as a punter, and he literally kicked a perfect punt, and Skinner just dropped the football at the half-yard line. Then when he went to pick it up, it
was little Jordan Humphrey's foot was on the line.
That was little Jordan Humphrey. My bad.
Yeah,
I said Skinner. Sorry, little Jordan.
Skinner
You're right.
was there.
You're right. My bad.
But still, that was a hell of a punt. That great, but been great.
He just has been so nails when you need it all year long. We don't even think about Lutz, right? We don't even consider him anymore because he's been so good.
And he got rewarded last week.
And Washington, you realize they had changed everything on their kicking. Their snapper, their holder, and their kicker were all new in this particular game. They made changes. To think that Washington, and Tyler, you know Dan Quinn. Listen, do we all think Dan Quinn just sucks as a coach? I don't. I don't
either.
I think things have gone poorly for him.
You
But I don't
wanted
think
him
he
here
sucks as a coach.
when the opportunity. You wanted him to bring Dan Quinn in here, didn't you?
I could not stand on a table higher than I could for Dan Quinn. Just one of the best human beings I've ever known and a phenomenal football coach.
By the way, Strnad, 3 snaps in the game.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean,
Life in the fast lane.
I don't think there's anything to see there.
No, it's just,
I do. I think he's a better coverage linebacker.
When do you take one of your starters out?
I mean, he's not a better football player than Singleton.
I didn't say football player. I said better coverage guy.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, Singleton's a beast when it comes to making tackles. I mean, he's phenomenal as a beast. Did have recovered and made a play that would have hurt you. But a whole lot of other plays they're caught. It kept saying, "Well, there's Singleton. You just got by Singleton. Well, there you go. Singleton's chasing him right there."
Listen,
I just don't think he's built to be a coverage kind of linebacker.
Hey, he's gone. What he has gone through is in the past 3 weeks is kind of insane. I thought Surtain was a little rusty as he hasn't played for a month. I mean, things are going to happen like that. But
he played pretty good.
Yeah,
for not having played in 4 weeks.
Surtain was fine. He got picked on a couple plays. I'll give the Commanders credit, man. They had those rub routes down, and they were doing it the whole game, and probably should have been called on 2 or 3 of them, including that play to Scary Terry.
Yeah.
But they were very effective with those rub routes the entire game.
Boy, that is just such a fine line between pulling that play off and getting a flag for it, isn't it?
Yep.
When you throw a shoulder and go right through the guy, usually they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the refs missed a couple of those that should have been flagged?
I think the one to Terry McLaurin probably should have been called. Yeah.
Do you think intentional grounding should have been called on the Commanders?
No. God, no.
So the Broncos caught a break here and there.
Sure. Yeah.
All right. By the way, the Broncos were better on penalties, primarily.
I don't even get how they called intentional grounding on that.
Well, how about this?
I don't even understand the thought process behind it.
If that's a pass interference and there was a pass later, maybe on the same drive or in overtime, they threw it out of the end zone that no one was even close. And I'm like, what's the difference?
Because they said...
And that happened on the same drive, I think.
And you're like, well, what's the difference?
Right.
They said the receivers were not outside of the numbers. That it has to be a couple of things. Like, as long as the receivers are outside the numbers, you can throw the ball to wherever. It doesn't matter. If the receivers apparently are not... Listen, I'm just going with what they were saying on TV. And, by the way, the TV... ref guy, whoever that was last night.
He said it should not have been.
He said it should not have been.
Yeah.
Yes. So you catch a break there. I thought the Broncos got railed a little bit when Benito, the whole you can't pull guys off the pile thing. Well,
that was a bad bit.
What constitutes a pile?
Okay, it was a soft call, but it's also well known within the NFL that you can't do it. So you can't do it.
But Tunsil clearly should have got 15. It should have been offsetting.
Probably, but the first guy that the ref notices is the one that's going to get called.
All right, so a pile is... How do you define a pile?
You can't pull a guy. I mean, whether it's a pile or not, you can't pull the guy off.
Okay. And the reason he pulled him off, the guy was still laying there on his teammate's leg.
I got you. There was a little something going on there.
Yeah.
And then
And don't think when you lay on somebody and just lay there and the guy can't get you off that you ain't laying there.
Of course. I mean, I get why Benito did it. I thought it was relatively ticky-tacky. I also think it's something that as a football player, everybody understands. It's one thing that you will always get called on. If you ever grab a leg, if you ever grab a shoulder, if you ever pull a non-Broncos jersey out of a tackle situation, it's going to be a 15-yarder.
It is a Rally House Football Monday. Shop every team in town. We'll come back with Bo Nix winning in the clutch. How is he pulling it off? Scott doesn't quite want to put that Bo Leave hat on, though.
I'm a hobo. Listen.
Well, at least Scott doesn't keep putting it on and taking it off.
Thank
like
you. Thank you.
I mean, Scott's consistent. You put it on,
Yeah.
you take it off. We had a 3-week stretch. You were calling for the benching of Bo Nix. The only guy on the show that wanted to bench Bo Nix.
Them days are done.
Yeah, actually, Rob Johnson filled in for Brad Johnson that one year, too.
I hate Rob Johnson. That's a fluty thing. You wouldn't understand. We'll come back with Bo Nix next.
When you saw Nick Bonito swat the ball, you realized you had won the game. What was the first thought that came through your head?
I was like, please, like, man, like, get a stop. Then I see him knock the ball down, and I was just like, I didn't even know what to celebrate or to walk, but like, I think once I saw the team, celebrating, it was a great feeling.
10-2 must sound pretty good, right?
It does sound good. It's tough to get 10 games in this. 10 wins in this league. So, it's something that we should be proud for. So.
Let's give that some credit right there. And even last year was just a little odd because you got your 10th win against the JV Chiefs, but it's week 13 and you got your 10th win.
Mm-hmm.
You're back-to-back 10-win seasons for the first time in more than a decade. And it's nice to have Pat Surtain back, that's for sure. It's a Rally House Football Monday. You can get anything at Rally House. What a perfect place for the holidays. And we have a $150 gift card. If you know your show at 2:30, we'll ask you a trivia question from something that happened during our show. So if you just know the show, you have a chance to win. So make sure you're paying attention. What does it take to be a clutch player? Where would you classify Bo Nix in this particular category, guys? Where is he on this level being a clutch player?
This season, pretty good. You can't argue against the results. I think the definition of a clutch player is a guy doesn't care about what the results are going to be. There's too many guys think about the results and the ramifications of a fail more than they think about what it's going to be like to succeed. So I think a lot of guys that can't become clutch because they're already thinking, what if I don't make this throw? What if I miss this over here? What if I drop this? You already failed. You're not going to do it. You're not going to be a clutch player.
I think clutch player is an interesting concept. Like, I think Bo was clutch yesterday. Yeah, because he was great the whole game. I don't think a clutch player is somebody that just shows up in the fourth quarter, though. Like, to me, that's not clutch.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's lucky. It's not lucky. I think that is a skill set. It's a mindset. It's a mental toughness. The ability to show up in the most important moments of a game is something that he clearly possesses. But a clutch player to me is like, that's a dude that he's there. He's there start to finish. And I think he was clutch yesterday. That was a great football game.
Here's how Bo described it in terms of coming through when it matters.
Well, I was told a long time ago by one of my many offensive coaches that pressure is a privilege, and not many people get to be in that opportunity. So if it's going to be me who gets this opportunity, I'm going to make the best of it. And it doesn't always go your way. Fortunately for us, it's gone our way in these games. But last year, we were on the opposite end of these close ones. And so I understand what it's like to be on the other side of things. But you got to keep moving on, and you got to have a belief that you're just going to find a way. And, didn't look great there for a minute, but we just found a way to make the next best play. And
okay, so more or less he's agreeing with you. Kind of you two, and it's not just about just coming back at the end. It's a belief in what you're doing, and you can't be afraid to screw up. I was nervous when he threw that interception. I was like, oh boy. He had been playing well. Keep at it. Let's keep going. Don't be afraid that you have just made that mistake, and I don't think he really did.
He was playing well before that.
I thought so. And I think he played well after it. I think my most disappointing drive of the game for the Broncos is when they didn't even need to score. They needed like maybe 3 first downs.
Yeah. At least one more, and they would have ran out of timeouts.
Dan Quinn was smart. He was calling timeouts. He knew it. You didn't even get that done. You didn't even get to finish them off with timeouts. Because, that was bad. That was 3 and out, 30 seconds. That was bad.
Well, there's 2 things that drive me nuts on football. One is when you got the lead and you're trying to protect it, so you go on the prevent. It seems like teams always move the football against you. And 2, when you're holding the league and you're not aggressive. And it feels like more teams are the not aggressive. And Collinsworth said this last night, too. As good as your defense has been playing, don't take any chances, give them the ball back and whatever. But if your quarterback is playing as well as you guys think he played yesterday, then I would instead of a -2 yards on first down trying to run the ball that everybody knew you were going to run the ball, maybe you keep going with the short passes, dump off, 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards, 4 yards. Now you've got your 2 or 3 timeouts. They've not been able to stop the clock. And it's over.
I don't think Bo Nix is easily rattled, and that's a hell of a quality to possess,
especially for a young in NFL experience.
Yeah.
So to speak.
I loved everything I saw yesterday. I don't love everything I've seen from Bo Nix for the majority of the season. I don't love that my quarterback doesn't play for 3 quarters and then shows up in the 4th quarter, but that wasn't the story. So I want him to play like that. I want him to play start to finish. I don't need circus plays made on a weekly basis, but every now and then it's nice to see those circus plays because that shows up, and we saw multiple of them in this game. He had 2 huge throws. I thought that shin was closer to being down than anybody else thought on that touchdown throw. I was really surprised they didn't take the time to review it. I don't think it was down.
Well, they did review it. It's a touchdown, so
did they?
It is reviewed. All touchdowns.
Yeah, all touchdowns are reviewed.
Okay. Did they take time?
Automatically. Happens automatically.
Yeah, every score they review.
Well, I know that, but I mean, I'm just saying it didn't feel like they took time to actually process it.
It is what it is. I mean, they got through it quick. I mean, one of the best things is that a lot of replays are now taken out of the coach's hands because, replay assist and then the last 2 minutes and blah, 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 blah. The NFL isn't messing around. You know what's funny, though? One thing that really helped the Broncos is they were guilty of a penalty, but they got a sack, because there was a trip.
Mm-hmm.
He kicked Mariota. Who was that? Was it DJ Jones? I think it was, it was a DJ? It was an interior lineman. But he kicks Mariota. Mariota goes down, and so they say, oh, okay, come on back. It's
down by contact?
Down by contact. Now, that is a fly in the ointment. I think that's another way the Broncos caught a break because it's not part of the rules that you can replay and then throw a flag on something. It probably should be. And, Sean Payton asked for the review. He threw a flag for that one to review that. And it went the Broncos' way. But that is a weird little twist that you don't get a penalty called on you, like if you review something. Kind of odd if it's not called in the first place. You can't review certain penalties anyways. So they probably need to fix that. But what you got out of Bo Nix, guys, last night, this season, I mean, now with an overtime win, when was the last time the Broncos won in overtime?
I thought I heard the guys this morning say 10 years.
Right? Was it CJ?
Maybe.
Wow. So you haven't had an overtime win in a decade?
I don't call me on that, but I thought that's what they said this morning.
I think that feels about right. I can't recall anything.
Yeah.
Just amazing. So you've won a lot of close games. You've won from far behind. You've had leads, you've given them away, and you've come back and won. You've now won in overtime when you scored first. Oh, by the way, you guys caught that the refs totally screwed up.
Oh, you could see the panic on the ref's face. The second that he said, we want to kick that direction.
Yeah.
If you looked at that referee, he froze. He panicked. He actually chuckled at the guy, and he was like, okay, but he let it slide. Yeah, you don't get to choose the direction and what you want to do.
Yeah, Sean Payton and the team did stay over last night, by the way. Kind of like the Nuggets like to do, right? Like not traveling.
That's really unusual.
Not going east to west. We do west to east.
That never happens in the NFL.
They stayed over.
That didn't happen a single time in my 8-year career.
After a East Coast Monday or Sunday night, Thursday night game, you're on the plane, you're coming home at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Never once.
Yep. They didn't. They stayed over. They stayed over and they flew this morning. For whatever that's worth, Why not?
Now you know why the press conference was late today.
Well, yeah, it was, and because they explained it. They're just getting off the plane, so Sean was going to do it. And in fact, we're going through it right now. I was going to ask Sean because they screwed up the call. If you didn't catch it last night, if you didn't notice, what happened is on the coin toss, the Washington won the toss.
Yeah.
Well, you just get to say you want to kick or receive. And instead they said, we want to kick the ball that way. And the referee was like befuddled with that explanation.
He was totally confused. He knew that he said something weird, but the ref just couldn't process it in his head what just happened.
And I don't expect Bo Nix or the Broncos to correct the referees.
I do. I absolutely do.
Oh, well, you're expecting more than me then, I guess.
You should, absolutely. Everybody that's out there on that coin toss, they should know exactly what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do. You should have corrected those refs.
Because, well, maybe the Broncos were fine with that. Maybe they wanted to go in the direction they went anyway. Who knows? But if you don't realize it, the referees totally screwed that up. And I was curious to ask Sean, I still am. I mean, how do you feel about that? Like, did it work out okay?
You know,
is
it's
that
the
what
second
you want
time
to do?
this year it's happened. I forget what the other game was, but that exact same thing happened in overtime, and the team chose the direction and what they wanted to do.
Can you believe referees that are paid to do this could make that kind of mistake?
Listen, I think
whatever.
There's a lot of bad officiating in professional sports.
Favorite topic. Here we go.
Especially when I learned what some of them make.
Makes you want to throw up.
Do we know what the NFL guys make?
I do not know. I was told recently that the veteran top of the level guys, $750.
What?
No
freaking way.
First class flights.
No, that's BS.
And per diem.
No. Why do all these guys have second jobs then?
Because they have
the NBA.
They have
unless they own an insurance company.
Oh, are you talking about NBA?
NBA.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about
NBA.
NFL. Yeah.
Tyler's asking how much do NFL referees make?
I don't know. We haven't looked that up. That'd be interesting.
Thank you, DMac.
I bet it's 500.
I don't think so. NFL's like one of the only ones without full-time referees too.
It's a quirky situation.
Oh no, they did change them to full-time, didn't they? I think they changed it a while back.
What now for the Broncos, guys? What do you believe now in your heart and soul now for the Broncos?
I think you're going to be number one seed. I do. Are you going to win out? I don't know, but I don't think anybody's going to win out.
Think the Patriots are going to lose at some point?
Yeah, I do.
They may lose tonight.
They may lose tonight. Jackson Dart is back. You never know. Quirky things happen on national TV. $205,000. Veterans can make up to $250,000.
I got NFL refs earning around $250,000.
That ain't a bad deal for a part-time job, is it? Go along with your job as a lawyer or as a.
For a part-time job, that's pretty good.
It's really good, obviously. All right, your reaction: 303-504-0925. Can the Broncos at this point get to the Super Bowl of all things? What are your expectations? And when we come back, fellas, we had it. We did have it last night. A Luka versus Sean confrontation. Fantastic. And it's about this particular topic. You'll hear that coming up next.
Hey, you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? If so, now's the time to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. They're fantastic, guys. Absolutely fantastic what they do. But I've been buying cars there since my rookie year in the NFL. It's the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. One-stop shop at Phil Long Ford because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So new or pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long, and they've already got the best prices. Keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, Sean Payton is back. The team is back. They stayed the night. They flew back today. So his presser stuff was actually just a little bit ago. So we'll get to that. I don't know, man. I find it funny hearing his exchanges with my name is Luca Evans of the Denver Post. Now, we're going to play this, and you're going to have to listen closely to hear Luca's question. And then there's an interaction. Again, you're going to have to listen closely to hear what happens between the two of them as they walk off the podium. So, like I say, listen carefully here. But here is the back and forth last night between my name is Luca and Sean Payton.
But at this point, is the one seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean.
All right, let me just tell you what he says there, just so you know. Is it realistic to focus basically on the number one seed? Okay, you got that? Is it realistic to win the number one seed? All right, here we go.
But at this point, is the one seed realistic in your mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the silliest question of the night. I mean, it's the silliest question of the night. We're competing for it, but certainly we respect the other teams in our conference, but certainly we're competing for it.
Okay, thank you, Coach.
All right, all good. I used silly. I could have used the
So he gets off the podium and he goes, I wanted to use another word besides silly right there.
I thought he was a little salty for no reason.
He was in a pretty good mood.
Sean.
I'm telling you, it was like 20 questions. He's in pretty good mood the whole time.
Hey, we didn't get lucky in that win. We got that win. He was a little feisty.
Him and Luca are that the two of them. It's something. I give Luca credit though. He doesn't.
I don't even understand the question though. Like,
it's not a great question.
Yeah, well, what's the question? Is it realistic to focus on the number one?
Yeah, it wasn't a great question.
Yeah, we're trying to get the number one seed.
I agree. It wasn't.
So I actually get Sean being a little bit.
But then you get the soundbite of we're working on the number one seed. It's all about the soundbite.
Yeah,
it's all about the quote. It's not about the question. They want Sean saying, "Yeah, we're going to go for that number one seed," and that's going to be plastered on the Denver Post headlines up there. Number one seed, our goal.
You're probably right about that. That's quote fishing.
Yeah, that's quote fishing.
Quote fishing is.
It will get you dumb questions.
Yeah, quote fishing definitely is on the edge of ethical, journalism there.
Hey, Vaughn, are you addicted to marijuana?
Is marijuana part of your life?
Yeah, marijuana part of your life?
I've definitely quote fished before, no doubt about it.
What'd you ask the commissioner that one time?
Would you get yourself drug tested?
Yeah.
And is there anything you could do that would result in your termination?
Yeah, quote fishing.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well, I can't fire myself.
And Goodell goes, I have been tested. And the next year it was, no. Like, there's literally nothing that can happen that I would, be fired. I was like, all right, well, there you go. And then I asked, the next year I asked about ownership for the Broncos, and Michael Silver ripped me on NFL Network for that being the dumbest question of all time.
What was the question?
About the stability and the ownership for the Broncos having an impact, and what's the NFL doing about it? And the answer was they're not doing what they should have been doing about it, and it was a disaster and a big mess.
It's kind of like the NBA and the regional networks. NBA, Major League Baseball, all of them should have been proactive, and they weren't.
Yeah, Roger Goodell let that go on for way too long. He needed to be much better with the Broncos in the ownership situation.
But he and what's his name were good buddies, though.
That's right. That's right, Scotty. A little gossip there. Yes, sir. So yeah, that was negligent of the NFL, and hey, we saw the results until, thank God, the Walton Penner Group took over. But that should have happened, and I think it would have been the Walton Penner Group, by the way. But 4 years earlier, had they, they got it. I think they were interested in the Broncos actually for quite a long time, as it turns out. But the family didn't want to give up the team, and that's water on the bridge. Who cares? So now Luke is back with Sean earlier today. He doesn't give up, and they're talking about the Commanders' base packages and when Bo Nix knew to check out a play. So here we go. Some X's and O's for you there, Tyler. Here we go.
Hey, Sean, you mentioned last night that you guys at times with what Washington was doing were checking out of a lot of one back runs at times to throw it against their base. Were you seeing Bo make a lot of those reads kind of at the line, and how has he just progressed in those situations since last year?
Basically,
it was you're sending a play in. So you're counting on a substituted defense. And the minute upstairs said, hey, they're in base, I just right away would say to Bo, hey, get to Aggie, get to squadron. And so breaking the huddle, there's a mindset of a play, and then quickly and so we're able to do that enough time on the coach to quarterback. And we talked about doing it. It wasn't like we were just, that was kind of more of an in-game adjustment.
I thought last week he said there's no such thing as in-game adjustment.
I had a hard time following him on that answer, period.
You know, no, I got it. I mean, I can explain it for you. It's not that complicated. All he's saying is, hey, so we called the run, and we've also got to check out of the run, right? So like you do many, many times. You've got the run called. You've also got the check out of it. It's a 2-play call. It's a check with me system. The second that you know what their personnel is, you already know that you're checking. You don't need to get to the line of scrimmage. You don't need Bo Nix to go up there and identify anything. You know the personnel. So you break the huddle. You're already walking to the line of scrimmage. Hey, Bo, we got what we want, or we know what they're in. Mm-hmm. So check to Aggie. Check to the pass, and that's what we're going to do here. So he's taking a little bit of the credit away from Bo, quite frankly, saying that Bo didn't have to make the checks himself. But it's also true. It's also true that there's not a lot of thinking that has to go into it. They're not in the personnel that we wanted. Okay, we're getting out of the play.
What are you pointing?
Because that's where I was going to go, and then Tyler talk first. Thank you for that answer. That's exactly he does it all the time. There's no one else gets credit except for Sean Payton. The easiest answer goes, listen, Bo's able to read that. We've got plans coming in already. He sees what it's going to be. Man, he did a good job. Boom, in, boom. Mm-hmm. Quote, and then all of a sudden, hey, Bo Jones is growing. You know, he's reading good checks or whatever. What's wrong with him having a little credit? He did the same after the game. Yeah, you know, he won't ever say Vance Joseph is doing a good job. He goes, well, Vance and his staff, you know, decided it's not Vance.
Well, I got something for you.
It's about Sean.
I got something for
you.
But
it's not about, you know, Vance and his staff decided.
I got something for you.
He's a me guy, man. He is.
Well, look at you. All right. Well,
I'm not good. I haven't changed my colors, unlike you.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's my buddy.
Gotcha.
By the way, I had a funny you should say this. Put it in my picture of me and my best friend.
Yeah, it's your stepbrother's picture.
I had somebody recently come up to me and goes, I got to meet Sean Payton and sit and talk to him. Dude, what an engaging,
he's personal,
charming, personal guy. Mm-hmm. He said, he comes off like such a butt, but he was, I said, dude, I had the same thing. When I sat and talked to him for 15 minutes, he was fabulous. I mean, we had fabulous conversations. Engaging, but he's a big guy. When all of a sudden he gets inside the football arena, he becomes a different dude, man.
Well, let me present for the judge's approval then the explanation about what happened on the 2-point conversion. Now, if you noticed, the Broncos called a timeout.
Yeah.
And I'll let Sean explain it here, that whole process.
That makes sense. Like I told you, I think I felt while they were driving and they moved into the red zone, I kind of felt like that if they scored, they were going to go for 2. And so that wasn't surprising.
What about Nick's play on that?
Yeah, it was big. We took a timeout just to get a look-see. It was kind of one of those Kodak situations where you want to just get a picture to see if they're going to come back and give you the same look. It was a zero pressure, so Nick's the free rusher. And the irony is the ball hit his club hand. So, but it was a good play by him.
Now, there's another quote, too, that he does give credit to VJ, that VJ and his staff saw. And VJ
and the staff.
Did he say staff? Man, you're killing me. Dan, there's another one there. It's near the end of the press. I'm not sure what number it is, but look for it. It's about, the 2-point conversion. There's a little bit more on the 2-point conversion.
You know, the cool thing is when and ESPN's up on the television there, and they showed that last play with coming in and clubbing it, as we just learned that he used the club hand. So I was watching as Benito did use his club hand. But just the youthful, we're talking about grown-ass men making millions and millions of dollars. And to me, from the time he deflects it, to watch the exuberance of grown-ass men playing a game, you're reminded in that 30, 45 seconds, a minute of jubilation that It wasn't about Bentleys, and it wasn't
Oh,
about
Benito's he's into it. Did you also notice on the past Adam Troutman, Troutman makes that spin move on the sideline?
He came all the way down.
Nick Benito runs about 20 yards down the field. He's the
Yeah.
first one to dap him up. Yeah, he's dialed in.
Yeah, I just that was cool for me because you see it. You know what's the beauty of March Madness is the game winners and the kids running on the floor and everybody's hugging each other, and we're watching grown men in week 12,
13.
Well, they're 10-2, aren't they?
Yeah, with the bye.
Okay, so week 13.
It was an unnecessary correction from DMac, but technically, he's right.
As Kim told me, he's been a little negative lately. But I even watched that live. I went, that's cool because we forget about that.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's still a game. It's cool.
All right, I'm just playing it because you asked a specific about VJ, how he gave credit. Here we go.
Well, look, the challenge in those plays are design QB runs, which we were concerned with. And so some of your zone calls, if you will, at the 2-yard line. And so we went from one pressure to another. The initial call that we had was a zone call, and we felt like this was going to be a design. So we quick called a timeout. And then Vance and his staff did a great job of coming up, with the correct call. It's obviously the correct call when it works, but there's going to be a free rusher if you pressure the way we did, and you don't know like who's going to be the free rusher because the protection might, and so they left Nick free, and the timing and everything was great.
It was Vance and his staff. Okay, all right. He couldn't just say VJ.
And we decided.
It's funny because I don't want to give him away, but a pal of ours, you can imagine who I'm talking about, is in the locker room, and he goes up to Alex Singleton and goes, "Oh, you guys changed the play?" And Singleton goes, "No, I don't know." He goes, "Well, Sean said you did," and Alex goes, "Yeah, then we did." So even that is Tyler. I'd be very curious if you were to go back and watch that and really look at it. Like, what exactly changed? What was the difference there?
I mean, Sean was pretty specific about it.
Oh, he was. He was very specific.
He specifically described it as we were in zone on the first play, and we went to cover 0 on the second. So I don't know. That didn't sound like a lie to me.
It didn't sound like a lie to me either. So when I heard the story about the locker room afterwards, it was like, oh. And then I'm like, is Sean trying to give himself a little bit too much credit for something? But I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe he is. Scott. I don't know.
It's okay. I mean,
who knows? Who cares?
He's deserved it. 19 years in the league, and
hell yeah. Just ask him.
He's deserved.
Hey man, this is what goes with winning, and I'm fine with it. If this is who we get as our leader, and this is what it takes, who cares? It's great. Whatever.
We got back-to-back 10-win seasons, man.
Yeah.
Sean can be whoever he wants to be.
Absolutely. You want to be, you be you, Sean. Hey, this guy, you know what this guy has proven? He's a damn good coach. Because the results, your record is what it says.
Yeah, just ask him.
Well, fine. He's got a certain ego and arrogance, but I'd ask the reverse question: would he be as good as he is at doing what he does if he didn't have that type of personality?
I watched a clip the other day with Don Rickles, and Don always roasted people. He's at some big event, and he goes, and here's Robert De Niro's over here. Robert, one of America's greatest actors. Just ask him.
All right.
One of NFL's great coaches here that's ever lived to coach. Just ask him.
A couple of years ago, remember when we had Bones Highland on the team? Hey, listen, there was a minute, Mile High City, baby, and all that, And I asked Aaron Gordon, I go, can you ever be too confident in reference to Bones? And AG, is a pretty thoughtful dude. He kind of, no, you can never be too confident.
Yeah,
ever.
but you can be arrogant, and there's a big difference.
What's the line?
Confidence is something that you've earned. Arrogance is something that you have not.
What is Sean then?
He's confident.
He's earned it, right?
Yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, no, I know. We're all having fun with it.
You have it. Seriously, don't text Kim. It's going to be.
I am in a great mood. Don't try to bring me down.
She told me you've been a little critical lately.
We got in a big fight going to the game on Saturday, the hockey game. I'm not gonna lie.
No wonder she had 7 champagnes.
The driving, the coaching when you're driving and getting this lane and like that. I mean, it's gonna cause an accident. It's gonna cause an accident. And it got to the point at a red light. I was just like, "You drive," and I at a red light on like Arapahoe Road, just like I'm out. Go.
You gotta be kidding me.
Nope.
You actually got out of the car?
Got out of the car.
No, that was
got out of the car.
That was petty as hell.
Got out of the car, and I mean, it was screaming as we're about to meet some fancy friends who had like just unbelievable seats for the Avs game. We're talking center ice, 16 rows up. I mean, just like mint seats, like seats I would never sit in a million years. And we're going for seats like this. We might get this invite once a year. Our pals Todd and Nate.
Did you talk to
You know what DMac doesn't have the ability to do? Tune out the noise. He would not be good in the fourth quarter. You got to tune out the noise, buddy. I mean, you panicked. You pulled a panic move.
Well,
Don't get out of the car. Don't give up the seat of power.
It was dink, 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 dink. I mean, it's like how many of
Water
these,
torture.
How many of these can you take, buddy? I mean, it was like this.
You should have just responded. He goes, it's amazing how many years I've gotten back
It's
and
unbelievable.
forth, back and forth to all these venues.
I started doing the
without
math.
you coming with me.
It's been 5 years and more than 400 events. I was doing the math in my head about how many times I've actually done this ride successfully without you.
That's what you should have said.
Oh, it's just, I mean, once you get out of the car at a red light, just say, you drive.
Did you get in the back seat or front
I
seat?
was close to just walking to the light rail. Anyways, we made up and, 38 years.
So 2 weekends in a row is out.
Yeah, it wasn't, this was not one of them weekends.
Yeah.
No. But then we go to the game and have she had an unbelievable time, and these friends of ours are great. And I mean, she saw Gabe Landeskog and his kids, and then she didn't need me. Who knows?
How was the drive home?
Fine.
Did she
It
sleep?
was fine. The whole thing was fine afterwards.
Who drove?
Oh, I drove. I mean, she was getting hammered. I mean, that, by the way, the Saturday afternoon holiday crowd, pretty toasty drunk. Like, I was like, this is interesting. I didn't have this on my bingo card because usually the afternoon games are kind of like mellow. But I'm really realizing on holiday weekends, people really are out of control. Like,
you got one more day to kind of get rid of it.
Yeah,
and everybody's leaving town on Sunday, probably.
But on regular just Saturday Nuggets or Avs games, it's actually pretty, it's like for the kids.
Yeah.
Not this one.
I was downtown Denver last night at a restaurant watching the game. The place was a ghost, not the restaurant, but downtown Denver was a freaking ghost town.
Yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
I was walking down 16th Street Mall, not a person out there.
How is 16th Street Mall?
I don't understand how they're still in business.
They redid
do
the
people
whole
actually
thing.
shop there? Do people like?
I don't, it's just you tell me.
He spends his Christmas shopping there. He goes down there and just walks the mall.
Yeah.
Well, they
redid it.
You
understand.
know they redid. Yeah,
They took the little train trolley system out.
Oh, they did?
I thought so.
Oh, so that's not
still buses.
The rails. There's buses, but there's not. You remember, it used to be a train.
I don't remember that. I always remember buses. I don't remember. Was there a train, really?
There was
no train.
Little train tracks right to the
Are you
middle.
sure? Are you positive?
I think if you go back and look at the
Scotty
pictures.
picked up the bottle again.
I think if you go.
All right.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, I don't.
No, there was no train.
There were always buses.
The guy is drunk.
Okay.
Well, if DMac tells me I am.
What? What?
I'm going to look it up.
Okay, look it up. I got a no dumb question ethical dilemma for you, and we're open for business, 303-504-0925. It's a Rally House Football Monday. If you just pay attention to the show, we'll have a trivia question for you at 2:30 to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. Keep listening to PhD.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'll give you my ethical dilemma here in a little bit, but it is a what's that?
Oh, I was just saying. Oh, I like ethical dilemmas.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. I kind of want to wait till Scott comes back. But
I've got an ethical dilemma.
Well, I'm now concerned Scott's okay.
Yeah, listen, he's got to do his thing. It's about once a day. Just let him do his thing. He'll come back lighter. Yeah, hopefully the room doesn't smell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
there he is.
He's got like a little cocktail.
It's a number 2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. All right. Let me ask you the question. It's a football question. Then you get to your thing.
All right.
This is from Cornbread, Tyler.
Did he take a pit stop somewhere? I mean, he just walked past the window. Where is he?
Yeah, he's right there. Why can't the defense read the snap when one of the guards sticks their hand out before the snap? You want to talk about that whole process?
What's the question?
Because it does
Why
seem.
can't the defense
What's the
read
question?
All right, let me back up. I know what the question is.
Well, I understand.
Why
what he's
is
talking.
the guard hitting the center or signaling something?
Yeah.
And why they snap the ball right after that?
So it's only the away team. It's the team that's on the silent cadence. Back in the day, the center used to keep his head down and look between his legs for the quarterback to lift his leg and tell him when to snap the ball. The game's evolved a little bit, and they've realized, hey, it's actually better for our center to have his eyes up, to be able to read the linebackers, call out the Mike linebacker. It's more important for our center to be able to identify the defense. So now it's a little bit easier for the guard. The guard's looking back behind his shoulder. He's looking for the quarterback to give the signal. Quarterback gives the signal. Then the guard will either flash his hand out in front, or he'll literally tap the center on his hip, and he'll say, now it's time to snap the ball. Center will give his head bob. Ball gets snapped. It's always the road team. It's the team that's dealing with sound on the road.
So his question is, what the defense? Just read that. That's easy.
Because you go on 2 on the silent, you'll go on the double silent. You'll go on the double head bob. It's like any other cadence. You know the cadence after 5 or 6 reps. You know what the offense's cadence is, but they change it up. So you can't just go the first time that the guard flashes his hand, because then all of a sudden he's going to flash his hand again, and they're going to go on the double head bob.
So it's the same as hearing the verbal. You don't know what the count really is, even though it looks like the same.
I say that, but yes, it is much easier to get. That almost came out wrong. Didn't want to say it like that.
Okay.
It's much easier to get off quickly on the cadence.
Sure.
It's still, I tried to think it through. I just couldn't come up with an alternative.
Love you.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's
It is
looking
much
in
easier
your
for
eyes.
the defense to get off fast.
Sure.
Maybe.
when they're on the silent
Do you
count.
need a shovel?
Cue Barry White.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let me give you my little ethical dilemma real quick. I'm at the game. Really nice seats at the hockey game. Never sit in places like this. Maybe it's a once in every 5 year sort of thing, but there we are. There's a Canadiens fan behind us. Okay, Canadiens fan, you bought your ticket. You're there somehow. You can root for your team. I'm fine with that. He's doing play-by-play. I'm not joking, Tyler and Scott. The dude is doing play-by-play of his team and what they should do. Like Trevin over to LeBrusque. LeBrusque over to... All right, now he needs to move it over to him. Now shoot here. Now you need to move it.
Maybe he still wants to become an announcer.
Maybe
he's working his craft.
I have never... And I've gone to a lot of sporting events and sat in the stands. And I've sent behind leathernecks leatherlungs that just won't shut up. This guy, not only did he not show up, but he was doing play-by-play and rooting for his team. Dilemma. Do you say something when the guys... I mean, he's not stopping for the entire game.
No, I would just start doing my own. Yeah, just start doing the Avalanche play-by-play. Just be better than him.
Didn't they win like 7-2?
Yeah, he quieted down as his team was getting their ass kicked, and there was less to talk about. But it was pretty stunning. Like, when they scored their second goal, he's like, okay, here we go now. I'm like, you're getting killed. The game is way gone, and you won't shut up.
Well, maybe this is his one time to see his boyhood team. A little excited, a little fervent. Just let other people have their joy once in a while. Sometimes you gotta let.
I didn't say.
Sometimes at your annoyance, you have to allow other people to have their
All right.
joy.
Well, I did not say a word. I did not say.
You allowed him to have his joy.
I did, but it was like I could not believe I was getting on my nerves. That being said, my wife and her drinking buddy, the level of screaming that was going on was so. I got the girls who were screaming. I got the guy doing play-by-play, and I'm like, I don't know if I ever want to sit in the stands again. Is that too snobby to say?
No, I'm a little bit like that too.
Are you like that?
Yeah. It's just there's no room for me.
Oh, I was sitting in those seats thinking about both of you guys. These are really good seats. And I'm like, holy cow, it was tight for me.
Yeah.
Never mind if somebody had to get up and,
Just add it to the list of tallvictims.com.
It must be torture to sit in seats like that.
No, it's absolutely horrible.
You got to be on an aisle or, even an aisle would suck because it just
it's a
must
little
suck.
better because you can stick your legs out and stretch
So
them
how
out.
do you guys handle that when no dumb question?
I don't go.
You just don't deal with it.
No.
Okay. You just don't go either. You don't put yourself in that situation.
I do have to deal with it at CU games. CU games are the only games I actually attend, and I only go to 2 to 3 of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I go to CU, I'm sitting in the middle of those bleacher seats. By the way.
Yeah, they suck. No backs.
Yeah.
You can rent a seat, I suppose. But yeah. All right, that's it.
No, but if you rent the seat, you're just giving up more leg room because it forces you forward.
Yeah, I actually feel bad for you guys in those situations. It's like it was small for me.
I'm just thinking it's like almost 2:00. It's like kind of witchy now, or I get a little bit sleepy right around now during the show, and just like caffeine would be nice.
No. That's not happening.
It's not happening.
That's because I
It's
didn't lose.
not happening.
I didn't lose the bet.
It's not happening.
Is that your question? Is that your no dumb question?
I mean, well, it's just an ethical dilemma. Do
Well,
I
I
bring
think the
it up
no
or
dumb
not?
question is where his coffee is.
Yeah.
Nobody said I couldn't use comparisons or say the word.
But that's bringing
What
it
are you
up.
talking about?
I'm not
That is
bringing it up.
that's the definition of bringing it up.
I'll get you your coffee so you don't cry about it anymore. But give me a break.
No,
Give me a break.
I also want you to admit defeat in a gentleman's type of way.
Hell no, because I didn't lose the bet. But I'll just get you a coffee.
All
so
I
I don't
know,
have
look,
to hear
man, I
about
wasn't
it.
even on the show. All I know is my phone was blowing up on my off day saying that you lost the bet.
Well, I just am amazed how many of your friends listen to our show when you're not on.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's good.
It was enjoyable.
Yeah. Hey, I like a break for myself too.
Do you guys have any questions to ask me, by the way?
About what?
Oh, you know.
No.
All right, fine.
Do we have any questions to ask you? Do you know?
Scott, I just told the people that you went to the bathroom to take care of that.
No, I wouldn't get a soda.
So you didn't take care of it?
No, I don't have to. I don't think so.
No?
You? No?
Not me.
No, but let's go back. Do we have a question to ask you?
Yeah, do you?
Can you think of anything?
No, if you
What
don't.
time's the coffee get here?
Okay, all right. Is that it?
No, there's something. Now I'm curious.
No, if you asked me, we clarified, I would talk about the thing that's not to be talked about as long as you asked me about it.
Hey, Tyler, have you heard? Has the Rockies made any new moves? Or
Not
done
to-
anything new? Have you heard about?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh, wait.
Is that Bill's wife?
Daughter.
Who
is that lady, DMac, over your left shoulder in the camera?
Well, as long as you're asking me about it.
Yeah.
I do not know. I'm dying to know, by the way. They hired a woman named Nikki Schmidt. I do not know if she's related to Bill Schmidt.
Is that your apology on the way out the door?
No, it's not an apology at all.
No, not you, the Rockies.
Well, I don't know if she's related to Bill Schmidt or not. She was working with Cleveland, and she's got really nothing to do with baseball. She's going to be the senior vice
Is she
president.
working with the Browns with
maybe.
Jonah Hill?
But here's what I think they're doing. I don't think they're going to hire a GM per se. I think they're going to hire a bunch of underlings.
EVPs?
Yeah, I think it's going to be like 4 or 5 people like that. And she's one of them who came from Cleveland. So I don't know. I do not know if she's related to Bill Schmidt or not, but her name is Nikki Schmidt. So best of luck, Nikki. But that's the big news there today. All right, boys, ready to get back to the Broncos? And we got Nuggets tonight.
You wanted me to ask a question about that?
No, I mean, it's small, but I told you there's always something going on. Whether it matters or not is, a different sort of situation.
Right.
Next time you ask us to ask you a question, make sure it's worth asking you a question.
Yeah, well, trust me. Just don't ask me anything. It'll be fine. I'll let you guys drive. I'll get out of the car.
Yeah.
How about that? How about I get out of this car?
I had that happen to me one time on this show.
Is that right?
Yeah, when we first started.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
You drove somebody out?
Oh no. They just, I'll tell you in the break. But
They just gave up? Like,
yeah.
I can't do this.
And they go,
like, you broke me?
If you think you do better, why don't you do it? I went, okay. And I went over there. And so I drove the show for the next 3 months.
3 months?
Or so. That guy got replaced.
Wow.
Might have been a year.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to let that happen.
No.
When we come back, what now for the Broncos? And how is Bo Nix going to take this team to the what?
Well, that's Sean, the first place seed. Oh, no, that's right. They're not.
It's coming up next. Yeah. Yeah, dummy. We got a smoke machine and a sound machine. And we use it a lot.
Do they got lasers? Do they got a laser show? What about a strobe light?
I think they have like a planetarium show, too.
Okay.
600 million miles away. The Broncos have won for the 9th win in a row. The numbers are staggering, and these games are all incredibly close. And they're all coming from behind, as it turns out, and the numbers are getting to be historic. So the big question of the day is simply, now what? For the Denver Broncos, now what? With everything in mind, now what?
Yeah, not lots changed, man. I mean, other than you're one step closer to your goal. I mean, now, if you asked now what before the Washington game, what would you say?
I'd say beating Washington would just be my focus. Like, I wouldn't be thinking too much beyond that. But once you win that 10th game, and the Broncos have won that 10th game, so have the Patriots, but ahead of everybody else. You don't really get to this moment this quickly. Not really. So now you know you're going to be in the playoffs. You are going to be in the playoffs. Let's just start there. Now what?
Now you trying to win a Super Bowl.
Well, the team chasing in the West, Herbert broke his left wrist. He'll have surgery.
Going to have surgery.
But he says he'll be back in a week, which is crazy.
It's amazing. He's wearing like an oven mitt.
Yeah.
How'd that work for Aaron Rodgers?
Not good.
Not good.
Not good. And then Aaron Rodgers took to the media to rip on his own receivers. Things are going swimmingly.
I told Jonah to go right, but he went left. Jonah, show up to the meetings.
Yeah, show up to the meetings. How about that passive-aggressive BS from that weasel turd? What a leader.
I think he should say that. However, he shouldn't say it to the media.
Of course not. That's what a weasel turd does. That's who he is.
But it need to be said if the guy ain't coming to meetings.
Not to the media, it doesn't.
Tua did that earlier this year, and he ended up apologizing for it.
Yes. It just ain't what you do.
Tua ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
True.
Okay,
you go to the
fine.
Hall of Fame, you don't have to.
Where exactly is Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers going? It'd be nowhere.
They're still in. They're tied for first place in their division.
Yeah, because that's a wacky division. The Bengals may rise up and win that division. Who knows?
Would that be crazy?
It's not impossible. That's what's crazy. It's not impossible. That is one messed up, terrible division.
Rather see Cincinnati or Baltimore in the playoffs.
I'll take either. Baltimore right now. Baltimore. You're right. Hey, I know you're not a big Lamar guy, obviously, over the years, but he ain't right. He is not right. They are not right. I'd way rather see, frankly, in Denver. I'll see anybody. I don't give a crap. I do not give a crap who you play as long as we're playing him in Denver. Josh Allen, welcome home. We'll see how much CSU sucks. Baltimore, come on. Joe Burrow, let's go. Whatever. You taking your defense with you too, right? They're coming as well. I'm not afraid of anybody here in Denver. Are you guys?
No, I mean, there's teams that I'd prefer not to play. I'd still prefer to not have to play the Bills. That's an interesting question. Cincinnati or Baltimore? I guess I'd still rather see Cincinnati, but I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, I to me, when Vance has struggled defensively, has been when you've got a running quarterback that can put so much pressure, and it feels like they just dropped the zone. They change what they do, and you always put yourself in a hole.
Dude, I think you hit the nail on the head, Tyler. Now what? Now is the Super Bowl. Now is the Super Bowl.
Look, you don't have seasons like this with any other goal than a Super Bowl. And now you're looking for the easiest path. The easiest path begins with getting the number one seed.
That's
so
right.
You got to continue to handle your business. The season ain't over. You haven't accomplished anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to win the AFC West. Cool. But you got to get that number one seed if you want to have an easier path, if you want to have that home field advantage. And if you're a defensive team, it's never been more important to have home field advantage because that's how you actually take advantage of what you do best as a team.
I totally agree. And I don't think Sean's going to let off the gas at all. I think there were some, not so great moments for that defense yesterday. It wasn't great, obviously, giving up 18 plays for a field goal. It wasn't great giving up the touchdown at the end. And Thank God Nick Bonito made the play that he did, and Vance and his staff made the right defensive call. Make sure you credit Vance and his staff.
You guys didn't even notice the other shot that Sean had in that.
I guess I didn't.
I was waiting for you guys to catch the other shot.
Oh, what else we got here?
You want to listen to it again, see if you can catch it before I tell you?
Yep.
Well, look, the
one,
challenge in those plays are design QB runs, which we were concerned with. And so some of your zone calls, if you will, at the 2-yard line. And so we went from one pressure to another. The initial call that we had was a zone call, and we felt like this was going to be a design. So we quick called a timeout. And then Vance and his staff did a great job of coming up, with the correct call. It's obviously the correct call when it works. But there's going to be a free rusher if you pressure the way we did. And you don't know like who's going to be the free rusher because the protection might. And so they left Nick free and
what I miss?
Vance and his staff come up with the correct call. It's always the correct call when it works. Come on. It's always the correct call when it works. Yeah, that's another shot there for
that's
sure.
kind of like it's always a good shot when it goes in.
Yeah, you got lucky. You got the right call when.
You think he's saying he got lucky?
Well, if he lofts it up in the air a little bit, just a little bit higher.
Oh, there's loads of ways they make that completion.
Oh, yeah. Hey, cover zero is risky. You live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Right.
And many times you die by the sword when you cover zero in the most important play of the game.
Yep. Oh, and it was wide open.
But the only way, I will say this,
Wild play.
I do think there was somebody close enough that if he would have had to put a little high loft onto it just to get over Bonito, I think somebody gets over and breaks it up.
Maybe. You're just saying because the timing would have gotten messed up?
Yeah, because now so he has to throw it up in the air. Guy's going to have to probably wait. There's somebody right in the middle of the field I think is going to make a break to it.
Had Mariota just given it a little pump fake and just rolled to his left a little bit, because Benito's up in the air. You're going to get past him easily.
But once you do that pump fake and
timing's
roll
over,
to
that's going to give the defenders time to catch up.
Over, and guys are sliding over.
Yeah, I actually agree.
That was his one chance. His only chance was to put a little oomph, a little more air underneath it. And even then, depending on how much air you put underneath it, I think you give defenders time.
Adam Thielen was let go by the Vikings at his own request because he is ending his NFL career this year and wants to go to a contending team.
According to the Minnesota Vikings, by the way. Why are the Vikings announcing that it's Adam Thielen's last year?
Well, he was so great for him for a bunch of years. Right?
Should the Broncos be interested in Adam Thielen?
Well, let's break this down. One, the Vikings right now are an interesting case study. Did you watch any of their game yesterday?
I did.
Just little pieces of it.
Wait.
Yeah, it's
J.J. McCarthy bad.
That's a team that won 14 games last year.
Yeah.
Well, they had the other guy played the game.
Yeah, it wasn't J.J. McCarthy. I never even heard of him before.
Yeah. But either way, J.J. McCarthy ain't like he's looked good at all either.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Should the Broncos be interested in Adam Thielen?
Yes. Yeah, what do you think?
Look, I don't ever mind adding veterans, even when they're on the tail end. If you've got a very extremely niche role for them that you're going to ask them to catch 4 passes in the entire playoffs, fine. Adam Thielen's over the hill. He's got 8 catches for 69 yards on the year.
Okay.
I know he's playing with a bad quarterback. I know he's playing on a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, listen, 8 catches on the entire season.
How many games has he played in?
I don't know, at least 9.
Oh, wow.
So less than a catch a game.
Well, their quarterback was Mac Brosmer.
Who dat?
Guys, I mean, I like to think I pay a little attention to the NFL. I've never even heard of this dude. I've never, ever heard of this guy. I honest to God thought I would have heard of every single starting quarterback and backup quarterback in the NFL. Never, ever heard of Max Brosmer. He's out of Minnesota. He's a rookie. He's 24 years of age, 6'2", 217. So
had to have been undrafted.
Yeah, I'll look that up real quick.
Had to have been.
Yeah, I don't see anything on him being drafted, so I'll assume you're right on that. I don't know anything about him, man. So he played. how do you get to that level? Like, with like the Zach Wilsons of the world, like still
Zach
sort of
Wilson
bumping.
was a 1 or 2 pick, wasn't
he? He was, yeah. Like, how do you get to Max Brosmer?
That's a good question. And I know Mariota played really well, but that's your backup quarterback? You got a pretty good backup quarterback.
I would take Mariota as a backup.
That's a pretty good backup quarterback.
I loved Mariota as a starting quarterback, obviously, when he was younger.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mariota kind of got hosed in his career, to be totally honest.
He has an.
Do you remember when his career began? Like when he really got his break?
When he was starting in Atlanta?
He was playing against the Denver Broncos, and Jake Locker was the quarterback. And they made the switch to Mariota at halftime, and he balled out.
Oh, wow. I do not remember that.
But that's after he was starting in Tennessee for a couple of years on a bad Tennessee team.
No, this was in Tennessee.
Oh, this is in Tennessee. So he wasn't starting yet.
That's how my memory's got it. I mean, somebody can double check me. You can fact check me on it. But I remember that. I remember a game against the Denver Broncos where Mariota came in at halftime, and then he became the full-time starter.
I think Mariota's just been a victim of like too many Jameis Winston sort of moments. Like he's playing great, then does something stupid.
Except not nutty.
Yeah, he's not as entertaining. I mean, they were doing that TV show Quarterback, following quarterbacks an entire season, and he just left the league. He just left when he got demoted by Atlanta, and he was
he was
hurt. Gone.
He got hurt.
Yeah, but he left. He was gone, back to the island or wherever the hell he went. Like they're having it felt like they were having a hard time tracking him down. It was weird, man.
Yeah, but you always leave when you're on the IR.
Okay,
they don't want you in there because they don't have space in the room.
Was weird. He wasn't just rehabbing at the facility. He was gone.
I know. That's what I'm explaining. When you're on the IR, they don't have space for you in the training room, so they tell you to go home.
I don't recall it was that. Listen, I could be wrong, but it felt like there was some weird stuff.
It
He
might
just
have been
left.
that way, but then he just didn't come back.
It was. I don't know. The whole thing
he
was
was likable until he got hurt, though. He was likable in that show.
Very likable.
I had it backwards. Good memory, texters. Mariota was the starter. He got benched at halftime for Ryan Tannehill. That's what it was.
Okay. Close. Mile long, 3 inches deep. It's almost there. All right, listen, we have a $150 gift card to give away for Rally House. We'll ask you a question. Hopefully you've been paying attention to the show. That'll come up in 13 minutes. Shelby Harris on Jawan Jennings is awesome. It's one of the Tyler.
It's a keep to lead moment.
Oh, my God. You'll hear that with Let's Football Go coming up. What's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays meant to be joyful. But if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy, that can be rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Schedule your consult today. It's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900. 5 locations up and down I-25, one near you, 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Your chance
Stupid.
to win a $150 gift card to Rally House comes up in 6 minutes. Know your show. Stick around for that. We are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. They're the absolute best. Dan Bud Squins Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, guys, I want to play this clip from Chris Collinsworth on the broadcast last night. This was with about 8.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. The Broncos are in a 3rd and 8 situation in the red zone. Listen to Chris Collinsworth. He wants Sean Payton to start testing Bo Nix to get him ready for the playoffs.
Mike, I think the one thing, if I were Sean Payton, I'd be doing is I would start putting Bo Nix in difficult situations. 3rd and 8 in the red zone, you can make a case, young quarterback, simple throw, let's go ahead and kick the field goal. I think you've got to start getting him playoff ready. Test him, see what he can do down here. It's just my opinion that in the NFL, it doesn't matter how many games you win, if you make the playoffs, none of that stuff. What matters is, do you have a chance to win the Super Bowl? And in order for the Broncos and this tremendous defense to have a chance, that is Nix's opportunity to learn.
All right, do you guys agree with Chris Collinsworth there? Do you want to see Sean Payton start testing Bo more to get him ready for the playoffs?
I don't even know what that means.
Absolutely.
I can't. First off, I can't stand Chris Collinsworth. I cannot stand him.
So at least you named your bias before you started.
There you go. Fine. I can't stand him. But in theory, I agree with what he's had to say. Like, if he was talking about the season as a whole, I get it. He did test Bo Nix the entire game. He threw 45 passes. It's 3rd and 8 in the red zone. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to try to score a touchdown. That's what he's going to try to do.
Collinsworth is insinuating you should call a different style of play to get you ready for something theoretically happening weeks from now.
I think you're looking at
nuts.
I think he's saying, don't just sit up there and drop back, throw a little out, and hope a guy runs it in. Test him. Let him step back. Boom, boom, boom. Let guys cross in the back of the end zone. Let him be. I thought he did late because that play late where he almost took a knee.
He tested the hell out of him. He threw the ball 45 times.
Yeah, but he's talking about deep in the red zone. Don't go run it right, run it left, short pass.
It's 3rd and 8. Nobody's going to run it right or run it left.
Well, then throw it in the end zone deep. Try to score a touchdown. Trust him not to turn it over.
I'm siding with Tyler on this one.
Does anybody know what happened on the play? I don't remember what happened on the play.
I remember
incomplete short pass.
But I know that they're not going to run it right or run it left.
That was for the second field goal.
Okay.
It was right for the second field goal. He threw it short and put it at the guy's feet. Boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
Simple play. Whatever. I took it differently. He said, test him. Let him go out there and win the game. Let him get out there and get on the do something. Play. Ball.
They've literally
Mahomes.
trailed in every single one of these 9 wins they have in a row. They've trailed in all of them.
That's miss. Look here, and you're playing with the attendance.
What am I playing with?
Here.
Just look at it.
I don't know even what it means. Like, it makes sense to you. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
No, the down deep, instead of just running something safe and simple, get out there and test him. See what he's got. I agree with him 100%. I got perfect in that.
Okay. I'm lost. I think the test.
You don't like him. and
I don't like who?
He don't like Collinsworth, and you've got something jabbed up in there so hard.
With who?
Your hat.
Oh, so now I'm too biased in that direction.
Well,
I'm too much in that direction.
Well, what day of the week is it?
Yeah,
it's Monday.
It's a win. Yeah. Let them lose next week to Oakland, which they won't.
No, they're definitely not.
He'll be calling for Stidham again.
Oh, here we go. Listen, he just doesn't get it when he's playing this well. He's got to continue. Yeah, don't let him lose next week.
The double-digit win against the Raiders, not concerned. Seriously,
not concerned. You said that
concerned.
when the Raiders were here, too.
I misjudged the wind. And, yeah, I screwed up on that one. You're right. It was a short week. It was windy. I shouldn't have done that. You know, on all these short week ones, I'll say one-score games on short weeks.
Giants game.
Well, you should just say one-score game. Actually, just say a 4-point game with the Broncos on every game. You're probably going to be right.
Other than Dallas, have they not had anything but one-star games?
Can we just go back to Chris Collinsworth being an idiot?
2 others.
Can we all just agree on that? Like, for a dude that played the game, for a dude that's been around, that dude says more dumb things than any announcer.
How about when Mike Tirico, who's...
I'd be happy to work with you sometime, though, Chris.
Well, I guarantee you what that message was is in their coaches meeting, Sean probably said,
Okay.
we're going to put more on
Oh,
Bo's plate down in the red zone.
You may be right on that.
So now, as you know as announcers, now they
Hey,
say
I want to
so-
sound cool.
You
I
want
want
to
to sound smart.
You want
Yeah,
to sound
you may-
like you're predicting something.
You may be right
But
on
I
that
guarantee
one.
in that team meeting, Sean Payton said to him, listen, we're going to put a lot more on Bo's play once we get in the red zone.
You may be right on that. He might have been trying to look like the smartest bear.
Yeah.
You're probably right about that. How about the fact that Tirico on that Traylon Burks touchdown catch, which was unbelievable,
Great catch.
goes, man, that is right up there with Odell Beckham Jr. That was an incredible play. And then Collinsworth is like, nah. And Tirico's like, really? Like you don't see that as comparable. Collinsworth, no, not really. It wasn't really that great. And Tirico's like, okay, Chris. Thanks a lot. Thanks, partner. Thanks, pal. Thanks for helping me out there. You know, we have a graphic, and we're gonna like Tirico. All Tirico's trying to do, you realize, is set up a video of Odell Beckham Jr. making a similar catch. Like we can compare and contrast.
10 years ago and 1 week from that night.
Right. And there's Collinsworth just like pooping all over the moment that they're just. Tirico must be sitting there with somebody in his ear like, we're going to go to Odell Beckham Jr. Here, set it up, He's trying to set it up, and Collinsworth is just like, not so much.
Well, and now turning to Collinsworth defender, I'll say this. Producers will say something in his ear that ain't in your ear.
What, he doesn't understand where Tirico's going with this thing?
No.
Okay. Well, he should. After all these years, he should be pretty clear like what his partner's trying to do right there. It was just a weird, awkward moment on a great broadcast overall that like, yeah, it was an unbelievable catch. It was crazy. It was the only catch he had. Mike Sanford said Traylon Burks looks fat the rest of the game.
All I know is Washington needs to go back to the Redskins uniforms because those look good.
All right, we're going to get some more stories, but I'll throw this question. Know your show. Here we are at 2:30 for $150 to Rally House. RallyHouse.com.
And holidays are right here.
Shop. Oh, this would be incredible.
Oh, you should have seen the drop-off line today playing Christmas music.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Killing it, huh?
Yep.
Shop every team in town. Scott compared Bo Nix to what quarterback earlier in the show? Don't say it. Don't say it.
It's a tough one.
Know your show, baby. Gotta listen. Gotta listen and win. Text it, and we'll draw a random texter, and we'll announce it in about 15 minutes. So who did Scott compare Bo Nix to? Pay attention, and it pays off here on PhD. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Shelby Harris. Apparently, Juwan Jennings was talking trash when a Browns player went down with an injury. Here's Shelby in the locker room after the game.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts.
That about late?
He says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But, I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
That was a solid Akiba. I mean, was that not like directly? Awesome. Hey, when I see Harry in Atlanta, I'm gonna beat his ass.
I'm gonna beat his ass. We have the same agent. I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna beat his ass.
They went to ESPN. What's the one big dude that's the lineman that's on there? He's on there right now with Ryan Clark. And they asked him, "What do you think about it?" On first take, he goes,
"Yeah."
Exactly what he said.
It was great.
That's what receivers do.
Mark Spears.
Mark Spears.
Yeah.
They talk all this trash and they hide behind the old line. He's a hoe. He's a hoe.
I'm curious what he could have been saying. I've heard a lot of stuff said on a football field. I'm actually
Miles Garrett questioned how he was brought up as a human being.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure what actually could have been said.
I don't know. But you got Shelby saying what Shelby said. You got Miles Garrett questioning how his parents raised him. Yeah, I am kind of curious. I'm surprised nobody's punched him in the nuts before. I'm surprised nobody's hit him in the face.
Hit him in the mouth.
Oh, that was awesome.
That's 2 weeks in a row. The league can't do nothing, but eventually you're going to say, we suspended this guy, and this guy is still, why?
Well, how about Shelby Harris still holding on, by the way?
Good for Shelby, man. Good for Shelby. He's going to come back here. He's got all sorts of roots here and doing all sorts of stuff here. He's just getting that paycheck. He's doing what you kind of thought you might wanted to have done. He's just hanging in there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like he's not playing. He's playing. Vaughn's playing. How'd you think Vaughn played?
I actually thought Vaughn played well.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, if you watched it closely, he had a number of really good rushes. I mean, he's a specialist at this point of his career. He's only got one job to rush the passer.
Yeah.
But he had a handful of really good rushes.
Vaughn has been very, very open, and the next job he wants is to be an assistant under George Payton to learn how to be a general manager. He's been very open about that. Do you think that happens?
Yes. I think there's something in the front office.
Well,
I think
very specifically, he wants to be a GM.
But I think the Pinners, and here's where I give them credit, because I'm not sure all ownership does this. One, I think they did their homework, and I think they understand this fan base. And that didn't hurt that they probably spent a lot of months skiing here and probably watched a lot of Broncos football over the last 10, 15, 20 years.
They were a lot more tight in this community than we thought.
Than you realize, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think they understand that history, and just a PR note to say we're going to bring Von Miller back to do something in our office as even if it's an errand guy for the first couple of years.
Well, as a GM and training man, you have to break down tape and do all the scouting stuff. I would assume. I don't know. What's the path to a GM, Tyler? What kind of things would you be doing?
I mean, you start as a scout,
writing reports and doing all that stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, let's hear from Coach Prime. The Buffs lost to Kansas State. Here is Dion after the game.
I just told him, no, we won't be in this situation again. I promise you that. I could promise you that. Because I'm not happy with nothing right now. Nothing.
Guys, describe the Buff season in a word or two.
Oh, you didn't get to the Last Supper thing. That was the whole thing. I thought that's where you were going. Do you have that or not?
I have it. All right, here is more Prime.
When I win, I don't mind a clap. When I lose, I don't mind a boo. I played this game. I know this game like the back of my hand, and I love this game, and I love all the ups and downs, the ins and outs about it. And I'm built for every last bit of it. But if anybody's built to reconcile and to get this back on course, it's me. And I will do it if it's the last thing I do on earth. Trust me when I tell you. This was the Last Supper. God bless.
2026 Colorado Buffaloes, the resurrection.
Okay.
Coin it now, baby. They're coming back.
Do you think that's what he meant?
What do you think he meant?
I don't know. I've been thinking about it for like 3 days, and I'm really not sure if there was
I think that's what he meant.
If there was a deeper meaning or he misspoke.
I think that's what he meant. Yeah.
That this is the Last Supper.
Like, yeah, this is the last time you're going to see this, and then with the resurrection.
The resurrection's coming.
Yeah.
All right, Scott, what do you think?
That's great. On one, I said, he's going to eat the team meal on the plane, and then see you later. I'm retiring on Tuesday, or that. But then you listen, and no, that's him saying, dead right after the Last Supper, and then resurrected next season.
Okay. All right.
What did you think it meant?
I don't know. I was confused with like the comparison with the Last Supper, and
I'm going to get you a Bible.
No, I understand what happened. Because all right, you know what? I don't want to dig necessarily too deep. And if you guys both think he was saying, we're down now, the resurrection for us is coming, I'll just roll with you on that. I just thought for a second he was just sort of saying there's no more free rides. I'm going to hold more people accountable.
Yeah, because there are prisoners on death row that have a Last Supper too.
Do they call it that?
Last meal.
They call it the last meal.
Like, okay, I thought it was more like in that vein. Like, I've been carrying people too long and the free ride's over.
Well,
That's what I thought.
You've lost your running backs, coach.
Yeah, Marshall Faulk got hired by Southern.
Should we be hearing about more?
It was Southern, right?
It was an HBCU. I'm not sure which one.
I think it was
somewhere East Coast somewhere.
Should we be hearing more, like people being fired right now by CU?
I mean, there's really only one name left, and that's Livingston.
Well, Shermer hasn't been officially fired, has he?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Well, he was demoted. Has he been fired? Would we even know? Would we even know, actually? Because it's not like they would send a press release out about it. Have their changes been made and we just don't know about it?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything pressing about it having to come out 48 hours after the game, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I was talking with Sanford about it, and he said that normally when colleges make changes, like in his experience, it happens quick.
I'm
like
sure,
it happens
yeah.
the next day.
Just ask Ole Miss.
Well, what do you guys think about that one? Sorry, I don't mean to stop on
I'm
football go.
not
but
saying no to $91 million. You saying no to 91?
I am not, and especially
if I got to bail on my team, I got to bail on my team.
He's got an escalator too that would make him the highest paid coach like ever.
Right. So if he wins the national championship from there on out, every year they'll make him the highest paid coach.
Right. So I don't think that is in question. We all get that.
And he got 25 mil for the roster.
Right. The question is his crying about not being allowed to stay with the program for a month to keep coaching his team into the college football playoff.
Yeah, that part, like, Lane, no crud. They're not going to let you coach the team. What are you talking about? You thought they were going to let you coach the team?
If that was so important to you, then politely say no, because as I understand, Ole Miss was willing to jump up a big salary too. So just politely say no. If you can't wait till the end of the playoffs, and the answer is no. If you will wait till the end of this playoff ride is over, then I'll come.
The real problem, and honestly, like Lane, I get it. Lane's really easy to make fun of because he's been a part of three or four of the most messy firings, divorces, parting of ways in the history of college football. So wherever there's a messy parting of ways, Lane Kiffin is in it. But Lane Kiffin is just a product of the system right now. Yep. The system is broken. College football is broken. The way that they go about this. In the NFL, the season ends, coaches get fired, you hire somebody. There is no ending in college football. They've got signing day that's going on right in the middle of all this. I mean, they have to make these decisions. They actually force these coaches' hands into making these decisions.
Let me play you Scott Van Pelt. What Scott Van Pelt's take on this was. Go ahead, Dan.
But this is a divorce. And the analogy I'd make is this. If you're leaving me for one of our neighbors who I hate, but you tell me you want to stay through Christmas for the kids, I'm telling you to take your ass on down the road and we'll figure out Christmas with who's here. I appreciate it's a mature way to view it. Maybe I'm being immature, but damn it, I am, and I hold grudges, and there's no way on God's green earth I'd let him coach my team.
Yeah, obviously.
That's pretty funny.
Obviously, you were not going to be allowed to coach Ole Miss. Obviously.
All right, Lane Kiffin. Did you see the college kids, the Ole Miss fans at the airport?
Oh, yeah, it was hilarious.
God, that was just.
But then he got the same reception when he landed in LSU, just opposite.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, talk about a school that cares. You know, if you're an LSU fan, your guys care about winning. Ain't no doubt about
You know what?
that.
Brian Kelly got the same reception when he signed.
Well,
left Notre Dame early, didn't he? Didn't he do the same thing before a bowl game with Notre Dame?
I don't recall.
Yo, Brian Kelly's got nothing to cry about, does he? No. All right, well, we'll keep tabs on CU there, Tyler. See what happens. 3-9, obviously disappointing. I actually thought they fought pretty good against Kansas State, frankly. I thought it was going to be way worse than that. I was like, hey, that's pretty good.
I was quickly reminded about how bad Caden Salter is.
Yeah.
My only thought on it was what a wasted year to just develop Juju Lewis.
Right.
Right. That's what his competition was all year long.
Well, that's on Prime too, man. He was the evaluator. He was making those choices. That's on him too to not figure that out. All right, when we come back, we'll give you the answer to the trivia question. Who does Scott think Bo Nix is? And find out who our gift certificate is for $150 to Rally House. That's next. Don't miss another Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to see the Avs as they host the reigning champion Florida Panthers. Almost painful to say. Avs Ticket Tuesday powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Just saw Scott Matthew in the building here last week. Good to see him, man. Scott, you're the best. You can find Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, right down the road. It's real close to here.
Right over on Quebec and County Line.
And at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
No, he moved.
I think it's a little further
moved
down.
over to Highlands Range. In Highlands
Yeah.
Range.
It's in that direction.
Yeah.
It's right down there. It's Scott, specifically, it's in the Highlands Ranch Town Center.
Yeah, that's right.
So
been there.
All right,
bought a Christmas present there one time.
From Matthew, from Scott?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah. I need to get a new battery. I need to probably talk.
Well, he does. He can take care of that.
Yeah.
I mean, the repair shop is like a big part of everything they do there.
Yeah.
Plus, they do sell like $5,000 watches and up. Your style. Dumb question. Like, what's the most expensive watch you've ever owned?
I sold him a watch once.
Did you?
I did.
Which you hadn't have?
No, I didn't have any use for it.
Okay. Just didn't want to go to the pawn shop. Going to Scott?
Yeah. Scott's a better place to go to.
Probably. Congratulations to Tim Sexton of Loveland. He is our winner. He knew the show. He knew who Scott compared Bo Nix to. Let's go back in time and relive that moment.
I've got a new comparison. I think he's Brad Johnson. He's fantastic.
Oh, wow. Super Bowl champion Brad Johnson.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Still an insult. That's an insult.
I wasn't taking it as an insult. Super Bowl champion on a great defense. Don't get in the way. Had a great touchdown to turnover ratio.
I cannot tell if you're being serious on this.
Passing about 64%.
Mm-hmm. The two
not as fast though, but bigger.
The two quarterbacks that are commonly ripped are Brad Johnson
by you,
and by the world, and Trent Dilfer.
Do you make fun of Super Bowl champs? Do you rip Super Bowl champs?
Scott, you've got to.
You know what you're doing.
Okay, thank you, Tyler.
You know what you're doing.
Quarterback that didn't get in the way of a great defense. Can Bo Nix not win a Super Bowl this year being that guy?
I feel like the next sentence out of your mouth should be Nickelback should be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Well, that actually is a fact.
Well, that's probably closer to the truth.
Well, nobody can argue that.
Yeah. Especially if you want to be a big rock star.
You're going to quote Nickelback now? I'm impressed. Just let me say I'm impressed.
But you have to admit that's a great song.
Listen.
Give me Rockstar
You
there.
can't believe how many times on KBPI we played Nickelback. I mean, not a little, a lot.
I get Rockstar there, Dan.
We played a Photograph. We played them all.
62%, 22-6 turnover. Great turnover to interception ratio.
Actually, look at that career by Brad
And
Johnson.
he just
that is a
away.
bananas career. That's how long he played, huh? Wow.
30,000 yards.
Okay, I'm still not taking you seriously because I think you were taking. I think you were taking a shot at Bo.
I wasn't trying to.
I think you were though.
I wasn't trying to.
Where do you think on the ranking of Super Bowl?
I'll take a Super Bowl if that's what you're telling me. So,
Yeah,
cool.
That's what Scott's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
all
what
right,
he's
fine.
saying.
Then I'll take that.
Don't hinder your defense.
On the list, how about this? On the list of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, where do you suppose Brad Johnson would rank?
If we're being real honest.
Be lied to us.
Well, there's been, how many Super Bowls are we up to now?
60. So we've got 59.
59, but we also got Brady's got 7.
You got some repeaters in there.
Yeah, so there's
Terry
probably
Bradshaw
been,
has 4. I mean, we can keep, Joe Montana has 4.
There's probably, 42 different.
Something like that.
Okay.
Winning Super Bowl, something like that.
For the sake of argument.
He's probably 34.
Name who's 35 or lower.
Well, did you look at Greasy's stats when they won a Super Bowl?
Bob Greasy?
Did you go look at his numbers when they won a Super Bowl?
I haven't, but they were undefeated. They were undefeated that year.
By the way, another great defense.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But they were undefeated. They had Larry Zonka.
And he also missed like 7 games that year. Really? You know how many times he threw in the Super Bowl that year?
So you had Brad Johnson.
Do you know how many times?
I don't go back to 72 on it.
Like 12 or 13 times.
How many times did Peyton Manning
so
throw it in the Super Bowl?
Don't get in your way. Don't get in the Peyton Manning's second Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Brad Johnson was better than Peyton Manning's second Super Bowl.
By the way, do you know John Elway's numbers in his first Super Bowl win?
Not good. I mean, it was Terrell Davis show.
I think it was right around 50% completion.
Take a peek of that one. They ain't imposing numbers, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you also had Terrell Davis running for 180-something.
Are you saying Bo Nix is a
but that is the one thing with Bo that you say, okay, does he have a strong enough running game to support him if he's not going to be the feature?
Definitely
Not right now.
There's no way he does.
No.
Because you're right, Miami.
But that means that we need him to be more than a Trent Dilfer. That means we need him to be more than just a manager. If he doesn't have the run game to back him up, he needs to go out there and do what he did yesterday.
Who were the running backs when Brad Johnson won it?
Oh my God. Gosh darn it. I'm seeing him.
Florida State guy?
Yeah, that's
work done.
Work
Done.
Work done.
Yeah.
Work done. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Really good. All right, but if the comparison is Bo Nix has the capability with the right defense of winning a Super Bowl, we've come a long way from the beginning of training camp, haven't we, fellas? I mean, if we're having this conversation, even if it's slightly insulting, it is a long way here in Week 13, December 1st, from training camp when Bo Nix was like, couldn't hit the ocean standing on the beach.
Brad Johnson, that Super Bowl, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns.
That's pretty good. It's solid enough.
Of course, he had 2 pick sixes in that game.
Did he really? I didn't know that.
He didn't have it. The Tampa Bay got 2 pick sixes.
Oh, they were helped by that. Yeah.
But I mean, that's good. The Super Bowl winning numbers. Was work done on that team? Kreckman, was work done on the 2002 Tampa Bay team?
How is Nate going to know that?
Because
Nate knows everything.
Really? The beep, 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 beep.
I think he was.
Yeah, I think he was.
Ask him about special.
I think he was. Sounds right to me.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Are we at the end of the day? Are we feeling pretty good about this win? Seriously, are we feeling pretty good?
Oh wow! You know who the running back was?
Not work done.
My
obviously.
teammate,
Mike Holstott.
Will that help any of you? I was teammates with him.
Oh, it started with an F.
No,
last name.
Untrue. Anyone else?
Not sure. I'm trying to think of your timeline.
For the Denver Broncos. I was teammates with him on the Denver Broncos.
What time? What iteration of your time with the Broncos?
Well, I mean, you just want me to tell you his name?
No, so it had to be your first time around with the Broncos.
Okay, fine.
Which was in
He's got a kid who is currently in the NFL and is good.
The biggest biceps in the history
Willis
of mankind.
McGahee?
No. The biggest biceps in the history of mankind.
Wait, when did Warwick Dunn show up? Now I'm interested.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name. I know exactly what you're saying.
He was a Josh McDaniels guy.
Go ahead.
Michael Pittman.
Yeah, I wouldn't have got him. But.
Yeah.
Warwick Dunn was on the Bucs right up until that season, and then he disappeared to Atlanta, where he was still fine. He was still good. Good
Nate,
trivia question.
Broncos going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, why not?
Sure. Let's do it.
I mean, that's the big question, right?
Yes,
that would be fun.
They could win every game by 1 the rest of the way, or they could just lose every game by 1 the rest of the way.
Who's the best team in the NFL today?
Ooh,
don't
great
forget
question.
The Panthers lost to the Panthers beat the Rams yesterday.
Yeah, Stafford had a couple of weird picks, and it was rainy. I still think the Rams are the best team in the NFL.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm not letting that change my opinion.
Yeah, I still think that's the best team in the NFL.
Who's second best?
Maybe the Broncos, maybe New England, maybe the freaking Bears. Who knows?
The Bears.
This is the weirdest NFL season.
You've never seen so many teams at the top without a clear separator.
Right.
Maybe ever.
Guys,
in
think
the
about
NFL.
that. Right now, the 1 seed in the NFC, the 1 seed in the AFC, and the 2 seed in the AFC, who could be the 1 seed at the AFC at the end of this night. They all have quarterbacks who were drafted last year. That draft class has
three quarterbacks that are leading by record right now, the three best teams in the NFL, which is absolutely wild. How about that?
Do you think the NFL is ready to move on from Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, and Jackson?
So this is the argument that I was making with Andy last week. Like, I don't think the NFL's moving on from those guys. What I think is happening is every one of those guys happens to be having a bizarre down season with the team around them being kind of lame at the same time. Like, in many ways, the Broncos, like, they should take advantage of this window because those four Hall of Fame quarterbacks are not going to be down for long, but like, it just so happens that in 1 year, all of them are. So, like, go do it now. If you're the Broncos, go get it done right now because
you know what? We always said it's going to take that alien year when Patrick Mahomes is not Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
When the Chiefs get hurt, Patrick Mahomes stubs his ankle. Well, it's not just that this year. You've got Lamar Jackson looking weird.
Very human.
Very, very human.
Yeah.
You've got Josh Allen looking weird.
Yeah.
It's not just Patrick Mahomes. It's all these guys. Talk about the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yep. This season, it's been presented to you. And you've got an opportunity, and you've got the defense to be able to get it done. And as long as you don't, make a bunch of bonehead mistakes and hit Bobby Wagner right between the numbers, then you're good to go, man.
Mike, Coach just walked in. Can you explain to me what happened on that interception? I mean, that was
I got
bizarre.
a theory. Am I allowed to answer?
Sure. I probably won't believe your answer, but if Mike says it, I'll believe it.
Here's the best. You won't.
Yeah.
You won't believe it.
Yeah.
Your alma mater beat me this weekend. You won't believe it.
Okay.
Here's the best I can think of. Because you know what? I saw Peyton Manning do the same thing. Do you remember the Cleveland Brown interception to Barkevius Mingo?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And our O-line buddy showed me the tape. I was like, you've got to show me that exact play because I was like,
I don't know what happened on that.
He literally threw it to him.
Well,
like,
I know,
there was no blocking,
but I can't explain it.
I think there was a guy that tried to wave at the pass, and I think maybe it got in Bo's field of vision, and he lost Wagner. That's what I'm hoping happened.
No, but lost Wagner. There was not a Bronco within a 10-yard radius.
I know, none of it. It was not open.
I mean,
it was like
lost
not open
Wagner.
at 3 levels. It was not open at 3 levels.
That's the thing that's funny about it is like when they showed the replay directly behind Bo, it's like even if Bobby Wagner wasn't standing there, that pass was not going to be completed.
The corner was going to get it.
Does it
the
remind?
safety was there.
Yeah.
But I'll say this with even good, if not elite quarterbacks, I go back to the Broncos playing against Patrick Mahomes. Remember when he just plugged one right to Jahdae Barron? It came back. And there's nobody around.
Right.
Like, there are times where there are inexplicable things that happen at that position because you make so many freaking decisions on a yearly basis.
Sure.
And it's like, you can glitch. Like, have you ever glitched in your job as a radio guy?
One blur of white and
Rodney
you didn't
Harrison
see it.
glitched this weekend.
Yeah, what happened?
Is there any
that was
word
just
on that?
last night.
I don't know. That was a glitch of a lifetime.
See, what I was wondering was, and we all know this because we work in the business, did he have something going on in his IFB where like the noise was just taking his concentration away and it wasn't affecting the other
Probably,
two?
yeah.
I hope so.
That's what it maybe
otherwise,
felt like.
I've like spaced on Nate a couple of times, but
But
never
he
to
got
that
three-
point.
he got
where I'm
three-
like,
he got three cracks.
where we've had to listen, my guy, I talk to you at break, you don't even know my voice is going. It's like I'm your child asking you for a toy at Target.
On
Anyway.
air.
No, in break.
I know in break
I'm
I don't
like,
pay
hey,
attention
let's
to
do
you.
this. And we come back and you're like, you say something to me? No, but seriously, do you think that maybe happened? Because I've never seen it where, because who was it? It was Collinsworth. Kid tried to reset the conversation and he still didn't know what he was supposed to be talking about, right?
Yeah, it was like 3 times. He just literally, like his brain just shut off.
Well, Tyler, speaking as the only one in this studio currently with actual CTE, could you explain what may have? I'm just playing.
Thank you.
Well, it's a badge of honor because
Yeah.
none of us did anything really worthy athletically long enough to be able to be in consideration for
I'm happy to be an
said
idiot.
badge of honor.
No problem.
I'm your lab
He's
rat.
happy to be
Why
reminded
not?
that there could be things down the road he doesn't want to think of.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, hey, there's a
you
guy
guys
that
want
could be Rodney
while we're at
Harrison.
it, you want to know the average lifespan of an NFL offensive lineman? It ain't good.
But how many years?
It's
were
under
you,
60. I'll tell you that.
How many years were you a starter? Was it 5?
4.
I think
4.5.
Tyler, the way you're working out right now, your hair, like you're making it to 83.
Thank you.
At
Thank
least.
you. Yeah.
It's not going to be a good 83, but it'll be 83.
I'll take 80s. Give me the 85.
83 is a good,
pretty good life.
I think I'd take 83 right now.
Is that stuff going to stick around so you could have the stringy gray corpse hair?
Ooh, I like it.
I hope so. I mean, it was a lifetime guarantee for
that's
advanced
good.
hair. Yeah.
It was like Einstein.
Lifetime
It all falls out
guarantee.
when you're finally in the casket. Sorry.
How does wearing hats, how does that affect you? Does it affect you at all? Like
It does not change
wearing
the lifetime guarantee.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Why you got to hate on hats?
Well, because
man?
I feel like the more hat I wear, the more I get this middle bald.
Oh, I always thought my original bald spot was caused by my helmet.
So that's the first step.
That's my theory.
You blame the helmet.
Yeah.
Sure,
Yeah.
not genetics. It
Right.
has to be the helmet.
You see that right there? That middle thing? I
Yeah,
think it's 'cause
that middle thing is the quarterback thing you went through till we all got settled this year. That's where the middle thing came from. It had nothing to do with your hat.
What is that?
The quarterback, I don't know, a quarterback, we started this by talking about a kid that didn't see a linebacker and threw the ball right to him. I think Nate and I called a game where you want to talk about some tension in the air. Boy, I hope it's like that on Saturday.
I hope so,
The hell are you talking about?
His quarterback problem, he had to switch mid-year. He's losing hair because his quarterback, what did he need it all year long?
Well, he liked his new quarterback.
I like all the quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's where I grew back.
Yeah, the other
Did you not
guy,
see
the
it?
other
That
guy
thing
went
was-
tight end. Like it was cool.
Is it growing back?
A little bit.
Thanks, bud. Feel good now.
I mean, probably not, but hey, a little more of that LeBron spray, you'll be just fine.
Oh, the Beijing. I love the Beijing.
What's up with
It's
the
my
Christmas
favorite.
tie?
It's December 1st.
To lose a bet?
Cracker, it's December 1st.
It is December 1st.
And you know what? The
here's my question.
Broncos celebrated the Halloween month by going undefeated.
They did.
They celebrated the Thanksgiving month
by going undefeated.
And the way that I err, which is Christmas, some err more towards Hanukkah.
You figure you might as well wear that tie and lose today?
No, I think the Broncos are going to win in December as
You
well.
guys you guys catching on? Mike's really a look at me guy. Like he's a real look at me guy.
Yep.
Like I get it. Okay, cool. You had 9 news this morning. Cool. Like it's also been 12 and a half hours since you did that.
Yeah, I've been
You've
home.
had multiple pit stops. You went to Valor, where I know you got team issued gear sitting in the office.
I actually don't have I don't have a locker there, I promise.
No, I don't believe you for a
I have
second.
0 clothes.
You've had like 5 opportunities to change your clothes, and you're not only are you still wearing it, you're still wearing the tie.
And the 9 News pin.
Hey guys, did you know I was on TV today?
Does the pin come off?
No, I leave it on just so I can qualify in being somebody who's
Which
a look at
channel
me guy.
he was on today.
Yeah, it was.
Why,
I was not a CBS guy today.
Is it because he's doing 4 tonight? Is that it?
Well, see, that makes sense for a look at me guy.
Are you doing 4 tonight?
Am I? No, but you probably are. You
No,
do
I was
both.
asking you.
Yeah, I mean, if Lane Kiffin's a coaching hoe, then he's definitely a TV hoe.
I got side pieces and girlfriends and TV.
Listen,
about
Nate and I'd like to
Lane?
hoe it up too if it pays right.
How about Lane actually having the nads to accost that kid?
I know.
For calling him a hoe, and then the next day he's getting flipped off by dozens of people at an airport in Oxford, Mississippi. What a glorious weekend
Listen,
it was.
Would we not
Live
all be
presser.
happy to get flipped off for $91 million?
Yeah, I'll wear it. Although,
Yeah.
if there's a group of folks I don't want angry at me necessarily, it's the hillbillies of
The
Mississippi.
Mississippians.
Yeah, keep
Did
your
you
banjo
see-
music and your.
Did you see the lady that brought her baby? That
No,
brought her
what?
baby to heckle Lane Kiffin at the airport. She was like walking away from that like barbed wire fence that we all saw the shot of, and this woman's just holding a baby. That's how you know that's the SEC. It means more right there.
Did
when
she,
you bring
did
your
she like
baby,
manually lift up his middle finger?
flip off, Lane
Crank it up slowly.
Oh, it's so good. That is the most broken sport in America. My God. What are we doing?
You know what I hate to say is I felt like it was broken 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
But
That's what you thought.
Last year and the year before, for whatever reason, the games to me, as much as I was mad at the sport, the games were fun and enjoyable. I don't think the product is very good right now in college football.
Well, how can you? I've asked Chad Brown this. I've talked to you about it. Had a lot of conversations with Coach Barnett about it. How do you create a culture? How do you create cohesion? How do you get that us against the world? All of us I'm sure all of us at some point in our life has been on a team that's gotten their tails kicked, that has looked forward to your turn to return the favor.
Right.
again, how do you have any of that? Half these kids are going to leave.
Gone.
Half the kids that got their tail kicked this year, they're not going to be around to want their revenge next year.
Yep.
There's not going to be a united locker room over that. It sucks.
So
it's why the defense tackles so bad. They got no tackling culture.
Yeah, there is no. It's that's what's so funny about it too. Is it's like, oh man, like Lane Kiffin, he's got to get to LSU and start recruiting right away. The money people do the recruiting. What the hell recruiting is he doing right now? Nothing. He's designing his office. By the way,
just wearing his suit and tie, just like I am at a press conference.
For
Does he
the
have a fake
players,
I'm waiting for somebody to say, "Hey, you look ready for a presser."
Yeah.
Why don't you chill up here?
So the portal opens up January 2nd to the 15th. So they only get 15 days. That's what the players now get. By the way, they have to be able to, whenever Ole Miss officially hires a new coach, the players can't officially enter the portal for 5 more days after that hire because of the way that they have changed the rules. All those congressional hearings that have been going on about the rage in college football, it's all about the players. It's all about, I want to restrict the movement of the players and everything else like that. And Lane Kiffin just, like so many middle fingers pointed directly at him, pointed it right back at the sport and just said, yeah, look at what you guys have to do. Watch me.
It's a great point.
Pee off, everybody. I'm out of here.
Don't tell me that if there's going to be a portal window that you just described, which there is, then there needs to be the coaching change window. And if you want to call it 3 weeks, whatever. But if the players, again, if they can't really up and get out of there until January, then the coaches should have the same restrictions.
It's so ridiculous. There has to be a rule that restricts coach movement, at least within a conference, my God.
But again, you got the Outlaws running this thing.
You do?
The SEC's, do you think SEC wants to balance any of the playing field? No, they want all the money and they want all the players and they want all the glory. You think Ohio State, you think Ryan Day is like, man, we got to really level this playing field. No, they don't care.
No,
that's
but
the problem.
But this just jobs the players so hard. This is the one where it's like it's gone. It's just broken.
How
it's
many
done.
college football games this season can you say I could not stop watching that game? Where everybody's sitting around a water cooler in your place of employment.
Games because I literally
those were
he was contractually obligated.
Had to be there for post-game videos.
Some of these SEC games, man,
Well, Michigan, Ohio State wasn't all that.
I watched
that's
that
for sure.
entire Egg Bowl. It was boring as hell.
Yeah.
I flipped it off in the third quarter. I was like, I don't need to watch
Georgia
this.
Tech was billed as this awesome game. It was kind of a tough watch.
Yeah,
the quality of the football is not great. The quarterback play is not great. Who's going to be the next great quarterback to fill out your roster?
Well,
Fernando Mendoza? Who else?
To your point, I watched afternoon early season hockey because I tried a couple of those. And look, I love the Avs. I'll admit that, but I would normally watch some of these traditional great games. You get that one weekend. None of them were worth taking in.
Yeah. I don't know. In one aspect, it's created parity is better in college football than it's ever been. Yeah. You've got more teams that are competitive.
That's true of 2 leagues. That's it, though.
Okay.
It's a miracle that Texas Tech is where they're at right now,
Straight because of the land resources in West Texas.
And the ACC is okay this year, but it's like the parity exists when Vanderbilt is now decent. When Indiana is now decent.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the parity exists in college football. Outside of that, the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and it used to be like, oh man, they got really nice practice facilities.
Yeah, nobody cares about facility anymore.
Nobody gives.
You're gonna see college football facilities be worse than NFL facilities within 5 years, and that, I never thought you would see.
It won't matter because everyone's a mercenary.
Yeah.
It does not matter anymore. Oh, it's the entire thing is just absolutely absurd. But you know what? It's a part of America's addiction. We got a football addiction, and the drama of what Lane Kiffin did, I'll be honest, I checked my phone every hour on Saturday to be like, what's he doing right now? Where's he at right now? I was interested. Yeah, it was drama that reeled me in, even as gross as I thought the entire thing was.
And he loved the fact that he reeled in Nate Kreckman.
He does. He
loves it because you have to be an all-out narcissist to do what he's doing.
Can I ask you guys, I want to ask, speaking of narcissists, football coaches, well-known narcissists, no offense, coach, Do you guys think Ben Johnson waxed his body before that game on Friday?
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah, I thought so too.
He did look in pretty good shape.
He's
like solid pec definition.
give him credit, but what struck me was the hairlessness of it all. Like, I think he knew, if we go get this one, I'm going to go viral on this one, so I'm going to clean it up. I think that was premeditated. He either shaved or waxed in some manner, knowing he was going to get a lot of love.
Is there a lot of those waxing services around Chicago we weren't familiar with?
You can find them any. They're available in all 50 states.
That game was in Philly, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I
was it in Philly?
I thought it was in Chicago. I don't know.
I bet you went with the old locker room manscape.
You think so? You think he just shaved it?
Just left a clump of hair right around the drain.
Well, like some Barbasol?
Right before he went, right before the game.
Yeah,
he cleaned it right up.
He's just sitting there like he's spread out. He's grabbing all of his.
And he's probably just like,
right.
this is how I get an edge. This is how I become a more aerodynamic play caller.
Talking about that reminds me, did you see Anthony Lynn on the sideline last night?
Is he freshly short
so
as well?
Anthony Lynn, offensive lineman A, walks in to the Bronco bathroom.
And this is Anthony Lynn, the former Chargers head coach.
He was former Bronco running back
That's
at
right.
this time.
That's right. Yes.
And the guy blocking for him walks in to grab his daily razor that he uses daily and left at the sink. And Anthony Lynn was doing.
Oh, no.
And he caught him doing that. And.
Oh, no.
Offensive
was
lineman
he
goes,
leg up?
You know,
leg
I
up
put
on the
that
bench?
on my face, and all Anthony Lynn could say was, "Sorry, bruh," and walk off. And I know this was a true story because not only has it been confirmed, Ed McCaffrey walked in the other side and saw it and didn't know what to say because they were all three standing there, realizing what goes on my face is now a little bit further south.
Did you leave a razor inside an NFL locker room?
I was thinking about that too. Like what moron leaves? I know the moron you're talking about. I mean, what moron leaves his razor in an NFL locker room?
I think you're asking for trouble.
But do you worry about your face? Like, what do you do to your face after that to give it the old cleansing?
All I know is I've never shaved in an NFL locker room.
Well, listen, they didn't have what you're talking about, college facilities. Did you ever see the Bronco facility back in the day?
I know. Not good.
You heard Alfred talk about the Cincinnati facility where they were paying for parking when they got there?
Shut up.
I swear he said that one time.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Mike Brown was
Did Mike Brown own the lot?
I paid you that contract. Now you're going to give me a little
back. Do you know the Cardinals as recently as last year were charging their players for meals at the facility?
What?
They were.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's so great about that NFLPA survey.
NFL
that the
players had
hate.
to buy their own meals at their own facility.
Was it at least discounted?
Yeah.
Now I want to know what the price was.
I know. That's a
Get
good
your
question.
lunch ticket like it's elementary school. Punch it every single day. Oh, my mom didn't pay it.
Yeah. Every 10th meal is free though.
Did you ever have the lunch lady that came in and gave you the breakdown of the meals that week?
No.
Ours was Mrs. Gabriel. She would come in and she'd literally, I don't know why.
Like to your class?
She would stop by every class and say, Vic Lombardi's out there. I know he knows. She would tell you about the first day is going to be cheese puffs. Then we got some seasoned green beans and maybe some cinnamon apples and a white milk. And then you'd get excited if it was pizza day at the end of the week.
I would have liked that service. That sounds,
she literally just, I mean, look, I like it because
school
you know
life.
me and my learning. I didn't have to learn anything off lunch lady.
Can we all agree though that if you do have to manscape public area, it's better than your own? At least you don't have to clean it up at home.
I totally agree. So you want to know the?
Do you not return your carts to the cart corral?
No.
either?
I
mean, what do you do?
I hate admitting
Well, I
this.
shove it the last 10 yards.
I don't care,
Tyler. I hate admitting this, but that was one of the great perks of spring recruiting. Is I'd go on the road, bring my little Manscaped kit, and just leave it
in
there,
the hotel,
and then I'd be on my way to Dallas the next day.
That's disturbing.
You guys are monsters.
Krecker, you.
Can
I stop by tonight?
I've never actually done that.
Never. I've never done that.
Tyler Polumbus, everybody. PhD every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. We have a $150 Rally House gift card to give away to you today. We will tell you coming up at 3:25 how you can win that here today on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yes, the Broncos have won 9 9 in a row. Yes, the Broncos are 10-2. Yes, they have won their last 4 games by 10 combined points, but all that matters is when the game ends, you have more points than the other guys, and that is what the Broncos are doing on a week-in, week-out basis right now. I assume they'll beat the Raiders by 2 scores, and then I think every game the rest of the way looks like this. I think this is just what this team is, and they're going to keep winning them. Follow me on this. They're just going to keep winning them until they lose one. And it could be in the postseason, or maybe it's next year. But this team is just... They are good in the clutch. They make the plays in the clutch. They have the luck in the clutch. They have a coach who is excellent at clock management. And they have a quarterback that largely, I know he had a bad interception last night, but largely doesn't make the back-breaking interception or back-breaking mistake. And that's why every single time they go out, I think it looks like this, and I will give them a shot to win it.
All right, and I'll tell you why there's no problem with it. I'll tell you why calling them frauds, I think, is unfair after the break.
I don't think it's unfair. I think it's pointless. There's no purpose to calling them frauds. They're not a great team, but there are no great teams in the NFL this year.
I thought the tease from Andy was elite, and it got completely squashed.
Nate didn't like it. Nate's going to give it another go.
I thought it was fantastic, and I cannot wait to get on the other side of the break to find out
Even
from
though you already
Mr.
heard it last
Lindahl.
night.
I didn't hear it.
Well,
oh, you did.
Not, but you've had a full 16 hours to germinate.
I'll whittle off a couple more details.
That was good tap dancing by everybody to get to break time. Next time, don't tease 51 seconds before the break.
What are you talking about?
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are rolling with you here on a Monday afternoon. Mike Sanford is here, and we're going to do this on a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jeremy McNichols, the running backs at the bottom, now coming back. Next to Mariota. Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Benito, and Denver has won 9 in a row.
There were so many great moments about that play. And I don't mean this in a rub it in kind of way. Did you see Mariota's face as he was getting up off the turf after that play? The man looked so defeated. He was so crushed by what happened because he knew his back. Was it McNichols or was it Rodriguez? He was wide open.
Yeah.
He just had to get the ball somehow over Nick Benito, and Benito just goes full Mutombo on his rear and just smacks that thing to the turf. What an emphatic and just brutal way to lose a football game, and what an awesome way for Denver to win. That game was unbelievable last night.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad that's where you start, frankly. I'm glad that's the play we start with. Here's why I think it's a problem to call the Broncos frauds. The reason why I maybe don't like the word. If it had been one or two games where a couple things go your way, where, again, had maybe the game ended where Mariota sailed a receiver like he did.
Sure.
That was crazy last night. He was either sailing the ball 20 yards over their heads or he was pinpoint accurate with it. You know what I mean? Like, I'd never seen a guy, so he was like a home run, big dumper, whoever. Pick your favorite hitter that either hits a home run or strikes out. That was Mariota last
Boom or bust.
Sorry.
Well put.
Mariota.
Yeah, Mariota.
I was like, my God, guys, what are we doing?
Mariota.
But
when did he become Mariota?
I think literally in team introductions or something. I have no idea, but he was driving me crazy.
I think it's solely because Mike Tirico went to Japan and wants to pronounce every single ending of.
He's going to get real consonant-y on us
very
right before the Olympics.
So. Yes.
Mariota.
Look, here's the deal. The Broncos, so many times this year, here's why I do think they're not your typical, they've won a bunch of one-score games and they're getting lucky all the time, because they're not really getting lucky. Stuff's going against them. They gave up that, what was it, 2nd and 25 or whatever? You gave that up in 2 plays.
3rd and 25.
3rd and 25. You give it up in 2 plays.
Yeah.
You throw the dumb interception. You really don't have a great offensive second half, frankly. You can't run the football, yet they find ways to win. That play right there, guess what? If they make the play, they win the game, but they didn't make the play.
Right.
And so often, whether it's offensive or defense, and I do give this offense credit and Bo credit, when it's time to make a play, just like 2015, they make the play, and they need to get credit for that. Yeah, they could have lost a bunch of these games, but again, it's not something lucky. It's the fact that Benito recognized, I'm not going to get to him. Let me pull up and bat the ball down. I think he probably knew, I'm exposed back there. I'm going to have to knock this ball down.
On a night he was largely rendered ineffective. Like Mariota.
The quick release.
Yeah, Mariota. He was getting the ball out. So 2.73 seconds, time to throw, 6th fastest in week 13. He was only pressured on 18% of his dropbacks. Like, there was the play where Benito got to him and he tried to flip it over to his tight end. That was shortly after the interception when Collinsworth's like, one of the smart guys in football. And you're like, I just watched him make 2 of the dumbest plays I've ever seen a quarterback make. But keep telling me that, Chris Collinsworth. Yeah, so they do. This team is I don't think they're frauds, Andy, and they're not frauds because their defense is unbelievable. That's why they're not frauds. Like, this is if you want to have a healthy debate over which defense do you like more, in Denver and Houston or whatever, or throw Philadelphia into the conversation, Seattle into the conversation, by all means. But like, this is right now, it's the best unit in the AFC West. It's arguably the best unit in the entire AFC. The defense is what makes the luck for this football team.
Yeah, and I would even say, if you're going to use the logic that they're a fraud because they keep eking out victories over teams with bad records, I'm going to use the opposite type of logic, and let's say, if this team is a fraud, then who is not a fraud?
Right.
Who's not a fraud?
That's what's so tricky about it, is this is a year in the NFL where I think the closest thing that we have to a dominant team is the Rams. And again, they lost to Bryce Young and the Panthers yesterday. So really, how dominant can you be if you go and lose a football game like that? The Broncos right now, if you want to go by point differential, they only have the 5th best in the entire AFC, despite having the best record right now in the AFC. But they are comfortable winning the close games, and also, like, Sean Payton is coaching these close games masterfully. He is. His use of the clock, his use of timeouts, like, I don't love a team punting the ball facing a 4th down and 4 at the opponent's 47-yard line. I don't really like that. In that moment, though, here's where I can look at it and go, well, I think that's actually the right call. Like, Washington still has all 3 of their timeouts, and you're going to force them to go the length of the field. Now, it was almost 99 yards, but, little Jordan Humphrey stepped on the baseline. But they still have to go 80 yards.
See what you did there.
Yeah, see what I did.
Really
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm. But they still have to go 80 yards in that moment. Like, you just have to play to the strength of what your football team is and play to the unit that you trust. And right now it's your defense, and punting's not a bad play. And guess what? You know who knows that? Bo Nix. The guy that, and I tweeted this last night, I know he leads the NFL in throws at his receiver's feet. I know he does. But it's because it's not a bad play. If there's nothing there, don't force it. Punt the ball away and let your defense go and win a football game. So, yeah, this team plays snug games right now. I think they're all going to be close the rest of the way, but because of the defense that they have, because they have a coach that generally is giving them opportunities to win on the margins, this team could, guess what, guys? This team could go all the way to Santa Clara and win the damn thing, and they could just flame out in the wild card round.
I'm telling you,
neither outcome would surprise me.
If they can get the number 1 seed and bring everybody to the crowd noise at Denver,
That would help.
I like the chances of the Super Bowl. I really do. Now, and I think I heard you guys this morning talking about, well, what if this and what if that with certain things. You can what if everything, right? We can what if, are you going to be able to stand up to a good team in the crowd noise, in the playoffs? I don't know. We'll find out. I know this. Winning on the road, when you watch that Washington team, and I started thinking about, man, there was no Luke McCaffrey last night. I was thinking Luke plays for the Commanders. He wasn't out there. Washington's a pretty good team. Dan Quinn knows a little something about defense, okay? I realize the record is what it is, but winning on the road in the NFL should not be taken lightly. And the Broncos, outside of the Chargers and Colts, have been not doing nothing but that since, what was that, September? Was September their last loss period?
September
21st. There you
Yeah.
go. Yep.
Mm-hmm. They haven't lost since September 21st.
Oh, long time,
Yeah.
baby.
And that was the Charger game. Yeah, that was a really long time ago and a very different Charger team. Hey, it's a Rally House Football Monday, dudes, and you want to win yourself a $150 gift card to the Rally House where you can shop every team in town. The Avalanche and the Nuggets and, the Broncos are all pretty damn good. Good time of year to get some new gear. Good time of year to do some holiday shopping over at Rally House. Well, this is how you win a $150 gift card courtesy of us here today. So our text line is 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in your answer. This is a fun one here today. You ready for this? Tell us the last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. The last 5 Broncos to put up a 1,000-yard receiving season. And I mean 5 different players. Some of these guys had multiple 1,000-yard seasons. Who were the last 5 of them to do it? 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. Text that list in along with your first and last name, and if you get it right, you are entered to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House.
All right, I got the other side of the coin, if you will. I don't want to go full negative. What are they going to do about the run game?
It's not good.
I mean, R.J. Harvey has his moments.
He's a good receiver.
McLaughlin has his moments, but even Collinsworth, boy, last night it's so funny. You could just see in some of the blocking, they would show the blocking from that, the zip line cam, sky cam, whatever. And I'm thinking, man, there's a place where, especially there was one play where it started outside, and I'm thinking Dobbins would have cut that back inside. And I feel like the young guy didn't want to run to where he knew traffic was, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there were another couple times where there was one point where I felt like, and I think it might have been McLaughlin, where I was like, dude, just right off the hip, just roll off the hip. You're outside and away from the defender. God, I miss Dobbins' instincts in this offense.
You know what's wild about Harvey is his 2 touchdowns yesterday when it was just goal line running, when it was there's nowhere else to go. He was decisive and he just went. He needs to take every run like that.
Part of my problem right now with RJ Harvey and his development, and I don't think the story's written. I don't think it's final. I think there's still chapters to unfold in front of our eyes. Is that he's a bit of a rump ranger, man. Like it's almost as if he closes his eyes on inside run and just runs as hard as he can, even if it's into the rumps of his own offensive lineman. And he doesn't have that same.
That's what rump ranger means.
That's what a rump ranger is.
Okay.
Also, it's when you're evaluating a high school tape of a recruit.
This kid's a rump ranger,
and all they do is they tackle from behind. They never face anybody square up.
Okay,
so rump ranger.
By the way, how about Mariota decking his back? I don't know why your description made me think of that. Mariota just lowered the shoulder and blasted his own back on that one run. But anyway, please keep going. Because isn't that where
what you need to be is you need to be slow to the line of scrimmage, but it's not a chop your feet slow to. Like when you see a running back that's doing the foot fire dance, like that's not a good sign.
Right.
When it's under control, patient, his steps are gaining ground, and then they see it and either wind back or they see it and they accelerate.
1 foot go.
Slow to, fast through,
Yeah.
right? And that's right now where you just don't see RJ Harvey do it unless it's a sweep play. The hard part is, man, is you can't just call a ton of sweep plays anymore. These edge players are really good.
Yeah.
And if they're disciplined, you should never be able to get a sweep play off unless you probe and find some type of formational issue with the defensive call against a particular formation.
Yeah, Collinsworth had it. He had a great. I mean, he called it out last night on RJ Harvey, and clearly he had seen it on tape going into that game of a back that is bouncing away from where the run is designed to go, and he's getting himself into problems, and he's trying to outspeed guys a little bit. Jeff Legwold, when I talked to him last week, Leggy said that he thinks that RJ Harvey suffers from, believe it or not, his quarterback history. He was a quarterback, and Legwold said he knows too much and is looking for too much perfection out on the field rather than just, okay, it's blocked for 2. How do I get 3 or 4? Or it's blocked for 1. How do I get 2 or 3 and just live to fight another down?
Yeah, look,
that Rodriguez dude from Washington.
I love him.
That dude
is good.
Where did he play college ball?
runs violently and
Great
angrily.
question.
I feel like that guy came out of absolutely nowhere.
Now, Coach, listen, here's where I have hope for RJ Harvey. A, I think they got some good coaches there that hopefully will coach some of this out of him. B, though, like I feel like I go to a Clinton Portis, I go to a Terrell Davis, I go to even Orlando Scared. There's been a lot of Bronco backs in history where it just feels like it just takes him a minute. And I think even Travion Henderson has shown us in New England, he's turned off the mind and he's just running and he's feeling it and he's running on instinct. And Harvey, to me, because again, he hasn't had a lot of runs to this point, he's still just going. It's like I can almost see the Madden diagram on the play, and that's where he's going instead of going, nope, it's opening over here. Let me go over there. You know what I mean? I see the daylight there. Let's maybe go there instead of just forcing it, like you said, to where the play better go hell or high water. And if he can get out of that, then maybe there's something there. I just don't know what you do to fix it. Maybe you go practice squad hunting. I think you used that term last night, but where? What? This is not the time of year to try to go find RB1.
Yeah.
RB1 doesn't exist.
I'm not sure there's a lot of RB2s. So that's why I wanted him to get Dameon Pierce so bad. I know Dameon Pierce's numbers weren't eye-popping, but that's a guy that had shown you he could do it, and maybe you could get him back to that place. What's up with Deuce Vaughn? Is he just too little for what Sean wants? Remember, he's hanging out on the practice squad, unless he got signed off and I missed it. Before anybody texts in and talks to us, who's the Notre Dame back? Estime. He is on the active roster of the Saints. He's not available. He's not an option unless they release him. And we've done this conversation for 3 weeks, and every time I check, he's a Saints active roster member.
Would you guys both also agree that Audric Estime
probably will never come back here again?
Well, he also showed a lot of the same issues of being a rump ranger, not having great patience, running up the butt cracks of his offensive line. But then the downside of him is that he didn't have the burst and acceleration that RJ Harvey has proven to have once he does get it right.
It is always just so specific with the anatomy with Mike Sanford.
It's his football. He's got the scouting lingo.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we need to get Mike a scouting job. Mr. Grabby Hands, Mr. Rump Ranger.
Can I add it to my employment status?
You could.
You need another gig is what you
know
need.
that it'll pay what you're looking for.
I'm going to find a gig.
Last 5 Bronco receivers to have a 1,000-yard season. Get in the hunt on the text line at 303-504-0925. That enters you to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Again, text it in to 303-504-0925. It is a Rally House Football Monday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and we're gonna smack backsides when we come back. Backsides, if that's okay with you.
Clothed
Rumps.
backsides.
Rumps.
Pants up, belt firmly in place. We clear?
Yes.
Dungarees are covering all said
whatever
apparati.
Overalls on.
Ever heard that one?
Yoga pants. I don't even care. Some Fabletics. Some what's the posh one out of Park Meadows?
Lululemon.
Yeah.
Andy Lindahl,
Just-
big Lululemon guy.
Yeah.
Loves.
That's what Nate Kreckman needs is Andy Lindahl skirting around the studio in some Lululemon.
Rump just popping out of those Lululemon pants, Andy Lindahl.
Actually, you're developing into a Lululemon body these
No,
days.
I'm not the
He
backside.
is.
That is flat as a board. You know what you could do? I could lay down. You could have a picnic.
Do some squats in the break. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, the holidays are here, and maybe this is the time of year you need to find that special someone to take with you to the company Christmas party or holiday party or whatever it may be, or maybe you just want someone special to spend the holidays with. But if you're avoiding this because you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, no need, no longer. Get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them give you the first gift of your year and let you kind of get rid of this problem so you can go back to seeking the romance you once enjoyed. Whether you have a partner or not, they can help you. If you've been dealing with this and you're too afraid to talk to anybody about it, well, that's silly. They've got a lot of experience over the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got options for you. Matter of fact, they've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some that'll even have you last in an hour or more. That'll put some jolly in the season for you. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season of a renewed, restored relationship. All you have to do is go and give them a call or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Schedule that consult of there. Your initial visit's $99. Gives you the medical consult. You'll get a T and a PSA test. If you're medically advised from a Colorado licensed medical provider to get a test dose, you will. But if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free, so nothing to lose there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for the jolly season the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, in Fort Collins and the Springs. A great new revamped location in Castle Rock they're very proud of. You can also check them out in North and Central Denver as well. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
43 pass attempts for Nix tonight. Pointing at Frankie Louvu. 4-man rush. He's got time. And in the middle, he's got Evan Ingram inside the 20 to the 10-yard line. Big play from Ingram. 41 yards.
Mike, here's the Joker again.
I would say we need a joker.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah, look, I think those were obviously key drives. His decision making and then his ability to bide time, I think were real important. Protection was good, and the drive at the end of the first half was obviously significant in the outcome of the game.
Well, the jerk route call, they're running out of you. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Mike Sanford on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's give some smacks on the rear after the Broncos get a nip and tuck 27-26 victory over the Manders last night in Landover, Maryland. Andy Lindahl, will you get the first honors today on a smack to the backside?
By the way, real quick note of breaking news. Maybe this will be a future backside smacky. The Broncos are having veteran receiver Elijah Moore visiting today per Tom Pelissero.
All right.
What do we know about him?
Not much.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know the name?
Elijah Moore.
I've heard the name.
Former Browns receiver,
Okay.
Jets receiver.
I don't like the lineage. I can tell you that. If those are the two teams, I'm not loving where he's coming from.
He was on the Bills this year?
Okay. Well, anyway, he's visiting, so I find that a little bit interesting. First smack on the rear. Man, there's so many places you know what? I'll go ahead and take the cheap sentimental one. Is that okay? Alex Singleton, smack on the rear, okay? I don't know if it was the greatest game you ever played as a Bronco. Everything you've overcome, very much an inspiration. Also appreciate the fact that you are out front with your story and trying to let everybody know that you need to get checked. But then you go out there, and it's not often you see a linebacker play a tight end. Wasn't it Ertz that he punched the ball out of? Riley Moss doing it, that's great. You're taught to do that. The linebacker doing it, I know you're hoping that they can do it, but boy, what a great job of making sure you punch that. That was going to be a first down, wasn't it? He made sure that was not a reception.
That was a fourth quarter, 3rd and 21, and Mariota laid it right in there. That was the play before that was when Mariota got jobbed on the tripping penalty that they called him down by contact, and he took a sack on that play. Hey, you know what? Good job by DeAndre Tillman. Make sure you make contact with him somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You never know which way it's going to go, and so I'll give Tillman a quick smack on the rear. Quality trip. Well done, sir.
Hey, you know who gets smacked in the face, although this is turning it another way, is that entire officiating crew, because they did neither team any favors last night. God, that was awful. There are times where I felt bad for the Commanders, and I was not rooting for them, but I'm like, God, you guys are really screwing up both teams.
I will say this. I like the way they officiated the Broncos DBs yesterday. I thought they did a good job. Riley Moss, the 50-50s, they didn't call on him, which was good to see. Surtain got handsy a couple of times. They didn't call it. The only PI I think Denver got was the Hufanga one, which that one was comedically bad because even Hufanga was laughing about it. I'm just like,
his chest. He's like, come on.
It's on me. I'm not allowed to just tackle a guy.
I thought one of you was going to tackle him, but you didn't, so I came in a little high.
Yeah. Mick Nichols is laying on the ground just being like, for the love of God, he's not allowed to do that to me.
Jeremy McNichols of
Boise State.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Wasn't that after Mariota ran him over? McNichols was like, will people quit blasting me from nowhere?
J-Mac's been playing a long time. I'm going to choose also, Andy, you were talking about your backside being you could have a picnic on it. Another 61-year-old man, not that you're even near 61 years old.
I'm a little closer than I'd like to be. Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Approaching.
I'm going to smack a 61-year-old flat rear end in the form of Sean Payton because I think he called his best offensive game of the year. And yes, I said he beat the 3-9 Washington Commanders, and he made adjustments, real adjustments, in-game adjustments to the way Dan Quinn decided to say, hey, we're going to make you throw the football.
Yeah.
And he designed the adjustments to fit his quarterback, and I thought Bo Nix did a phenomenal job implementing those adjustments, which shows that the two of them are getting on the same page with more frequency.
I thought Sean had a great day yesterday.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I thought his clock management was good. I thought his in-game decisions were really, really good yesterday. The other thing I kind of liked about, well, some of this is like good on the Broncos, and some of this is like, I see why you guys are 3-9. That Manders defense was so friggin' slow. Oh my God.
They're old.
They look it, man. Like in a lot of ways, they took a lot of pages out of the Jesse Minter playbook against Denver yesterday, and they zoned him up and said, okay, you're gonna go underneath. But like, if you don't rally to the ball,
there's
and
no
make
Derwin
tackles,
James showing up.
Exactly. Right? Like, the game plan wise, it was solid. They just had the wrong dudes, and Sean took advantage of it. Of just like, okay, leak out of the backfield, Tyler. We can convert 3rd and longs throwing underneath because these guys are slow as hell.
Can I smack the tight end position too?
You may.
The entire tight end position from both teams ended up being the storyline for both receivers. Zach Ertz, in his 137th year of professional football, 10 catches. They ended up having 3 tight ends on each team, I believe, that had a catch. Broncos ended up having Ingram with an awesome emergence. I love what he did, run after catch. First time I've seen that in a long time. And then Troutman. I'm going to give Mr. Troutman, can I smack you? I'm going to smack you square in the rear.
He had a good game.
Run after catch as well.
As long as you ain't Dragon Slayer 69, he welcomes you.
Yes, he does.
I am really disappointed that you missed out on an opportunity to single out, and he likes to be alone, Colson Yankoff.
Yeah, Yankoff.
14-yard catch on a 1st down and 10. Yes. Yankoff made a big play yesterday for Washington on a field goal drive.
Would it surprise you if I evaluated Coeur d'Alene, Idaho product that was a quarterback as a high school
Colson
senior?
Yankoff.
And I said, I'm going to go watch some Yankoff film.
Did you, wow.
No, this is a true story.
You had to write up and make it clear to everybody what's going on.
And also, you had to go see the player on film.
I did.
Yeah.
Did you yell down the hall to the scouts, you got that Yankoff film? I need that tape. And wait for them to bring it by? Huh?
You got the box?
Did you get into the home and go, what's with the name?
So what's the story here?
Yeah, give me the background. I need the lineage. Are you Dutch?
Everybody loves Raymond. That's just a good show.
Was this a made-up last name?
Were you thinking a different career?
That's our own Captain Yankoff. That's Mike Sanford, everybody.
Of course it is.
We have him on the show every Monday, Thursday, and Friday. Sandman, well done today.
You
We
just start
appreciate
doing
it.
some Bud Light Football Fridays with us now?
I'm in, man.
Are you going to hang?
So in.
You down?
Do you guys go places?
We do.
Dude, Fiddlesticks was popping.
Oh, man.
Popping. We need
I
to
did
go
the one
back
a couple
there.
weeks back ago. It was fun. That Whiskey Tango Foxtrot.
Is he more Captain Yankoff or Rump Ranger? I'm not sure,
You know
but
he's
he is.
Bones from...
But he's
just
Mike
going to come
Sanford.
in. Damn it, Nate. I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer.
I'm a pool man, not a lawyer.
It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Hey, do you want to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House where you can shop every team in town? You know you do. Text in 303-504-0925. Last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. We need 5 players. Some of them had multiple 1,000-yard seasons who were just the last 5 to do it in a Broncos uniform. Text it in right now, 303-504-0925. If you get it right, you are entered to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House. It is a Rally House Football Monday, and we talk to Jeff Legwald next. All right, let's talk to Jeff Legwold here on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, you end with a career. Leggy, the Broncos, man, they just keep figuring out ways to be the cardiac kids out there and win these insane football games. Another game won on the final play of the contest last night. They do it with Nick Benito. But that game in particular, what were the traps that Denver could have fallen into, and how did they rise above and come out with a W on the road last night?
Well, Ned, I think Washington made the clear decision on both sides of the ball. It was going to be less about strategy and more about power. Like they kept the Broncos defense in the base defense on purpose, and they got the ball out of the quarterback's hand, but they stayed big, multiple tight ends. It's, Mike Shanahan always used to say, if you want to calm down a pass rush and make it easier for your quarterback to find the extra rushers in the formation, balance it out with tight ends and go bigger, force them to stay in that base personnel, because there's, just watch the Broncos play. When they get in the nickel and the dime, Vance Joseph dials up all kinds of things in the rush. That's why so many different guys have sacks, but a lot harder to do that in the base. And I thought Washington, two things they did better than any other offense, despite their struggles this year. They isolated Hufanga in coverage more than anybody else has by going against the base defense. They forced them to have to cover, and they just stayed big on both sides of the ball. I think the Broncos, Sean Payton even said after the game, they didn't expect some of what Washington did on defensively. Dan Quinn had a pretty good plan. Like Sean Payton went with a lot of his substitutions, tons of 3 wide usually, and the Washington didn't sub. They just stayed in the big physical looks, and it took the Broncos out a lot of their run game plan that they had, for the game. So they had to kind of switch things around. But those were the two things that stuck out to me, and that will get noticed, I think, by the teams they play here over the final few weeks. And even if the playoff games come to fruition as they hope for, I think you'll see some of that stuff again from people with better personnel to do it.
All right. What was the key to springing Evan Ingram for his best game of the season?
I think, Andy, that's the old defensive thing is you can't hide everything. You can't cover everything. There's always going to be holes. And when they play, Dan Quinn's always played tons of zone defense. When you play that much zone, the tight ends and the running backs are going to have to make catches. And Ingram finally had a coverage look where he could settle down in some of those spots as a veteran. And, on the big play, I think he just beat Bobby Wagner, which hasn't happened often in Wagner's career, but, score one for Ingram there. But he was really successful against their zone stuff underneath. And, they need him. They need that element. They would have been pretty lost last night if he had not been there for them in some big situations.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here. It is a Monday. The Broncos are 10-2. They are, for the moment, the 1 seed in the AFC. We'll see if New England can get a victory tonight over the Giants. We'll have Monday Night Football for you here on Altitude Sports Radio, courtesy of our friends over there at Westwood One. Jeff, the game plan for Denver coming out of the bye, anecdotally, I thought they generally were getting to the line of scrimmage faster. Last night, there weren't a ton of rushed snaps late in the play clock. Did you find that to be the case? And do you think that was intentional on the part of the Broncos?
It sure felt that way. They don't admit much when they've, when a complaint that's been so public it is addressed by them. I don't think they always like acknowledging, other people were right, but
They don't want to give Evan the satisfaction, is what it is, Jeff,
or any of us for that. I quoted another longtime quarterbacks coach in the league that he just felt like the whole thing was making Knicks play rushed, even when they were not in tempo, and that's what squeezing him in the play clock was doing to him. So I think he's looked more settled. That Washington came into the game statistically one of the worst defenses in the league. So you got to temper some of what was done. But no, I thought Knicks set his feet and made more throws the way he should. And when he does that, he's very productive, as you saw once again. And, the touchdown throw is just another example. The one to Sutton is, if he can get the routine stuff more routine, then those moments only mean more when he can do things that a lot of other people can't. And that's a tough play to make. And there are very few guys that could have made it, and he has that element to him, and it's just getting the rest of it to come along. And when they can combine it, he has a 300-yard day. That's just how it's going to look when you give him the easy stuff and he performs how he should in those moments. Then he'll be there for you most often in the 2-minute and in overtime, when you need him to do other things.
All right, you'd already said in your first answer how Washington went big and that altered some of the run game plans. What did you think of the backs, though? We got an even mix of a lot of the guys. They all seem to be, we seem to go back to this even distribution of the snaps. Is Harvey getting a better feel for, again, Jeff, I'll tell you, with my eyes, I felt like there were a couple times where I thought to myself, I think Dobbins would have cut it back there or would have done something else there, which I get it. Dobbins is a longtime vet and Harvey isn't. But do you think Harvey's starting to get a better feel, or are they just going to have to go with this, even snaps for everyone approach the rest of the year?
Yeah, I think they'd like to lean on him more, Andy, and probably will. I just think the run game snaps went away, especially when they were in some of their looks where they thought they'd be running against nickel and dime defenses, and they weren't suddenly. I think that caused them to adjust snaps they wouldn't have done had they gotten the looks they expected. Then I think Harvey would have gotten more touches. But I think, I think it also was clear, they're not very big at running back now, and they're going to have to carve room out to get those guys free. Harvey's 205, and he's the big back suddenly in the offense. And I thought it was very telling. There was one single setback snap last night where Adam Prentice was the lone running back, and that's almost a concession to, we don't have any size at the position on the roster to run this play. So, I don't think the Commanders woke up yesterday thinking they were going to have to shut down Adam Prentice in the run game. And, there he was as the lone setback. So I think that is something they're going to have to figure out, because, again, you're not just going to find, great size and physicality at running back on the street right now. You're just not going to get those players. So they've got to make this happen with who is on the roster. And I still think all three running backs can be more decisive. I don't think Jaleel McLaughlin in particular has been as decisive as he has been in the past sometimes. And I think sometimes when you haven't played much, or you're not going to get a ton of carries, you start trying to make every carry be perfect. And I think it plays with a young player's, mindset sometimes when they have the ball. So they start hunting around for the big play instead of just taking the 6-yard gain that's there if they do cut it up like J.K. Dobbins did. I think Dobbins' greatest strength was when there was a 5-yard run there, he got the 5-yard run. it didn't turn into a 1-yard run or a no gain because he was looking for something more. He took what was blocked, and that resulted in some big plays.
Jeff, I'm going to ask you and I know you love questions like this. I gotta ask you a vibes question, okay? And you know me again. I just lean into this stuff.
He's a vibes guy.
I'm a total. We're both just vibes guys, Leggy. So from one vibes guy to another, whatever it was that the 2015 team had, does this team in 2025 does it have it?
It's hard to argue they don't. They've trailed. Look, this is my 40th season. I haven't seen anything like this.
Yeah.
I mean, they've trailed in all 10 of their wins.
They're not just getting lucky, right? The teams aren't just handing them the games. They've got to make plays.
You can't say this is luck anymore. This is a trait of this group. Maybe if you pulled 2 guys out of the locker room, it's not the same. Maybe it's just not the same in some fashion. It may be that delicate. I have no idea, but I do know you don't win 10 games you trailed just because it's your year, because your karma's good or whatever. You got good incense in the locker room. It's just not going to happen that way. I mean, they played 6 walk-off games. They're 4-2 in those games. And that kind of stuff isn't, an accident. They've assembled a bunch of players who really believe if there's any time on the clock, they got a shot. And look, the old saying is, and it's the oldest of sayings, defense travels. And that's a way of saying defense will keep you in the mix all the time. So if you do figure out something good you can do, you'll get the win because the defense kept you close enough for a field goal to matter, for a batted pass to matter, for a sack to matter. The defense keeps you in that narrow lane where you can escape, and I think they're good enough on defense, especially in big moments. I mean, look, Vance Joseph didn't bring as much pressure last night as he has in some other games, but when he did, it affected things. Even his timing right now is right on the money. And, Benito's unblocked. If you're the Washington Commanders and you're looking at that today, you really are asking yourselves, how in the hell did we leave Nick Bonito unblocked with the game on the line? But watch how that pressure is constructed. The tackle, the left tackle, Tunsil has no choice but to leave Bonito alone because he's the least quote unquote dangerous in the situation because he's out so wide at the wide 9. And, he's unblocked and gets a free run to do whatever he can to stop the play. But, back to your question, you don't win 10 games you trailed because you're just like a lottery winner.
Yeah, it's this team is they make a lot of their own luck. There is no doubt about that, and they do it through good clock management and simply playing to their strengths, which is on the defensive side of the ball. He's Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. That's where you read his stuff. It is the best. Leggy, we'll talk to you Friday. Thanks, dude.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
All right, Jeff Legwold stopping by here on a Rally House Football Monday where you can shop every team in town. And right now, you can earn yourself a $150 gift card to the Rally House. So this is what you have to do. You have to send us a text message at 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. You have to tell us the last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. The last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. This is just 5 different dudes. Some of them had multiple 1,000-yard seasons, but who were the last 5 to do it in a Broncos uniform? 303-504-0925. Text it in right now. Get in the hunt, as they say. By the way, Andy, Cortland Sutton up to 711 yards so far this season after 12 games. Without a doubt has the best shot of any Bronco to get to quadruple digits this season.
I'd be a little surprised. They have really, and I think that's why we mentioned earlier, Elijah Moore is in to visit the Broncos, a veteran receiver. They have really, really tried to take him away.
Yeah.
And that's why it was so big that Ingram popped last night, because they're going to need more of that down the stretch. You know it.
Yep, sure will. And some good Pat Bryant moments last night. Quiet night from Troy Franklin last night.
A couple of bad ones.
Yeah. Well, then Pobody's
Campy.
nerfed.
Yeah.
So that's a quarterback throwing a lot of off-schedule throws out there. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a Monday afternoon. We'll take a break. When we come back, how much longer can they keep doing this? How much longer can they keep doing this? We're talking about the Broncos' victory over the Manders next.
Well, we talked about this last night and even prior. I think, it starts with a belief and confidence, and that has to kind of be earned, and you can go back to Philly. We were in some close games last year, and our numbers weren't as good. So at some point, you have to demonstrate it, do it, and then there's a belief you can do it. And then, there's that confidence you're going to do it, and so, but it starts with the execution, and then, it has to happen and manifest itself.
Ooh, it's manifesting itself. Sean Payton read the secret. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The Broncos are 10-2, 27-26 over the Manders last night. Unbelievable football game. That just a football game that wouldn't stop, by the way, Andy. I mean, the amount of absurdity that happened in that thing last night, it just, like you think of the crazy plays that happened in that game. You think of Bo with his knee 2 inches off the turf, somehow getting that thing out to Cortland Sutton for a touchdown right before the half. Like, you think of that play, and that's just like, that's early on in that game. That thing keeps on going, and that fourth quarter was so drunk and so absurd with what happened for them converting on a 3rd down and 25 to Mariota
Just
somehow
saying the name that way.
getting himself out of bounds with 12 seconds to go and making sure he had forward momentum so the clock would stop. Like, that play was absolutely crazy. Nearly an interception, a tipped interception to end the game, except Hufanga destroyed Jeremy McNichols, and it wasn't actually allowed. A weird penalty on Nick Benito for grabbing a guy. Great debate last night on the telecast between Tirico and Collinsworth and Rules Guy between, like, what constitutes a pile. Like what? You're not allowed to rip guys off of a pile, but doesn't there have to be more than one guy for it to be a pile? Like, so much stupidity that happened in that football game last night, and it all ended with Benito making that play and the Broncos getting the win.
Yeah.
A Broncos game, which I will say this, Andy, if you had no dog in the hunt, you were just a guy in Wichita sitting on your couch watching that game last night, you were entertained.
You got what you wanted second half. There's no doubt about it. First half maybe was a little slow, although Bo picked it up in the 2-minute drills. He always seems to do with that crazy throw right before the half and keeping his shin off the ground and all that deal. Yeah, back to the Benito thing. I get why he gets a penalty, I guess, but I don't know when Laramie Tunsil sends him into the next area code, puts him into Virginia.
Right. That should
How is there not a flag there as well?
Be a penalty, I think.
And by the way, and this was both sides. Are you gonna? I guess I give the officials credit for this. You didn't ticky tack either side except the one call. I feel like all the tackles were getting a good one big kick step head start on that pass rush all night long.
Oh, yeah.
Both sides.
Oh, yeah.
McGlinchey got a few where
He
I was
did.
like, oh, that was early.
Right.
Even our guy Troutman, I think, got a little jumpy on the 2-yard run to finish off the OT drive.
There were multiple, like, Broncos pass rushes where I was like, oh, free play for Mariota.
Yeah.
Nope. It just wasn't. Yeah. We got another trick play last night.
Yeah.
Bo checked down to throw the ball at R.J. Harvey's feet.
Yeah, what?
Sean can't help himself. He just can't help himself.
Well, and again, the 2nd and 1 at the 40, they're 40 plus 40. You're telegraphing your thing.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And
you're going to do something silly.
You did all this. What'd you get, about 100 yards worth of running back and forth across the field to chuck that between the two guys that ran the reverses?
Pretty much.
To throw it back to Bo.
A little slow development.
To just spike that thing. Like, it looked like one of my drives off the tee as I walk up to the first tee box and just spike it off the cart path.
I almost kind of felt like Bo threw that one at R.J. Harvey's feet as a middle finger to Sean Payton of just like, this play's stupid.
Yeah, this is taking so long. Even Dan Quinn's out there playing defense.
The Treylon Burks touchdown last night.
All right. By the way, I guess at the end of the day, I am willing to concede it probably wasn't the degree of difficulty of OBJ, but for Chris Collinsworth to not even recognize that Riley Moss was in Burke's kitchen.
He was inside his face
Dude,
mask.
he was all. I realized there wasn't the same toe tap and it wasn't the same distance. The dude had a guy basically wearing him like a blanket, and and that was like one full hand. He used his other hand to yank Moss down with him after the play.
Also, like, I got to dust off just an 8-year-old take last night when they re-showed the Beckham catch. What the hell was on his gloves?
Oh, I'm telling you.
What foreign substance was on his glove that allowed him to be able to? Because what Burks did, like, he took the nose of the football directly into his palm. What Odell Beckham did was, like, he somehow clamped the thing
with three
with
fingers,
his fingertips,
2 fingers
on
and
like
a thumb.
50-yard throw.
Yeah.
There is an issue with that
The
play.
Nike Hibachi Air Raid or some glove.
Seriously.
Did you ever touch those things? I remember them back part of the teens.
Yeah, but there was also full George Brett pine tar all
Oh,
over
there's
his
no
gloves.
doubt. I mean, you were walking around like you couldn't touch anything. Those guys, you didn't want to shake their hand after the game. I'll tell you that.
Ridiculous.
You're
Just
losing
ridiculous.
a layer of skin.
All right, it's a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl. You want to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House today? Get some new Broncos gear, some new Nuggets gear, some new Avalanche gear. Everybody had a mostly pretty good weekend. Nuggets better on Saturday than Friday, certainly. I'll have to wait another year for an NBA Cup championship to come our way.
Were you so sad?
I was
Part
crushed.
of me wondered, were they like, do we really want to do a Vegas trip?
Everybody wants to do the Vegas trip. It's the extra
They don't want to do the
basketball.
work that's
Right,
there
exactly.
like everybody else. And
they would rather just go to Vegas.
Right.
I think is what they would do. That and Devin Vassell couldn't friggin' miss in the fourth quarter of that game.
Scotty did a great job of breaking it down. Please don't drop way off. How did that guy get open 9 times? 9 times
He
it
made
felt
everything. Or just ridiculous. But Saturday was good. It was. But hey, by the way, Andy, I just want to point out, did I not tell you? Can we hold off on Cam Johnson concern until December 1st? Hey, guess what? It's December 1st, and he's really freaking good.
Yeah.
Who knew? Who knew?
You and I said it would be like the Aaron Gordon warm-up phase.
It takes a minute.
Yeah, because you're playing with guys that you really don't want to screw up in front of. Anybody remember when you got out there with the big team for the first time? You didn't want to screw up in front of the star player. I think that's how every guy feels when you're playing with Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, he needed to establish his rhythm. He had to get comfortable with the team. Like this, by the way, happens to almost every guy when they get it. It didn't happen to Tim Hardaway because you know what Tim Hardaway does when he touches the ball? He shoots.
He makes threes.
He's a chucker, okay? And I love him for it because he makes a lot of shots, but he's a chucker. You know what? You don't have to worry about fitting in when you're a chucker. You just chuck.
Yeah, here's the deal, especially if you can make them. I'm going to need you to get more creative with your terminology. When Mike Sanford's dropping the rump ranger from the running back conversation earlier about guys running up the backside of their O-linemen like R.J. Harvey tends to do, I'm going to need better than chucker. Like a 3-point flinger or something like that. I need you to up the description.
He's a flinger. A flinger sounds like the weird kid sitting in the back of the class.
Well,
last 7 games for Cam Johnson, 35 minutes, 18 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 58% from the field, 61% from 3 over the last 7 games.
Is the Phoenix, is the philosophy to just be punks?
What?
Just we're gonna throw bows and get physical and try to be out tough you.
Yeah, a little good physical. I like Dylan Brooks. I get a kick out of
I
him.
mean the whole team.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks, that's what he is.
Yeah,
and he doesn't back down from stuff. So whatever. I feel like some other guys. Who is that? Did they have Londale? Who had Londale?
Jock Londale is on the Grizzlies now.
The Grizzlies,
isn't he?
that's right.
Yeah.
No, who was the guy that the Suns had with the bad hair and the weird headband? The Dutch boy haircut and the headband. Wasn't that guy on the Suns?
I think you might mean Jock Londale.
No.
Grayson Allen?
No. The big man. This is Nate Kreckman tries to figure out who Andy talks about. I'll go look at the roster. I can't. It was one of the two. I don't think he might have been on the Spurs. Just the worst hair. long hair, combed down, like parted in the middle, combed down in a little Dutch boy curl up, and he had some weird
Kelly
Olynyk?
Yes, Kelly Olynyk.
Was he on the Spurs?
He is on the Spurs.
He's the one that was trying to roughhouse everybody and it wasn't really working.
Yes, Kelly Olynyk is still getting.
Who was he? I feel like all the bad guys from Nugget playoff runs past have it just kind of repopulated
reemerged
somewhere
recently.
else.
Yes.
Where was he a problem?
If you can play physically and get some tough rebounds, you'll get an NBA paycheck.
Dude, the hair is so bad.
For many, many years. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and you want to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House. Well, this is what you do. You text into 303-504-0925. Last 5 Broncos receivers or last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. Name those 5 dudes. Andy, how much longer can they keep doing this? 4 consecutive wins by 10 total points.
You're asking the wrong guy.
No.
You're asking the wrong guy.
How so?
I watched 2015, and I kept waiting for that to fall apart. I kept waiting for them to have the bad game.
Yeah.
I kept waiting for the offensive deficiencies to bite them, and by that I mean, remember that Peyton Manning, so what's crazy about it, the Peyton Manning / Brock Osweiler duo, they had trouble picking up first downs sometimes too. They didn't always run the ball the way they wanted to until the end of the game. That was the one thing. I'll tell you this. I think they can keep going, but they've got to figure out the run thing. Sean tried to go in salt the clock away mode halfway through the fourth quarter, and the backs could not get it done for him. And that's where he had to switch to. And you know what? We've been on Sean Payton a lot about run the ball and stick with it and this and that. I can't blame him with the lack of success they were having in the fourth quarter for why he ended up trying to go and do it a different way.
Oh, that like quite honestly, the offense played losing football in the fourth quarter last
You're
night.
right.
They really did. The defense and quite frankly, the defense and the officiating saved their bacon in the fourth quarter of that game because they just stopped scoring. And then they come out and in the opening drive of overtime, they got into a quick little rhythm. Again, like the throw to Ingram over the middle in which he ran that jerk route on Bobby Wagner, but they had set it up with another one earlier in the game where he went in and cut out. This was where he went out and cut in. Wagner jumped the route, and boom, Ingram just has to catch that thing, and he is gone. It's a lot of what they had set up early on in the game kind of started to work a little bit in that drive, and they went right down their throats. But yeah, that fourth quarter that they played last night, like a more competent football team probably gets a touchdown and wins that game.
Yeah.
Manders just couldn't do it.
But we keep saying that. I don't know.
All you can do is play the team that's right in front of you.
Here's the deal. They took down the Chiefs in pretty good fashion. The problem is the Chiefs don't look like they're even going to be a playoff team at this point. They're going to need a lot of things to go their way. Hey, man, maybe the big test is going to be Jacksonville. Jacksonville leads that division right now, as crazy as that may sound.
Weird team, too.
So
really
they lead that
team.
division. They're a weird team, but that could be your test. That could be you get a playoff team at home. Can you handle it?
I think the last 4 are all a big test. I think the Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Chargers gauntlet down the stretch. Those are all big time tests for this team. It's gonna be a challenge for them to hang on to the 1 seed. If you're playing really close games like that week in and week out, well, those are at least 4 competent quarterbacks. That's not Marcus Mariota or Geno Smith. Like those are legit quarterbacks down the stretch. They're going to make life a little bit tougher on you.
No, I agree.
But also, like the defense and the style of football that they play, which is Bo, don't kill us with mistakes. Make plays when we start to get on schedule in a drive. It's okay to punt. Don't take sacks. God, did you see, by the way, the sack that he took from Louisville last night? He fumbled.
Yeah.
And it bounced right back up into his chest. But again, that's one of those things of like, well, he doesn't really get sacked, so you don't got to worry about it all that much. You can't have a strip sack if you don't get sacked.
No, you're right, but look, I think Jeff Legwold pointed out, you wonder what's going to be adjusted because that Bronco defense did not get the pressure rate we're used to last night. So do they go with the bigger formations? Do they keep base personnel on the field? But again, is every team going to commit to that? Dan Quinn didn't have a choice.
Right. Dan Quinn's team is you can tell like Quinn's team is. I had a funny feeling about this game all last week. talking about it here on the show, and I just kept looking at it going, okay, coming off of a bye, Broncos on the East Coast, desperate team. Quinn's a really good coach. Cliff Kingsbury's a really good coach, a really good offensive coordinator. Like, I had a funny feeling that game was gonna be a really grimy one, and that's exactly what it turned into.
Bronco post-bye week games after Shanahan have always been interesting.
Yeah.
Now, they had the one in the Kubiak era of 2015 where they came out and whooped Green Bay, and it was fantastic for them. But for the most part, Carl Mecklenburg, of all people, tweeted it out last week where he said, I hate bye weeks because sometimes it breaks your flow.
Sure.
And look, and PS2 looked a little rusty. Just is what it is.
He's still so good.
Yeah, he is still so good.
He's so good.
He's real good. But
Yeah.
like you said, here's the thing. It's the NFL. Could this all go away? Yeah, guess what? If we get a crew that decides they're going to call every little thing, Broncos have 20 more penalties last night.
Rotated last night between Abrams Drain and Riley Moss. They gave KAD a much bigger look last night, and Riley Moss spent some time off the football field. I thought that was interesting. And yet I thought Riley Moss generally played really well last night, including what was almost a game-saving tackle that he made on Deebo Samuel when he got him at the 2-yard line. Like, they didn't score until 4th down. If Riley Moss doesn't bust it and make that tackle, like, that was almost a game-saving play. It turned out Benito had to make the game-saving play, but that's the kind of play you need to make.
Let me ask you this, and I still lean towards no. Is there any chance, had he walked in on that play, that they don't go for 2?
I think
because
they
there would have
still
been like 5 minutes left.
I think they still would have.
Versus the time that ran off of the 4 plays it took for them to
You
score.
know what I thought was dumb by Dan Quinn was kicking the ball to start overtime.
Yeah.
The Denver defense was gassed. Keep him on the field, man.
Well, and it allowed him to know we got to go for it on 4th down every time we got the ball back, but I get you.
You get that advantage. I just think in the flow of where that game was at.
Your offense was, although they ended up scoring the touchdown, they just didn't convert the 2 points.
Yeah, they did. Great game last night. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here on a Monday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. We got to tell you what Broncos are in the groove. I got a guy on offense that I don't think we've mentioned yet today on the show. I'll tell you who that is next on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Well, I think it starts with it's the opponent's ability to run. They're a run-first team, and so you're wanting to stop that. And look, they get paid what to, and had good designs, and a lot of those throws were in the deep book areas, if you will, off of play action, and so that's part of the tough part of defending that offense. But in the end, we did enough.
Yeah, Legwell talked about it before here on the show of the Broncos weren't able to get into their nickel and their dime packages the way that they want to. And it was largely because Washington was staying big and forcing the linebackers to stay on the field. And I guess if there is a weakness, Andy, or I don't even know if weakness is the right term, a mild deficiency of this defense, it's the linebackers in coverage. And Zach Ertz had a huge game as a result of all of that, and Mariota's actually a pretty accurate quarterback when he needs to be. Terry McLaurin being back obviously was helped them out. Deebo Samuel, ends up with 5 catches for 64 yards, but most of them he didn't really do much on. It was mostly Zach Ertz and Terry McLaurin that kind of killed you last night. And again, it's how do we get those matchups where you get those guys in space against linebackers, and they were able to do it. Cliff Kingsbury's pretty good.
Well, and he was smart. His leggy told us it kept Hufanga out there, and they made him go into coverage.
Yeah.
And I know,
God, he had a great game against the run, too, but in coverage, you're right. He struggled last night.
Well, and he's got some Palomalu to him. And look, he's a great eraser. I love having him out there. But one of my buddies just texted and asked the old, was Barron a wasted pick? No, matter of fact, respect was shown to Barron because they're trying to keep Hufanga out there. They didn't want Barron out there covering on the field.
Yeah, Johnny Barron's a good player.
He's a real good player, and you're going to be so happy you have him. You should already be happy you have him because that's how you survived the Pat Surtain missed 3 games.
You also drafted him into a team with a loaded secondary, but that's the funny thing about secondaries. They don't stay loaded forever.
Now, at one point, I would love this team to grab a young tight end.
Yeah.
Like the future dude at tight end I'd like to know is here.
You want another Greg Dulcich? You need another one to
I don't
fall
need a
in
Greg
love
Dulcich now. Although, who is Dulcich with now? Is he a Dolphin? I think he's a Dolphin.
I think he is, yes. That sounds right to me.
Now, listen, hey, Ingram finally got going last night.
He did.
But
he had a good game.
Look, at times, the guys looked like a 30-year-old something tight end.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm really psyched he got a good game in last night. But again, younger defenses, you said it. I don't know if you said it on the air or in break, but they just the Washington D is very slow.
Slow.
They do not rally to the ball.
Yeah. Yeah, they defended things well. They got Denver to do what you want a team to do in a lot of those 3rd and long situations, which is dump it off and rally to the football and make a tackle. The problem is they rally very slowly. And oftentimes the Broncos were already making plays. God, how about the one in overtime where R.J. Harvey turns and it probably catches that thing, I don't know, 3-4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Turns upfield, nobody's there. He finally gets hit, and then Quinn Miners just shoves him like another 7 yards. I think they got 12 yards on that play, but it was just like, God, you guys are slow. And then Frankie Louvu's a good player, don't get me wrong, but watching him chase Evan Engram from behind on that 41-yarder in overtime was stunning how slow that guy looked out there.
Who's the middle linebacker? Bobby
Wagner.
Bobby Wagner. That guy should not be out there as much as he is. That's a great football player. You'd love to have him in your locker room. Let's be honest.
Might
that
be a
dude
future
is
Hall of
playing.
Famer.
Oh, I would agree.
Yeah.
But this is not the time for him to be in as many snaps as he was in, although he did get a pick last night. Hey, speaking of linebackers real quick, what'd you think of Greenlaw? You feel like we're starting to see the Dre Greenlaw? If you had to grade it right now, Hufanga, A signing. Who were the other big signings? Tell me, Dobbins was on his way to an A, but then
he was getting there. Engram, obviously. Engram right now is I would say
give it a C.
I'd say he's working his way into B territory.
Sure, it's a C+ if you want, but
he's getting there. Let's see. The Dre Greenlaw is
incomplete.
I don't notice him very much. Do you?
He had a big hit. He had the pick.
He had the interception yesterday. Good to see. His first since 2022.
Yeah, people told me he'd be the guy covering the tight end, Mike Sanford was one of those people, so I expected that. He hasn't been doing too much of that.
I mean, that was his pedigree coming in here. And yesterday, I mean, the tight ends just murdered you yesterday.
Well, and why didn't Sternad get a few more snaps? I thought Sternad was playing well.
I think Sternad's a good player. I really
He's
do.
kind of rounded into what you always wanted. Now that vision was Vic Fangio's, so who knows? But
a big linebacker game last night. A lot of Singleton, a lot of Dre Greenlaw.
Well, and again, Jeff Legwald said they kept their base personnel out there because they wanted you to be in your base personnel, so you couldn't do all the different blitz things that you do.
I want to talk about a rookie really quickly. I think Pat Bryant is really rounding into being a good football player.
I think he is too.
15 yards per reception right now, which is best on the team.
Maybe their best blocking wide receiver. Portland Sutton may want something to say, but
reliable.
Yeah.
Just really reliable out there. Like generally, if you throw the football to him on schedule, he's going to make a play for you. He and Bo clearly have a little bit of a thing going on right now. Some good chemistry out on the field. He's not a burner, but his physicality more than makes up for it. When I watch Pat Bryant, I don't miss Devon Vele.
No, because he wins quickly off the line, something you and I noticed in training camp.
Yeah.
That slant route that he caught, I think it picked up a first down late in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's the exact thing I figured they'd be using. I thought they'd do that, frankly, in the red zone a little bit more.
Yeah. No, they did a good job. That was a good rub route that they ran on that one, and boom, he just, he got himself into space, and he's good at breaking a tackle. He's a good yak guy. He's a good football player, man. He was really good in the Kansas City game. But last night was just that thing was a muck fest. I tell you this, we were looking at when we were looking at it early in the week, it was like 75% chance of precipitation in Landover, Maryland on Sunday night. Thank God it didn't rain last night. It was, you could tell it was cold.
They were saying,
But had they on that turf in the slop, that thing would have been a heinous football game.
All right, I got to address a quick text. Pat dropped a pass. Bo threw a pick. Guys miss a block. Players aren't going to be perfect, guys. Yes, not every play was perfect. Nobody's game last night, not a single person's game last night, except maybe Will Lutz, was perfect. Period. So, a drop pass does not change what Nate just said about what Pat Bryant is turning into and the weapon he's becoming.
The one that Bo threw behind him?
There were a couple early that it was like a little of A and B, but still, they weren't on the same page early on, but they got on the same page when the game mattered.
On a cold night in the wind where we're really getting worried if a guy is dropping a throw that was a little bit behind him. Did you see Zach Ertz, one of the most reliable tight ends?
Just volleyball that sucker
of the last
that
15 years.
Down?
That was a third down.
Yeah.
He almost lost his team the game right there. Those are tough conditions last night.
Nick Benito whiffed on a sack, by the way.
Yeah.
Does he suck?
Yeah.
I would say no.
No,
Was that not weird, too? Benito, had him, and then they just let him go. There were 2 or 3 times where I felt like the Broncos D just let the guy go.
Mm-hmm.
Finish the tackle, please.
Yeah, it looked like a post-bye week tackling game out of the Broncos last night. I thought it got better as the game went along, but especially first half of that game last night, it was like, it's after the bye. It's after the bye and it's cold. You can tell.
By the way, a little bit of I don't normally care about game day inactives. Mark might have to slip in the game day inactives into the high five.
Okay. I want to hear this. Who was inactive last night?
No.
Okay.
Tonight.
Oh. All right. For Patriots Giants?
Yes, sir.
You got something going on?
Whoa. We'll see.
All right. I'm interested to hear all of this.
Yeah, you will be.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
Monday Night Football inactives preview coming up, plus much more.
You listen to this show for inactives.
In the high five.
That's you and me.
Hey, guys, you got, tell you what, we're going to give you 20 more minutes to get in on a $150 gift card to the Rally House on a Rally House Football Monday. Text in 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Who are the last 5 Bronco receivers to have a 1,000-yard season? We need to know who the 5 players were.
There's one player that tells me why you asked the question.
Ooh, I wonder which one it is. I want to find out. Coming up on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets taking on Cooper Flagg and the Mavericks tonight. Pregame at 6:30, powered by Ramos Law. And don't forget about Monday Night Football. 10-2 Patriots right now, technically tied with the Broncos atop the AFC. Patriots will have their bye next week. They'll take on the Giants and Jackson Dart. Kickoff at 6:15 on AM 950. Right now, it is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's dive in. Mark Springer.
Hey, let's do that high five, and we start with the Broncos.
The Broncos!
And their barn burner of an overtime win, 27-26.
They burned many a barn in the nation's capital last night.
Barns were burned last night. They held off the Manders. They improved their win streak to 9 games. They're 10-2. Did they escape with a win? Well, Sean Payton was asked about that after the game. Here's the question he got.
Sean, what was the locker room like after the game? Was it wild celebration or a feeling?
No, it was loud. It was loud. No. We don't escape. We won. We won. And so we won a close game in overtime. But it was, loud, smoky because we have a smoke machine, loud because we have a sound machine, all the above.
What's a sound machine?
Smoke machine and the sound machine is like that.
Sound
machine
box,
thing, I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
You guys got a Bluetooth speaker?
Yeah.
What do you mean by sound machine?
The Miami sound machine. Did she show up and start singing? Who was that?
Gloria Estefan and the Miami sound machine. The rhythm is going to get you.
Oh.
Do you think that's what they listened to after the game?
In her prime, you'd have listened to that all you wanted. She's going to show up and play it.
Damn right you want to. Yeah.
The rhythm did get you. And I had no rhythm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It got me consistently.
Got me nowhere. I wanted to have the rhythm. I was looking for said rhythm.
You wanted the rhythm to get you.
She likes the rhythm?
And
well, tell me where the rhythm resides.
Could not get you.
Anyway, yeah.
When you went on the road,
they call it club dub.
Yeah, when you went on the road, you don't escape. A win on the road is earned. If that game was in Denver, that would have been an escape.
Yeah, and my problem is if Mariota would have just thrown the ball and like he had some bad passes, but then he was clutch.
Yeah.
You knocked down the ball on what was going to be a winning play as soon as the ball got there.
Yeah, he was wide
open.
open.
You won the game.
Yep. You earned it with a victory, I would say, last night. That did not feel like an escape. It also, it wasn't littered with bad Bronco play. I thought in general they played pretty well last night. It's just the Manders were well coached, veteran team with pride, playing desperate football, good game plan.
And I would also point out, do you remember who Dan Quinn was the coach of when Sean Payton was in the division?
I feel like he was almost the coach of the Broncos 17 times.
He was, but he was the coach of the Falcons prior to that. He knows a little something about what Sean Payton likes to do.
Sure does. Had himself a solid game plan. I don't think the Raiders can bring Denver much of a game. I think they're just a mess. The Chargers kicked the crap out of them again yesterday. I think the last 4 games, they're all going to look like this. This is just what this team is going to do. This is what this team does. They're going to play tight games pretty much every single time out. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, we got wide receiver news. Do the Broncos need to sign a wide receiver? They actually they drew up a play specifically for Lil Jordan Humphrey last night. Lil Jordan Humphrey also botched a special teams play, trying to keep a ball out of the end zone, would have downed it at the 1. Either way, according to Tom Pelissero, veteran wide receiver Elijah Moore is visiting the Broncos. Also, I guess if they're bringing in Elijah Moore, here's more news. No pun intended. The Vikings have waived veteran wide receiver Adam Thielen as the Vikings suck, and Adam Thielen is in the last year of his career, and he wants to finish his career on a team that can actually try to win something.
If you're Nathan Peterman, do you send a nice edible arrangement over to Max Brosmer just because now there's competition for worst first start in NFL history between Max Brosmer and Nathan Peterman?
I'd just send some edibles after that for the guy to feel better.
Take the edge
Here,
off.
bro. Forget that day. You're going to need to.
That pick six in the second quarter, he's like getting sacked and just like wasn't looking, just threw the ball over his head.
What about the other one where he rolls out, set the throw, looked like big-time quarterback, and then sailed his receiver by 15 yards and hit the DB in the gut?
Yeah, being an NFL quarterback's really, really hard. Dude, it really is.
It was. It was.
Seattle's first shutout in a decade last night that they got on Minnesota. Sam Darnold beat his old team despite having to only throw for 128 yards. Adam Thielen or Elijah Moore, did any of those scratch your itch, Andy?
When I've watched Thielen, he's looked like a guy trying to hang on. He wants a bigger role. You really going to put Thielen in there over
what is
Troy
Thielen,
Franklin?
like 33, 34 now?
Yes.
And he aged kind of gracefully. He was like still okay with Carolina for a minute there. But like for wide receivers, when it goes fast.
It does. And again, I'm asking, are you going to put him out there instead of Bryant or
No.
And frankly, where the hell is Mims? There was hardly any Mims last night in the actual offensive game plan.
I think he had a jet sweep last night. Did he get one?
Yeah. We're not using him at running back anymore. What are we doing?
Yeah, get creative, man. Figure out a way to get him into the game plan. I'm with you.
So I don't even know. Like, I know Elijah Moore has played in the NFL. I've heard the name.
Yeah.
I can't give you a single Elijah Moore highlight off the top of my head.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, hey, you guys were off on Black Friday, so you haven't had a chance to react to the Chiefs falling to 6-6. They lost in Dallas on Thanksgiving. They will host the Texans on Sunday Night Football. Houston got the win in Indy. We'll talk about that more here in a second. But for the Chiefs,
what's crazy is, by the way, real quick on that game, Spring, is what's crazy is both of those teams are technically out of the playoff picture. The football dork in me, I'm really excited to watch that game. Yeah. I want to see Mahomes and that offense go up against that Houston defense. I think that's going to be a fun one next Sunday night.
Well, do the Chiefs need to win out to make the playoffs? Do they need to go 5-0 down the stretch? Andy Reid was asked today, what is his confidence level that the Chiefs can win their next 5 games?
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And, that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game. And, but that's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, you got to make sure you take care of the small things here that we've got rolling. We've got to make sure that we get rid of some of these mistakes. But there's not a game that I go into that I don't think we're going to get after you.
So they're 6-6, Andy. I mean, 10-7 a lot of years can get you into the playoffs. I don't know if it will in this AFC this year. Plus, the tie breaks are not in their favor. They lost head-to-head to Jacksonville. They lost head-to-head to the Chargers. Obviously, they have a head-to-head loss to Denver. Like, I think their only hope is to win out and go 11-6. I think that's the only hope Kansas City's got right now.
Yeah, and wow, nothing about the tickle the tonsils, huh? Again, more bright, vibrant coach speak.
It really was.
Yeah, like you said, the tiebreakers don't work in their favor. Frankly, they've lost to Jacksonville. That's why maybe it wouldn't hurt Bronco fans to want to see Jacksonville slide to the second spot, because then they definitely and again, if they lose to Houston, it won't matter. If they would lose to Houston, it's probably done anyway.
Yeah.
By the way, how about, what Jim Nantz has become? I'm glad he told this story. It gives me a chance to get this little rant in, because I was wondering how I'd spring it on you and leave it to Springer to allow me to do it. Jim Nantz has become Alex Trebek, but the Celebrity Jeopardy version played by Will Ferrell, where Tony Romo finds a way to play every character on the panel at some point in the game, and he's just enduring him at this point. Because Romo at the end of the game was that Buffalo Steelers game. He's like, the Chiefs are just hanging out, and they're going to, and Nantz is like, they got to start winning games. Are you kidding me? They're not hanging out anywhere. They got to win some games. They're not winning. They're 6-6.
Speaking of the Steelers, have we reached the point where it's dangerous for Aaron Rodgers to be out there?
Yes. And by the way, there's another Romo. Dude, Tony Romo, to me, I cannot believe how bad the guy has become. Did you see where he goes, he's got a little scratch on his nose, keep him out of this game? I'm like, Tony, He's got a massive bandage holding his nose in place. He clearly has bled down his beard. I believe the nose is broken because he couldn't break his fall with his broken already hand.
Yeah.
But you think that's a scratch on his nose he's trying to play with? What are we doing?
You probably need to get that guy off the field.
Yeah, for his own good, you need
Yeah.
to be like, bro, you're shut down. Thanks for stopping by.
Also, that question that Andy Reid got that at the beginning of the story of like, you think you got to win out? That's like somebody asking Sean Payton last night, hey, you trying to be the 1 seed or what? And Sean had to be like, that's the silliest question of the night, which good on Sean. He could have probably gone much bigger a-hole than he was in that moment. But what the hell was that
He
question?
did go disappointed dad tone, though, when he said it.
It's the silliest question of the night. Hey, you trying to be the 1 seed?
Hey, you want to tell me about injuries, too, while we're at it?
Hey, when you guys play games, do you like winning? Is that like better?
Remember the time?
These stoners that are credentialing in our nation's capital. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, let's talk about the other top teams in the AFC. In the South, we have a shift. The Jaguars now lead the South at 8-4 after their win in Tennessee. And the Colts, as we talked about, lost at home to the Texans. They fall to 8-4. Jags have the tiebreaker. Jags now lead the AFC South. For the Colts, cornerback Sauce Gardner, who came over via trade from the Jets, will miss some time with a calf injury, but he is not expected to land on IR, according to Shane Steichen. And then the Patriots, who are 10-2, looking to improve to 11-2 and retake the 1 seed from the Broncos here tonight on Monday Night Football against the Giants. They play the Giants tonight. Inactives in that game, Andy. The biggest inactive, Kayvon Thibodeau is out with injury for the Giants, but Russell Wilson is inactive for the Giants.
Scratch. Who is that?
It's a healthy scratch.
Also the shortest inactive.
Wow.
In addition to being the
really?
biggest inactive. Mm-hmm.
Spicy. Wow.
So he'll get a uniform because he's got to be the emergency
QB.
third QB, but he is very much the third QB for the Giants as Jackson Dart will get the start tonight against New England, and Jameis Winston presumably is the backup.
Is there any chance he goes full Daniel Jones, speaking of him, and just asks for the release?
Get me out of here. Let me go find some team that's desperate right now.
Like Pittsburgh wouldn't even take him back, right?
I wouldn't think so. I can't imagine. And Mason Rudolph's fine.
Right. I'm with
like
you.
by backup quarterback standards, he's fine.
Is there some other team that's dying for a QB that's not going to get it back?
Maybe
that-
the Vikings would take him right now
Well-
rather than having to play Max Brosmer.
Are you sure?
I think Nine's back this weekend.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't know that that's
He
going to help.
I don't know if that's an ideal
I
situation.
don't know if they're psyched about that.
Colts schedule the rest of the way. They're at Jacksonville this week, at Seattle, home against the Niners, home against the Jags, and at Houston. That is a brutal stretch here for an Indianapolis team in which Daniel Jones is battling through a fibula fracture to go out there and play. So he's basically playing with a broken leg right now. Their 16 points yesterday was a season low, 281 total yards, second lowest outing of the season for Indianapolis yesterday. Are they going to be the team that just started red hot and go from 1 seed to not making the playoffs?
Wow. I don't know that it falls that far. If you lean on Jonathan Taylor, I would think not. But again,
I mean, Houston could potentially jump. I mean, if Houston gets KC this week, they'll be 8-5. They could potentially jump up. Looks like Jacksonville has a chance to be able to win that division right now. I don't think we're going to get 3 AFC South teams in the playoffs.
I don't disagree with you. It just, I don't know, man.
That's a tough schedule down the stretch. That is a brutal run of games coming up here for Indianapolis. Guys, we're going to give you 5 more minutes to get in on a chance to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House on a Rally House Football Monday. Perfect for your holiday shopping, or you know what, spoil yourself. Get a nice jersey out there at the Rally House. This is your last chance to get in right now. Last 5 Bronco receivers to have a 1,000-yard season. Who are the last 5 Bronco receivers to put up a 1,000-yard receiving season? 303-504-0925. Text the list into us right now. Get in the hunt. Last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. A lot of these guys had multiple 1,000 yard receiving seasons. Who were just the last 5 dudes to hit quadruple digits? 303-504-0925. Text in the list right now. After the break, we'll announce a winner on the Kreckman and Lindahl show of a $150 gift card to the Rally House. So keep it here. Tomorrow, it's Avs Ticket Tuesday. Keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to see the Avalanche host the reigning champion, Florida Panthers. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. All right, Broncos win at 27-26 in overtime last night. Let's do it. Let's relive the game. We got highlights, Andy. You ready for highlights? Let's do this thing. Yeah! The first quarter featured no highlights. The Broncos 0 had a 3-0 lead at the end of the first. There was nothing notable. We'll just move on. And in fact, we'll move on to very early in the second quarter on a 2nd down and 6 with the Manders right inside the Denver red zone. And then Marcus Mariota did this.
Jump pass, Mariota intercepted. Down the sideline, Greenlaw's got it. Greenlaw to the 34-yard line. So they moved it down there well. Mariota was in position to try to make a play. Ill-advised jump pass is picked by the veteran Dre Greenlaw.
He had all day, steps up in the pocket, gets hit by DJ Jones, gets folded in half, and throws the ball right to Greenlaw, who was double coverage on his guy. I don't know what the hell he was thinking on that play. That's one where, like, that's a moment that you kind of take and you appreciate Bo Nix a little bit more. He really doesn't make turnovers like that.
He's not trying to jump past with a guy all up in his grill.
Generally not. And also, like, when you're at the edge of the red zone, man, you need points. And especially against a team like Denver where you know it's going to be a close game, you have to get points at every opportunity you can. That was a big-time losing play for the Manners. It essentially took 3 points off the board for him.
It did, and I think, didn't Collinsworth kind of whammy both quarterbacks? Didn't he say something great about how well Mariota was playing? And then he throws that pick, then he does the same thing to Bo Nix later on.
Broncos put up a field goal drive after that, had a 6-0 lead. There was a big play to Troutman. Remember, Luvu had the hit on Bo Nix on a 3rd down and 8, which looked a lot like helmet-to-helmet contact.
Yeah, I thought so.
To me, seeing as how he lowered his helmet into Bo's helmet, yet that was not helmet-to-helmet contact. Interesting. Okay. Let's go a little bit later in the second quarter, and Manders put together a pretty good drive. This is the drive that included the unnecessary roughness that was called on Benito for ripping Tyler Biadasz. Ripped him off the pile, even though there was no pile. He was just laying there on the ground, and then Laramie Tunsil flies in and pushes Nick Benito. Somehow that ended up being a penalty on Benito. I don't know how. But
and Benito went in there, I think, with the intention, thinking that their player was still on top of
Zach Allen.
Zach Allen's leg.
Yeah, they were like they were kind of scuffling a little bit on the ground, but it appeared to be over.
Right, because Allen was just trying to get up.
Yeah.
And Benito wanted him off his guy's leg.
Either way, that set up a 1st and goal for the Manders at the Denver 8.
In any case, the ball is 1st and goal for Washington at the 8. A touchdown, an extra point. They take the lead. Rodriguez up the middle to the end zone. Touchdown, Washington.
Yeah, those 3 Washington backs, like I don't think anyone's arguing that, you know, that's like an all-time great running back room or anything else like that. But like Chris Rodriguez, Jeremy McNichols, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, like they're 3 pretty good backs.
I would take one of them right now to
Sure
mix
would.
into the Denver backfield.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Sure would. That made it 7-6 Washington. Denver would take over at their own 36, just ahead of the 2-minute warning. And let's cut to the chase. One of the best plays of Bo Nix's entire football life with 23 seconds left in the first half.
Denver can get a first down. Remember, they're out of timeouts now with 28 seconds remaining.
Plenty of time still. You could still work the middle of the field.
2 big targets to the left. Nick's looking that way, not open, trying to take off. Got it away for the touchdown for Sutton. His knee was almost down, but he kept it alive. Fire to Sutton. Denver has the lead.
Great job by Tirico on that call because he was dead on. It was the shin stayed up, the knee stayed up.
I wasn't so sure. I was like, I think replay may take that back.
I wondered. And
you're
then
right, it is a good call.
And then they showed that thing, and yep, he got the football out. Also, hell of a throw.
Yeah.
Given the circumstance. Got it to Cortland Sutton, 11-yard touchdown, 13-7 at the half. Really quickly, Manders took a knee at the end of the half. He had 2 timeouts and the ball at the 35 with 16 seconds. You don't want to try something there. You don't just – you can pick up a first down and who knows, let Jake Moody go and boot one.
You were trying to target Riley Moss all night hoping to get a PI.
Right.
You didn't want to try it one more time
Felt like
just
that
to
was
get
a
into
moment
field
to do
goal
it.
range.
Yeah, you've lost 6 games in a row. Why don't you try something out? Nix was 15-24 for a $146 and a tutty at halftime. That was after a really bad first quarter for Bo Nix last night. He bounced back, had that great drive at the end of the first half, and the Broncos had a 6-point halftime lead. Opening drive of the third quarter, and Mariota put together a pretty good one, which ended up with a 3rd and goal at the Denver 5.
3rd and goal. Mariota to the back. Oh, he caught it! Burks! Unbelievable touchdown! Insane stuff from Treylon Burks.
That's one of the best catches you'll ever see.
And a great call of it, frankly.
Yeah, Tirico was on it. Riley Moss's coverage was fantastic. Sometimes the other guy just makes a better play.
Just tip your cap. Even Bo had to kind of laugh over
Yeah.
there. They showed him on camera just
like,
kind of
damn,
chuckling
dude.
like, yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that play was cool. Treylon Burks, by the way, former first-round pick.
Yep.
Trying to
who?
Revive his career. He was
Tennessee's
Tennessee
pick to replace A.J. Brown.
Yeah, that's right, Tennessee.
This is why you don't trade a great player, at least he was at the time, and then draft a guy you think's going to be just as good.
Yeah.
Now he didn't even play for you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if Treylon Burks is going to be. I mean, you see the ability. That's the reason why he was a first-round pick. But also, he had like a deep ball later in the game where he got behind Riley Moss, and then he didn't finish his route.
Yeah, Sanford was saying he looked fat and slow on that.
Yeah.
Which I'd like to look fat like that, but hey.
I thought he had a step. Like Mariota threw a good ball. It's just the dude slowed up. Yeah, that's too much of that weird stuff going on with Washington. Next drive for the Broncos, trailing 14-13. A lot of good stuff in this drive. We're going to start with the 3rd and 11, where Bo found Cortland Sutton finding space in the zone. We'll hear from Pat Bryant and R.J. Harvey in this little run as well.
5 in the pattern. Nix has some time. Going to take a shot. He's got an opening. And it's caught for the first down by Sutton. 3rd and 5. 5 out inside. Right, good catch. And the rookie's off to the races. Bryant inside the 5. 1st and goal for Denver to the 4. Good hit to the 3rd-round rookie out of Illinois. Fullback in, extra lineman Frank Crum as well. The fullback Prentice leads Harvey to the left into the end zone. Denver takes the lead again.
All right, the 3rd and 11 was the play of that drive, that throw to Cortland Sutton. Again, Manders played it well. They dropped 8. They rushed 3. The problem was they have no pass rush.
Well, they have no pass rush. I'll also credit Bo Nix. He was about to spaz run out of the pocket, stopped himself, realizing nobody's coming, calmed down, reset himself, threw it to Sutton, picks up the first down. Now, if you want to nitpick, if he'd have thrown it earlier on the sideline, Cortland maybe catches that on the run and takes it in. But I was really happy to see Bo Nix stop himself from doing the wrong thing and run out of the pocket and just set his feet and deliver a good ball.
Yeah, I'll take any 3rd and 11 conversion. I won't kick that out of bed. But to your point, yeah. Could it have been better? Sure. Ultimately, he got the ball to Cortland Sutton on a 3rd down and 11 for 31 yards. Kept the drive alive, which was absolutely massive. We now go to the 4th quarter. What good things do you have to say about Bo Nix after you hear this highlight, Andy?
Half a dozen DBs in for Quint. Nix double pumps and he threw an interception to Bobby Wagner. The veteran's got it at the 36-yard line. Interception number 2 for a man who's a couple of weeks away from getting his MBA at Howard. Wagner comes up with the interception.
Yeah, I said at the beginning of the show, I watched Peyton Manning throw one of those to Barkevius Mingo in 2015, where I could not understand how he did not see one of the tallest middle linebackers I'd ever laid eyes on just standing dead in front of him, and I can't explain what happened. The best I could come up with was a hand swipe at the ball, maybe took the vision away. But to your point, when I even said that, had it got past Wagner, the DB had a shot, and had the DB tipped it up, the safety was covered. So there was at no level was that pass open. I just don't know why he threw it.
Pressure was coming, but yeah, he hit Wagner right between the numbers. And Pat Bryant was on a deep dig, and he was not open. So not a great decision there by Bo Nix. This is another thing that I appreciate about Bo Nix, maybe Bo Nix coach's kid, is when they show him after he makes a play like that, very clearly he's just like, the hell did I just do?
He just put his hands on his head like, oh no!
Yeah, it's crap. There's a guy there. Moody would go down, kick 38-yard field goal, 20-17. Denver still led. Broncos punted from the Washington 47, which I was actually kind of okay with. Although they missed out an opportunity to down it at the 1. DeAndre Tillman had the good trip on Marcus Mariota. Hey, it's not a trip if they don't call it. Broncos went 3 and out. Washington got the ball back with 3 minutes to go. Want to play the key stretch of what would ultimately be the game-tying drive for the Manders. That was Marcus Mariota facing a 3rd down and 25.
Timing good there. 4-man rush coming for Denver. 3rd and 25. Mariota trying to get away. Keeps it alive. Finds McLaurin. And they'll have a shot at it. They'll have a shot to pick up the first down. It's 4th down and about 5 at the 45-yard line. Clock stopped, 52 seconds remaining.
Well, you basically are thinking about Deebo Samuel, but tonight it's been Zach Ertz open the most in these situations.
They're both inside. Here comes the pressure. Picked up for now. The throw inside. It's caught by Ertz for the first down. Right around the 36-yard line.
Really quickly, Andy, and yes, good job by Mariota to be able to get that done. What did you think of the grounding call? Terry McCauley says that was not supposed to be intentional grounding on that throw to McLaurin on first down in 15. I don't know if the guy needs like an extended ladder to catch the football. Like, how much were you trying to throw the ball to him?
Yeah, but I mean, Mariota was so off.
Right.
Mariota. That I didn't necessarily disagree with. I thought the refs sucked for both sides last night. I really did. I thought that was probably one of them they didn't get right. I think Denver, the tripping. And look, the NFL's got to change the rule. You got to go to the NBA rule. If you go and review it and there's a clear penalty like the tripping was, you got to assess the penalty.
But Tirico, he went all slippery slope on us last night. It's just like, dude, can we just use common sense, please?
Yeah, well, and you know what? I don't know if you
Doesn't
saw
apply
this.
to football.
They buzzed it in on that play, and they buzzed it in during. Did you see during Steelers Bills, where mid call for the face mask, they buzzed into the ref?
Oh yeah,
he was about to go personal foul, and he goes, "Up, correction, there is no personal foul," because mid call, the situation room, whatever you want to call it, just looked, said,
ref,
"You got it wrong," you know.
Yeah.
He got the shoulder pad. The teammate grabbed the face mask, changed the call. Let's go about our lives. That's how it needs to work.
Great. Well done. Well done. Moody would kick a 32-yard field goal to tie it. We go to overtime. Broncos on the opening drive of OT. This was an absolute thing of beauty.
43 pass attempts for Knicks tonight. Pointing at Frankie Louvu. 4-man rush. He's got time. And in the middle, he's got Evan Ingram inside the 20 to the 10-yard line. Big play from Ingram. 41 yards.
Mike, here's the Joker again.
Harvey, the running back. He's got it left side and into the end zone for the touchdown.
Parker Gabriel had a great breakdown on the 41-yard catch and run by Evan Ingram, and it was set up completely by the same route that they threw, but just kind of flipped. Instead of going outside and in, they went inside and out on it earlier in the game and like basically baited Bobby Wagner into biting on the outside route. Jerk route inside, makes that catch, and then a ton of space. And that was one of those plays where it was like, oh, yeah, Evan Ingram is fast as hell when he actually catches the ball and he's in space, because he ran away from like 2 Manders linebackers on that play.
Yeah, he did. Look, did you get the vibe on the first route you described? Evan Ingram was not thrilled with how things are going to that point.
He was frustrated early on in that game.
Kind of gave him a look. He was shaking his head.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought it was because he ran the wrong route. I think it was good for both of them that the game ended the way that it did.
Very
with those
much
big
so.
catches.
Well put. 5-play, 76-yard touchdown drive, 27-20. Manders get the football. They drive all the way down the field. The big play being the Mariota to Deebo Samuel play in which he got tackled at the 2. Ends up being a 4th and goal. Here we go, Spring.
McLaurin and Deebo Samuel, bottom of the screen. Burks and Ertz to the top. Game decider. Mariota inside McLaurin, touchdown! Going for 2 and the win. Washington will roll the dice.
Pretty good design on that one for Cliff Kingsbury. Deebo ran the pick play, ran the rub route, got through. Zach Allen almost had a fingertip on that thing. But 27-26, Denver still with the lead. Manders go for 2. Broncos call timeout. Did you know that was called a Kodak moment, Andy?
No.
That's Sean Payton told us over and over again after the game last night. Kodak moment, so they could get a look at the formation. They actually flipped it when they came back out with Jeremy McNichols on the opposite side, but he still ran the motion. So essentially, Manders were going to run the exact same play, and the Broncos changed the pressure. Good job by Vance Joseph. Roll it, Spring.
Jeremy McNichols, the running backs at the bottom, now coming back. Next to Mariota. Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Bonino, and Denver has won 9 in a row.
Hey, speaking of that, he went a little basketball call on that.
I was about to say, that's where his NBA experience has paid off.
Did you catch the promo last night? You know what's coming back this week?
Oh, really?
We've got an insight to excellence.
A little saltiness.
Coming up on Tuesday.
You didn't get enough salt over Thanksgiving.
We'll be bringing it to you on Wednesday. We'll be bringing you our very own insights to excellence.
Stop it. Get some help.
We got a winner of a $150 gift card to Rally House, where you can shop every team in town. It is a Rally House Football Monday. We asked our listeners to text in the last 5 Broncos to have a 1,000-yard receiving season. The last 5 Broncos with a 1,000-yard receiving season. Andy, get in the hunt. Can you name those 5 Broncos?
I could have. Are we doing it right now?
We're doing it right now.
Do you want me to just do it?
I do.
Sutton, DT, Emmanuel Sanders, Decker, and then your guy, Brandon Lloyd.
Brandon Lloyd out of Illinois. 1,400 yards that he put up for the dog butt 2010 Broncos. Yes, Brandon Lloyd. Jerry Jeudy, career high 972. Never got to a 1,000-yard season in a Bronco uniform. So Brandon Lloyd was actually the 5th to have done it. DT did it like 1,000 times. I think Emmanuel Sanders did it 3 times. Cortland Sutton has a couple of 1,000-yard receiving seasons. Eric Decker did it twice. I guess Wes Welker didn't get to 1,000 in 2013.
No, because you got to remember, a guy that was really eating at the tight end position was Julius Thomas.
Yeah.
They had so many guys, and they were spreading the ball around so much.
DT went over 1,400. Decker was at 1,288. So we asked you to text in those 5 names, but only one of you that got it correct is going to be lucky enough to win a $150 gift card to the Rally House. Mark Springer, who is that lucky listener?
Our winner is Christian Baker.
Christian Baker. Congratulations to Christian Baker Mayfield. Christian wins a $150 gift card to the Rally House, where you can shop every team in town. Christian Baker, get a nice gift, but get something nice for yourself
50
as well.
bucks for the Avs, 50 for the Nuggets, 50 for the Broncos. They're all winners.
They're all
50
winners.
cents for your Colorado Rockies.
Get a keychain.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
A sticker. Way to go, Christian Baker. Thanks to everybody who participated. Patriots and Giants Monday Night Football tonight. Plus the Nuggets are back in action this evening against the Mavericks. It's all coming up before we get out of here on a Kreckman and Lindahl. Broncos win Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, you got 2 more days to get in on this roller auction, December 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. That's right. This auction begins to close coming up on Wednesday. So you have a couple of more days to check this out. You can get some great prices on well-maintained used city and county vehicles with roller auction. This is the big one that they do several times a year, the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. If you are looking for well-priced SUVs, sedans, pickup trucks. God, I'm looking at a pickup right now, a 2018 Ford F-150 available for less than $4,000. You can bid on that right now at Roller Auctions website. That is roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude, because we do a really cool thing. If you sign up to bid at Roller Auctions website, roller.bid/altitude, you got to put in /altitude, then you are entered to win tickets from us here at Altitude Sports Radio. Our next giveaway is for New Year's Eve, Avs Blues, catered suite tickets. You want to be there. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And if you're looking for a great price on a well-maintained used vehicle, then the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction has a couple of more days. Click on it, shop through it. There's great, great stuff, guys. It's all with the industry's leader here on the Front Range in government, city, and county vehicle auctions. That is my friends at Roller Auction. Happy December, everybody. Andy, in November, Broncos 5-0, finished it off last night. Nuggets 11-3, Avs 11-0-2. According to a stat that I retweeted last night from Jake Coyne, that's the best combined percentage by an NFL, NBA, and NHL team from a metropolitan area in a month in the history of those three leagues. We just had the best month ever in Denver sports.
Yeah. Enjoy it. Soak it up.
Broke the previous record held by Boston in October of 2019.
I don't know that we'll see it again soon.
Seriously.
We've seen some nutty wins.
Everybody